Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third annual Homer-A-Thon. This is a tradition that began out of a speculative idea. I wonder if we could stay up all night and read the Odyssey front to back. And I wonder if we could make something special of it. This was amusing about 8 years ago when I first arrived at Mason Classical, and 3 years ago it became a unique tradition, not only for our community, but for classical education. This is not only a rare environment, but a rare event as well. Not often do you find young people whose course of education calls them to classical works throughout their entire academic journey. For these seniors, who some of them have been at Mason since its inception and since the beginning of their time as students, have now for a fourth and final time interacted with the Odyssey, first in the third grade, then again in the sixth, then with me in the ninth, infamously, and finally now 12th grade. It is by no accident that we go on this adventure over and over and over again. Because for every reading, whether it is in occasion or by necessity of the daily grind of the life of a freshman, it returns in virtue to us so many times over. And there is always something more to find. The most beloved lie of every professor I ever endured was, "You'll see something more when you read it again." And tonight I think you'll discover so much more, not only about your friendships and your experiences and your education here at Mason, but the community that you are building, the community that you have built, and the community that you will continue to be a part of after you graduate. A note to our guests: you are welcome to join us for this first book of the Odyssey, but as this responsibility is uniquely ours at this time, at the conclusion of the first book, I will guide you to the exit and stand at the gate until all have left, so that I may close and fasten that gate and keep watch this evening over your children and this story, as is my honor. Once the first book is ended and the second reader is prepared, if the members of the choirs would please remove the extra stands and microphones, we will be reading from the comfortable position of our stage. And without any further ado, and deference to the old stories that teach us new things every day, I give you the class of 2025 and the Homer-A-Thon.
Good evening. Sing to me of the man, Muse, the man of twists and turns, driven time and again off course, once he had plundered the hallowed heights of Troy. Many cities of men he saw and learned their minds. Many pains he suffered, heartsick on the open sea, fighting to save his life and bring his comrades home. But he could not save them from disaster, hard as he strove. The recklessness of their own ways destroyed them all. The blind fools, they devoured the cattle of the sun, and the sun god wiped them from sight the day of their return. Launch out on his story, Muse, daughter of Zeus. Start from where you will. Sing for our time too. By now, all the survivors, all who have avoided headlong death, were safe at home, escaped the wars and waves. But one man alone, his heart set on his wife and his return, Calypso, the bewitching nymph, the lustrous goddess, held him back, deep in her arching caverns, craving him for a husband. But then, when the wheeling seasons brought the year around, that year spun out by the gods, when he should reach his home, Ithaca. Though not even there would he be free of trials, even among his loved ones. Then every god took pity, all except Poseidon. He raged on, seething against the great Odysseus, till he reached his native land. But now, Poseidon had gone to visit the Ethiopians world away, Ethiopians off at the farthest limits of mankind, a people split in two, one part where the sun god sets, and part where the sun god rises. There Poseidon went to receive an offering, bulls and rams by the hundred. Far away at the feast of the sea lord sat and took his pleasure. But the other gods, at home in Olympia, Zeus's halls, met for full assembly there, and among them now the father of men and gods was first to speak. Sorely troubled, remembering handsome Aegisthus, the man Agamemnon's son, renowned Orestes, killed, recalling Aegisthus, Zeus' harangued the immortal powers.
Ah, how shameless, the way these mortals blame the gods. From us alone, they say, come all their miseries, yes. But they themselves, with their own reckless ways, compound their plans beyond their proper share. Look at Odysseus now. Above all beyond his share, he stole Atreides' wife. He murdered the warlord coming home from Troy, though he knew it meant his own total ruin. Far in advance, we told him so ourselves, dispatching the guide, the giant killer Hermes. Don't murder the man, he said. Don't court his wife. Beware, revenge will come from Orestes, Agamemnon's son, the day he comes of age and longs for his native land. So Hermes warned, with all the good will in the world. But would Agathis' hardened heart give away? Now he pays the price, at a single stroke.
And sparkling-eyed Athena drove the matter home.
Father, son of Cronus, our high and mighty king, surely he goes down to death he earned in full. Let them all die so, all who do such things. But my heart breaks for Odysseus, that seasoned veteran cursed by fate so long, far from his loved one still. He suffers torments off on a wave-washed island rising at the center of the seas, a dark wooded island, and there a goddess make her home, a daughter of Atlas, wicked Titan, who sounds the deep in all its depths, whose shoulders lift on high the colossal pillars, thrusting earth and sky apart. Atlas's daughter, it is who holds Odysseus captive, luckless man, despite his fears, forever trying to spellbind his art with suave, seductive words and wipe all through of Ithaca from his mind. But he, straining for no more than a glimpse of hearth smoke drifting up from his own land, Odysseus longs to die. Olympian Zeus, have you no care for him in your lofty heart? Did he never win your favor with sacrifices burned beside the ships on the broad plain of Troy? Why, Zeus, why so dead set against Odysseus?
My child,
Zeus, who marshals the thunderheads, replied,
what nonsense you let slip through your teeth. Now how on earth could I forget Odysseus? Great Odysseus, who excels all men in wisdom, excels in offerings too. He gives the immortal gods who rule the vaulting skies. No, it's the earth shaker, Poseidon, unappeased, forever fuming against him for the Cyclops, whose giant eye he blinded, godlike Prometheus, towering over all the Cyclops clans in power. The nymph Thusa bore him, daughter of Phaeacia, lord of the barren salt sea. She met Poseidon once in his vaulted caves, and they made love. And now for his blinded son, the earthquake god, though he won't quite kill Odysseus, drives him far off course from native land. But come, all of us here put heads together now. Work out his journey home so Odysseus can return. Lord Poseidon, I trust, will let his anger go. How can he stand his ground against the will of all the gods at once, one god alone?
Athena, with her eyes flashing bright, exulted.
Father, son of Cronus, our high and mighty king, if now it really pleases the blissful gods that wise Odysseus shall return, home at last, let us dispatch the guide and giant killer Hermes down to Ogygia Island, down to announce at once to the nymph with lovely braids our fixed decree. Odysseus journeys home, the exile must return, while I myself go down to Ithaca, rouse his son to a braver pitch, inspire his heart with courage to summon the flowering-haired Achaeans to fully assemble. Speak his mind to all those suitors, slaughtering on and on, his droves of sheep and shambling longhorn cattle. Next I will send him off to Sparta and sandy Pylos, there to learn of his dear father's journey home. Perhaps he will hear some news and make his name throughout the mortal world.
So Athena vowed, and under her feet she fastened the supple sandals, ever glowing gold, that wing her over the waves and boundless earth with the rush of a gusting winds. She seized the rugged spear tipped with a bronze point, weighed it heavy, the massive shaft she wields to break the lines of heroes the mighty father's daughters storms against. And down she swept from Olympus' craggy peaks, and lit on Ithaca, standing tall at Odysseus' gate, the threshold of his court. Gripping her bronze spear, she looked for all the world like a stranger now, like Mentes, lord of the Taphians. There she found the swaggering suitors, just then amusing themselves with rolling dice before the doors, lounging on hides of oxen they had killed themselves, while heralds and brisk attendants bustled round them. Some at the mixing tables, mulling wine and water, others wiping the tables down with sopping sponges, setting them out in place, Still other servants joined and carved the great sides of meat. First by far to see her was the prince Telemachus, sitting among the suitors, heart obsessed with grief. He could almost see his magnificent father here in the mind's eye. If only he might drop from the clouds and drive these suitors all in a rout throughout the halls and regain his pride of place and the rule of his domains. Daydreaming so as he sat among the suitors, he glimpsed Athena now. Straight to the porch he went, mortified that a guest might still be standing at the doors. Pausing beside her there, he clasped her right hand, and relieving her at once of her long bronze spear, met her with the winged words, "Greetings, stranger. Here in our house you'll find a royal welcome. Have supper first, then tell us what you need." He led the way, and Pallas Athena followed. Once in the high-roofed hall, he took her lance and fixed it firm in a burnished rack against a sturdy pillar. There, where a row on row of spears, embattled Odysseus' spears, stood stacked and waiting. Then he escorted to a high, elaborate chair of honor. Over it draped a cloth, and here he placed his guest with a stool to rest her feet. But for himself, he drew up a low reclining chair beside her, richly painted, clear of the press of suitors. Concerned his guest, offended by their uproar, might he shrink from food in the midst of such a mob, he hoped, what's more, to ask her about his long-lost father. A maid brought water soon in a graceful golden pitcher, and over a silver basin tipped it out so they might rinse their hands. Then pulled out a gleaming table to their side. A staid housekeeper brought on bread to serve them, appetizers aplenty too. Lavish with their bounty, a carver lifted platters of meat towards them, meat of every sort, and set beside them golden cups, and time and again a page came round and poured them wine. But now the suitors trooped in with all their swagger, and took their seats on low and high-backed chairs. Heralds poured water over their hands, and servant maids brought them bread high-heaped in trays. And the young men brimmed their mixing bowls with wine. They reached out for the good things they lay at hand, and when they put aside desire for food and drink, the suitors set their mind on other pleasures, song and dancing, all that crowns a feast. A herald placed an ornate lyre in Phaeacia's hands. The bard who always performed among them, there forced the man to sing a rippling prelude, and no sooner had he struck up his rousing song than Telemachus, head close to Athena's sparkling eyes, spoke low to his guest so no one else could hear.
Dear stranger, would you be shocked by what I say? Look at them over there, not a care in the world, just lyres and tunes. It's easy for them, all right. They feed on other goods and go scot-free. A man whose white bones lie strewn in the rain somewhere, rotting away on land or rolling down the ocean's salty swells. But that man, if they caught sight of him home in Ithaca, by God, they all pray to be faster on their feet than richer in bars and gold and heavy robes. But now no use, he's died in a wretched death. No comforts left for us, not even someone somewhere says he's coming home. The day of his return will never draw. Enough. Tell me about yourself now, clearly point by point. Who are you? Where are you from? Your city, your parents? What sort of vessel brought you? Why did the sailors land you here in Ithaca? Who did they say they are? I hardly think you came this way on foot. And tell me this for a fact. I need to know. Is this your first time here, or are you a friend of father's? A guest from the old days, once crowds of other men would come to our house on visits, visitor that he was, when he walked among the living.
Her eyes glinting, goddess Athena answered,
My whole story, of course. I'll tell you it point by point. Wise old Enriches was my father. My own name is Menelaus, lord of the Typhon men who love their oars, and here I've come, just now, with ship and crew, sailing the wide dark sea to foreign ports of call, to Temis, out for bronze, our cargo gleaming iron. Our ships lies moored off farmlands far from town, riding in Rithron Cove, beneath Mount Nion's woods. As for the ties between your father and myself, we've been friends forever, I'm proud to say. And he would bear me out if you went and questioned the old Lord Laertes. He, I gather, no longer ventures into town, but lives a life of hardship, all to himself, off on his farmstead with an aged serving woman who tends to him well, who gives him food and drink, when weariness has taken hold of his withered limbs, from hauling himself along his vineyard's steep slopes. And now I've come. And why? I've heard that he was back, your father, that is. But no. The gods swore his passage. Yet I tell you, great Odysseus is not dead. He's still alive. Somewhere in this wide world, held captive out at sea on a wave-washed island, and hard men, savages, somehow hold him back against his will. Wait, I'll make you a prophecy. One the mortal gods have planted in my mind. It will come true, I think, though I am hardly a seer or know the flights of birds. He won't be gone long for the native land he loves, not even if iron shackles bind your father down. He's plodding away to journey home at last. He's never at loss. But come, please, tell me about yourself now, point by point. You're truly Odysseus' son? You sprung up so. Uncanny resemblance, the head, the fine eyes. I see him now. How often we used to meet in the old days before he embarked for Troy, where other Argive captains, all the best men, sailed in the long curved ships, from then to this very day. I've not set my eyes on Odysseus or he on me.
And young Telemachus cautiously replied,
I'll try, my friend, to give you a frank answer. Mother has always told me I'm his son, it's true, but I'm not so certain, whom on his own has ever really known who gave him life. Would to God I'd be the son of a happy man, whom old age overtook in the mindset of his possessions. Now think of the most unlucky mortal ever born, since you ask me, yes, they say I am his son.
Still, the clear-eyed goddess reassured him. Trust me, the gods have not marked out your house for such an unsung future. Not if Penelope has borne a son like you. But tell me about all this and spare me nothing. What's this banqueting, this crowd crowding around here? And what part do you play yourself? Some wedding feast? Some festival? Hardly a potluck supper, I would say. How obscenely they lounge and swagger here. Look, gorging in your house. Why, any man of sense who chanced among them would be outraged, seeing such behavior.
Ready Telemachus took her up at once.
Well, my friends, seem you want to probe and press the question. Once this house was rich, no doubt, beyond reproach. When the man you mentioned still lived here at home, now the gods have reversed our fortunes with a vengeance, wiped that man from the earth like no one else before. I would never have grieved so much about his death if he had gone down with comrades off in Troy, or died in the arms of loved ones. Once he had a wound down the long coil of war, then all united Achaia would have raised his tomb, and he'd have won his son great fame for years to come. But now the whirlwinds have ripped him away, no fame for him. He's lost and gone now, out of sight, out of mind, and he's left me tears and grief. Nor do I rack my heart in grief for him alone, no longer, now the gods have invented other miseries to plague me. Listen, all the nobles who rule the islands round about, Dulichian and Same, and looted Zacynthus too, and all who lord it in rocky Ithaca, as well down to the last man they court my mother. They lay waste my house, and mother she neither rejects in marriage she despises, nor can she bear to bring the courting to an end. While they continue to bleed my household white, soon you wait, they'll grind me down as well.
Brimming with indignation, Pallas Athena broke out.
Shameful! Oh, how much you need Odysseus, gone so long. Now he'd lay hands on these brazen suitors. If only he would appear now. At his house, outer gates, and take his stand, armed with his helmet, shield, and pair of spears, as strong as the man I glimpsed that first time in our house, drinking wine and reveling there, just coming from Ephyra, visiting Ilius, Mermus' son. Odysseus sailed that way, you see, in his swift trim ship, hunting deadly poison to smear on his arrows' bronze heads. Ilius refused. He feared the wrath of the everlasting gods, but father, so fond of him, gave him all he wanted. If only that Odysseus sported with these suitors, a blood wedding, a quick death would take the lot. True, but all lies in the lap of the great gods, whether or not he'll come and pay them back here, in his own house. But you, I urge you, think how to drive these suitors from your halls. Come now, listen closely. Take my words to heart. At daybreak, summon the island's lords to fully assemble. Give your orders to all, and call these gods to witness. Tell their suitors to scatter, each to their own place. As for your mother, if the spirit moves her to marry, let her go back to her father's house, a man of power. Her kin will arrange the wedding, provide the gifts, the array that goes with a daughter dearly loved. For you, I have some good advice, if only you will accept it. Fit out a ship with 20 oars, the best in sight. Sail in quest of news of your long-lost father. Someone may tell you something, or you may catch a rumor straight from Zeus, rumor that carries news to men like nothing else. First go down to Pylos, question old King Nestor, then cross over to Sparta, to red-haired Menelaus. Of all the bronze-armored Achaeans, the last man back. Now, if you hear your father's alive and heading home, hard-pressed as you are, brave out for one more year. If you hear he's dead, no longer among the living, then come back, you come to the native land you love. Raise his grave mound, build his honors eye, with the full funeral rites that he deserves, and give your mother to another husband. Then, once you've sealed those matters, seen them through, think hard, reach down deep in your heart and soul for a way to kill these suitors in your house, by stealth or in open combat. You must not cling to your boyhood any longer. It's time you were a man. Haven't you heard that what glory Prince Orestes won throughout the world when he killed that cunning, murderous Augustus, who'd killed his famous father? And you, my friend, how tall and handsome I see you now. Be brave, you too. So men to come will sing your praises down the years. But now I must go back to my swift-turned ship, and all my shipmates chaffing there. I'm sure waiting for my return. It all rests with you. Take my words to heart.
O stranger,
Heedful Telemachus replied.
indeed I will. You've consoled me with so much kindness now. Like a father to a son, I won't forget a word. But come, stay longer, keen as you are to sail, so you can bathe and rest and lift your spirits. Then go back to your ship, delighted with a gift, a prize of honor. Something rare and fine as a keepsake from myself. The kind gift of a host will give a stranger friend to friend.
Her eyes glinting, Pylos declined in haste.
Not now. Don't hold me here. I long to be on my way. As for the gift, whatever you give in kindness, save it for my return so I can take it home. Choose something rare and fine, and a good reward that gift is going to bring you.
With that promise, off and away Athena with the bright-eyed goddess flew, like a bird in soaring flight, but left his spirit filled with nerve and courage. Charged with his father's memory more than ever now, he felt his senses quicken, overwhelmed with wonder. This was a god. He knew it all well, and made at once for the suitors, a man like a god himself. Amidst them still the famous bard sang on, and they sat in silence, listening as he performed the Achaeans' journey home from Troy, all the blows Athena doomed them to endure. And now, from high above in her room in deep thought, she caught his inspired strains. Icarius' daughter, Penelope, wary and reserved, and down the steep stairs from her chamber she descended, not alone. 2 of her women followed close behind. But that radiant woman, when she had reached her students, drawing her glistening veil across her cheeks, paused now where a column propped the sturdy roof, with one of her loyal handmaids stationed either side. Suddenly, dissolving in tears and bursting through the bard's inspired voice, she cried out,
Phemius,
So
many other songs you know to hold us spellbound, works of the gods and men that singers celebrate. Sing one of those as you sit beside them here, and they drink their wine in silence. But break off this song, the unendurable song that always rends the heart inside me, the unforgettable grief. It wounds me most of all. How I long for my husband, alive in memory always, that great man of whose name resounds through Hellas, right to the depths of Erebus.
Why, mother?
poised Telemachus put in sharply.
Why deny our devoted bard the chance to entertain us any way the spirit stirs him on? Bards are not to blame. Zeus is to blame. He deals to each and every laborer on this earth whatever doom he pleases. Why fault the bard if he sings the Argives' harsh fate? It's always the latest song, the one that echoes last in the listener's ears, that people praise the most. Courage, mother. Harden your heart and listen. Odysseus was scarcely the only one, whose journey home was blotted out at Troy. So many others died there too. So, mother, go back to your quarters, tend to your own wrists, the distaff and the loom, and keep the women working hard as well. As for giving orders, men will see to that, but I, most of all, I hold the reins of power in this house.
Astonished, she withdrew to her own room. She took to heart the clear good sense in what her son had said. Climbing up to the lofty chambers with her women, she fell to weeping for Odysseus, her beloved husband, till watching Athena sealed her eyes open with welcome sleep. But the suitors broke into uproar through the shadowed halls, all of them lifting prayers to lie beside her, share her bed, until discreet Telemachus took command.
You suitors who plague my mother, you insolent overweening, for this evening let us dine and take our pleasure. No more shouting now. What a fine thing it is to listen to such a bard as we have here. The man sings like a god. But at first light we all march forth to assembly, Take our seats so I can give my orders and say to you straight out. You must leave my palace, see your feasting elsewhere, devour your own possessions, house to house by turns. But if you decide the fare is better, richer here, destroying one man's goods and going scot-free, all right then, carve away. But I'll cry out to the everlasting gods and hope that Zeus will pay you back with a vengeance, all of you destroyed in my house while I go scot-free myself.
So Telemachus declared, and they all bit their lips, amazed the prince could speak with so much daring. Epithes's son, Antinous, broke their silence.
Well, Telemachus, only the gods could teach you to sound so high and mighty. Such brave talk. I pray that Zeus will never make you king of Ithaca, though your father's crown is no doubt yours by birth.
But cool-headed Telemachus countered firmly.
Antinous, even though my words may offend you, I'd be happy to take the crown if Zeus presents it. You think that nothing worse could befall a man. It's really not so bad to be a king. All at once your palace grows in wealth, your honors grow as well. But there are hosts of other Achaean princes, looks young and old, crowds of them, on our island here, and any one of the lot might hold the throne. Now great Odysseus is dead, but I'll be the lord of my own house and servants all that King Odysseus won for me by force.
And now Eurymachus, Polybus' son, stepped in.
Surely this must lie in the gods' lap, Telemachus. Which Achaean will the Lord it over the seagirt Ithaca? Do hold onto own possessions. Rule your house. God forbid that anyone tear your holdings from your hands while the man is still alive in Ithaca. But about your guest, dear boy, I have some questions. Where does he come from? Where is his country? His birth? His father's old estates? Did he bring some news of your father at his return, or did he come on business of his own? How he leapt to his feet, and off he went. No waiting around for proper introductions, and no mean man, but not by the looks of him, I'd say, Eurymachus.
Telemachus answered him shrewdly.
Clearly my father's journey home is lost forever. I no longer trust in rumors from the blue, nor bother with any prophecy when mother calls some wizard into the house to ask him questions. As for the stranger, though, the man's old family friend from Taphos, wise Enceladus' son, he says his name is Mentis, lord of the Taphian men who love their oars.
So he said, but deep in his mind he knew the immortal goddess. Now the suitors to dance and song, the lovely beat and sway, waiting for dusk to come upon them there. And the dark night came upon them, lost in pleasure, finally to bed, each to his own house. Telemachus, off to his bedroom, built in the fine courtyard, a commanding lofty room set well apart, retired to. His spirits swarming with misgivings, his devoted nurse attended him, bearing a glowing torch. Euryclea, the daughter of Pisanore's son, Laertes had paid a price for the woman years ago. Still in the bloom of youth, he traded 20 oxen, honored her on her par with his loyal wife at home, but fearing the queen's anger, never shared her bed. She was his grandson's escort now, and bore a torch, for she was the one of the old maids who loved the prince the most, she nursing him as a baby. He spread the doors of his snug, well-made room, sat down on the bed, and pulled off his soft shirt off, tossed it on the old woman's conspicuous hands, and after folding it neatly, patting it smoothly, she hung it up on a peg beside his corded bed, then patted from the bedroom. Drawing the door shut with the silver hook, sliding the doorbell home with its rawhide strap, there all night long, wrapped in sheep's warm fleece, he weighed in his mind the course Athena charted.
This concludes the public portion of our Homer-A-Thon, and thus begins our vigil. Ladies and gentlemen, after our guests have left, we will resume our seats and maintain our listening.
young dawn, with her rose-red fingers, shone once more. The true son of Odysseus sprang from bed and dressed. Over his shoulder he slung his well-honed sword, fastened his rawhide sandals on his smooth feet, and stepped from his bedroom, handsome as a god. At once he ordered heralds to cry out loud and clear, and summoned the flowing-haired Achaeans to full assembly. Their cries rang out. The people filled in quickly. When they grouped, crowding the meeting grounds, Telemachus strode in too, a bronze spear in his grip, and not alone. 2 sleek hounds went trotting at his heels, and Athena lavished a marvelous splendor on the prince. So the people all gazed in wonder as he came forward, the elders making way as he took his father's seat. The first to speak was an old lord, Agatus, stooped with age, who knew the will by heart. For one dear son had sailed with King Odysseus, bound in the hollow ships to the stallion land of Troy. The spearman Antiphus, but the brutal Cyclops killed him, trapped in his vaulted cave, the last man the monster ate. 3 other sons had, one who mixed with the suitors, Eurynomus, and 2 kept working their father's farms. Still, he never forgot the soldier, desolate in his grief, and tears for the son he lost. He rose and said among them, "Hear me, men of Ithaca, hear what I have to say. Not once have we had an assembly met in session since King Odysseus sailed away in the hollow ships. Who has summoned us now, one of the young men, one of the old-timers? What crisis spurs him on? Some news he's heard of an army on the march. Word he's caught firsthand, so he can warn us now. Or some other public matter he would disclose and argue? He's a brave man, I say. God be with him too. May Zeus speed him on to a happy end, whatever his heart desires." Winning words, but the lucky ring, Odysseus' son rejoiced. The boy could sit no longer. Fired up to speak, he took his stand among the gathered men. The herald, Pisanor, skilled in customs ways, put the staff in his hand, and then the prince, addressing old Agatus, first led off with, "Sir, that man is not far off. You will see for yourself. I was the one who called us all together. Something wounds me deeply. Not news I've heard of an army on the march, word I've caught firsthand so I can warn you now. Or some other public matter I'll disclose and argue. No, the crisis is my own. Trouble has struck my house, a double blow. First, I have lost my noble father, who ruled among you years ago, each of you here, and kindly as a father to his children. A worse disaster that soon will grind my house down, ruin it all, and all my worldly goods in the bargain. Suitors plague my mother, against her will, sons of the very men who are your finest here. They'd sooner die than approach her father's house. So Icarius himself might see to his daughter's bridal, hand her to whom he likes, whoever meets his fancy. Not they infest our palace day and night. They butcher our cattle, our sheep, our fat goats, feast themselves sick, swilling our glowing wine, and if there's no tomorrow, all of it squandered. Now we have no man like Odysseus in command to drive this curse from the house. We ourselves, we're hardly the ones to fight them all. All we do and parade our wretched weakness, a boy inept at battle. Oh, I would swing to attack if I had the power in me. By God, it's intolerable. What they do, disgrace. My house is shambles. You should be ashamed. You should be ashamed yourselves. Mortified in the face of neighbors living round about. Fear the gods' wrath before they wheel in outrage and make these crimes recoil on your heads. I bid you by Olympian Zeus, by Themis too, who sets assemblies free and calls us into session, stop, my friends. Leave me alone to pine away in anguish, unless, of course, you think my noble father, Odysseus, did the Achaean army damage, deliberate harm, and to pay me back, you do me harm, deliberately sending these parasites against me. Better for me if you were devouring all my treasure, all my cattle. If you were the ones, we make amends in no time. We approach you for reparations round the town, demanding our goods till you return to lot. But now, look, you load my heart with grief. There's nothing I could do. Filled with anger, down on the ground he dashed the speaker's scepter, bursting into tears. Pity seized the assembly. All just sat there silent. No one had the heart to reply with harshness. Only Athenius, who found it in himself to say, "So high and mighty, Telemachus, such unbridled rage. Well now, fling your accusations at us, think to pin the blame on us, you think again. It's not the suitors you who deserve the blame. It's your own dear mother, the matchless queen of cunning. Look here, for 3 years now, getting on to 4, she's played it fast and loose with all our hearts, building each other's man's hopes, dangling promises, dropping hints to each, but all the while with something else in mind. This was her latest masterpiece of guile. She set up a great loom in the royal halls and began to weave, and the weaving vine spun. The yarns endless, and she would lead us on. Young men, my suitors now, that King Odysseus is no more. Go slowly, keen as you are to marry, until I can finish off this web. So my weaving will all fray and come to nothing. This is a shroud for our Lord Laertes, for that day when the deadly fate that lays us out at last will take him down. I dread the shame my countrywomen will heap upon me. Yes, if a man of such wealth should lie in a state, without a shoe for cover." Her very words, and despite our pride and passion, we believed her. So by day she weaved at her great and growing web. By night, by the light of torches set beside her, she would unravel all she'd done. 3 whole years she deceived us blind, seduced us with the scheme. Then, when the wheeling season brought the 4th year on, one of her women, and on the queen's secret, told the truth. And we caught her in the act, unweaving her gorgeous web. So she finished it off. Against her will, we forced her. Now, Telemachus, here is how the suitors answer you. You burn it in your mind, you and all our people. Send your mother back. Direct her to marry whomever her father picks, whoever pleases her. So long as she persists in tormenting us, quick to exploit the gifts Athena gave her, a skilled hand for elegant work, a fine mind, and subtle wiles too. We've never heard the like, not even in old stories sung of all Achaea's well-coiffed queens who graced the years gone by. Mycenae crowned with garlands, Tyro and Alcinous, not one could equal Penelope for intrigue. But in this case, she intrigued beyond all limits. So we will devour your worldly goods and wealth, as long as she holds to that course the gods have charted deep inside her heart. Great renown she wins for herself, no doubt, great loss for you and treasure. We will not go back to our old estates or leave for other parts, not till she weds the Argive man she fancies. But with calm good sense, Telemachus replied, "Antinous, how can I drive my mother from our house against her will? The one who bore me, reared me too. My father is worlds away, dead or alive, who knows? Imagine the high price I have to pay Icarius. If all on my own I send my mother home. Oh, what I would suffer from her father, and some dark god would hurt me even more. My mother, leaving her own house behind, calls down her withering furies on my head, and our people's cries of shame would hound my heels. I will never issue that ultimatum to my mother. And you, if you have any shame in your heart, you must leave my palace. See to your feasting elsewhere. Devour your own possessions, house to house by turns. But if you decide the fare is better, richer here, destroying one's man's goods and going scot-free, all right then, carve away. But I'll cry out to the everlasting gods in hopes that Zeus will pay you back for the vengeance all of you destroyed in my house while I go scot-free myself." And to seal his prayer, foreseeing Zeus sent down a sign. He launched 2 eagles soaring high from a mountain ridge, and down they gilded, borne on the wind's draft a moment, wing to wingtip, pinions straining taut till just. Above the assembly's throbbing hum they whirled. Suddenly, wings thrashing, wild onslaught of wings, and banking down at the crowd's heads, a glaring, fatal sign, talons slashing each other, tearing cheeks and throats. They swooped away on the right through homes and cities. All were dumbstruck, watching the eagles trail from sight, people brooding deeply what might come to pass, until the old warrior Herodotus, master's son, broke the silence for them. The one who outperformed all men of his time at reading bird signs, sounding out the omens, rose and spoke, distraught for each man there. Hear me, men of Ithaca, hear what I have to say. Though my revelations strike the suitors first of all, a great disaster is rolling like a breaker toward their heads. Clearly, Odysseus won't be far from loved ones any longer. Now, right now, he's somewhere near, I tell you, breeding bloody death for all these suitors here. Pains aplenty too, for the rest of us who live in Ithaca's sunlit air. Long before that, we must put heads together, find some way to stop these men, or let them stop themselves. Better for them that way by far. I myself am no stranger to prophecy. I can see it now. Odysseus, all is working out for him, I say. Just as I said it would that day the Argives sailed for Troy, and the mastermind in battle boarded with them. I said then, after many blows and all his shipmates lost, after 20 years had wheeled by, he would come home, unrecognized by all. And now, look it, all comes to pass. Stop, old man. Eurymachus, played by his son, rose up to take on. Go home and babble your omens to your children. Save them from some catastrophe coming soon. I'm a better hand than you at reading portents. Flocks of birds go fluttering under the sun's rays. Not all fraught with meaning. Odysseus, he's dead now, far from home. Would to God that you die with him too. We'd have escaped your droning prophecies then, and the way you've loosed the dogs of this poised anchor, your eyes peeled for your house gift he might give you. Here's my prophecy, bound to come to pass. If you old coder, wise as the ages, talk him round, incite the boy to riot, you will be the first to suffer. Let me tell you, and you, old man, will clap some fine on you. You will weep to pay, a fine to crush your spirit. Telemachus, here in front of you, here's my advice for him. Let him urge his mother back to her father's house. Her king will arrange the wedding, provide the gifts, the array that goes with a daughter dearly loved. Not till then, I'd say, what the island princes quit their taxing quitship. Who's there to fear, I ask you? Surely not Telemachus, with all his tiresome threats. Nor do we balk, old man, at the prophecies you mouth. They will come to grief. They will make us hate you more. The prince's wealth will be devoured as always. Mercilessly, no reparations ever. Not while the queen drags out our hopes to wed her. Waiting that day after day, all of us striving hard to win one matchless beauty, never quitting others, revives of brides who'd suit each noble here. Telemachus answered, firm in his resolve. Eurymachus, the rest of you fine brazen suitors, I have done what appeals to you about these matters. I'll say no more. The gods know how things stand, and so do all the Achaeans. And now I ask, is a good swift ship and crew for 20 men to speed me through my passage out and back, on sailing off to Sparta, sandy Pylos too, for news of my long-lost father's journey home. Someone may tell me something, or I may catch a rumor straight from Zeus, rumor that carries news to men like nothing else. Now, if I hear my father's alive and heading home, hard-pressed as I am, I'll brave out one more year. If I hear he's dead, no longer among the living, then back I'll come to the native land I loved, raise his grave mound, build his honors high, the full funeral rites that he deserves, and give my mother to another husband. A declaration, and the prince sat down as mentor took the foot. Odysseus' friends in arms, to whom the king, sailing off to Troy, committed his household, ordering one and all to obey the old man, and he would keep things steadfast and secure. With deep concern for the realm, he rose and warned. Hear me, men of Ithaca, hear what I have to say. Never let any sceptred king be kind and gentle now, not with all his heart, or set his mind on justice. No, let him be cruel, and always practice outrage. Think, not one of the people whom he ruled remembers Odysseus now, that godlike man, and kindly as a father to his children. I don't grudge these arrogant suitors for a moment, weaving their violent work with all their wicked hearts. They lay their lives on the line when they consume Odysseus' worldly goods, blind in their violence, telling themselves that he will come home no more. But all the rest of you, how you rouse my fury, sitting here in silence, never a word put forth to curb these suitors. Paltry few, as I and you so many. Mentor, you Norse son, Leocritus rounded on him, shouting, rabble-rousing fool. Now what's this talk? Goading them on to try and hold us back. It's uphill work, I warn you. Finding a force like ours for just a meal, even if Odysseus of Ithaca did arrive in person, to find us well-bred suitors feasting in his halls, and the man would hell-bent on rousing us from the palace, little joy would his wife derive from his return. For all her yearning, he on the spot he meet a humiliating end if he fought against such odds. You're talking nonsense, idiocy. No more. Come, dissolve the assembly. Each man return to his holdings. Mentor and Helistheres can speed our young prince on, his father's doddering friend since time began. He will sit tight a good long while, I trust, scrambling for news right here in Ithaca. He will never make the trip. This broke up the assembly, keen to leave. The people scattered quickly, each to his own house, while the suitors strolled back to King Odysseus' palace. Telemachus, walking the beach now, far from the others, washed his hands in the foaming surf and prayed to Pylos. Dear God, hear me. Yesterday you came to my house. You told me to ship out on the misty sea inland if Father, gone so long, is ever coming home. Look how my countrymen, the suitors most of all, the pernicious bullies, foil each move I make. Athena came to his prayer from close at hand, for all the world with Mentor's build and voice. And she urged him on with winging words, Telemachus, you will lack neither courage nor sense from this day on, not if your father's spirit courses through your veins. Now, there was a man, I'd say, in words and action both. So how can your journey end in shipwreck or defeat? Only if you were not his stock, Penelope's too. Then I fear your hopes might come to grief. Few sons are the equals of their fathers. Most fall short, all too few surpass them. But you, brave and adept from this day on, Odysseus' cunning has hardly given out in you. There's every hope that you will reach your goal. Put them out of your mind, these suitors' schemes and plots. They're madmen, not a shred of sense or decency in the crowd, nor can they glimpse the death and black doom hovering just at their heads to crush them all in one short day. But you, the journey that stirs you now is not far off, not with the likes of me, your father's friend and yours, to rig you a swift ship and be your shipmate too. Now home you go and mix with the suitors there. But get your rations ready. Pack them all in vessels, the wine in jars, and barley meal, the marrow of men's bones, and durable skins, while I make rounds in town, and quickly enlist your crew of volunteers. Lots of ships in secret Ithaca, old and new, I'll look them over, choose the best in sight, we'll fit her out and launch her into sea at once. And so Athena, daughter of Zeus, assured him, no lingering now. He heard the goddess's voice, but back he went to his house with aching heart, and there at the palace found the brazen suitors, skinning goats in the courtyard, singeing pigs for roasting, and Antinous, smiling warmly, sauntered up to the prince, grasped his hand and coaxed him, savoring his name, Telemachus, my high and mighty, fierce young friend, no more nursing those violent words and actions now. Come, eat and drink with us, just like the old days, Whatever you want, our people will provide. A ship, a picked crew to speed you to holy Pylos, out for the news about your noble father. But self-possessed, Telemachus drew the line. Antinous, now how could I dine with you in peace and take my pleasure? You ruffians carousing here, isn't it quite enough that you, my mother's suitors, have ravaged it all? My very best, these many years while I was still a boy, but now I'm full grown and can hear the truth from others, absorb it too. Now, yes, the anger seeps inside me. I'll stop at nothing to hurl destruction at your heads, whether I go to Pylos or sit tight here at home. But the trip I speak of will not end in failure. Go I will, as a passenger, nothing more, since I don't seem to command my own crew. That, I'm sure, is the way that suits you best. With this, he nonchalantly drew his hand from Antinous' hand, while the suitors, busy feasting in the halls, mocked and taunted him, flinging insults now. God help us, one young buck kept shouting. He wants to slaughter us all. He's off to sandy Pylos to hire cutthroats, even Sparta perhaps, so hot to our heads. Why, he roved as far as Ephyria's dark rich soil, and run back home with lethal poison, slip it into the bowl, and wipe us out with the drink. Who knows, another young blade up and ventured. Off in that hollow ship of his, he might drown, far from his friends, a drifter like his father. What a boy. He doubled our work for us, laying up his goods, parceling out his house, to his mother and the man who weds the queen. So they scoffed. But Telemachus headed down to his father's storeroom, broad and vaulted, piled high with gold and bronze, chests packed with clothing, vats of redolent oil, and there, standing in close ranks against the wall, were jars of seasoned mellow wine, holding the drink, unmixed inside them, fit for a god, waiting the day Odysseus, worn by hardship, might come home again. Doors snugly fitted, doubly hung, were bolted shut, and their housekeeper was in charge by night and day, her care of vigilance, guarding all those treasures. Euclea, the daughter of Ops, Persnor's son, Telemachus called her into the storeroom. Come, nurse, draw me off some wine in smaller traveling jars. Mellow, the finest vintage you've been keeping, next to what you've reserved for our unlucky king, in case Odysseus might drop in from the blue and cheat the deadly spirits and make it home. Fill me an even dozen, seal them tightly, pour me barley in well-stitched leather bags, 20 measures of meal, your stone-ground best, but no one else must know. These rations now, put them all together, I'll pick them up myself. Toward evening, just about the time that mother climbs to her room and thinks of turning in, I'm sailing off to Sparta, sandy Pylos too, for news of my dear father's journey home. Perhaps I'll catch some rumor. A wall of grief, and his fond old nurse bursts out in protest, sobbing. Why, dear child, what craziness got into your head? Why bent on rambling over the face of the earth? A darling only son, your father's wills away. God's own Odysseus, dead in some strange land. And these brutes here, just wait the moment you're gone. They'll be all scheming against you, kill you by guile. They will, and carve your birthright up in pieces. No, sit tight. Guard your own things here. Don't go roving over the barren salt sea. No need to suffer so. Courage, old woman. Thoughtful, Telemachus tried to reassure her. There's a God who made this plan, but swear you won't say anything to my mother. Not till 10 or dozen days have passed, or she misses me herself and learns I'm gone. She mustn't mar her lovely face with tears. The old one swore a solemn oath to the gods, and vowing she would never breathe a word, quickly drew off wine in 2-eared jars and poured barley in well-stitched leather bags. Telemachus returned to the hall and joined the suitors. Then bright-eyed Pallas thought of one more step. Disguised as the prince, the goddess roamed through town, pausing beside each likely crewman, giving orders. Gather beside our ship at nightfall. Be there, she asked, Nomon, for Nausica's generous son. To lend her a swift ship, he gladly volunteered. The sun sank, and the roads of the world grew dark. Now the goddess hauled the swift ship down to the water, stowed in her all the tack well-rigged vessels carried, moored her well away at the harbor's very mouth. And once the crew had gathered, rallying around, she heartened every man. Then bright-eyed Pylos thought of one last thing. Back she went to King Odysseus' halls, and there she showered sweet oblivion over the suitors, dazing them as they drank, knocking cups from hands. No more loitering now, their eyes weighed down with sleep. They rose and groped through town to find their beds, but calling the prince outside his timbered halls, taking the built-in voice of Mentor once again. Flashing-eyed Athena urged him on. Telemachus, your comrades at arms are ready at the oars, waiting for your command to launch. So come, on with our voyage now, we're wasting time. And Pallas Athena sped away in the lead as he followed in her footsteps, man and goddess. Once they reached the ship at the water's edge, they found their long-haired shipmates on the beach. The prince, inspired, gave his first commands. Come, friends, get the rations aboard. They're piled in the pallets now. My mother knows nothing of this, no servants either. Only one has heard our plan. He led them back, and the men fell in and fetched down all the stores, and stowed them briskly, deep in the well-ribbed holds. As Odysseus' son directed, Telemachus climbed aboard. Athena led the way, assuming the pilot's seat, reserved astern, and he sat close beside her. Cables cast off, the crew swung to their oarlocks. Bright-eyed Athena set them a stiff blowing wind, rippling out of the west, ruffling over the wine-dark sea. As Telemachus shouted out commands to all his shipmates, all hands to the tackle, they sprung to orders, hoisting the pinewood mast. They stepped it firm in its block-aimed ships, lashed it fast with stays, and with braided rawhide, halyards hauled the white sail highs. Suddenly wind hit full, and the canvas felled out, and a dark blue wave, foaming up at the bow, sang out loud and strong as the ship made way, skimming the white caps, cutting toward her goal, all running gear secure in the swift black craft. They set up bowls and brimmed them high with wine, and poured libations out to the everlasting gods, who never die. To Athena first of all, the daughter of Zeus, with flashing sea-gray eyes, and the ship went plunging all night long and through the dawn.
As the sun sprang up, leaving the brilliant waters in its wake, climbing the bronze sky to shower light and immortal gods, and mortal men across the ploughlands, ripe and grain where the people lined the beaches, sacrificing sleek black bulls to Poseidon, god of the sea blue mane who shakes the earth. They sat down in the 9 divisions, each 500 strong, each division offspring up 9 bulls. And while other people tasted the innards burned in the thigh bones for the god, the craft and crew came heading straight to the shore. Striking sail, furling into the balanced ship, they mourned her well and swung down on land. Telemachus climbed at last with Athena far in front, and the bright-eyed goddess urged the prince along.
Telemachus, no more shyness. This is not the time. We sailed the seas for this, for news of your father. Where does he lie buried? What fate did he meet? So go right up to Nestor, breaker of horses. We'll make him yield the secrets of his heart. Press him yourself to tell the whole truth. He'll never lie. The man is far too wise. The prince replied, wise in his own way too. How can I greet him, mentor, even approach the king? I'm hardly adept at subtle conversation. Someone my age might feel shy, what more, interrogating an older man. Telemachus, the bright-eyed goddess Athena reassured him. Some of the words you'll find within yourself. The rest some power will inspire you to say. You, least of all I know, were born and reared without the gods' goodwill. And Pallas Athena sped away in the lead, as he followed in her footsteps, man and goddess, gained the place where the Pylians met and massed. There sat Nestor among his sons, as friends around them decked the banquet, roasted meats and skewered strips for broiling. As soon as they saw the strangers, all came crowding down, waving them in on welcome, urging them to sit. Nestor's son Pisistratus, first to reach them, grasped their hands and sat them down on the feast, on fleecy throws spread out along the sandbanks. Flanking his brother, Thrasymedes and his father, he gave them a share of innards, poured some wine in a golden cup, and lifting it warmly towards Athena, daughter of Zeus, whose shield is storm and thunder, greeted the goddess now with an invitation. Say a prayer to Lord Poseidon, stranger. His is the feast you found on your arrival. But once you've made your liberation and your prayer,
All according to the ancient custom, hand this cup of hearty, seasoned wine to your command here, so he can pour forth too. He too, I think, should pray to the deathless ones himself. All men need this, gods. But the man is younger, just about my age. That's why I give him the gold cup first to you. With that, Pisistratus placed in her hand a cup of mellow wine, and Pallas rejoiced at Prince's sense of tact. In giving the golden wine cup first to her, at once she prayed intensely to Poseidon. Hear me, sea lord, you are who I embrace, the earths don't deny. Our wishes bring our prayers to pass. First then to Nestor and all his sons grant glory, then to all Pallini, for their splendid rites grant a reward that warms the gracious hearts, and last Poseidon. Grant Telemachus and myself safe passage home, the mission accomplished, that sped us here in the rapid black ship. So that ship prayed, and brought it across the pass. She offered the rich two-handled cup to Telemachus, Odysseus' son, who echoed back her prayer, word for word. They rousted the prime cuts, pulled them off the spits, and sharing out the portions, fell to the royal feast. Once they had put aside desire for food and drink, old Nestor, the noble charioteer, began at last. Now's that time. Now they've enjoyed their meal, to probe our guests and find out who they are. Strangers, friends, who are you? Where do you sail from? Over the running sea lanes, out in the trotting spree, over the roving waves like pirates, sea wolves raiding at will, who risk their lives to plunder other men. Poised, Telemachus answered, filled with heart, and the heart of Athena inspired himself to ask for the news about his father gone so long,
and make his name throughout the mortal world. Nestor, son of Menelaus, Achaea's pride and glory. Where are we from, you ask? I will tell you all. We hail from Ithaca, under the heights of Neon. Our mission here is personal, nothing public now. I'm on the trail of my father's widespread fame, you see, searching the earth to catch some news of the great-hearted King Odysseus, who they say fought with you to demolish Troy some years ago. About all the rest who fought the Trojans there, we know where each one has divided his wretched death. The father, even his death, the son of Cronus shrouds it in all mystery. No one can say for certain where he died, whether he went down on lands at the enemy's hands, or out on the open sea of Amphitrite's breakers. That's why I've come to plead before you now. If you can tell me about his cruel death. Perhaps you saw him die with your own eyes, or heard the wanderer's end from someone else. More than all other men, the man was born for pain. Don't soften a thing from pity, respect for me. Tell me clearly, All your eyes have witnessed. I beg you, if ever my father, Lord Odysseus, pledged you his word and made it good in action, once on the fields of Troy, where you, Achaeans, suffered. Remember his story now, tell me the truth. Nestor, the noble charioteer, replied at length, Ah, dear boy, since you call back such memories, such living hell we endured in distant Troy, we headstrong fighting forces of Achaea, so many raids from shipboard down the foggy sea, cruising for plunder wherever Achilles led the way, so many battles round King Priam's walls we fought, so many gone, our best and bravest fell. There, Ajax lies, the great man of war.
There Achilles too. There Patroclus, skilled as the gods in council, and there my own dear son, both strong and stout. Antilochus, lightning on his feet, and every inch a fighter, but so many other things we suffered past the count. What mortal and wide world could tell it all, not if that sat, probe his memory. 5-6 years delving for the pains of our brave Achaeans. Bore your patience would fray, you'd soon head for home. 9 years we wove and web of disaster for those Trojans, pressing them hard in every tactic known to man. And after we slaved Zeus, after award us victory, and no, there could hope to rival Odysseus. Not for sheer cunning and every twist of strategy, he excelled us all. Your father, yes, if you are in fact his son, I look at you and the sense of wonder takes me. Your way of words, it's just like his. I'd swear no youngster could ever speak like you, so apt, so telling. As long as I and great Odysseus soldiered there, why never once did we speak out at the odds? Neither in open muster nor in the royal council, forever in my mind, in judgment balanced shrewd, we maped our armies, plans, and things might turn our best. But then, once sacked, King Priam's craggy city, Zeus contrived in his heart fatal homeward run for all the Achaeans who were fools at last. Dishonest too, so many met this disastrous end, thanks to the lethal rage of the mighty father's daughter, eyes of fair Athena, to set them feuding. Atreus' 2 sons, they summoned all the Achaean ranks to muster rashly, just at sunset, no hour to rally troops, and they struggled sudden with wine. Our heroes, the brothers, hardened them to them why they met a crisis. Menelaus urging them men to fix their minds.
On the voyage home across the seas brought back, but it brought no joy to Agamemnon, not at all. He meant to detain us there and offer victims, anything to appease Athena's dreadful wrath. Poor fool! He never dreamed Athena would not comply. The minds of the everlasting gods don't change so quickly. So the 2 of them stood there, wrangling back and forth, till the army sprang up. Their armor clashing, ungodly uproar, the 2 plans split the ranks. That night we barely slept, seething with hard feelings against our own comrades, for Zeus was brooding over us, poised to seal our doom. At dawn, half of us hauled our vessels down to sea. We stowed our plunder. Our sashed and lovely woman. But half the men held back, camped on the beach, waiting it out for Agamemnon's next commands. While our contingent embarked, we pushed off and sailed at a fast clip as the gods smoothed out the huge Trojan swells. We reached Tenedos quickly, sacrificed to the gods. The crews keen for home, but a quick return was not in Zeus's plans, not yet. That cruel power loosed a cursed feud on us once again. Some swung their rolling warships hard about. Odysseus sailed them back. The flexible willy king veering over Agamemnon, now to shore his fortunes up. But not I. Massing the ships that came in my flotilla, I sped away as the gods' mischief kept on brewing, dawning on me now. And Tydeus, fighting son, Diomedes fled too, rousing all his comrades. Late in the day, the red-haired Menelaus joined us, overtook us at Lesbos, debating on the long route home. Whether to head north over the top of the rocky Chios, skirting Surrey, keeping that island off to port, or run south to Chios by Mimas Gusty Cape. We asked the god for a sign. He showed us one. He urged us to cut out the middle passage straight to Aruba now. Escape a catastrophe fast as we could sail.
A swirling wind came up, stiff diving us on, and we raced over the sea lanes rifle with fish, and we made Dresser's Point in the dead of night. Many thighs of bulls we offered Poseidon there, and thank God we crossed the endless reach of the sea. Then, on the fourth day, out the crews of Diomedes, breaker of forces, mourned their balanced ships at Argos port, but held course for Pylos. Yes, and never once did the good strong wind go limp. For the first day, unleashed its blast, and so, dear boy, I made it home to Troy. In total ignorance, knowing nothing of their fates, the one who stayed behind, who escaped with their lives and the went down, but still, all I've gathered in heresy, sitting here in my own house, that you'll learn it's only right, I'll hide nothing now. They say Myrmidons, those savage spearmen, led by the shining sun of lion-hearted Achilles, traveled home, unharmed. Philoctetes, the gallant son of Pylos, safe as well. Idomenes brought his whole contingent back to the Crete. All who escaped to the war, the sea snatched none for him, but Atreus, son of Agamemnon, you yourself, even as far as Ithaca, must have heard how he returned, how Augustus hatched the king's horrendous death, but what price he paid in the bloody and suffering. Ah, how fine it was! What a man, and brought down, to leave son behind. Odysseus took revenge. He killed the cunning, murderous Augustus, who killed his famous father. And you, my friend, how tall and handsome I see you now. Be brave, you two, so men to come will sing your praises down the years. Telemachus, weighing the challenge, closely answered, O Nestor, son of Menelaus, Achaeans' pride and glory.
What a stroke of revenge that was. All Achaeans will spread Orestes' fame across the world. A song for those to come. If only the gods would arm me in such power, I'd take revenge on the lawless brazen suitors, riding roseshod over me, plotting reckless outrage. But for me, the gods have spun out no such joy. For my father or myself, I must bear up, that's all. The old charioteer replied, Now that you mention it, dear boy, I do recall a mob of suitors, they say, besets your mother there in your own house against your will, and plots your ruin. Tell me, though, do you let yourself be so abused, or do people round about, stirred by the prompting of some god, despise you now? Who knows if you will return some day to take revenge on all their violence, single-handed perhaps, or with the Argive army on his back. If only the bright-eyed goddess chose to love you just as she lavished care on the brave Odysseus years ago, in the land of Troy, where the Achaeans struggled. I've never seen the immortals show so much affection as Pallas openly showed him, standing by her father. If only she'd favor you, tend you with all her heart. Many a suitor then would lose all their thoughts of marriage, blotted out forever. Never, your majesty. Telemachus countered gravely. That will never come to pass, I know. What you say dumbfounds me, staggers imagination. Hope as I will. That day will never dawn, not even if the gods should will it so. Telemachus, Pallas Athena broke in sharply, her eyes afire. What's this nonsense slipping through your teeth? It's light work for a willing god to save a mortal.
Even half the world's away. Myself, I'd rather sail those years of trouble and labor home, and see the blessed day, than hurry home, to die in my own hearth, like Agamemnon, killed by Augustus, cunning by his own wife, but the great lever of death. Not even the gods can defend a man, not even one they love. The day when the fate takes hold and lays him out at last. Mentor, wise Telemachus said, distraught as we are for him, let's speak of those no more. My father's return, it's inconceivable now. Long ago, the undying gods have sealed his death, his black doom, but now there's another question I would put to Nestor. Nestor excels all men for sense of justice, his knowledge of the world. 3 generations he has ruled, they say, and young eyes he seemed deathless gods. Nestor, son of Menelaus, to me the whole story. How did the great king Agamemnon meet his death? Where was Menelaus? What fatal trap did he set? That treacherous Augustus to bring down a man far stronger than himself. Was Menelaus gone from Achaean Argos, roving the world somewhere, so crowd found the nerve to kill the king? And old Nestor, the noble charioteer, replied, "Gladly, my boy, I'll tell you the story first to last. Right you are. You guess. Would it be what happened? The red-haired Menelaus, arriving back at Troy, had found Augustus alive, Agamemnon's palace. No barrow piled high on earth for his dead body. No, the dogs and birds would have feasted on his corpse. Sprawled on the plain outside the city gates, no one, no woman in Achaea would have wept a moment. Such a monstrous crime that contrived. But there were camped at Troy, battling out."
The long, hard campaign, while he at his ease at home in the depths of Argos, stallion country, he lay siege to the wife of Agamemnon, luring, enticing her with talk. At first truce he spurned the idea of such an outrage. Still to Nestor, the queen, her will was faithful still. And there was a man, what's more, a bard close by, to whom Agamemnon, setting sail for Troy, gave strict commands to guard his wife. But then, that day, the doom of the gods had bound her to surrender. Aegisth shipped the bard away to a desert island, marooned him there, sweet prize for the birds of prey, and swept her off to his own house, lover lusting for lover. And many thigh bones he burned on the gods' holy altars, made many gifts he hung on the temple walls, gold, brocades, and thanks for a conquest past of his maddest hopes. Now we, you see, were sailing home from Troy in the same squadron, Menelaus and I, comrades in arms for years of war. But as we rounded holy Cynenian, Athens' headland, Lord Apollo attacked Atreides, helmsman I. With his gentle shaft he shot the man to death, an iron grip on the tiller, the craft scudding fast. Phrontis, Oneator's son, who excelled all men alive at steering ships when gales bore down in fury. So Menelaus, straining to sail on, was held back till he could bury his mate with fitting rites. But once he'd got off too, plowing the wine dark sea in his ripped ships, he made a run to Malea's beetling cape, foreseeing Zeus, decided to give the man rowing sailing, poured a hurricane down upon him, shrilling winds, giant rearing white caps, monstrous mountains high. There, at a stroke, he cut the fleet in half and drove one wing to Crete, where Sidonians make their homes, along the Iordanus river. Now there's a sheer cliff plunging steep to the surf at the farthest edge of Gorton. Out on the mist-bound sea where the south winds piles breakers, huge breakers, left of the headland's horn towards Phaestos.
With only the low reef to block the crushing tides, and they sailed, barely escaped their death. The ship's crews, that is. The rollers smashed their hulls against the rocks, but as for the other 5 with pitched black prows, the wind and current swept them away towards Egypt. So Menelaus, amusing a horde of stories and gold, was crushing his ships to the foreign ports of Call while Augustus hatched his vicious rich in gold. Once he'd killed Agamemnon, he grounded the people down, but the 8th year ushered in his ruin. Prince Orestes, home of the Athenians. Yes, he cut down the cunning, murderous Augustus, who called his famous father Vengeance. Done, he held the feast for the Argives. To bury his hated mother, craven Augustus, too, the very day Menelaus arrived, lord and the war cry, frightened with all of them, the wealth his ships could carry. So you, dear boy, take care, don't rove, from home to lawn, too far, leaving your own holdings unprotected, crowds in the palace abrazen. They carve up of all your wealth, devour it all, And then your journey here will come to nothing. Still advise you to urge your visit to Menelaus. He's back from abroad, at last, from the people so removed. You might abandon hope of ever returning home. Once the lands had driven you that far, of course, into the sea, vast, no even cranes could even wing their way over the one fight of the years. So fast it is, so awesome. So off you go with your ships and the shipmates now. Or if you'd rather go by land, there's teams and chariot, my sons at your service too, and they'll escort you to a sunny Lacedem home, and the red-haired king, press him yourself to tell the whole truth.
He'll never lie, the man is far too wise. So we closed as the sun set and the darkness swept across the earth, and the bright-eyed goddess Pylos spoke for all. There was a tale, old soldier, so well told. Come, cut out the victims' tongues and mix the wine. So once we've poured libations out to the sea lord and every other god, we'll think of sleep. High time, the light's already sunk in the western shadows. It's wrong to linger along at the gods' feast. We must be on our way. Zeus's daughter. They all hung closely on every word she said. Heralds sprinkled water over their hands for rinsing. The young men brimmed the mixing bowls with wine. They tipped first drops for all the god in every cup. They poured full rounds for all. They rose and flung the victims' tongues on the fire and poured libations out. When they'd poured and drunk to their heart's content, Athena and Prince Telemachus both started up to head for their ship at once. But Nestor held them there, objecting strongly. Zeus forbid, and the other deathless gods as well, that you would resort to your ship and put my house behind like a rank's paupers without a stitch of clothing, no piles of rugs, no blankets in his place, for host and guest to slumber soft in comfort. Why, I've plenty of fine rugs and blankets here. No, by God, the true son of my good friend Odysseus won't bed down on a ship's deck, not while I'm alive, or my sons are left at home to host our guests. Whoever comes to our palace, newfound friends. Dear old man, you're right, Athena exclaimed, her eyes brightening now. Telemachus should oblige you. Much the better way. Let him follow you now, sleep in your halls, but I'll go back to our trim-black ship.
Hardened the crew and gave each man his orders. I'm the only veteran in the ranks, I'll tell you. All the rest of the age will brave Telemachus are younger men who sailed with his friends. I'll bed down there by the dark hole tonight, at down push of the proud Cautions. Those people owe me a debt long overdue, and no mean, some believe me. But you, seeing my friend is now your guest, speed up in his way with the chariot of your son, and give him the finest horses that you have, bred for stamina, trained to race the wind. With that, the bright-eyed goddess winged away the eagles from the in-flight. Amazement fell on the Achaeans there. The old king, astonished by what he'd seen, gasped Telemachus, hand and cried out to the prince, "Dear boy, never fear. You'll be a crowd and defenseless. Not if you're old, not if you're young age. The gods will guard you so. Of all dwell on Olympus, this was none, but she, Zeus's daughter, the glorious one, the third-born, who prized in the gallant father among the Argives. Now, O queen, be gracious. Give us high renown, myself, my children, my loyal wife and queen. I will make you a sacrifice, a yearly heifer, bored the brow, unbroken, yet never yoked by men. I'll offer it to you. I'll sheath it, the horns in gold." So he prayed, and Pallas Athena heard his prayer, and Nestor, the noble chariot driver, led them on, and his sons and sons-in-law, back to the regal palace. Once they reached the storied halls and the aged king, they sat rows of low and high-packed chairs. As they arrived, old man mixed them all a bowl, stirring the hearty wine, seasoned 11 years before the servant broached it, loosed its seal.
Mulling it in the bowl, old Nestor poured a libation out, praying hard to Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, who shielded storm and thunder. Once they had poured their offerings, drunk their fill, the Pylians went to rest, each in their own house. But the noble chariot driver let Telemachus, King Odysseus, his son, sleep at the palace now, on a corded bed inside the echoing colonnade, with Prince Pisistratus close behind him there. The young spearman, already captain of armies, though the last son still unwed within the halls. The king retired to his chambers deep in his lofty house, where the queen, his wife, arranged and shared their bed. When young Dawn, with her rose-red fingers, shone once more, the old Nestor and noble chariot driver climbed from bed, went out and took his seat on the polishing stones. A bench glistened white, rubbed with glossy oil, placed for the king before his looming doors. There Neleus had held his sessions years ago, a match for the gods in council, but his fate had long since forced him down to death. Now royal Nestor in turn, Achaea's watch and ward, sat there holding the scepters while his son, coming out of their chambers, clustered round him. Hovering near, Echephron, Stratus, Perseus, and Aristotle, Thrasymedes like a god, and sixth, the young lord Pisistratus, came to join their ranks. They escorted Prince Telemachus in to sit behind them. Nestor, noble charioteer, began the celebration. Quickly, my children, carry out my wishes now so I may please the gods. Athena, first of all, she came to me at Poseidon's flowing feast. Athena in all her glory. Now someone go to the fields to fetch a heifer. Lead her there here at once. A herdsman drive her in. Someone hurry down to Prince Telemachus' black ship.
And bring up all of his crewmen. Leave just 2 behind, and another to tell the goldsmith skilled layers to come and sheath the heifer's horns in gold. The rest stay here, together, and the maids inside the hall, to prepare sumptuous feasts, bring seats and firewood, bring pure water too. They all pitched it to carry out his orders. The heifer came from the fields, and the crewmen came. From brave Telemachus' ship, and the smith came in with all the gear in hand, the tools of his trade, the anvil, the hammer, and well-wrought tongs he used, and the working gold. And Athena came as well, attend her sacred rites, and the old horseman passed the gold to the smith, and the twining the foil. He sheathed the heifer's horns, so the goddess' eyes might dazzle, delighted with the gift. Next, Stratus and Echephron led the beast by the horns. Atreus came up from the storeroom, brought them lustral water, filling the flower-braided bowl, and the other hand barely in the basket. Thrasymedes, staunch from combat, stood ready, waxed axe in his grasp, to cut the heifer down, and Perseus held the basin for the blood. Now Nestor, the old charioteer, began to the right, pouring the lustral water, scattering beryl meal. He lifted his ardent prayers to Pallas Athena, launching the sacrifice, flinging onto the fire the first tufts of hair from the victim's head. Prayers said that scattering barely strew. Suddenly Nestor's son, impetus Diomedes, strode up close and struck. The axe chopped the neck tendons through, and the blow stunned the heifer's strength. The women shrilled their cry, Nestor's daughters, sons, wives, and his own loyal wife.
Eurydice, Clymenius' eldest daughter, then hoisting up the victim's head from the trampled earth, they held her fast, as the captain of men, Pisistratus, slashed her throat. Dark blood gushed forth. Life ebbed from her limbs. They quartered her quickly, cut the thigh bones out, and all according to custom wrapped them round in fat. A double fold sliced clean and topped with strips of flesh. And the old king burned these over dried split wood, and over the fire poured out glistening wine. While young men at his side held 5-pronged forks. Once they'd burned the bones and tasted the organs, they sliced the rest into pieces, spitted them on skewers, and raising points to the fire, broiled all the meats. During the ritual, lovely Polycas, the youngest daughter of Nestor, Neleus' son, had bathed Telemachus, rinsing him off now, rubbing him down with oil. She drew a shirt and handsome cape around him. Out of his bath he stepped glistening like a god, strode in, and sat by the old commander Nestor. They roasted the prime cuts, pulled them off the spits, and sat down to the feast while ready stewards saw to rounds of wine, and kept the gold cups flowing. When they'd put aside desire for food and drink, Nestor, the noble chariot driver, issued orders. Hurry, my boys, bring Telemachus' horses, a good full-maned team. Hitch them to a chariot. He must be off at once. They listened closely, snapped to his commands, and hitched a rapid team to a chariot's yoke in haste. A housekeeper stowed some bread and wine abroad, and meats too, food fit for the sons of kings. Telemachus vaulted onto the splendid chariot, Right beside him, Nestor's son, Pisistratus, captains of armies, boarded, seized the reins, whipped the team to run on, and the horses flew.
Holding nothing back, out into the open country, leaving the heights of Pylos fading in the trail, shaking the yoke across the shoulders all day long. The sun sank, and the roads of the world grew dark, and they reached Phaeacia, pulling out the diceless halls, the son of Archelaus, son of Iphis river. He gave the royal welcome. There they slept that night, where young Dawn with her rose-red fingers shone once more. They yoked their pair again, mounted on the blazoned car, and out through the gates of the echoing colonnade. They whipped the team to run and flew, holding nothing back. The princess reached the wheatlands, straining now for the journey's end. So fast those purebred stallions raced them on as the sun sank and the roads of the world grew dark.
King and Queen of Sparta. At last they gained the ravines of Lacedaemon, ringed by hills, and drove up to the halls of Menelaus in his glory. They found the kings inside his palace, celebrating with throngs of kingsmen a double wedding feast for his son and lovely daughter, the princess he was sending on to the son of great Achilles, breaker of armies. Years ago Menelaus vowed, he nodded assent at Troy and pledged her hand, and now the gods were sealing firm the marriage. So he was sending her on her way with team and chariot, north to the Myrmidons, a famous city governed by her groom. From Sparta he bought Elector's daughter as a bride for his own full-grown son, the hardy Megapenthes, born to him by a slave. To Helen the gods had granted no more offspring once she had borne her first child, the breathtaking Hermon, a luminous beauty gold as Aphrodite.
So now they feasted within the grand, high-roofed palace, all the kin and clansmen of Menelaus in his glory, revealing warmly here, as in their midst, an inspired bard sang out and struck his lyre, and through them a pair of tumblers dashed and sprang, whirling and leaping handsprings, leading on the dance.
The travelers, Nestor's shining son and Prince Telemachus, had brought themselves and their horses to a standstill just outside the court when good Lord Athena, passing through the gates now, saw them there, and the ready aid and arms of Menelaus took the message through his sovereign halls, and stepping close to his master broke the news. Strangers have just arrived, your majesty. Menelaus, 2 men, but they look like kin of mighty Zeus himself. Tell me, should we unhitch their team for them, or send them to someone free to host them well?
The red-haired king took great offense at that. Never a fool before Edenius, son of Bethoius. Now I see you're babbling like a child. Just think of all the hospitality we enjoyed at the hands of other men before we made it home. And God save us from such hard tracks in years to come. Quick, unhitch their team, and bring them in, strangers' guests, to share our flowing feast.
Back to the halls he hurried, calling out to other brisk attendants to follow quickly. They loosed the sweating team from under the yoke, tethered them fast by reins inside the horse stalls, tossing feed at their hooves, white barely mixed with wheat, and canted the chariot up against the polished walls, shimmering in the sun, then ushered in their guests into that magnificent place. Both struck by the sight, they marveled up and down the house of the warlord dear to Zeus. A radiance strong as the moon or rising sun came flooding through the high-roofed halls of illustrious Menelaus. Once they'd feast their eyes with gazing at it all, and to the burnished tubs they climbed and bathed. When women had washed them, rubbed them down with oil, and drawn warm fleece and shirts around their shoulders, they took up seats of honors next to Atrides Menelaus. A maid brought water soon in a graceful golden pitcher, and over a silver basin tipped it out, so they might rinse their hands, then pulled a gleaming table to their side. A staid housekeeper brought on bread to serve them, appetizers aplenty too, lavish with her bounty. As the carver lifted platters of meat toward them, meats of every sort, and set before them golden cups, the red-haired King Menelaus greeted both guests warmly. Help yourselves to food, and welcome. Once you've dined, we'll ask you who you are, but your parents' blood is hardly lost in you. You must be born of kings, bred by the gods to wield the royal scepter. No mean men could sire sons like you.
With those words, he passed them a fat, rich loin with his own hands, the choicest part, and then he served himself. They reached for the good things that lay outspread, and when they'd put aside desire for food and drink, Telemachus, leaning his head closer to Nestor's son, spoke low to the prince so no one else could hear. Look, Phaeacius, joy of my heart, my friends, the sheen of bronze, the blaze of gold and amber, silver, ivory too. Through all this echoing mansion, surely Zeus's court on Olympus must be just like this, the boundless glory of all this wealth inside. My eyes dazzle. I'm struck with wonder.
But the red-haired warlord overheard his guest, and cut in quickly with winged words for both. No man alive could rival Zeus, dear boys, with his everlasting palace and possessions. But among men, I must say, few, if any, could rival me in riches. Believe me, much I suffered. Many a mile I roved to haul such treasures home in my ships. 8 years out, wandering off as far as Cyprus, Phoenicia, even Egypt, I reached the Ethiopians, Sidonians, Arabians, Libya too, where lambs no sooner spring from the womb than they grow horns. 3 times in the circling year the ewes give birth. So no one, neither king nor shepherd, could want for cheese or mutton, or sweet milk either. Udders swell for the sucklings round the year.
But while I roamed those lands, amassing a fortune, a stranger killed my brother, blind to the danger, duped blind, thanks to the cunning of his cursed, murderous queen. So I rule all this wealth with no great joy. You must have heard my story from your fathers, whoever they are. What hardships I endured, how lost this handsome palace built for the ages, filled to its depth with hordes of gorgeous things. Well, would to God I'd say right here in my own house, with a third of all that wealth, and they were still alive. All who died on the wide plain of Troy those years ago, far from the stallion land of Argos.
And still, much as I weep for all my men, grieving solely, time and again, sitting here in the royal halls, now indulging myself in tears, now brushing tears away, the grief that numbs the spirit gluts us quickly. For none of all those comrades, pained as I am, do I grieve as much for one, that man who makes sleep hateful, even food, as I pore over his memory. No one, no Achaean labored hard as Odysseus, labored or archived so much. How did his struggles end, and suffering for that man? For me, and relentless heartbreaking grief for him, lost and gone so long now, dead or alive, who knows? How they must mourn him too, Laertes, the old man, and self-possessed Penelope, Telemachus as well, the boy he left, a babe in arms at home.
Such memories stirred in the young prince a deep desire to grieve for Odysseus. Tears streamed down his cheeks and wet the ground when he heard his father's name, both hands clutching his purple robe before his eyes. Menelaus recognized him at once, but pondered whether to let him state his father's name or probe him first and prompt him step by step.
While he debated all this now within himself, Helen emerged from her scented, lofty chamber, striking as Artemis with her golden shafts, and a train of women followed. Adraste drew up her carved, reclining chair. Alcipe brought a carpet of soft-piled fleece. Philo carried her silver basket given by Alcandre. King Polybus' wife who made his home in Egyptian Thebes, where the houses overflow with the greatest troves of treasure. The king gave Menelaus a pair of bathing tubs in silver, 2 tripods, 10 bars of gold, and apart from these, his wife presented Helen her own precious gifts: a golden spindle, a basket that ran on casters, solid silver polished off with rims of gold. Now Philo, her servant, rolled it in beside her, heaped to the brim with yarn prepared for weaving. The spindle swathed in violet wool lay tipped across it. Helen leaned back in her chair, a stool beneath her feet, and pressed her husband at once for each detail. Do we know, my lord Menelaus, who our visitors claim to be? Our welcome new arrivals? Right or wrong, what can I say? My heart tells me to come right out and say I've never seen such a likeness, neither in man nor woman. I'm amazed at the sight. To the life he's like the son of great Odysseus, surely he's Telemachus. The boy that hero left a babe in arms at home when all you Achaeans fought at Troy, launching your headlong battles just for my sake, shameless whore that I was.
My dear, the red-haired king assured her. Now that you mention it, I see the likeness too. Odysseus' feet were like the boy's, his hands as well, his glancing eyes, his head, and the fine shock of hair. Yes, and just now, as I was talking about Odysseus, remembering how he struggled, suffered, all for me, a flood of tears came streaming down his face, and he clutched his purple robe before his eyes.
Right you are, Phaeacia stepped in quickly. Son of Atreus, King Menelaus, captain of armies, here's a son of that great hero, as you say. But the man is modest. He would be ashamed to make a show of himself. His first time here, and interrupt you. We delight in your voice as if some god were speaking. The noble horseman Nestor sent me along to be his escort. Telemachus yearned to see you, so you could give him some advice or urge some action. When a father's gone, his son takes much abuse in a house where no one comes to his defense. So with Telemachus now, his father's gone. No man at home will shield him from the worst.
Wonderful, the red-haired king cried out. The son of my dearest friend, here in my house. That man who performed 100 feats of arms for me. And I swore that when he came, I'd give him a hero's welcome. Him above all my comrades. If only Olympian Zeus, far-seeing Zeus, had granted us both safe passage home across the sea in our swift trimmed ships, why, I'd have settled a city in Argos for him, built him a palace, shipped him over from Ithaca, him and all his wealth, his son and his people too, emptied one of the cities nestling round about us, when I roam myself. Both fellow countrymen then. Now often we have mingled side by side. Nothing could have parted us, bound by love for each other, mutual delight, till death's dark clouds came shrouding round us both. But God himself, jealous of all of this, no doubt, robbed that unlucky man, him and him alone, on the day of his return.
So Menelaus mused and stirred in them all a deep desire to grieve. Helen of Argos, daughter of Zeus, dissolved in tears. Telemachus wept too, and so did Atreus, son Menelaus. Nor could Nestor's son Pisistratus stay dry-eyed, remembering now his gallant brother Antilochus, cut down by Memnon, splendid son of the morning. Thinking of him, the young prince broke out. Old Nestor always spoke of you, son of Atreus, as the wisest man of all the men he knew. Whenever we talked about you there at home, questioning back and forth. So now, please, if it isn't out of place, including me, won't you? Myself, I take no joy in weeping over supper. Morning will soon bring time enough for that. Not that I grudge a tear for any man gone down to meet his fate. What other tribute can we pay to wretched men than to cut a lock? Let tears roll down our cheeks. And I have a brother of my own among the dead, and hardly the poorest soldier in our ranks. You probably knew him. I never met him, never saw him myself. But they say he outdid our best. Antilochus, lightning on his feet, and every inch a fighter.
Well said, my friend, the red-haired king replied. Not even an older man could speak and do as well. Your father's son you are. Your words have all his wisdom. It's easy to spot the breed of a man whom Zeus has marked for joy in birth and marriage both. Take great King Nestor now. Zeus has blessed him all his livelong days, growing rich and sleek in his old age at home. His son's expert with spears and full of sense. Well, so much for the tears that caught us just now. Let's think again of supper. Come, rinse our hands. Tomorrow at dawn, we'll offer me and Telemachus time to talk and trade our thoughts in full.
Asphalion quickly rinsed their hands with water. Another of King Menelaus ready aids in arms. Again they reached for the good things set before them.
Then Zeus's daughter Helen thought of something else. Into the mixing bowl from which they drank their wine, she slipped a drug, heart's ease, dissolving anger, magic to make us all forget our pains. No one who drank it deeply, mulled in wine, could let a tear roll down his cheek that day. Not even if his mother should die, his father die, not even if right before his eyes some enemy brought down a brother or darling son with a sharp bronze blade. So cunning the drugs that Zeus's daughter piled, potent gifts from Polydama, the wife of Thon, a woman of Egypt, land where the teeming soil bears the richest yields of herbs in all the world, many health itself when mixed in the wine, and many deadly poison. Every man is a healer there, more skilled than any other man on earth, Egyptians born of the healing god himself. So now, Helen, when she had drugged the wine and ordered wine cups filled, resuming the conversation, entertaining the group. My royal king Menelaus, welcome guests here, sons of the great as well. Zeus can present us times of joy and times of grief in turn. All lies within his power. So come, let's sit back in the palace now, dine and warm our hearts with old stories. I will tell something perfect for the occasion. Surely I can describe or even list them all, the exploits crowding fearless Odysseus' record. But what a fear that hero dared and carried off in the land of Troy where the Achaeans suffered, scarring his own body with mortifying strokes, throwing filthy rags on his back like any slave. He slipped into the enemy city, roamed its streets, all disguised, a total different man, a beggar, hardly the figure he cut among Achaea's ships. That's how Odysseus infiltrated Troy, and no one knew him at all. I alone spotted him for the man he was, kept questioning him. The crafty one kept dodging. But after I'd bathed him, rubbed him down with oil, given him clothes to wear, and sworn a binding oath not to reveal him as Odysseus to the Trojans, not till he was back at his swift ships and shelters. Then at last he revealed to me, step by step, the whole Achaean strategy. And once he cut a troop of Trojans down with his long bronze sword, back he went to his comrades, filled with information. The rest of the Trojan women shrilled their grief. Not I. My heart leapt up. My heart had changed now. I yearned to sail back home. I grieved too late for the madness Aphrodite sent me, luring me there, far from the dear land, forsaking my own child, my bridal bed, my husband too, man who lacked for neither brains nor beauty.
And the red-haired Menelaus answered Helen, there was a tale, my lady, so well told. Now when I have studied in my time the plans and minds of great ones by the score, and I have traveled over a good part of the world, but never once have I laid eyes on a man like him. What a heart that fearless Odysseus had inside him. What a piece of work the hero dared and carried off, and the wooden horse where all of our best encamped, our champions armed with bloody death of Troy. When along you came, Helen, roused, no doubt, by a dark power bent on giving Troy some glory, and dashing Prince Phaeacius squired your every step. 3 times you sauntered around our hollow ambush, stroking its flanks, challenging all of our fighters, calling each by name. Yours was the voice of all our long-lost wives, and Diomedes and I crouched tight in the mist with great Odysseus, hearing you singing out, were both keen to spring up and sally forth, or give you a sudden answer from inside. But Odysseus damped our ardor, reined us back. Then all the rest of the troops kept still, all but Anticulus. He was hot to salute you now, and Odysseus clamped his great hands on the man's mouth and shut it, brutally. Yes, he saved us all. Holding on grim set, till Pallas Athena lured you off at last.
But clear-sighted Telemachus ventured, son of Atreus, King Menelaus, captain of armies, So much the worse, for not one bit of that saved him from grisly death. Not even a heart of iron could have helped. But come, send us off to bed. It's time to rest, time to enjoy the sweet relief of sleep.
And Helen briskly told her serving woman to make beds in the porch shelter, lay down some heavy purple throws for the beds themselves, and over them spread some blankets, thick woolly robes. A warm covering laid on top, torches in hand. They left the hall and made up beds at once. The herald led the two guests, and so they slept outside the palace under the forecourt's colonnade. Young Prince Telemachus and Nestor's shining son, Menelaus retired to chambers deep in his lofty house, with Helen, the pearl of woman, loosely gowned beside him.
When young Dawn with her rose-red fingers shone once more, the lord of the war cry climbed from bed and dressed. Over his shoulder he slung his well-honed sword, fastened rawhide sandals under his smooth feet, stepped from his bedroom, handsome as a god, and sat beside Telemachus, asking kindly, "Now, my young prince, tell me what brings you here to sunny Lacedaemon, sailing over the sea's broad back. A public matter or private? Tell me the truth now."
And with all the poise he had, Telemachus replied, "Son of Atreus, King Menelaus, captain of armies, I came in the hope that you can tell me now some news about my father. My house is being devoured, my rich farms destroyed, my palace crammed with enemies slaughtering on, my droves of sheep and shambling longhorn cattle. Suitors plague my mother, the insolent, overweening. That's why I've come to plead before you now. If you can tell me about his cruel death, perhaps you saw him die with your own eyes, or heard the wanderer's end from someone else. More than all other men, that man was born for pain. Don't soften a thing from pity, respect for me. Tell me, clearly, all your eyes have witnessed. I beg you, if ever my father, Lord Odysseus, pledged you his word and made it good in action once on the fields of Troy, where you Achaeans suffered, remember his story now. Tell me the truth." How shameful! The red-haired king burst out in anger. "That's the bed of a brave man of war. They'd like to crawl inside, those spineless, craven cowards. Weak as a doe that beds down her fawns in a mighty lion's den, her newborn sucklings, then trails off to the mountain spurs and grassy bents to gaze her fill. But back the lion comes to his own lair, and the master deals both fawns a ghastly bloody death, just as Odysseus will deal that mob, ghastly death. Ah, if only Father Zeus, Athena, and Lord Apollo, that man who years ago in the games at Lesbos raised to Philomelides, challenged, wrestled him, pinned him down with one tremendous throw, and the Argives roared with joy. If only that Odysseus sported with those suitors, a blood wedding, a quick death would take the lot. But about the things you've asked me so intently, I'll screw and sidestep nothing, not deceive you, ever. Of all he told me, the old man of the sea who never lies, I'll hide or hold back nothing, not a single word."
It was in Egypt, where the gods still marooned me. Eager as I was to voyage home, I'd failed, you see, to render them full, flawless victims, and gods are always keen to see their rules obeyed. Now, there's an island out in the ocean's heavy surge, well off the Egyptian coast. They call it Pharos, far as a deep sea ship can go in one day's sail, with a whistling wind astern to drive her on. There's a snug harbor there, good landing beach where crews pull in, draw water up from dark wells, then push their vessels off for passage out. But here the gods becalmed me 20 days, not a breath of the breezes ruffling out to sea that sped a ship across the ocean's broad back. Now our rations would all have been consumed, our crew stamina too, if one of the gods had not felt sorry for me, shown me mercy. Ithaca, daughter of Herodotus, that great power, the old man of the sea. My troubles must have moved her to the heart when she met me, trudging by myself without my men. They kept roaming around the beach, day in, day out, fishing with twisted hooks, their bellies racked by hunger. Well, she came right up to me, filled with questions. "Are you a fool, stranger? Soft in the head and lazy too? Or do you let things slide because you like your pain?" Here you are, cooped up on an island far too long, with no way out, none that you can find, while all your shipmates' spirit ebbs away.
So she parted, and I replied at once, "Let me tell you, goddess, whoever you are, I'm hardly landlocked here on my own free will. So I must have angered one of the deathless gods who rule the skies up there. But you tell me, you immortals know it all. Which one of you blocks my way here, keeps me from my voyage? How can I cross a swarming sea and reach home at last?"
And the glistening goddess reassured me warmly. Of course, my friend, I'll answer all your questions. Who haunts these parts? Prometheus of Egypt does, the mortal old man of the sea who never lies, who sounds the deep in all its depths. Poseidon's servant. He's my father, they say. He gave me life. And he, if only you ambush him somehow and pin him down, will tell you the way to go, the stages of your voyage, how you can cross the swarming sea and reach home at last. And he can tell you too, if you want to press him. You are a king, it seems. All that's occurred within your palace, good and bad, while you've been gone in your long and painful way.
"Then you are the one." I quickly took her up. "Show me the trick to trap this ancient power, or he'll see or sense me first and slip away. It's No, you're good. It's hard for a mortal man to force a god."
True, my friend, the glistening one agreed. And again I'll tell you all you need to know. When the sun stands striding at high noon, then up from the waves he comes, the old man of the sea who never lies, under a west wind's gust that shrouds him round, in shuddering dark swells, and once he's out on land, he heads for his bed of rest in deep hollow caves, and around him droves of seals, sleek pups bred by his lovely ocean lady, bed down too in a huddle, flopping up from the gray surf, giving off the sour reek of the salty ocean depths. I'll lead you there myself at the break of day, and couch you all for attack, side by side. Choose 3 men from your crew, choose well, the best you've got aboard the good decked hulls. Now I will tell you all the old wizard's tricks. First he will make his rounds and count the seals, and once he's checked their number, reviewed them all, down in the midst he lie, like a shepherd with his flock. That's your moment. Soon as you see him bedded down, muster your heart and strength, and hold him fast, wildly as he writhes and fights you to escape. He'll try all kinds of escape, twist and turn into every beast that moves across the earth, transforming himself into water, superhuman fire, but you hold on for your dear life. Hug him all the harder, and when at last he begins to ask you questions, back in the shape you saw him sleep at first, relax your grip and set the old god free, and ask him outright, "Hero, which of the gods is up in your arms against you? How can you cross the swarming sea and reach home at last?"
So she urged, and under the breaking surf, she dove as I went back to our squadron breached and stand. My heart a heaving storm at every step. Once I reached my ship, hauled up on shore. We made our meal, and the god-sent night came down. And then we slept at the sea's smooth, shelving edge. When young dawn, with her rose-red fingers, shone once more, I set out down the coast of the wide-ranging sea, praying hard to the gods for all their help, taking with me the 3 men I trusted most on every kind of mission.
Odysseus, now, has slipped beneath the sea's engulfing folds, but back from the wave she came with 4 sealskins, all freshly stripped, to deceive her father blind. She scooped out lurking places deep in the sand, and sat there waiting as we approached her post. Then couching us side by side, she flung the sealskin over each man's back. Now there was an ambush that would have overpowered us all. Overpowering, true, the awful reek of those sea-fed brutes, who dream of bedding down with a monster of the deep. But the goddess sped to our rescue, found the cure with ambrosia, dabbing it under each man's nose, that lovely scent. It drowned the creature's stench. So all morning we lay there waiting, spirits steeled, while seals came crowding, jostling out at the sea, and flopped down in rows, basking along the surf. At high noon, the old man emerged from the waves and found his fat-fed seals and made his rounds, counting them off, counting us the first 4. But he had no inkling of all the fraud afoot. Then down he lay and slept. We with a battle cry, we rushed him, flung out our arms around him. He'd lost nothing, the old rascal, none of his cunning, quick techniques. First he shifted into a great bearded lion, and then a serpent, a panther, a ramping wild boar, a torrent of water, a tree with soaring branch tops, but we held on for dear life, braving it out until, at last, that quick change artist, the old wizard, began to weary of all this and burst out into rapid-fire questions. Which god, Menelaus, conspired with you to try me in ambush? Seize me against my will? What on earth do you want?
You know, old man, I countered now. Why put me off with questions? Here I am, cooped up on an island far too long, with no way out of it. None that I can find, while my spirit ebbs away. But you tell me, you immortals know it all. Which one of you blocks my way here, keeps me from my voyage? How can I cross the swarming sea and reach home at last?
How wrong you were, the seer shot back at once. You should have offered Zeus and the other gods a handsome sacrifice, then embarked, if you ever hoped for a rapid journey home across the wide dark sea. It's not your destiny yet to see your loved ones, reach your own grand house, your native land at last. Not till you sail back through Egyptian waters, the great Nile swelled by the rains of Zeus, and make a splendid rite to the deathless gods who rule the vaulting skies. Then, only then, will the gods grant you the voyage you desire.
So he urged and broke the heart inside me, having to double back on the mist-bound seas, back to Egypt, that long and painful way. Nevertheless, I caught my breath and answered, That I will do, old man, as you command. But tell me this as well, and leave out nothing. Did all the Achaeans reach home in the ships unharmed, all we left behind, Nestor and I, en route from Troy? Or did any die some cruel death by shipwreck or die in the arms of loved ones, once they'd wound down the long toil of war?
And he lost no time in saying, Son of Atreus, why do you ask me that? Why do you need to know? What probe my mind? You won't stay dry-eyed long, I warn you, once you have heard the whole story. Many of them were killed, many survivors as well, but only 2 who captained your bronze-armored units died on the way home. You know who died in the fighting. You were there yourself.
And what is still alive, held captive, somewhere off in the endless seas?
Ajax now went down with his long-oared fleet. First Poseidon drove him onto the cliffs of Garne, looming cliffs, then saved him from the breakers. He'd have escaped his doom, too, despite Athena's hate, if he hadn't flung that brazen boast, that the mad blind fool. In the teeth of the gods, he bragged, I have escaped the ocean's sheer abyss. Poseidon heard the frantic vaunt, and the god grasped his trident in both his massive hands and struck the Gyran headland, hacked the rock in two, and the giant stump stood fast but the jagged spur, where Ajax perched at first, the raving madman. Toppling into the sea, it plunged him down in the vast, seething depths, and so he died, having drunk his fill of brine.
Your brother? He somehow escaped that fate. Agamemnon got away in his braked ships. Queen Hera pulled him through. But just as he came abreast of Melea's beetling cape, a hurricane snatched him up and swept him away off course, groaning, desperate, driving him off the fish-infested sea to the wild borderland where Thyestes made his home in the days of old and his son Aegisthus lived now. But even from there, a safe return seemed likely. Yes, the immortals swung the wind around to fair, and the victors sailed home. Now he rejoiced, Atreides setting foot on his fatherland once more. He took that native earth in his hands and kissed it, hot tears flooding his eyes, so thrilled to see his land. But a watchman saw him too, from a lookout high above, a spy that cunning Aegisthus stationed there, luring the man with 2 gold bars in payment. 1 whole year he'd watched, so the great king would not get past unseen, his fighting power intact for self-defense. The spy ran the news to his master's halls, and Aegisthus quickly set his stealthy trap. Picking the 20 best recruits from town, he packed them in ambush at one end of the house. At the other, he ordered a banquet dressed and spread and went to welcome the conquering hero, Agamemnon. He went with team and chariot, and a mind aswarm with evil. Up from the shore he led the king. He ushered him in, suspecting nothing of all his doom. He feasted him well, then cut him down as a man cuts down some ox at the trough. Not one of your brother's men at arms was left alive. None, Aegisthus, either. All killed in the palace.
So Protus said, and his story crushed my heart. I knelt down in the sand and wept. I had no desire to go on living and see the rising light of day. But once I'd had my fill of tears and writhing there, the old man of the sea who never lies continued, "No more now, Menelaus. How long must you weep? Withering tears. What good can come out of tears? None I know of. Strive instead of return to your native country. Hurry home at once. Either you'll find the murderer still alive, or Orestes will have beaten you to the kill. You'll be in time to share the funeral feast."
So he pressed, and I felt my heart, my old pride, for all my grieving, glow once more in my chest, and I asked the seer in a rush of winging words, "Those two I know now. Tell me the third man's name. Who is still alive, held captive off in the endless seas, unless he's dead by now? I want to know the truth, though it grieves me all the more."
Odysseus, the old prophet named the third at once, Laertes' son, who makes his home in Ithaca. I saw him once on an island, weeping live warm tears in the nymph Calypso's house. She holds him there by force. He has no way to voyage home to his own native land, no trimmed ships in reach, no crew to ply the oars, and send him scuttling over the sea's broad back. But about your own destiny, Menelaus, dear to Zeus, it's not for your time to die and meet your fate in the stallion land of Argos. No, the deathless ones will sweep you off to the world's ends, the Elysian fields, where gold-haired Radamethius waits, where life glides on an immortal ease for mortal man. No snow, no winter onslaught, never a downpour there, but night and day the ocean river sends up breezes, singing winds of the west refreshing all mankind. All this because you are Helen's husband now. The gods count on you, the son-in-law of Zeus.
So he divined, and down the breaking surf he dove as I went back to the ships with my brave men, my heart a rising tide at every step. Once I reached my craft, hauled up on shore, we made our meal, and the god-sent night came down, and then we slept at the sea's smooth, shelving edge. When young dawn, with her rose-red fingers, shone once more, we hauled the vessels down to the sunlit breakers first, then stepped the mast amid ships, canvas brailed. The crews swung aboard. They sat to the oars in ranks, and in rhythm churned the water white with stroke on stroke. Back we went to the Nile swelled by the reign of Zeus. I moored the ships in sacrifice and splendid rite, and once I'd slaked the wrath of my everlasting gods, I raised a mount for Agamemnon, his undying glory. All this done, I set sail, and the gods sent me a stiff following wind that sped me home to the native land I love.
But come, my boy, stay on in my palace now with me, at least till 10 or a dozen days have passed. Then I'll give you a princely send-off, shining gifts, 3 stallions, and a chariot burnished bright. And I'll add a gorgeous cup so you can pour libations out to the deathless gods on high, and remember Menelaus all your days.
Telemachus, summoning up his newfound tact, replied, "Please, Menelaus, don't keep me quiet so long. True, I'd gladly sit beside you one whole year without the twinge of longing for home or parents. It's wonderful how you tell your stories. All you say, I delight to listen. Yes, but now I'm afraid. My comrades must be restless in sacred Pylos, and here you'd hold me just a little longer. As for the gift you give me, let it be a keepsake. Those horses I really cannot take to Ithaca. Better to leave them here to be your glory. You rule a wide level plain where the fields of clover roll in galingale, and wheat and oats and glistening full grain, barely no running room for maize in Ithaca, though no meadows. Goat, not stallion, land, yet it means the world to me. None of the rugged islands slanting down to sea is good for pasture or good for bridle paths, but Ithaca, best of islands, crown them all."
So he declared. The lord of the war cry smiled, patted him with his hand, and praised his guest, concluding, Good blood runs in you, dear boy. Your words are proof. Certainly I'll exchange the gifts. The power is mine. Of all the treasures lying heaped in my palace, you shall have the finest, most esteemed. Why, I'll give you a mixing bowl, forged to perfection, its solid silver finished off with a lip of gold. Hephaestus made it himself, and the royal friend, Phaeacia, king of Sidon, lavished it on me when his palace welcomed me on passage home. How pleased I'd be if you took it as a gift.
And now as the two confided in each other, banqueteers arrived at the great king's palace, leading their own sheep, bearing their hearty wine, and their wives in lovely headbands set along the food. And so they blustered about the halls, preparing dinner. But all the while the suitors, before Odysseus' palace, amused themselves with discus and long throwing spears, out on the level grounds, free and easy as always, full of swagger. But Lord Antinous sat apart, dashing Eurymachus beside him, ringleaders, head and shoulders the strongest of the lot. Phronius' son Naoman approached them now, quick to press Antinous with a question. Antinous, have we any notion or not then when Telemachus will return from sandy Pylos? He sailed in a ship of mine, and now I need her back to cross over the Elis plain where I keep a dozen horses, brood Mars suckling from heavy-duty mules, unbroken. I'd like to drive one home and break him in.
That dumbfounded them both. They never dreamed the prince had gone to Pylos, Menelaus' city. Certain the boys was still nearby somewhere, out on his farm with flocks or with the swineherd.
Tell me the truth, Antinous wheeled on Naoman. When did he go? And what young crew went with him? Ithaca's best, or his own slaves and servants? Surely he has enough to man a ship. Tell me this, be clear. I've got to know. Did he commandeer your ship against your will, or did you volunteer it once he'd won you over?
I volunteered it, of course, Naoman said. What else could anyone do when such a man, a prince weighed down with troubles, asked a favor? Hard to deny him anything. And the young crew that formed his escort? Well, they're the finest men on the island, next to us. And Mentor took commands. I saw him climb aboard, or a god who looked like Mentor head to foot, and that's what I find strange. I saw good Mentor yesterday, just at sunup here, but clearly he boarded ship for Pylos days ago.
With that he headed back to his father's house, leaving the two lords stiff with indignation. They made the suitors sit down in a group and stop their games at once. Euphides, son Antinous, rose up in their midst to speak, his dark heart filled with fury, blazing with anger, eyes like searing fire. By God, what a fine piece of work he's carried off. Telemachus, what insolence. And we thought his little jaunt would come to grief. But in spite of us all, look, the young cub slips away, just like that, picks the best crew in the land, and off he sails. And this is just the start of the trouble he can make. Zeus killed that brazen boy before he hits his prime. Quick, fetch me a swift ship and 20 men. I'll waylay him from ambush. Board him coming back in the straits between Ithaca and rocky Saint. The gallant voyage of his to find his father will find him wrecked at last.
They all roared approval, urged him on, rose at once and retired to Odysseus' palace.
But not for long was Penelope unaware of the grim plots her suitors planned in secret. The herald Medon told her. He'd overheard their schemes, listening in outside the court while they wove on within. He rushed the news through the halls to tell the queen, who greeted him as he crossed her chamber's threshold. Herald, why have the young blades sent you now? To order King Odysseus' serving women to stop their work and slaves to fix their feast? I hate their courting. They're running riot here. Would to God that this meal, here and now, were their last meal on earth.
Day after day, all of your swarming, draining our life's blood, my weary son's estate. What, didn't you listen to your fathers when you were children, years ago, telling you how Odysseus treated them, your parents? Never an unfair word, never an unfair action among his people here, though that's the way of our God-appointed kings, hating one man, loving the next, with luck. Not Odysseus. Never an outrage done to any man alive, but you and your ugly outbursts, shameful acts, they're plain to see. Look at the thanks he gets for all past acts of kindness.
Medon replied, sure of his own discretion. Ah, my queen, if only that were the worst of all your face. Now your suitors are plotting something worse, harsher, crueler. God forbid they bring it off. They're poised to cut Telemachus down with bronze swords on his way back home. He sailed off, you see, for news of his father, to sacred Pylos first, then out to the sunny hills of Lacedaemon.
Her knees gave way on the spot, her heart too. She stood there speechless a while, struck dumb, tears filling her eyes, her warm voice choked. At last she found some words to make reply. "O Herald, why has my child gone and left me? No need in the world for him to board the ships, those chariots of the sea that sweep men on, driving across the ocean's endless waste. Does he want his very name wiped off the earth?"
Madon, the soul of thoughtfulness, responded, "I don't know if a god inspired your son or the boy's own impulse led him down to Pylos, but he went to learn of his father's journey home, or whatever fate he's met."
Back through King Odysseus' house he went, but a cloud of heartbreak overwhelmed the queen. She could bear no longer sitting on a chair, though her room had chairs aplenty. Down she sank on her well-built chamber's floor, weeping pitifully as the women whimpered around her. All the women, young and old, who served her house, Penelope, sobbing uncontrollably, cried out to them, "Hear me, dear ones, Zeus has given me the torment, me above all the others, born and bred in my day. My lion-hearted husband, lost long years ago, who excelled the Argives all in every strength, that great man whose fame resounds through Hellenes, right to the depths of Argos."
But now, my son, my darling boy, the whirlwinds have ripped him out of the halls without a trace. I never heard he's gone. I've never heard he'd gone, not even from you, you hard, heartless. Not one of you even thought to rouse me from my bed, though well you knew when he boarded that black ship. Oh, if I only had learned he was planning such a journey, he would have stayed, by God, keen as he was to sail, or left me dead right here within our palace. Go, someone, quickly. Call old Dolius now, the servant my father gave me when I came, the man who tends my orchard green with trees, so he can run to Laertes. Sit beside him, tell him the whole story, point by point. Perhaps, who knows? He'll weave some plan, he'll come out of hiding, plead with all these people mad to destroy his son's line of kings.
"Oh, our dear girl," Euryclea, the fond old nurse, replied. "Kill me then with a bronze knife, no mercy, or let me live. Here in the palace, I'll hide nothing from you now. I knew it all. I gave him all he asked for, bread and mellow wine, but he made me take a binding oath that I wouldn't tell you. No, not till 10 or a dozen days had passed, or you missed the lad yourself and learned he'd gone, so tears would never mar your lovely face. Come, bathe now. Put on some fresh clothes, climb to the upper rooms with all your women, and pray to Pallas, daughter of storming Zeus. She may save Telemachus yet, even at death's door. Don't worry, an old man, worried enough by now. I can't believe the blessed gods so hate the heirs of King Aristeus through and through. One who still live on, I know it, born to rule. This lofty house and the green fields are far and wide."
With that, she lulled Penelope's grief and dried her eyes of tears. And the queen bathed and put fresh clothing on, climbed to the upper rooms with all her women, and sifting barely into a basket, prayed to Pallas, "Hear me, daughter of Zeus, whose shield is thunder, tireless one, Athena. If ever, here in his halls, resourceful King Odysseus burned rich thighs of sheep or oxen in your honor, or remember it now for my sake, save my darling son. Defend him from these outrageous, overbearing suitors."
She shrilled a high cry, and the goddess heard her prayer, as the suitors burst into uproar through the shallowed halls, and one of the lusty young men began to brag. "Listen, our long-courted queen's preparing us all a marriage, with no glimmer at all, how the murder of her son has been decreed."
Boasting so, with no glimmer at all of what had been decreed. But Antinous took the floor and issued orders. "Stupid fools! Muzzle your bragging now, before someone slips inside and reports us. Up now, not a sound. Drive home our plan. It suits us well. We approved it all in one."
With that, he picked out 20 first-rate men, and down they went to the swift ship at the sea's edge. First they hauled the craft into deeper water, stepped the mast amidships, canvas brailed, made oars fast in the leather oarlock straps, while zealous aides in arms brought weapons on. They moored her well out in the channel, disembarked and took their meal on shore, waiting for dusk to fall.
But there in her upper room she lay, Penelope, lost in thought, fasting, shunning food and drink, brooding now. Would her fine son escape his death, or go down at her overweening suitor's hands? Her mind in torment, wheeling like some lion at bay, dreading gangs of hunters closing their cunning ring around him for the finish. Harried so she was, when a deep kind sleep overcame her. Back she sank and slept, her limbs feel limp and still.
And again, the bright-eyed goddess Pylos thought of one more way to help. She made a phantom now. It's built like a woman's build, Epithymes, yes, another daughter of generous Lord Icarus, Menelaus' bride, who made her home in Phaeacia. Athena sped her on to King Odysseus' house to spare Penelope, worn with pain and sobbing, further spells of grief and storms of tears. The phantom entered the bedroom, passing quickly and through the door bolt slit, and hovering at her head she arose and spoke now. Sleeping Penelope, your heart so wrung with sorrow? No need, I tell you, no. The gods who live at ease can't bear to let you weep and rack your spirit. Your son will come home. It is decreed. He's never wronged the gods in any way.
And Penelope murmured back, still cautious, drifting softly now at the gate of dreams. Why have you come, my sister? Your visit's all too rare in the past, for you make your home so very far away. You tell me to lay to rest to the grief and tears that overwhelm me now, torment me, heart and soul. With my lion-hearted husband lost long years ago, who excelled the Argives all in every strength, that great man whose fame resounds through Hellas right to the depths of Argos. And now my darling boy, he's often gone in a hollow ship, just a youngster, still untrained for war or stiff debate. Him I mourn even more than I do my husband. I quake in terror for all he might suffer, either on open sea or shores he goes to visit. Hordes of enemies schemed against him now, keen to kill him, before he can reach his native land again.
Courage, the shadow phantom reassured her. Don't be overwhelmed by all your dearest fears. He travels with such an escort, one that others would pray to stand beside him. He has power, Pallas Athena. She pities you and your tears. She wings me here to tell you all these things.
But the circumspect Penelope replied, if you are a god and have heard a god's own voice, come, tell me about that luckless man as well. Is he still alive? Does he see the light of day? Or is he dead already, lost in the house of death?
About that man, the shadowy phantom answered, I cannot tell you the story start to finish, whether he's dead or alive. It's wrong to lead you on with idle words. At that, she gilded off by the doorpost, past the bolt, gone on a lifting breeze. Icarus' daughter started up from sleep, her spirit warmed now that a dream so clear had come to her in the darkest night.
But the suitors boarded now and sailed the sea lanes, plotting in their hearts Telemachus plunged to death. Off in the middle channels lies a rocky island, just between Ithaca and Same's rugged cliffs. Asterisk, not large, but it was a cove, a harbor with 2 mouths where ships can hide. Here, Achaeans lurked in ambush for the prince.
Odysseus, Nymph, and the Shipwreck. As dawn rose up from her bed by her lordly mate, Tithonus, bringing light to the immortal gods and mortal men, the gods sat down in council, circling Zeus, the Thunder King, whose power rules the world. Athena began, recalling Odysseus to her thoughts. The goddess, deeply moved by the man's long ordeal, held captive still in Nymph Calypso's house. Father Zeus, you other happy gods who never die, never let any sceptred king be kind and gentle now, not with all his heart, or set his mind on justice. No, let him be cruel, and always practice outrage. Think not one of the people whom he ruled remembers Odysseus now, that godlike man, and kindly as a father to his children. Now he's left to pine on an island, racked with grief, in the nymph Calypso's house. She holds him there by force. He has no way to voyage home to his own native land, no trim ships in reach, no crew to ply the oars, and to send him scudding over the sea's broad back. And now his dear son. They plot to kill the boy on his way back home. Yes, he has sailed off for news of his father, to
holy Pylos first, then out to the sunny hills of Lacedaemon. My child, Zeus, who marshals the thunderheads, replied, What nonsense you let slip through your teeth. Come now, wasn't the plan your own? You conceived it yourself. Odysseus shall return and pay the traitors back. Telemachus, sail him home with all your skill. The power's yours, no doubt. Home to his native country, all unharmed, while the suitors limp to port, defeated, baffled men. With those words, Zeus turned to his own son Hermes. You are a messenger, Hermes, sent on all our missions. Announce the nymph with lovely braids our fixed decree. Odysseus journeys home, the exile must return. But not in the convoy of the gods or mortal men. No, on a last makeshift raft and wrung with pains. On the 20th day he will make his land fertile Scheria, the land of the Phaeacians, close kin to the gods themselves, who with all their hearts will prize him like a god and send him off in ship to his own beloved land, giving him bronze and hoards of gold robes, more plunder than he could ever have won from Troy, if Odysseus had returned intact with his fair share. So his destiny ordains. He shall see his loved ones, reach his high-roofed house, his native land at last. So Zeus decreed, and the giant-killing god obeyed at once. Quickly under his feet he fastened the supple sandals, ever-glowing gold, that wing him over the waves and boundless earth with a rush of gusting winds. He seized the wand that enchants the eyes of men whenever Hermes wants or wakes us up from sleep. That wand in his grip, the powerful giant-killer, swooping down from Phaeacia, down the high, clear air, plunged to the sea and skimmed the waves like a tern, that down the deadly gulfs of the barren salt swells glides and dives for fish, dipping its beating wings in bursts of spray. So Hermes skimmed the crest on endless crests, but once he gained that island worlds apart, up from the blue deep sea, he climbed to dry land and strode on till he reached the spacious cave where the nymph with lovely braids had made her home, and he found her there inside. A great fire blazed on the hearth, and the smell of cedar, cleanly split and sweet wood, burning bright, wafted a cloud of fragrance down the island. Deep inside she sang, the goddess Calypso, lifting her breathtaking voice as she glided back and forth before her loom, her golden shuttle weaving. Thick, luxuriant woods grew round the cave, alders and black poplars, pungent cypresses too. And there were birds roosted, folding their long wings, owls and hawks, and the spread-beaked ravens of the sea, black skimmers who make their living of the waves. And round the mouth of the cavern trailed a vine laden with clusters, bursting with ripe grapes. 4 springs in a row, bubbling clear and cold, running side by side, took channels left and right. Soft meadows spreading round were starred with violets, lush with beds of parsley. Why, even a deathless god who came upon a place would gaze in wonder, heart entranced with pleasure. Hermes the guide, the mighty giant killer, stood there spellbound. But once he had his fill of marveling at it all, he briskly entered the deep vaulted cavern. Calypso, lustrous goddess, knew him at once, as soon as she saw his feature face to face. Immortals are never strangers to each other, no matter how distant one may make her home. But as for great Odysseus, Hermes could not find him within the cave. Off he sat on a headland, weeping there as always, wrenching his heart with sobs and groans and anguish, gazing out over the barren sea through blinding tears. But Calypso, lustrous goddess, questioned Hermes, seating him on the glistening, polished chair. God of the golden wand, why have you come? A beloved, honored friend, but it's been so long. Your visits are much too rare. Tell me what's on your mind. I am eager to do it, whatever I can do, whatever can be done. And the goddess drew a table up beside him, heaped up with ambrosia, mixed him deep red nectar. Hermes, the guide and giant killer, ate and drank. Once he had dined and fortified himself with food, he had launched right in, replying to her questions. As one god to another, you ask me why I've come. I'll tell you the whole story, mince no words. Your wish is my command. It was Zeus who made me come, no choice of mine. Who would willingly roam across a salty waste so vast, so endless? Think, no city of men in sight, and not a soul to offer the gods a sacrifice and burn the fattest victims. But there is no way, you know, for another god to thwart the will of the storming Zeus and make it come to nothing. Zeus claims you keep beside you a most unlucky man, most harried of all who fought for Priam's Troy 9 years, sacking the city in the 10th, and then set sail for home. But voyaging back they outraged Queen Athena, who loosened the gales and pounding seas against them. There all the rest of his loyal shipmates died, but the wind drove him on. The current bore him here. Now Zeus commands you send him off with all good speed. It is not his fate to die here, far from his own people. Destiny still ordains that he shall see his loved ones reach his high-roofed house, his native land at last. But lustrous Calypso shuddered at those words, and burst into a flight of indignation. Hard-hearted you are, you gods, you unrivaled lords of jealousy, scandalized when goodnesses sleep with mortals, openly, even when one has made a man her husband. So when Dawn with her rose-red fingers took Orion, you gods in your everlasting ease were horrified, till chaste Artemis, throned in gold, attacked him, out on Delos, shot him to death with gentle shafts. And so when Demeter, the graceful one with lovely braids, gave way to her passion and made love with Iason, bedding down in a furrow plowed 3 times, Zeus got wind of it soon enough, I'd say, and blasted the man to death with flashing bolts. So now at last, you gods, you train your spite on me, for keeping a mortal man beside me. The man I saved, riding astride his keelboard all alone, when Zeus with one hurl of white-hot bolt had crushed his racing warship down the wine-dark sea. There all the rest of his loyal shipmates died, but the wind drove him on, the current bore him here, and I welcomed him warmly, cherished him, even vowed to make the man immortal, ageless, all his days. But since there is no way for another god to thwart the will of stormy Zeus, and make it come to nothing, let the man go, if the Almighty insists, commands, and destroy himself in the barren salt sea. I'll send him off, but not with any escort. I have no ships in reach, no crew to ply the oars, and send him scudding over the sea's broad back, but I will gladly advise him. I'll hide nothing, so he can reach his native country, all unharmed. And the guide and giant killer reinforced her words. Release him at once, just so. Steer clear of the rage of Zeus, or down in the years he'll fume and make your life a hell. With that, the powerful giant killer sped away. The queenly nymph sought out the great Odysseus, the commands of Zeus still ringing in her ears, and found him there on the headland, sitting still, weeping his eyes never dry, his sweet life flowing away with the tears we wept for his foiled journey home. Since the nymph no longer pleased, in the nights true he'd sleep with her in arching cage. He had no choice, unwilling lover, alongside lover, all too willing. But all his days he'd sit on the rocks and beaches, wrenching his heart with sobs and groans and anguish, gazing out over the barren sea through the blinding tears. So coming up to him now, the lustrous goddess ventured, "No need, my unlucky one, to grieve here any longer. No, don't waste your life away. Now I am willing, heart and soul, to send you off at last. Come, take bronze tools, cut your lengthy timbers, make them into a broad-beamed raft, and top it off with a half-deck high enough to sweep you free and clear on the misty seas. And I myself will stock here with food and water, ready wine to your taste, all to stave off hunger, give you clothing, send you a stiff following wind, so you can reach your native country all unharmed. If only the gods are willing. They rule the vaulting skies. They are stronger than I to plan and drive things home." Long-enduring Odysseus shuddered at that and broke out in a sharp flight of protest. "Passage home? Never. Surely you're plotting something else, goddess, urging me in a raft to cross the ocean's mighty gulf, so vast, so full of danger, not even a deep-sea ships can make it through, swift as they are and buoyed up by the winds of Zeus himself. I won't set foot on a raft until you show good faith, until you consent to swear, goddess, a binding oath you'll never plot some new intrigue to harm me." He was so intense, the lustrous goddess smiled, stroked him with her hand, savored his name, and chided. "Ah, what a wicked man you are, and never at a loss. What a thing to imagine, what a thing to say. Earth, be my witness now, the vaulting sky above, and the dark cascading waters of the Styx. I swear by the greatest, grimmest oath that binds the happy gods, I will never plot some new intrigue to harm you. Never. All I have in my mind is to devise for you are the plans I'd fashion for myself if I were in your straits. My every impulse bends to what is right, not iron, trust me. The heart within my breast, I am all compassion." And lustrous Calypso quickly led the way as he followed in the footsteps of the goddess. They reached the arching cavern, man and god as one, and Odysseus took the seat that Hermes just left, while the nymphs set out before him every kind of food and drink that mortal men will take. Calypso sat down face to face with the king, and the women served her nectar and ambrosia. They reached out for the good things that lay at hand, and when they had their fill of food and drink, the lustrous one took up a new approach. So then, royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, man of exploits, still eager to leave at once and hurry back to your own home, your beloved native land? Good luck to you, even so, farewell. But if you only knew, down deep, what pains are fated to fill your cup before you reach that shore, you'd stay right here, preside in our house with me, and be immortal. Much as you long to see your wife, the one you pine for all your days, and yet I just might claim to be nothing less than she, neither in face nor figure. Hardly right is it for mortal women to rival a mortal goddess. How in build and beauty? Ah, greatness, worldly Odysseus answered. Don't be angry with me, please. All that you say is true. How well I know. Look at my wise Penelope. She falls far short of you, your beauty, stature. She is mortal after all, and you never age or die. Nevertheless, I pine all my days to travel home and see the dawn of my return. And if a god will wreck me yet again on the wine-dark sea, I can bear that too, with the spirit tempered to endure. Much I have suffered, labored long and hard by now in the waves and wars. Add to this the total, bring the trial on. Even as he spoke, the sun set and the darkness swept the earth, and now withdrawing into the cavern's deep recesses, long in each other's arms, they lost themselves in love. When young Dawn, with her rose-red fingers, shone once more, Odysseus quickly dressed himself in a cloak and shirt, while the nymph slipped on a loose, glistening robe, filmy, a joy to the eye, and round her waist she ran a brocaded golden belt, and over her head a scarf to shield her brow, then turned to plan the great man's voyage home. She gave him a heavy bronze axe that fit his grip, both blades well honed, with a fine olive haft lashed firm to his head. She gave him a polished smoothing adze as well, and then she led the way to the island's outer edge where the trees grew tall, alders, black poplars, and firs that shot sky high, seasoned, drying for years, ideal for easy floating. Once she'd shown her guests where the tall timber stood, Calypso, the lustrous goddess, headed home again. He set to cutting trunks. The work was done in no time. 20 in all he felled. He trimmed them clean with his axe and split them deftly, trued them to the straight in the line. Meanwhile, the radiant goddess brought him drills. He bored through all his planks and wedged them snugly, knocking them home together, locked with pegs and joints, broad in the beam and bottom, flat as the merchantman, when a shipmaster turns out her hull. So broad the craft Odysseus made himself, working away at speed. He put up half-decks pinned to close set ribs, and a sweep of gunwales rounded off the sides. He fashioned the mast next and sank its yard in deep and added a steering oar to hold her right on course. Then he fenced her stem to stern with twigs and wicker, bulwark against the sea surge, floored with heaps of brush, and lustrous Calypso came again, now with bolts of cloth to make the sail, and he finished that off too expertly. Braces, sheets, and brails he rigged all fast on board, then eased her down with levers into the sunlit sea. That was the 4th day, and all his work was done. On the 5th, the lovely goddess launched him from her island. Once she had bathed and decked him out in fragrant clothes. And Calypso stowed 2 skins aboard, dark wine in one, and the larger one held water, added a sack of rations, filled with her choicest meats to build his strength, and summoned a wind to bear him onward, fair and warm. The wind lifting his spirits high, royal Odysseus spread sail, gripping the tiller, seated astern, and now the master mariner steered his craft, sleep never closing his eyes, forever scanning the stars, the Pleiades and the plowmen late to set, and the great bear that mankind also calls the wagon. She wheels on her axis always fixed, watching the hunter, and she alone is denied a plunge in ocean's baths. Hers were the stars. The lustrous goddess told him to keep hard to port as he cut across the sea, and 17 days he sailed, making headway well. On the 18th, shadowy mountains slowly loomed, the Phaeacians' island, reaching toward him now, over the misty breakers rising like a shield. But now Poseidon, god of the earthquake, saw him, just returning home from his Ethiopian friends. From miles away on the Salini mountain range, he spied Odysseus sailing down to the sea, and it made his fury boil even more. He shook his head and rumbled to himself, outrageous, look how the gods have changed their minds about Odysseus. While I was off with my Ethiopians, just look at him there, nearing Phaeacia's shores, where he's fated to escape his noose of pain that's held him until now. Still my hopes ride high. I'll give that man his swamping fill of trouble. With that he rammed the clouds together, both hands, clutching his trident, churned the waves into chaos, whipping all the gales from every quarter, shrouding over in thunderheads the earth and sea at once, and night swept down from the sky. East and south winds clashed, and raging west and north sprung from the heavens, soiled, heaving breakers up. And Odysseus' knees quaked, his spirit too, numb with fear, for he spoke to his own great heart. Wretched man, what becomes of me now at last? I feared the nymph foretold it all too well. On the high sea, she said, before I can reach my native land, I'll fill my cup of pain. And now, look, it all comes to pass. What monstrous clouds, King Zeus crowning the whole wide heaven black, churning the seas in chaos, gales blasting, raging round my head from every quarter. My death plunge in a flash, it's certain now. 3, 4 times blessed, my friends in arms who died on the plains of Troy those years ago, serving the sons of Atreus to the end. Would to God I died there too, and met my fate that day, the Trojan swarms of them hurled at me with bronze spears, fighting over the corpse of proud Achilles. A hero's funeral then, my glory spread by comrades. Now, what a wretched death I'm doomed to die. At that, a massive wave came crashing down on his head, a terrific onslaught spinning his craft round and round. He was thrown clear off the decks, the steering oar wrenched from his grasp. And in one lightning attack, the brawling gale wind struck full force, snapping the mast mid-shaft and hurling the sail and sail yard far across the sea. He went under a good long while, no fast way out, no struggling up from under the giant waves' assault. His clothing dragged him down, divine Calypso's gifts. But at last he fought his way to the surface, spewing bitter brine, streams of it pouring down his head. But half drowned as he was, he'd not forgot his craft. He lunged after her through the breakers, laying hold and huddling amidships, fled the stroke of death. Pell-mell the rollers tossed her along down current, wild as the north wind tossing thistle along the fields at high harvest, dry stalks clutching each other tightly. So the gale winds tumbled her down the sea, this way, that way. Now the south wind flinging her over to the north to sport with it, now the east wind giving her up to the west to harry on and on. But someone saw him, Cadmus' daughter, with lovely ankles, Ino, a mortal woman once with human voice and called Leucothea. Now she lives in the sea's salt depths, esteemed by all the gods as she deserves. She pitied Odysseus, tossed, tormented so. She broke from the waves like a sheer water on the wing, lit on the wreck, and asked him kindly, Ah, poor man, why is the god of earthquakes so dead set against you, strewing your way with such a crop of troubles? But he can not destroy you, not for all his anger. Just do as I say. You seem no fool to me. Strip off those clothes and leave your craft for the winds to hurl, and swim for it now, you must. Strike out with your arms for landfall there, Phaeacian land, where destined safety waits. Here, take this scarf, tie it round your waist. It is immortal. Nothing to fear now, neither pain nor death. But once you grasp the mainland with your hands and tie it quickly, throw it into the wine-dark sea, far from the shore, but you turn your head away. With that, the goddess handed him the scarf and slipped back into the heavy breaking seas like a sheer water once again, and a dark heaving billow closed above her. But battle-weary Odysseus weighed 2 courses, deeply torn, probing his fighting spirit. Oh no, I fear another immortal weaves a snare to trap me, urging me to abandon ship. I won't, not yet, that shore's too far away. I glimpsed it myself, where she says refuge waits. No, here's what I'll do. It's what seems best to me. As long as the timbers cling and the joints stand fast, I'll hold out aboard her and take a whipping. Once the breakers smash my craft to pieces, then I'll swim. No better plan for tomorrow. But just as great Odysseus thrashed things out, Poseidon, god of the earthquake, launched a colossal wave, terrible, murderous, arching over him, pounding down on him, hard as a windstorm, blasting piles of dry, parched chaff, scattering flying husks, so the long planks of his boat were scattered far and wide. But Odysseus leapt aboard one timber, and riding it like a plunging racehorse, stripped away his clothes, divine Calypso's gifts, and quickly tying the scarf around his waist, he dove headfirst into the sea, stretched his arms, and stroked for life itself. But again the mighty god of earthquakes spied him, shook his head, and grumbled deep in his spirit, "Go, go, after all you've suffered, rove your miles of sea, till you fall in the arms of people loved by Zeus. Even so, I can hardly think you'll find your punishments too light." With that threat he lashed his team with their long flowing manes, gaining Aegea port, where his famous palace stands. But Zeus's daughter Athena countered him at once. The rest of the wind she stopped right in their tracks, commanding them all to hush now, go to sleep, all but the boisterous north. She whipped him up, and the goddess beat the breakers flat before Odysseus, dear to Zeus, so he could reach the Phaeacians, mingle with men who loved their long oars, and escape his death at last. Yes, but now adrift on the heaving swells, 2 nights, 2 days, quite lost, again and again the man foresaw his death. Then when dawn with her lovely locks brought on the 3rd day, the wind fell in an instant, all glazed to a dead calm, and Odysseus, scanning sharply, raised high with the ground swell, looked up and saw it, land fell, just ahead. Joy, warm as the joy that children feel when they see their father's life dawn again, one who's lain on a sickbed racked with torment, wasting away, slowly, under some angry power's onslaught. Then what joy when the gods deliver him from his pains. So warm Odysseus' joy when he saw that shore, those trees, as he swam on, anxious to plant his feet on solid ground again. But just offshore, as far as a man's shout can carry, he caught the boom of a heavy surf on jagged reefs, roaring breakers crashing down on the iron-bound coast, exploding in fury. The whole sea shrouded, sheets of spray, no harbors to hold ships, no roadstead where they'd ride, nothing but jutting headlands, rip-toothed reefs, cliffs. Odysseus' knees quaked and the heart inside him sank. He spoke to his fighting spirit, desperate. Worse and worse, now that Zeus has granted a glimpse of land beyond my hopes. Now I've crossed this waste of water, the end in sight. There's no way out of the boiling surf, I see no way. Rugged reefs ashore, around them breakers roaring, above them a smooth rock face rising steeply. Look, and the surge too deep in shore, no spot to stand on my own 2 legs and battle free of death. If I clamber out, some big comber will hoist me up, dash me against the cliff, my struggles all to waste. If I keep on swimming down the coast, trying to find a sea beach shelving against the waves, a sheltered cove, I dread it, another gale will snatch me up and haul me back to the fish-infested sea, retching in despair. Or dark power will loose some monster at me, rearing out of the waves, one of the thousands amphitrates breakers teem with. Well, I know the famous god of earthquakes hates me. Just as that fear went churning through his mind, a tremendous roller swept him toward the rocky coast, where he'd been flayed alive, his bones crushed. If the bright-eyed goddess Pylos had not inspired him now, he lunged for a reef. He seized it with both hands and clung for dear life, groaning until the giant waves surged past, and so he escaped its force. But the breaker's backwash charged into him full fury and hurled him out to sea, like pebbles stuck in the suckers of some octopus dragged from its lair, so strips of skin torn from his clawing hands stuck to the rock face. A heavy sea covered him over. Then there unlucky Odysseus would have met his death against the will of fate. But the bright-eyed one inspired him yet again, fighting out from the breakers, pounding toward the coast. Out of danger he swam on, scanning the land, trying to find a sea beach shelving against the waves, a sheltered cove, and stroking hard he came abreast of a river's mouth. Running calmly, the perfect spot, he thought, free of rocks with the windbreak from the gales. As the current flowed, he felt the river gods and prayed to him in spirit. Hear me, Lord, whoever you are. I've come to you, the answer to all my prayers. Rescue me from the sea lord's curse. Even mortal gods will show a man respect. Whatever wanderer seeks their help like me, I throw myself on your mercy, on your current now. I have suffered greatly. Pity me, Lord, your suppliant cries for help. So the man prayed, and the god stemmed his current, held his surge at once, and smoothing out the swells before Odysseus now, drew him safe to shore at the river's mouth. His knees buckled, massive arms fell limp. The sea had beaten down his striving heart. His whole body swollen, brine aplenty gushing out of his mouth and nostrils. Breathless, speechless, there he lay, with only a little strength left in him now. Deathly waves of exhaustion overwhelmed him. But once he regained his breath and rallied back to life, at last he loosed the goddess's scarf from his body, dropped it into the river, flowing out to sea, and a swift current bore it far downstream and suddenly Ino caught it in her hands. Struggling up from the banks, he flung himself into the deep reeds. He kissed the good green earth and addressed his fighting spirit, desperate still. Man of misery, what next? And is this the end? If I wait out a long, tense night by the banks, I fear the sharp frost and soaking dew together will do me in. I'm bone weary, about to breathe my last, and a cold wind blows from a river on toward morning. But what if I climb that slope, go for the dark woods, and bed down in the thick brush? What if I'm spared the chill fatigue, and a sweet sleep comes my way? I fear wild beasts will drag me off his quarry. But this was the better course. It struck him now. He set out for the woods, and not far from the water, found a grove with a clearing all around, and crawled beneath 2 bushy olives, sprung from the same root, one olive wild, the other well-bred stock. No sodden gusty winds could ever pierce them, nor could the sun's sharp rays invade their depths, nor could a downpour drench them through and through. So dense they grew together, tangling side by side. Odysseus crept beneath them, scraping up at once a good wide bed for himself with both hands. A fine litter of dead leaves had drifted in, enough to cover 2 men over, even 3, and the wildest kind of winter known to man. Long enduring, great Odysseus, overjoyed at the sight, bedded down in the midst, and heaped the leaves around him, as a man will bury his glowing brand in black ashes. Off on a lonely farmstead, no neighbors near, to keep a spark alive. No need to kindle fire from somewhere else, so great Odysseus buried himself in leaves, and Athena showered sleep upon his eyes, sleep in a swift wave, delivering him from all his pains and labors, blessed sleep that sealed his eyes at last.
So there he lay at rest, the storm-tossed great Odysseus, borne down by his hard labors first, and now deep sleep as Athena traveled through the countryside, and reached the Phaeacian city. Years ago they lived in a land of spacious dancing circles, Hyperia all too close to the overbearing Cyclops, stronger, violent brutes, who harried them without end. So their godlike king, Nausicaa, led the people off in a vast migration, settled them in Scheria, far from the men who toil on this earth. He flung up walls around the city, built the houses, raised the gods' temples, and shared the land for plowing. But his fate had long since forced him down to death, and now Alcinous ruled, and the gods made him wise. Straight to his house the clear-eyed Pylos went, full of plans for great Odysseus' journey home. She made her way to the gaily painted room, where a young girl lay asleep, a match for the deathless gods in build and beauty. Nausicaa, the daughter of generous King Alcinous, 2 handmaids fair as the Graces slept beside her, flanking the 2 posts, with the gleaming doors closed. But the goddess drifted through like a breath of fresh air, brushed at the girl's bed, and hovering close she spoke, in face and form like the shipman Dionysus' daughter. A girl of the princess's age, and dearest to her heart, disguised the bright-eyed goddess chided, Nausicaa, how could your mother bear a careless girl like you? Look at your fine clothes lying here neglected, with your marriage not far off. The day you should be decked in all your glory, and offer elegant dress to those who form your escort. That's how a bride's good name goes out across the world, and it brings her father and queenly mother joy. Come, let's go wash these clothes at the break of day. I'll help you, lend a hand, and the work will fly. You won't stay unwed long. The noblest men in the country court you now, all Phaeacians just like you, Phaeacia born and raised. So come, the first thing in the morning, press your kingly father to harness the mules and wagon for you, all to carry your sashes, dresses, glossy spreads for your bed. It's so much nicer for you to ride than go on foot. The washing pools are just too far from town. With that, the bright-eyed goddess sped away to Olympus, where, they say, the god's eternal mansion stands unmoved. Never rocked by gale winds, never drenched by rains, nor did the drifting snows assail it. No, the clear air stretches away without a cloud, and a great radiance plays across the world where the blithe gods live all the days in bliss. There Athena went, once the bright-eyed one had urged the princess on. Dawn soon rose on her splendid throne, and woke Nausicaa, finely gowned. Still beguiled by her dream, down she went through the house, to tell her parents now, her beloved father and mother. She found them both inside. Her mother sat at the hearth with several waiting women, spinning yarn on a spindle, lustrous sea-blue wool. Her father she met as he left to join the lords. At a council, island nobles asked him to attend. She stepped up close to him, confiding, "Daddy dear, I wonder, won't you have them harness a wagon for me, the tall one with the good smooth wheels, so I can take her close to the river for a washing? Lovely things, but lying before me all soiled. And you yourself sitting among the princes, debating your points at your council. You really should be wearing spotless linen. Then you have 5 sons, fully grown in the palace, 2 of them married, but 3 are lusty bachelors, always demanding crisp shirts fresh from the wash when they go out to dance. Look at my duties, they all rest on me." So she coaxed, too shy to touch on her hopes for marriage, young, warm hopes in her father's presence. But he saw through it all and answered quickly, "I won't deny you the mules, my darling girl. I won't deny you anything. Off you go, and the men will harness a wagon, the tall one with good smooth wheels, fitted out with a cradle on top." With that he called to the stablemen, and they complied. They trundled the wagon out now, rolling smoothly, backed the mule team into the traces, hitched them up, while the princess brought her finery from the room and piled it into the wagon's polished cradle. Her mother packed a hamper, treats of all kinds, favored things to refresh her daughter's spirits, poured wine in a skin out, and as Nausicaa climbed aboard, the queen gave her a golden flask of suppling olive oil for her and her maids to smooth them after bathing. Then, taking the whip in hand and glistening reins, she touched the mules to a start, and out they clattered, trotting on at a clip, bearing the princess in her clothes, and not alone. Her maids went with her, stepping briskly too. Once they reached the banks of the river, flowing strong, where the pools would never fail, with plenty of water cool and clear, bubbling up and rushing through to scour the darkest stains. They loosed the mules out from under the wagon yoke and chased them down the river's rippling banks to graze on luscious clover. Down from the cradle they lifted clothes by the armload, plunged them into the dark pools, and stamped them down into hollows, one girl racing the next to finish first, until they scoured and rinsed off all the grime. Then they spread them out in a line along the beach where the surf had washed a pebbly scree ashore. And once they'd bathed and smoothed their skin with oil, they took their picnic, sitting along the river's banks and waiting for all the clothes to dry in the hot noon sun. Now, fed to their heart's content, the princess and her retinue threw their veils to the wind, struck up a game of ball. White-armed Nausicaa led their singing, dancing beat, as lithe as Artemis with her arrow striding down from a high peak, Taygetus's towering ridge, or Erymanthus, thrilled to race with the wild boar or bounding deer, and nymphs of the hills race with her, daughters of Zeus, whose shield is storm and thunder, ranging the hills in sport, and Leto's heart exults, as head and shoulders over the rest her daughter rises. Unmistakable, she outshines them all, though all are lovely. So Nausicaa shone among her maids, a virgin still unwed. But now she was about to fold her clothes and yoke the mules and turn for home again. Now clear-eyed Pylos thought of what came next, to make Odysseus wake and see the young beauty, and she would lead him to the city. The ball, the princess suddenly tossed it up to a maid, but it missed the girl. It splashed in a deep swirling pool, and they all shouted out, and that woke great Odysseus. He sat up with a start, puzzling, his heart pounding. Man of misery, whose land have I lit on now? What are they here? Violent, savage, lawless, or friendly to strangers, God-fearing men? Listen, shouting, echoing round me, women, girls, or the nymphs who haunt the rugged mountain tops and the river springs and meadows lush with grass? Or am I really close to people who speak my language? Up with you, see how the land lies, see for yourself now. Muttering so, great Odysseus crept out of the bushes, stripping off with his massive hand a leafy branch from the tangled olive growth to shield his body, hide his private parts. And now he stopped as a mountain lion, exultant in his power, strides through wind and rain, and his eyes blaze. And he charges sheep or oxen or chases wild deer, but his hunger drives him on to go for flocks, even to raid the best defended homestead. So Odysseus moved out, about to mingle with all these lovely girls, naked now as he was, for the need drove him on. A terrible sight, all crusted, caked with brine, they scattered and panicked down the jutted beaches. Only Alcinous' daughter held fast, for Athena planted courage within her heart, dissolved the trembling in her limbs, and she firmly stood her ground and faced Odysseus, torn now. Should he fling his arms around her knees, The young beauty plead for help or stand back, plead with the winning crowd, beg her to lead him to the town and lend him clothing. This was the better way, he thought. Plead now with a subtle, winning word, and stand well back. Don't clasp her knees. The girl might bridle, yes. He launched in at once, endearing, sly and suave. Here I am, at your mercy, princess. Are you a goddess or a mortal? If one of the gods ruled the skies up there, you are Artemis to the life, the daughter of mighty Zeus. I see her now. Just look at your build, your bearing, your lithe, flowing grace. But if you're one of the mortals living here on earth, 3 times blessed are your father, your queenly mother, 3 times over your brothers too. How often their hearts must warm with joy to see you striding into the dance as such a bloom of beauty. True, but he is the one more blessed than all other men alive. That man who sways you with gifts and leads you home, his bride. I have never laid eyes on anyone like you, neither man nor woman. I look at you, and a sense of wonder takes me. Wait, once I saw the like in Delos, beside Apollo's altar, the young slip of a palm tree springing into the light. There I'd sailed, you see, with a great army in my wake, out in the long campaign that doomed my life to hardship. That vision, just as I stood there gazing, rapt for hours. No shaft like that had ever risen up from the earth. So now I marvel at you, my lady, rapt, enthralled, too struck with awe to grasp you by the knees, though pain has ground me down. Only yesterday, the 20th day, did I escape the wine-dark sea. Till then, the waves and rushing gales had swept me on from the island of Ogygia. Now some power had tossed me here, doubtless to suffer still more torments on your shores. I can't believe they'll stop. Long before that, the gods will give me more, still more. Compassion, princess, please. You, after all that I have suffered, you were the first I've come to. I know no one else, none in your city, no one in your land. Show me the way to town, give me a rag for cover, just some cloth, some wrapper you carried with you here, and may the good gods give you all your heart desires, husband and house and lasting harmony too. No finer, greater gift in the world than that. When man and woman possess their home, 2 minds, 2 hearts that work as one. Despair to their enemies, a joy to all their friends, their own best claim to glory. Stranger, the white-armed princess answered staunchly. Friend, you're hardly a wicked man and no fool, I'd say. It's Olympian Zeus himself who hands our fortunes out, to each of us in turn, to the good and bad, whoever Zeus prefers. You gave your pain, it seems. You simply have to bear it, but now, seeing you've reached our city and our land, we'll never lack for clothing or any other gift. The right of worn-out suppliants come our way. I'll show you our town, tell you our people's name. Phaeacians we are, who hold this city and this land, and I am the daughter of generous King Alcinous. All our people's power stems from him. She called out to her girls with lovely braids. Stop, my friends. Why run when you see a man? Surely you don't think him an enemy, do you? There's no one alive, there never will be one, who would reach Phaeacian soil and lay it waste. The immortals love us far too much for that. We live too far apart out in the surging sea, off at the world's end. No other mortals come to mingle with us. But here's an unlucky wanderer strayed our way, and we must tend him well. Every stranger and beggar comes from Zeus, and whatever scrap we give him, he'll be glad to get. So quick, my girls, give our new-found friend some food and drink, and bathe the man in the river wherever he finds some shelter from the wind. At that, they came to a halt and teased each other and led Odysseus down to a sheltered spot, where he could find a seat, just as great Alcinous' daughter told them. They laid out cloak and shirt for him to wear. They gave him the golden flask of suppling olive oil and pressed him to bathe himself in the river's stream. Then thoughtful Odysseus reassured the handmaids. Stand where you are, dear girls, a good way off, so I can rinse the brine from my shoulders now and rub myself with oil. How long it's been since oil touched my skin? But I won't bathe in front of you. I would be embarrassed, stark naked before young girls with lovely braids. The handmaids scurried off to tell their mistress. Great Odysseus bathed in the river, scrubbing his body clean of brine that clung to his back and broad shoulders, scoured away the brackish scurf that caked his head. And then, once he had bathed all over, rubbed in oil, and donned the clothes the virgin princess gave him, Zeus's daughter Athena made him taller to all eyes, his build more massive now, and down from his brow she ran his curls like thick hyacinth clusters, full of blooms. As a master craftsman washes gold over beaten silver, a man, the god of fire, and Queen Athena trained in every fine technique, and finished off his latest efforts, handsome work. So she lavished splendor all over his head and shoulders now, and down to the beach he walked and sat apart, glistening in his glory, breathtaking, yes, and the princess gazed in wonder, then turned to her maids with lovely braided hair. Listen, my white-armed girls, to what I tell you. The gods of Olympus can't be all against this man, who's come to mingle among our noble people. At first he seemed appalling, I must say. Now he seems like a god who rules the skies up there. Ah, if only a man like that were called my husband, living right here, pleased to stay forever. Enough. Give the stranger food and drink, my girls. They hung on her words and did her will at once, set before Odysseus food and drink, and he ate and drank, the great Odysseus, long deprived, so ravenous now. It seemed like years since he had tasted food. The white-armed princess thought of one last thing. Folding her clothes, she packed them into her painted wagon, hitched the sharp-hoofed mules, and climbing up herself, Nausicaa urged Odysseus, warmly urged her guest, "Up with you now, my friend, and off to town we go. I'll see you into my wise father's palace, where, I promise you, you'll meet all the best Phaeacians. Wait, let's do it this way. You seem no fool to me. While we're passing along the fields and plowlands, you follow the mules and wagon, stepping briskly with all our maids. I'll lead the way myself, but once we reach our city, ringed by walls, and strong high towers too, with a fine harbor either side, and the causeway in is narrow. Along the road the rolling ships are all hauled up, with the slipway cleared for every vessel. There's our assembly, round Poseidon's royal precinct, built of quarried slabs, planted deep in the earth. Here the sailors tend their black ship's tackle, cables and sails, and plane their oar blades down. Phaeacians, you see, care nothing for bow or quiver, only for masts and oars and good trim ships themselves. We glory in our ships, crossing the foaming seas, but I shrink from all our sea dogs' nasty gossip. Some old salt might mock us behind our backs. We have our share of insolent types in town, and one of the coarser sort, spying us, might say. Now who's that tall, handsome stranger Nausicaa has in tow? Where'd she light on him? Her husband-to-be, just wait, but who? Some shipwreck stray she's taken up with, some alien from abroad? Since nobody lives nearby, unless it's really a god came down from the blue to answer all her prayers, and to have her all his days. Good riddance, let the girl go roving to find herself a man from foreign parts. She only spurns her own, countless Phaeacians round about who court her, nothing but our best. So they'll scoff. Just think of the scandal that would face me then. I'd find fault with a girl who carried on that way, flouting her parents' wishes. Father, mother, still alive, consorting with men before she tied the knot in public. No, stranger, listen closely to what I say. The sooner to win your swift voyage home at my father's hands. Now you'll find a splendid grove along the road, poplars, sacred to Pylos, a bubbling springs inside and meadows ridden round it. There lies my father's estate, his blossoming orchard too, as far from town as a man's strong shout can carry. Take a seat there, wait a while, and give us time to make it into town and reach my father's house. Then, when you think we're home, walk on yourself to the city, ask the way to my father's palace, generous King Alcinous. You cannot miss it, even an innocent child could guide you there. No other Phaeacian's house is built like that. So grand the palace of Alcinous, our great hero. Once the mansion and courtyard have enclosed, you go quickly across the hall until you reach my mother. Beside the hearth, she sits on the fire's glare, spinning yarn on the spindle, sea blue wool. A stirring sight you'll see. She leans against a pillar, her ladies sit behind, and my father's throne is drawn up close beside her. There he sits and takes his wine, immortal like a god. Go past him, grasp my mother's knees, if you want to see the day of your return, rejoicing soon. Even if your home's a world away, if only the queen will take you to her heart, then there's hope that you will see your loved ones, reach your own grand house, your native land at last. At that she touched the mules with her shining whip, and they quickly left the running stream behind. The team trotted on, the hoofs wove in and out. She drove them back with care, so all the rest, maids and Odysseus, could keep the pace on foot. And she used the whip discreetly. The sun sank as they reached the hallowed grove, sacred to Athena, where Odysseus stopped and sat, and said a prayer at once to mighty Zeus's daughter. Hear me, daughter of Zeus, whose shield is thunder, tireless one Athena. Now hear my prayer at last, for you never heard me then, when I was shattered, when the famous god of earthquakes wrecked my craft. Grant that here, among the Phaeacian people, I may find some mercy and some love. So he prayed, and Athena heard his prayer, but would not yet appear to him undisguised. She stood in awe of her father's brother, lord of the sea, who still seethed on, still churning with rage against the great Odysseus till he reached his native land.
Now as Odysseus, long in exile, prayed in Athena's grove, the haughty mule team drew the princess toward the city. Reaching her father's splendid halls, she reined in. Just at the gates, her brothers clustering around her, men like gods, released the mules from the yoke and brought the clothes indoors. As Nausicaa made her way toward her bedroom, there her chambermaid lit a fire for her. You are Medusa, the old woman who came from Aristotle years ago, when the rolling ships had sailed her in, and the country picked her out as King Agnos's prize, for he ruled all of Phaeacians. They obeyed him like a god. Once she had nursed the white-armed princess in the palace. Now She lit a fire and made her supper in the room. At the same time, Odysseus set off toward the city. Pallas Athena, harboring kindness for the hero, drifted a heavy mist around him, shielding him from any swaggering islander who crossed his path, provoke him with taunts and search out who he was. Instead, as he was about to enter the welcome city, the bright-eyed goddess herself came up to greet him there, for all the world like a young girl holding a pitcher, standing face to face with the visitor, who asked, "Little girl, now won't you be my guide to the palace of the one they call Agnochus, the king who rules the people of these parts? I am a stranger, you see, way down with troubles. Come this way, from a distant, far-off shore, so I know no one here, none at all, in your city and the farmlands round about." "Oh yes, sir, good old stranger," the bright-eyed goddess said. "I'll show you the very palace that you're after. The king lives right beside my noble father. Come quietly too, and I will lead the way. Now not a glance at anyone, not a question. The men here never suffer strangers gladly, have no love for hosting a man from foreign lands. All they really trust are their fast, flying ships that cross the mighty ocean, gifts of Poseidon. Ah, what ships they are, quick as a bird, quick as a darting thought." And Pallas Athena sped away in the lead, as he followed in her footsteps, man and goddess, but the famed Phaeacian sailors never saw him. Right in their midst, striding down the streets, Athena, the one with lovely braids, were not permitted. The awesome goddess poured an enchanted mist around him, harboring kindness for Odysseus in her heart, and he marveled now at the balanced ships and havens, the meeting grounds of the great lords, and the long ramparts, looming, coped and crowned with palisades of stakes, an amazing sight to see. And once they reached the king's resplendent halls, the bright-eyed goddess cried out, "Good old stranger, here's the very palace that you're after. I've guided you all the way. Here you will find our princess dear to the gods, busy feasting. You go inside, be bold, nothing to fear. In every venture, the bold man comes off best, even the wanderer, bound from distant shores. The queen is the first you will light on in the halls. Arete, she is called, and earns the name. She answers all our prayers. She comes, in fact, from the same stock that bred our king Alcinous. First came Nausicaa, son of the earthquake god Poseidon, and Penelope, the lovely matchless beauty, the youngest daughter of iron-willed Eurymedon, king of the overweening giants years ago. He led that reckless clan to its own ruin, killed himself in the bargain, but the sea lord lay in love with Penelope, and she produced a son, Nausicaa, that lion heart who ruled Phaeacia well. Now Nausicaa had two sons, Rhexenor and Alcinous, but the lord of the silver bow, Apollo, shot Rhexenor down. Very true, yet still without a son in the halls. He left one child behind, a daughter named Arete. Alcinous made the girl his wife, and honors her as no woman is honored on this earth. Of all the wives now keeping households under their husband's sway, such is her pride of place, and always will be so. Dear to her loving children, to Alcinous himself and all our people, they gaze on her as a god, saluting her warmly on her walks through town. She lacks nothing in good sense and judgment. She can dissolve quarrels even among men, whoever wins her sympathies. If only our queen would take you to her heart, then there's hope that you will see your loved ones reach your high-roofed house, your native land at last. And with that vow, the bright-eyed goddess sped away over the barren sea, leaving welcome Sycharia far behind, and reaching Marathon and the spacious streets of Athens. Enter Erechtheus, sturdy halls, Athena's stronghold. Now as Odysseus approached Alcinous' famous house, a rush of feelings stirred within his heart, bringing him to a standstill. Even before he crossed the bronze threshold, a radiance strong as the moon or rising sun came flooding through the high roofed halls of generous Alcinous, walls plated in bronze, crowned with circulating frieze. Glazes as blue as lapis ran to left and right, from outer gates to the deepest court recess, and solid golden doors enclosed the palace. Up on the bronze threshold, silver doorposts rose, with silver lintel above, and golden handles too. And dogs of gold and silver were stationed either side, forged by the god of fire with all of his cunning craft, to keep watch on generous King Alcinous' palace. His immortal guard dogs, ageless all their days, and side to left and right, in a long unbroken row, from farthest outer gate to the inmost chamber. Thrones stood back against the wall, each draped with the finely spun brocade, women's handsome work. Here the Phaeacian lords would sit in thrones, dining, drinking, the feast flowed on forever. And young boys molded of gold sit on pedestals, standing firm, were lifting torches high in their hands to flare through the nights and light the feasters down the hall. And Alcinous had some 50 serving women in his house. Some, turning the handmill, grind the apple yellow grain. Some weave at their webs or sit and spin their yarn, fingers flickering quick as aspen leaves in the wind, and the densely woven woolens dripping oil droplets. Just as Phaeacian men excel the world at sailing, driving their swift ships on the open seas, so the women excel at all the arts of weaving. That is Athena's gift to them, beyond all others, a genius for lovely work, and a fine mind too. Outside the courtyard, fronting the high gates, a magnificent orchard stretches 4 acres deep, with a strong fence running round it side to side. Here luxuriant trees are always in their prime, pomegranates and pears, and apples glowing red, succulent figs and olives swelling sleek and dark. And the yield of all these trees will never flag or die, neither in winter nor in summer, a harvest all year round. For the west wind, always breathing through, will bring some fruits to the bud, and others warm to ripeness. Pear mellowing ripe on pear, apple on apple, cluster of grapes on cluster, fig crowding fig. And here is a teeming vineyard planted for the kings. Beyond it, an open level bank with the vintage grapes lie bacon to raisins in the sun while pickers gather others. Some they trample down in vats, and here in the front rows. Bunches of unripe grapes have hardly shed their blooms, while others under the sunlight slowly darken purple. And there by the last rows are beds of green, bordered and plotted, fruits of every kind, glistening fresh, year in, year out, and last. There are 2 springs, one rippling in channels over the whole orchard, the other flanking it, rushes under the palace gates to bubble up in front of the lofty roofs. The city people come and draw their water. Such were gifts, the glory showered down by the gods on King Alcinous' realm. And there Odysseus stood, gazing at all this bounty, a man who'd borne so much when he had his fill of marveling at it all. He crossed the threshold quickly, strode inside the palace. Here he found the Phaeacian lords and captains tipping out libations now to the god and giant killer, Hermes, the god to whom they would always pour the final cup before they sought their beds. Odysseus went on striding down the hall, the man of many struggles, shrouded still in the mist. Athena drifted round him, till he reached Arete and Alcinous, the king. And then, the moment he flung his arms around Arete's knees, the god sent mist rolled back to reveal the great man. and silence seized the feasters all along the hall. Seeing him right before their eye, they marveled, gazing on him now as Odysseus pleaded. Queen Arete, daughter of godlike King Erechnor, here after many trials I come to beg for mercy. Your husband's, yours, and all these feasters here. May the gods endow them with fortune all their lives. May each hand down to his sons the riches in his house, and the pride of place the realm has granted him. But as for myself, grant me a rapid convoy home to my own native land. How far away I've been from all my loved ones, how long I have suffered. Pleading so, the man sat down in the ashes, just at the hearth beside the blazing fire, while all the rest stayed hushed, stock still. At last, the all-revered Alcinous broke the spell, the eldest lord of Phaeacia, finest speaker too, a past master of all the island's ancient ways, and billed by kindness now. He rose and said, "This is no way, Alcinous. How indecent luck. Our guests on the ground, and the ashes by the fire. Your people are holding back, waiting for your signal. Come, raise him up and seat the stranger now in a silver-studded chair, and tell the heralds to mix more wine for all, so we can pour out cups to Zeus, who loves the lightning, champion of supplements. Supplements' rights are sacred, and let the housekeeper give our guests his supper, unstinting with her stores." Hearing that, Alcinous, poised in all majesty, took the hand of the seasoned, worldly wise Odysseus, raised him up from the hearth, and sat him down in a burnished chair, displacing his own son, the courtly Lord Laodamas, who had sat beside him, the son he beloved the most. A maid brought water soon in a graceful golden pitcher, and over a silver basin tipped it out, so the guest might rinse his hands, and pulled a gleaming table to his side. A staid housekeeper brought on bread to serve him, appetizers aplenty too, lavish with her bounty, as long-suffering great Odysseus ate and drank. The hollow King Alcinous called his herald. "Come, Ponotus, mix the wine in the bowl, pour rounds to our banqueters in the house, so we can pour out cups to Zeus, who loves the lightning, champion of supplements. Supplements' rights are sacred." At that, Pontonus mixed the heating, honeyed wine, and tipped first drops to the god in every cup. They poured full rounds for all, and once they poured libations out and drunk to their heart's content, Alcinous rose and addressed his island people. "Hear me, lords and captains of Phaeacia. Hear what the heart inside me has to say. Now, our feast finished, home you go to sleep. But at dawn we called the elders to full assembly, post our guests in the palace, sacrifice to the gods, and then we return our minds to his passage home. So under our convoy, our new friend can travel back to his own land. No toil, no troubles, soon rejoicing, even if his home's a world away. And on the way, no pain or hardship suffered. Now till he sets foot on native ground again. There, in the future, he must suffer all that fate. And the overbearing spinner spun out on his lifeline, the very day his mother gave him birth. But if he's one of the deathless powers, out of the blue, the gods are working now in strange, new ways. Always, up to now, they came to us face to face. Whenever we give them glorious sacrifices, they always sat beside us and shared our feasts. Even when some lonely traveler meets them on the roads, they never disguise themselves. We're too close king for that, close as the wild giants are to Cyclops too. Alcinous, where Odysseus counted, cross that thought from your mind. I'm nothing like the immortal gods who rule the skies, either in build or breathing. I'm just a mortal man. Whom do you know most saddled down with sorrow? They are the ones I'd equal, for grief, and I could tell a tale of still my more hardship, all I've suffered, thanks to the gods. But despite my misery, let me finish dinner. The belly's a shameless dog. There's nothing worse. Always insisting, pressing, it never lets us forget. Destroyed as I am, my heart raked with sadness, sick with anguish, still it keeps demanding. Eat, drink, it blots out of the memory of my pain, commanding, fill me up. But you, at the first light of day, very pleased to set your unlucky guest on his own home soil. How much I have suffered. Oh, just let me see my lands, my servant men, and the grand high roof house, and I can die in peace. All burst into applause, urging passage home for their newfound friend. His pleading rang so true, and once they poured libations out and jumped to their heart's content, each one made his way to rest in his own house. But King Odysseus still remained at home, seated beside the royal Alcinous and Aristotle. Our servants cleared the cups and plates away. The white-armed queen Aristotle took the lead. She'd spotted the cape and shirt Odysseus wore. Fine clothes she made herself with all her women. So now her words flew brusquely, sharply. Stranger, I'll be the first to question you, myself. Who are you? Where are you from? Who gave you the clothes you're wearing now? Didn't you say you reached us roving on the sea? What hard labor, Queen. The man of craft replied, to tell you the story of my troubles, start to finish. The gods on high have given me my share. Still, this much I will tell you. Seeing you probe and press me so intently, there's an island, Algaia, lying far at sea, where the daughter of Atlas, Calypso, has her home, the seductive nymph with lovely braids, a danger too, and no one, god or mortal, dares approach her there. But I, cursed as I am, some power brought me to her, alone. When Zeus with a white-hot bolt had crushed my racing warship down the wine-dark sea, there all the rest of my loyal shipmates died. But I, locking my arms around my good ship's keel, drifted along 9 days. On the 10th, at dead of night, the gods cast me upon Algaia, Calypso's island, home of the dangerous nymph with glossy braids, and the goddess took me in all her kindness, welcomed me warmly, cherished me, even vowed to make me immortal, ageless, all my days. But she never won the heart inside me, never. 7 endless years I remained there, always drenching with my tears the immortal clothes Calypso gave me. Then, at last, when the 8th came wheeling around, she insisted that I sail, inspired by warnings sent from Zeus, perhaps, or her own mind has changed. She saw me on my way in a solid craft, tight and trim, and gave me full provisions, food and mellow wine, immortal clothes to wear, and summoned a wind to bear me onward, fair and warm. In 17 days I sailed, making headway well. On the 18th, shadowy mountains slowly loomed your land. My heart leapt up, unlucky as I am, doomed to be comrade still to many hardships. Many pains the god of earthquakes piled upon me, loosing the winds against me, blocking passage through, heaving up to a terrific sea beyond belief. Nor did the white caps let me cling to my craft, for all my desperate groaning. No, the squall shattered her stem to stern, but I swam hard. I plowed my way through those dark gulfs, till at last the wind and current bore me to your shores. But here, had I tried to land, the breakers would have hurled me, smashed me against the jagged cliffs, of that grim coast, so I pulled away, swam back till I reached a river, the perfect spot at last, or so it struck me, free of rocks, but the windbreak from the gales. So, fighting for life, I flung myself ashore, and a God-sent bracing night came on at once. Clambering up from the river, big with Zeus's reins, I bedded down in the brush, my body heaped with leaves, that God poured down a boundless sleep upon me. Yes, and there in the leaves, exhausted, sick at heart, I slept the whole night through. And on to the break of day, and on into high noon, and the sun was wheeling down, when sweet sleep set me free. And I looked up, and there were your daughter's maids at play on the beach, and she moved among them like a deathless goddess. I begged her for help, and not once did her sense of tact desert her. She behaved as you never hoped to find. And one so young, not in a random meeting, time and again the youngsters proved so flightly. Not she. She gave me food aplenty and shining wine, a bath in the river too, and gave me all his clothing. That's my whole story, wrenching to tell but true. Ah, but one regard, my friend, the king replied. Her good sense missed the mark. The daughter of mine, she never escorted you to our house with all her maids, but she was the first you asked for care and shelter. Your Majesty, diplomatic Odysseus answered, don't find fault with a flawless daughter now, not for my sake, please. She urged me herself to follow with her maids. I chose not to, fearing embarrassment in fact. What if you took offense, seeing us both together, suspicious we are, we men who walk the earth? Oh no, my friend, Alcinous stated flatly. I'm hardly a man for reckless, idle anger. Balance is best in all things. Father Zeus, Athena and Lord Apollo, if only seeing the man you are, seeing we think as one, you could wed my daughter and be my son-in-law and stay right here with us. I give you a house and great wealth. If you chose to stay, there is no Phaeacian would hold you back by force. The curse of Father Zeus on such a thing. And about your convoy home, you rest assured. I have chosen the day, and I decree it is tomorrow. And all that voyage long, you will lie in a deep sleep, while my people sail you on through calm and gentle tides, till you reach your land and house, or any place you please. True, even if landfall lies more distant than Europa, off at the edge of the world, so say our crews, at least, who saw it once. That time they carried the gold-haired Herodotus out to Tithys, son of Mother Earth. Imagine there, he sailed and back. They came in the same day. They finished the homeward run with no strain at all. You will see for yourself how far they top the best. My ships and their young shipmates, tossing up the white caps with their oars. So he vowed. And the long-enduring great Odysseus glowed with joy, and raised a prayer and called the god by name, Father Zeus on high. May the king fulfill his promises one and all. Then his fame would ring through the fertile earth, and never die, and I should reach my native land at last. And now as the two men exchanged their hopes, the white-armed queen instructed her palace maids to make a bed in the porch's shelter, laid out some heavy purple throws for the bed itself, and over it spread some blankets, thick woolly robes, a warm covering laid on top, torches in hand. They left the hall and fell to work at once, briskly prepared a good snug resting place, and then returned to Odysseus, urged the guest, up, friend, time for sleep, your bed is made. How welcome the thought of sleep to that man now. So there, after many trials, Odysseus lay at rest on a corded bed inside the echoing colonnade. Alcinous slept in chambers deep in his lofty house, where the queen, his wife, arranged and shared their bed.
You can meet Mr. Elephant. Okay. A day for songs and contests. When young Dawn, with her rose-red fingers, shone once more with royal Alcinous, hallowed island king, rose from bed, and great Odysseus, raider of cities, rose too. Poised in his majesty, Alcinous led the way to Phaeacia's meeting grounds, built for all beside the harbored ships. Both men sat down on the polished stone benches side by side, as Athena started roaming up and down the town, and billed and voiced the wise Alcinous' herald, furthering plans for Odysseus' journey home, and stopped beside each citizen, urged them all, "Come this way, you lords and captains of Phaeacia. Come to the meeting grounds and learn about the stranger, a new arrival, here at our wise king's palace now. He's here from roving the sea, driven far off course. He looks like a deathless god."
Rousing their zeal, their curiosity, each and every man, soon enough, the assembly seats were filled with people thronging, gazing in wonder at seasoned men of war. Over Odysseus' head and shoulder now, Athena lavished a marvelous splendor, yes, making him taller, more massive to all eyes. So Phaeacians might regard this man with kindness, awe, and respect as well, and he might win through the many trials they posed to test the hero's strength. Once they'd grouped, crowding the meeting grounds, Alcinous rose and addressed his people. "Hear me, lords and captains of Phaeacia. Hear what the heart inside me has to say. The stranger here, our guest, I don't know who he is, or whether he comes from sunrise lands or western lands of evening, but he has come and is wandering to my palace. He pleads for a message. He begs, we guarantee it. So now, as in years gone by, let us press on and grant him escort. No one, I tell you, no one who comes to my house will languish here long here, heartsick for convoy home."
Come, my people, haul a black ship down to the bright sea, rigged for her maiden voyage, and list a crew of 52 young sailors, the best in the town, who proved their strength before. Let all hands lash their oars to the thwarts that disembark. Come to my house and fall in for a banquet, quickly. I'll lay on the princely feast for all. So then, there are the orders I issue to our crews. For the rest, you sceptred princes here, you come to my royal halls so we can give this stranger a hero's welcome in our palace. No one here refuse. Call in the inspired bard Demodocus. God has given the man the gift of song. To him, beyond all others, the power to please, however the spirit stirs him on to sing.
With those commands, Alcinous led the way, and a file sceptred princes took his lead, while the herald went to find the gifted bard. And the 52 young sailors, duly chosen, briskly following orders, went down to the shore of barren salt sea. And once they reached the ship at the surf's edge, first they held the craft into deeper waters, stepped the mast amidship, canvas brailed. They made oars fast in their leather oarlock straps, moored her riding high on the swell, then disembarked and made their way to Alcinous' high roofed halls. Their colonnades and courts and rooms were overflowing with crowds, a mounting host of people and young and old. The king slaughtered a dozen sheep to feed his guests, 8 boars with shining tusks, and a pair of shambling oxen. These they skinned and dressed, and then laid out a feast to fill the heart with savor.
In came the herald now, leading along the faithful bard the muse adored above all others. True, but her gifts were mixed with good and evil both. She stripped him of sight, but gave the man the power of stirring, rapturous song. Pontonius brought the bard a silver-studded chair, right amid the feasters, leaning it up against a central column, hung his high, clear lyre on a peg above his head, and showed him how to reach up with his hands and lift it down. And the herald placed a table by his side with a basket full of bread and a cup of wine for him to sip when his spirit craved refreshment. All reached out for the good things that lay at hand, and when they put aside desire for food and drink, the muse inspired the bard to sing the famous deeds of fighting heroes. The song whose fame had reached the skies those days, the strife between Odysseus and Achilles, Peleus' son, how once at the gods' lavish feast the captains clashed in a savage war of words, while Agamemnon, lord of armies, rejoiced at heart that Achaea's bravest men were battling so. For this was the victory sign that Apollo prophesied at his shrine in Pylos, where Agamemnon strode across the rocky threshold, asking the oracle for advice. The start of the tidal waves of ruin tumbling down on Troy's and Achaea's forces, both at once, thanks to the will of Zeus who rules the world.
That was the song the famous harper sang, but Odysseus, clutching his flaring sea blue cape in both powerful hands drew it over his head and buried his handsome face, ashamed his host might see him shedding tears. Whenever the raft bard would pause in song, he'd lift the cape from his head, wipe off his tears, and hoisting his double-handled cup, pour it out to the gods. But as soon as the bard would start again, impelled to sing by Phaeacia's lords, who revelled in his tale, again Odysseus hid his face and wept. His weeping went unmarked by all others. Only Alcinous, sitting close beside him, noticed his guest's tears, heard the groans in the man's labored breathing, and said at once to the mariners around him, "Hear me, my lord, and captains of Phaeacia. By now we've had our fill of food well shared, and a lyre too, our loyal friend at banquets. Now out we go again and test ourselves in contests, games of every kind, so our guest can tell his friends, when he reaches home, how far we excel the world at boxing, wrestling, jumping, speed of foot."
He forged ahead, and the rest fell in behind. The herald hung the ringing lyre back on its peg, and taking Diplodocus by the hand, led him from the palace, guiding him down the same path the island lords had just pursued, keen to watch the contest. They reached the meeting grounds with throngs of people streaming in their trail as a press of young champions rose for competition. Topsail and riptide rose, the helmsmen rowward to, and the seamen and the sternmen, surf at the beach and stroked oar, breaker and bowsprit, racing the wind, and swing aboard, and Sigurd, son of the great fleet, shipwright's son, and the son of Launcher, Broadsea, rose up too, a match for murderous Ares, death to men, in looks and build the best of all Phaeacians. After gallant Laodamas, the captain of the people, Laodamas rose with 2 more sons of great Alcinous, Helios, bred to the sea, and Cleotonius, famed for ships. And now the games began. The first event, a foot race. They towed the line, and broke flat out from the start, with a fast pack flying down the field in a whirl of dust, and Cleotonius the prince outstripped them all by far, flashing ahead the length 2 mules will plow a furrow before he turned for home, leaving the pack behind, and raced to reach the crowds.
Next, the wrestling, grueling sport. They grappled aloft and broad sea, pitting the strongest champions win the bouts. Next to the jumping, Sigurd leapt and beat the field. In disgust, hard up and out-hurled them by far. And the king's good son, Laodamas, boxed them to their knees. When all enjoyed the games to their heart's content, Alcinous' son Laodamas spurred them, "Come, my friends, let's ask our guest if he knows the ropes of any sort. He's no mean man, not with a build like that. Look at his thighs, his legs, and what a pair of arms. His massive neck, his big rippling strength. Nor is he past his prime, just beaten down by one too many blows. Nothing worse than the sea, I always say, to crush a man, the strongest man alive."
And Broadsea put in quickly, "Well said, Laodamas, right to the point. Go up to the fellow, challenge him yourself." On that cue, the noble prince strode up before Odysseus, front and center, asking, "Come, stranger, sir, won't you try your hand at our contest now? If you have the skill in any, it's fit and proper for you to know your sports. What greater glory attends a man while he's alive than what he wins with racing feet and striving hands? Come and compete then. Throw your cares to the wind. It won't be long, your journey's not far off. Your ship's already hauled down to the sea, your crew is set to sail."
Laodamas, quick to the mark, Odysseus countered sharply, "Why do you taunt me so with such a challenge? Pain weighs on my spirit now, not your sports. I've suffered much already, struggled hard, but here I sit amid your assembly still, starved for passage home, begging your king, begging all your people."
"Oh, I knew it," Broadsea broke in, mocking him to his face. "I never took you for someone skilled in games, the kind that real men play throughout the world. Not a chance. You're some skipper of profiteers, roving the high seas in the scudding craft, reckoning up his freight with a keen eye out for home cargo, grabbing the gold he can. You're no athlete, I see that."
With a dark glance, wily Odysseus shot back, "Indecent talk, my friend. You're a reckless fool. I see that. So the gods don't hand out all their gifts at once. Not build and brains and flowing speech to all. One man may fail to impress us with his looks, but a god can crown his words with beauty, charm, and men look on with delight when he speaks out. Never faltering, filled with winning self-control, he shines forth at assembly grounds and people gaze at him like a god when he walks through the streets. Another man may look at a deathless one on high, but there's not a bit of grace to crown his words. Just like you, my fine, handsome friend. Not even a god could improve those lovely looks of yours, but the mind inside is worthless. Your slander fans the anger in my heart. I am no stranger to sports for all your taunts. I've held my place in the front ranks, I tell you, long as I could trust to my youth and striving hands. But now I wrestled down by pain and hardship. Look, I've borne my share of struggles, cleaving my way through wars of men and pounding waves at sea. Nevertheless, despite so many blows, I'll compete in your games, just watch. Your insults cut to the quick, you rouse my fighting blood.
Up he sprang, cloak and all, and seized Odysseus, huge and heavy, more weighty by far than those the Phaeacians used to hurl and test each other. Wheeling round, he let loose in his great hand, and the stone whirred on. And down to the ground they went, those lords of the long oars and master mariners, cringing under the rocks on rush, soaring lightly out of his grip, flying away past all the other marks. And Queen Athena, built like a man, staked out the spot and cried with a voice of triumph, "Even a blind man, friend, could find your mark by groping round. It's not mixed up with the crowd, it's far in front. There's nothing to fear in this event. No one can touch you, much less beat your distance."
At that, the heart of the long-suffering hero laughed, so glad to find a ready friend in the crowd that, lighter in mood, he challenged all Phaeacia's best. "Now, go match that, you young pups, and straightway I'll hurry you just as far, I swear, even farther. All the rest of you, anyone with aspiring spirit, step right up and try me. Even sense me so. At boxing, wrestling, racing, nothing daunts me. Any Phaeacian here except Laodamas himself. The man's my host. Who would fight his friends? He'd have to go good for nothing, senseless, yes, to challenge his host and come to grips and games, in a far-off land at that. He'd cut his own legs short. But there are no others I'd deny or think beneath me. I'll take on contenders gladly, test them head to head. I'm no disgrace in the world of games where men compete. While I know how to handle a fine, polished blow, the first to hit my man in a mass of enemies, even with rows of comrades pressing near me, taking aim with our shafts to hit our targets. Philoctetes alone outshoot me there at Troy, when ranks of Achaean archers bent their bows. Of the rest I'd say that outcast them all, men still alive, who eat their bread on earth. But I'd never vie with the men of the days gone by, not Heracles, not Eurytus or Ochiella, archers who rivaled immortal powers with their bows. That's why Eurytus died. Sudden death, not old age, creeping upon him in the halls. Apollo shot him down, enraged that the man had challenged him, the archer god.
As for spears, I can fling a spear as far as the next man wings an arrow. Only at sprinting I fear you leave me in the dust. I've taken a shameful beating on the heavy seas, no conditioning there on shipboard day by day. My legs have lost their spring. He finished. All stood quiet, hushed. Only Alcinous found a way to answer. "Stranger friend, nothing you say among us seems ungracious. You simply want to display the gifts you were born with. Stung that to the youngster, marched up to you in the games, mocking, ridiculing your prowess as no one would who had some sense of fit and proper speech. But come now, hear me out, so you can tell our story to the other lords as you sit and feast in your own hall some day, your own wife and your children by your side, remembering there our island prowess here. What skills great Zeus has given us all well. Down all the years from our fathers' days till now, we're hardly world-class boxers or wrestlers, I admit, but we can race like the wind. We're champion sellers too, and always dear to our hearts the feast, the lyre, and the dance, and changes of fresh clothes, our warm baths and beds. So come, all you Phaeacian masters of the dance, now dance away, so our guest can tell his friends, when he reaches home, how far we excel the world in sailing, nimble footwork, dance, and song.
Go someone, quickly fetch Telemachus now, his ringing lyre. It must be hanging somewhere in the palace. At the king's word, the herald sprang to his feet and ran to fetch the vibrant lyre from the house, and stewards rose, 9 in all, picked from the realm to set the stage of contest. Masters at arms who leveled the dancing floor to make a fine broad ring. The herald returned and placed the ringing lyre now in Damascus' hands, and the bard moved towards the center, flanked by boys in the flush of youth, skilled dancers who stamped the ground with marvelous pulsing steps. As Odysseus gazed at their flashing feet, his heart aglow with wonder.
A rippling prelude. Now the bard struck up an irresistible song, the love of Ares and Aphrodite crowned with flowers. How the two had first made love in Hephaestus' mansion, all in secret. Ares had showered her with gifts and showered Hephaestus' marriage bed with shame, but a messenger ran to tell the god of fire, Helios, lord of the sun, who spied the couple lost in each other's arms and making love. Hephaestus, hearing the heart-wounding story, bustled toward his forge, brooding on his revenge, planted the huge anvil on its block, and beat out chains, not to be slipped or broken, all to pinned lovers on the spot. This snare the fire god forged, ablaze with his rage at war, then limped to the room where their bed of love stood firm, and round the post he poured the chains in a sweeping net, with streams of others flowing down from the roof beam, gossamer fine as spiderwebs no man could see, not even a blissful god. The smith had forged a masterwork of guile. Once he had spun that cunning trap around his bed, he feigned a trip to the well-built town of Lemnos, dearest to him by far of all the towns on earth. But the god of battle kept no blind man's watch. As soon as he saw the master craftsman leave, he plied his gold reins and arrived at once and entered the famous god of fire's mansion, chafing with lust for Aphrodite crowned with flowers. She just returned from her father's palace, mighty Zeus. Now she sat in her rooms as Ares strode right in and grasped her hand with a warm, seductive urging. Quick, my darling, come, let's go to bed and lose ourselves in love. Your husband's away. By now he must be off in the wilds of Lemnos, consorting with the raucous Sintian friends.
So he pressed, and her heart raced with joy to sleep with war, and off they went to bed, and down they lay. And down around them came those cunning chains of the crafty god of fire, showering down now till the couple could not move a limb or lift a finger. Then they knew at last there was no way out now. But now the glorious crippled smith was drawing near. He turned around, miles short of Lemnos coast, for the sun god kept his watch and told Herodotus all. So he rushed to his house, his heart consumed with anguish. Halting there at the gates, seized with savage rage, he howled out a terrible cry, imploring all the gods, Father Zeus, look here. The rest of you happy gods who live forever. Here is a sight to make you laugh, revolt you too. Just because I am crippled, Zeus's daughter Aphrodite will always spurn me in love, that devastating Ares, just because of his striking looks and racer legs, while I am a weakling, lame from birth, and who's to blame? Both my parents, who else? If only they'd never bred me. Just look at the two lovers, crawled inside my bed, locked in each other's arms. The sight makes me burn. But I doubt they'll want to lie that way much longer. Not a moment more, mad as they are for each other. No, they'll soon tire of bedding down together, but then my cunning change will bind them fast, till our father pays my bride gifts back in full. All I handed him, for shameless his daughter. Here's this blue beauty, all unbridled too.
So Hephaestus wailed as the gods came crowding up to his bronze-floored house. Poseidon of the earth, god of the earthquake, came, and Hermes came, the running god of luck, and the archer, Lord Apollo. While modesty kept each goddess to her mansion, the immortals, givers of all good things, stood at the gates, and the uncontrollable laughter burst from the happy gods when they saw the god of fire's subtle, cunning work. One would glance at his neighbor, laughing out. A bad day for adultery, slow outstrips the swift. Look how limping Hephaestus conquers war, the quickest of all gods who'd rule Olympus. The cripple wins by craft. The adulterer, he will pay the price. So the gods would banter among themselves, but Lord Apollo goaded Hermes on. Tell me, Quicksilver, giver of all good things, even with those unwieldy shackles wrapped around you, how would you like to go to bed with the golden Aphrodite?
Oh, Apollo, if only, the giant killer cried. Archer, bind me down with triple those endless chains. Let all you gods look on, and all goddesses too, how I'd love to bed that golden Aphrodite.
A peal of laughter broke out from the deathless ones, but not Poseidon, not a smile from him. He kept on begging the famous smith to loose the god of war, pleading, his words flying. Let him go. I guarantee you, Ares will pay the price, whatever you ask, Hephaestus, whatever's right in the eyes of all the gods.
But the famous crippled smith appealed in turn. God of the earthquake, please don't urge this on me. A pledge for a worthless maid is a worthless pledge indeed. What if he slips out of his chains, his debts as well? How could I shackle you while all the gods look on?
But the god of earthquakes reassured the smith. Look, Hephaestus, if Ares scuttles off away, squirming out of his debt, I'll pay the fine myself. And the famous crippled smith complied at last. Now there is an offer. I really can't refuse.
With all his force, the god of fire loosed the chains, and the two lovers, free of the bond that overwhelmed themselves, sprang up and away at once. And the war god sped to Thrace, while love of her telltale laughter sped to Cyprus Isle. where her grove and scented altars stand. Their graces bathened and anointed her with oil, of racial oil, the bloom that clings to the gods who ever never die, and swatched her round in gowns to stop at the heart in ecstasy of vision.
That was the song the famous harper sang, and Odysseus relished every note as the islanders, the lords of the long oars and master mariners rejoiced. Next the king asked Helios and Laodamas to dance, the two alone, since none could match that pair. So taking in hand a gleaming sea blue ball, made by the craftsman Polybus, arching back one prince would hurl it toward the shadowy clouds, as the other leaping high into the air would catch it, quick, nimbly, before his feet hit the ground again. Once they vied at throwing the ball straight up, they toss it back and forth in blur of hands, as they danced across the earth that feeds us all, while boys around the ring stamped out the beat, and a splendid rhythmic drumming sound arose. And good Odysseus looked at his host, exclaiming, King Alcinous, shining among your island people, you boasted Phaeacia's dancers are the best. They prove your point. I watch and I'm amazed.
His praises cheered the hollow island king, who spoke at once to the masters mariners around him. Hear me, my lords and captains of Phaeacia, our guest is a man of real taste, I'd say. Come, let's give him the parting gifts as a guest deserves. There are 12 pairs of realm who rule our land, 13 counting myself. Let each of us contribute a flesh cloak and a shirt and a bar of precious gold. Gather the gifts together, hurry, so our guest can have them all in hand when he goes to dine, his spirit filled with joy. As for Broadsea, let him make amends, man to man, with his words as well as gifts. His first remarks were hardly fit to hear.
All assented and gave their own commands. Each noble sent a page to fetch his gifts, and Broadsea volunteered in turn, obliging. Great Alcinous, shining among our island people, of course I'll make amends to our new-found friend as you request. I'll give the man his sword, it's solid bronze, and the hilt has silver studs, the sheath around it ivory, freshly carved. Here's a gift our guest will value highly.
She placed the silver-studded sword in Odysseus' hands with a burst of warm words. Farewell, stranger, sir. If any remarks of mine gave you offense, may Stormwind snatch it up and sweep it off. May the gods grant you safe passage home to see your wife. You've been so far from your loved ones, suffered so.
Tactful Odysseus answered him in kind, and a warm farewell to you, too, my friend. May the gods grant you good fortune. May you never miss his sword. This gift you give with such salutes, you've made amends in full. With that he slung the silver-studded sword across his shoulder. As the sun sank, his glittering gifts arrived, and the proud heralds bore them into the hall where the sons of King Alcinous took them over, spread them out before their noble mother's feet, a grand array of gifts. The king in all his majesty led the rest of his peers inside, following in a file, and down they sat on rows of high-backed chairs. The king turned to the queen and urged her, Come, my dear, bring the elegant chest, the best you have, and lay inside it a fresh cloak and shirt, your own gifts. Then heat a bronze cauldron over the fire, boil water. So once our guest has bathed and reviewed his gifts, all neatly stacked for sailing, gifts our Phaeacian lords have brought him now, he'll feast in peace and hear the harbor's songs. And I will give him this gorgeous golden cup of mine, so he'll remember Alcinous all his days to come, when he pours libations out in his own house to Father Zeus and all the other gods on high. And at that, Arete told her serving woman, Set a great 3-leaden cauldron over the fire, do it right away. And hoisting over the blaze a cauldron, filling it brimful with bathing water, they piled fresh logs beneath it and lit them quickly. The fire lapped at the vessel's belly, the warm water. Meanwhile the queen had a polished chest brought forth from an inner room, and laid the priceless gifts inside, the clothes and the gold that the Phaeacian lords had brought, and added her own gifts, a cloak and a fine shirt, and gave her guests instructions quick and clear. Now look to the lid yourself, and bite it fast with a good tight knot, so no one can rob you on your voyage, drifting into a sweet sleep as the black ship sails you home.
Hearing that, the storm-tossed man secured the lid straight away. He battened it fast with a swift, intricate knot that Lady Sister had taught him long ago, and the housekeeper invited him at once to climb into a waiting tub and bathe. A hot, steaming bath, what a welcome sight to Odysseus' eyes. He had been a stranger to comfort such as these since he left the lovely, haired Calypso's house, yet all these years he enjoyed such comforts there, never ending, as if he were a god. And now, when maids had washed him, rubbed him down with oil, and drawn warm fleece and a shirt around his shoulders, he stepped from the bath to join the nobles at their wine. And there stood Nausicaa as he passed, beside a column that propped the sturdy roof, she paused, endowed by the gods with all her beauty, gazing at Odysseus right before her eyes. Wonder-struck, she held her guest with a winning flight of words. Farewell, my friend, and when you are at home in your own land, remember me at times, namely to me you owe the gift of life.
Odysseus rose to the moment, deftly, gently. Nausicaa, daughter of generous King Alcinous, may Zeus the Thunderer, Hera's husband, grant it so, that I travel home and see the dawn of my return. Even at home I'll pray to you as a deathless goddess. All my days to come you saved my life, dear girl. And he went and took his seat beside the king. By now they were serving out the portions, mixing wine, and the herald soon approached, leading the faithful bard Demodocus, prized by all the people, seated him in a chair amid the feasters, leaning it against a central column. At once alert, Odysseus carved a strip of loin, rich and crisp with fat, from the white tusked boar that still had much meat left, and called the herald over. Here, herald, take this choice cut to Demodocus, so he can eat his fill, with warm regards from a man who knows what suffering is. From all who walk the earth, our bards deserve esteem and awe, for the muse herself has taught them paths of song. She loves the breed of harpers.
The herald placed the gift in Damascus' hand, and the famous blind bard received it overjoyed.
They reached the good things that lay outspread, and when they put aside desire for food and drink, Odysseus, master of many exploits, praised the singer. I respect you, Demodocus, more than any man alive. Surely the muse has taught you, Zeus's daughter, or god Apollo himself, how true to life, all true too. You sang the Achaeans' fate. All they did and suffered, all they soldiered through, as if you were there yourself, or heard from one who was. But come now, shift your ground. Sing of the wooden horse, Pylos built with Athena's help, the cunning trap that good Odysseus brought one day to the heights of Troy, filled with fighting men who laid the city waste. Sing that for me, true to life as it deserves, and I will tell the world at once how freely the muse gave you the gods' own gift of song.
Stirred now by the muse, the bard launched out in a fine blaze of song, starting at just the point where the man is singing the force, sitting their camp afire, had boarded the oar-swept ships and sailed for home. But famed Odysseus' men already crouched in hiding, in the heart of Troy's assembled, dark in that horse. The Trojans dragged themselves to the city heights. Now it stood there, looming and rounding its bulk. The Trojans sat debating, clashing days on end. 3 plans split their ranks, either to hack open the hollow vault with ruthless bronze, or haul it up to the highest ridge and pitch it down to the cliffs, or let it stand, a glorious offering made to pacify the gods. And that, the final plan, was bound to win the day, for Troy was fated to perish once the city lodged. Inside her walls the monstrous wooden horse, where the prime of the army of power lay in wait, with death and slaughter bearing on Troy. And he sang how troops of Achaean broke from the cover, streaming out of the horse's hollow flanks to plunder Troy. He sang how left and right they raved the steep city, sang how Odysseus marched right up to give his house, like the god of war on attack with diehard Menelaus. There he sang Odysseus just fought the grimmest fight he had ever braved, but he won through at last, thanks to Athena's superhuman power.
That was the song the famous harper sang, but great Odysseus melted into tears, running down from his eyes to wet his cheeks as woman weeps, her arms flung around her darling husband, a man who fell in battle, fighting for town and townsmen, trying to beat the day of doom from home and the children. Seeing the man go down, dying, gasping for breath, she clings for dear life, screams and shrills, but the victors just behind her, digging spear butts into her back and shoulders, drag her off in bondage, yoked to hard labor, pain, and the most heartbreaking torment wastes her cheeks. So from Odysseus' eyes ran tears of heartbreak now, but his weeping went unmarked by all the others. Only Alcinous, sitting close beside him, noticed his guest's tears, heard the groan and the man's labored breathing, and said at once to the master mariners around him, "Hear me, my lords and captains of Phaeacia. Let Demodocus rest his ringing lyre now. This song he sings can hardly please us all. Ever since our meal began, and the stirring bard launched his song, our guest has never paused in his tears and throbbing sorrow. Clearly grief has overpowered his heart. Break off this song. Let us all enjoy ourselves, the host and guest together, much the warmer way. All these things to perform for him, our honored guest. The royal send-off here, and gifts we give in love. Treat your guest and suppliant like a brother. Anyone with a touch of sense knows that. So don't be crafty now, my friend, don't hide the truth I'm after. Fair is fair, speak out. Come, tell us the name they call you at your home, your mother, father, townsmen, neighbors round about. Surely no man in the world is nameless, all told. Born high, born low, as soon as he sees the light, his parents always name him once he's born. And tell me your land, your people, your city too, so our ships can sail you home. Their wits will speed them there. For we have no steersmen here among Phaeacians' crew, or steering oars that guide your common craft. Our ships know in a flash their mater's intentions, know all ports of call and all the rich green fields. With wings of the wind, they cross the sea's huge gulfs, shrouded in mist and cloud, no fear in the world of foundering, fatal shipwreck.
True, there's an old tale I heard my father telling once. Odysseus used to say that Lord Poseidon was vexed with us because we escorted all mankind and never came to grief. He said that one day, as a well-built ship of ours sailed home on the misty sea from such a convoy, that God would crush it, yes, in a pile of huge mountain round our port. So the king foretold, and as for the god, well, he can do the worst or leave it quite undone, whatever warms his heart.
But come, my friend, tell us your own story now, and tell it truly. Where have your rovings forced you? What lands of men have you seen? What sturdy towns, what men themselves, who were wild, savage, lawless, who were friendly to strangers, God-fearing men? Tell me, why do you weep and grieve so sorely when you hear the fate of the Argives, hear the fall of Troy? That is the gods' work, spinning threads of death through the lives of mortal men, and all to make a song for those to come. Did one of your kinsmen die before the walls of Troy? Some brave man, a son by marriage, father by marriage, next to our own blood kin, our nearest, dearest ties, or a friend perhaps, someone close to your heart, staunch and loyal, no less dear than a brother, the brother in arms who shares our inmost thoughts.
Odysseus, the great teller of tales, launched out his story. Alcinous, majesty, shining among your island people. What a fine thing it is to listen to such a bard as we have here. The man sings like a god. The crown of life, I'd say. There's nothing better than when deep joy holds sway throughout the realm. The banqueters up and down the palace sit in ranks, enthralled to hear the bard. And before them all the tables heaped with bread and meats, and drawing wine from a mixing bowl, the steward makes his rounds and keeps the wine cups flowing. This, to my mind, is the best that life can offer.
But now you're set on probing the bitter pains I've borne, so I'm to weep and grieve. It seems still more. Well then, what shall I go through first? What shall I save for last? What pains the gods have given me my share. Now let me begin by telling you my name, so you may know it well, and I, in times to come, if I can escape the fatal day, will be your host. Your sworn friend through my home is far from here. I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, known to the world for every kind of craft. My fame has reached the skies. Sunny Ithaca is my home. Atop her stands our sea mark, Mount Neriton's leafy ridges simmering in the wind. Around her a ring of islands circle side by side. Dulcion's same, wooded Zacharus too, but mine lies low and away, the furthest out to sea, rearing into the western dusk, while the others face the east and breaking day. Mine is rugged land, but good for raising sons, and I myself, I know no sweeter sight on earth than a man's own native country.
True enough, Calypso, the luscious goddess, tried to hold me back, deep in her arcing caverns, craving me for a husband. So did Circe, holding me just as warmly in her halls, the bewitching queen of Achaea, keen to have me too. But they never won the heart inside me, never. So nothing is as sweet as a man's own country, his own parents, even though he settled down in some luxurious house off a foreign land, and far from those who bore him.
No more, come. Let me tell you about the voyage fraught with hardship. Zeus inflicted on me homeward bound from Troy.
The wind drove down out of Ilium onto Ismaris, the Ciconies' stronghold. There I sacked the city, killed the men, but as for the wives and plunder, the rich haul we dragged away from the place. We shared it round so no one, not on my account, would go deprived of his fair share of spoils. Then I urged him to cut and run set sail. But would they listen? Not those mutinous fools. There was too much wine to swill, too much sheep to slaughter down along the beach, and shambling longhorn cattle. And all the white Ciconies sought out other Ciconies, called for help from their neighbors living inland, a larger force and stronger soldiers too, skilled hands at fighting men from chariots, skilled when the crisis broke to fight on foot. Out of the morning mist they came against us, packed as the leaves and spears that flower forth in spring, and Zeus presented us with disaster, me and my comrades doomed to suffer blow on mortal blow. Lining up, both armies battled it out against other swift ships. Both ranked each other with hurtling bronze lances. Long as morning rose in the west they grew stronger, we stood and fought them off. Massed as they were, but then when the sun wheeled past the hour of unyoking oxen, the Ciconies broke our lines and beat us down at last. Out of each ship 6 men at arms were killed. The rest of us rowed away from certain doom.
From there we sailed on, glad to escape our death, yet sick at heart for the dear companions we had lost. But I would not let our rolling ships set sail until the crews had raised the triple cry, saluting each poor comrade cut down by the fierce cyclones on that plain. Now Zeus, who masses the storm clouds, hit the fleet with the north wind. A howling demonic gale, shrouding over in thunderheads the earth and sea at once. And night swept down from the sky, and the ships went plunging headlong on. Our sails slashed by rags by the hurricane's blast. We struck them. Cringing at death, we rowed our ships to the nearest shoreline. Pulled with all our power, there for 2 nights, 2 days, we lay by, no let-up, eating our hearts out, bent with pain and bone-tired. When dawn with her lovely locks brought on the 3rd day, then stepping the masts and hoisting the sails high, we lunged at the outlocks, letting wind and helmsmen keep us true on course. And now at long last I might have reached my native land unscathed, but just as I doubled Mila's cape, a tide rip and the north wind drove me way off course, careering past Katrina.
9 whole days I was borne along by rough, deadly winds on the fish-infested sea. Then on the 10th our squadron reached the land of the lotus eaters, people who eat the lotus, mellow fruit and flower. We disembarked on the coast, drew water there, and crewmen snatched a meal by the swift ships. Once we had our fill of food and drink, I sent a detail ahead, 2 picked men and a 3rd, a runner, to scout out who might live there, men like us perhaps, who live on bread. So off they went, and soon enough they mingled among the natives, lotus eaters, who had no notion of killing my companions, not at all. They simply gave them lotus to taste instead. Any crewman who ate the lotus, the honey-sweet fruit, lost all desire to send a message back, much less return. Their only wish to linger there with the lotus eaters, gazing on lotus, all memory of the journey coming home dissolved forever. But I brought them back to the hollow ships in streaming tears. I forced them, hauled them under the rowing benches, lashed them fast, and shouted out commands to my other steady comrades. Quick, no time to lose, embark in the racing ships. So none can eat the lotus, forget the voyage home. They swung aboard at once. They sat on the oars in ranks, and in rhythm churned the water white with stroke on stroke.
From there we sailed on, our spirits now at a low ebb, and reached the land of the high and mighty Cyclops. Lawless brutes who trust so the everlasting gods, they never plant with their hands or plow the soil. Unsown, unplowed, the earth teems
with all they need, wheat, barley, and vines swelled by the rains of Zeus, to yield a full-bodied wine from clustered grapes. They have no meeting place for council, no laws either. No, up on the mountain peaks, they live in arching caverns, each a law to himself, ruling his wives and children, not a care in the world for any neighbor.
Now a level island stretches flat across the harbor, not close and short to the Cyclops coast, not too far out, thick with woods where the wild goats feared by hundreds. No trampling of men to start them from their lairs. No hunters roughing it out on the woody ridges. Stalking quarry ever raid their haven. No flocks browse, no plowlands roll with wheat. Unplowed, unshorn forever, empty of humankind. The island just feeds droves of bleeding goats. For the Cyclops had no ships with crimson prows, no shipwrights there to build them good, trim craft that could sail them out to foreign ports of call, as most men risk the seas to trade with other men. So artisans would have made this island to a decent place to live in. No mean spot, it could bear you any crop you like in season. Water meadows along the low foaming shore run in soft and moist, and your vines would never flag. The land's clear for plowing. Harvest on harvest, a man could reap a healthy stand of grain. The subsoil is dark and rich. There's a snug deep water harbor there. What's more, no need for mooring gear, no anchor stones to heave, no cables to fast. Just beat your heels, ride out the day until your shipmate's spirit steers for open sea and a fair wind blows. At last, at harbor's heen, there's no spring that rushes fresh from beneath a cave, and black poplars flourish around its mouth. Here we landed, and surely a god steered us in through the pitch-black night. Not that he ever showed himself with thick fog, swirling around the ships, the moon wrapped in clouds, and not glimmers stealing through the gloom. Not one of us glimpsed the island, scanning hard, or the long combers rolling us slowly toward the coast. Not till our ships had run their keels ashore. Beaching our vessels, smoothly striking sail, the crew swung out on the slow, shelving sand, and there we fell asleep, awaiting dawn's first light.
When young Dawn with her rose-red fingers shone once more, we all turned out, intrigued to tour the island. The local nymphs, the daughters of Zeus himself, flushed mountain goats so the crews could make their meal. Quickly we fetched our curved bows and hunting spears from the ships, and splitting up into 3 bands, we started shooting, and soon enough some god had sent us bags of game to warm our hearts. A dozen vessels sailed in my command, and to each crew 9 goats were shared out, and 9 alone took 10. When all day long, till the sun went down, we sat and feasted well, on the sides of meat and rounds of heavy wine. The good red stock in our vessels' holds had not run out. There were still plenty left. The men had carried off a generous store in jars when we stormed and sacked the Cyclones' holy city. Now we stared across the Cyclops' shore, so near we could even see their smoke, hear their voices, their bleating sheep and goats. And then when the sun had set and night came on, we lay down and slept at the water's shelving edge. When young Dawn with her rose-red fingers shone once more, I called muster briskly, commanding all the hands, "The rest of you stay here, my friends in arms. I'll go across with my own ship and crew and probe the natives living over there. What are they, violent, savage, lawless, or friendly strangers, God-fearing men?"
With that, I boarded the ship and told the crew to embark at once and cast off cables quickly. They swung aboard. They sat to the oars in ranks, and in rhythm churned the water white with stroke on stroke. But as soon as we reached the coast, I mentioned, "No longer trip." We spied a cavern just at the shore, gaping above the surf, towering, overgrown with laurel. In here, big flocks, sheep, and goats were stalled to spend the nights, and around its mouth a yard was walled up, and quarried boulders sunk deep in the earth, and enormous pines and oak trees looming darkly. Here was a giant slayer, in fact, who always pastured his sheep flocks far afield and never mixed with others, a grim loner, dead set in his own lawless ways. Here was a piece of work by God, a monster built like no mortal who ever souped on bread. No, like a shaggy peak, I'd say a man-mountain rearing head and shoulders over the world.
Now then, I told most of my good trusty crew to wait, to sit tight by the ship and guard her well. When I picked out my dozen finest fighters and off I went, but I took a skin of wine along, and ruddy, irresistible wine that Warren gave me once. Eunethes' son, a priest of Apollo, lord of Ismarus. Because we'd rescued him, his wife, and children, reverent as we were. We lived, you see, in Apollo's holy grove. And so in return he gave me splendid gifts. He handed me 7 bars of well-wrought gold, a mixing bowl of solid silver, and this wine. He drew it off in generous wine jars, 12 in all unmixed, such a bouquet, a drink fit for the gods. No maid or man of his household knew that secret store, only himself, his loving wife, and single servant. Whenever they drank deep the wine red, mellow vintage, 20 cups of water he'd stir in one of the wine. And what an aroma wafted from the bowl. No joy in holding back when that was poured. Filling a gray goatskin now, I took his wine, provisions too in a leather sack. A sudden foreboding told my fighting spirit I'd soon come up against some giant clad in power, like armored plate, a savage, deaf to justice and blind to law.
Our partly quickly made its own way to its cave, but we failed to find our host himself inside. He was off in his pasture, ranging his sleek flocks. So we explored his den, gazing wide-eyed at it all. The large flat racks loaded with drying cheeses. The folds crowded with young lambs and kids. Split into 3 groups. Here the springboard, here mint yearlings, here the fresh sucklings off the side. Each sort was pennied apart, and all these vessels, pails, and Hamill's buckets used for milking were brimming full with whey. From the start, my comrades pressed me, pleading hard. Let's make away with the cheeses, then come back. Hurry, drive the lambs and kids from the pens to our swift ship. Put out to sea at once. But I would give not away, and how much better it would have been, not till I saw him, saw what gifts he'd give. But he proved no lovely sight to my companions.
There we built a fire, set our hands on the cheeses, offered some to the gods, and ate the bulk ourselves, and settled down inside, awaiting his return. And back he came from pasture late in the day, herding his flocks home, and lugging a huge load of good dry logs to fuel his fire at supper. He flung them down in the cave, a jolting crash. We scuttled in panic into the deepest dark recess. And next he drove his sleek flocks into open vault. All he'd milk at least, but he left the males outside, rams and billy goats out in the high-walled yard. Then, to close his door, he hoisted overhead a tremendous massive slab. No, 22 wagons, rugged and 4 wheels, could budge that boulder off the ground, I tell you. Such an immense stone the monster wedged to block his cave. Then down he squatted to the milk, his sheep and bleating goats, each in order, and put a suckling underneath each dam. And half the fresh white milk he curded quickly, set it aside, the wicker racks to press for cheese. and the other half let stand in pails and buckets, ready at hand to wash his supper down. As soon as he'd briskly finished all his chores, he lit his fire and spied us in the blaze. "Strangers," he thundered out, who are you? Where did you sail from over the running sea lanes? Out on a trading spree or roving the waves like pirates, sea-wolves, raiding at will, who risk their lives to plunder other men?"
The hearts inside us shook, terrified by this rumbling voice and monstrous hulk. Nevertheless, I found the nerve to answer firmly. "Men of Achaia, we are inbound now from Troy, driven far off course by the wearing winds over the vast gulf, battling home on a strange tack, a route that's off the map, until we've come to you. So it must please King Zeus, plodding heart. We're glad to say we're men of Atreus Agamemnon, whose fame is the proudest thing on earth these days. So great a city he sacked, such multitudes he killed, but since we've chanced to, we're at your knees in hopes of warm welcome, even a guest's gift. The sort of hosts give strangers, that's the custom, respect for the gods, my friend, we're suppliants at your mercy. Zeus of the strangers guards all guests and suppliants. Strangers are sacred, Zeus will avenge their rights."
"Stranger," he grumbled back from his brutal heart, "you must be a fool, stranger, or come here from nowhere. Tell me to fear gods or avoid their wrath? We Cyclops never blink at Zeus and Zeus's shield of storm and thunder, or any other blessed god. We've got more force by far. I'd never spare you in the fear of Zeus's hatred, or your comrades here, unless I had the urge. But tell me, where did you moor your study ship when you arrived? Up the coast or close in? I'd just like to know."
So he laid his trap, but he never caught me. No, wise to the world, I shot back in my crafty way. My ship, Poseidon, god of the earthquake, smashed my ship. He drove it against the rocks at your island's far cape. He dashed it against a cliff as the winds rode us in. I and the men you see escaped a sudden death.
Not a word in reply to that, the ruthless brute. Lurching up, he lunged out with his hands toward my men, and snatching two at once, wrapping them out on the ground, he knocked them dead like pups. Their brains gushed out all over, soaked the floor, and ripping them limb from limb to fix his meal, he bolted them down like a mountain lion, left no scrap. Devoured entrails, flesh, and bones, marrow and all. We flung our arms to Zeus, we wept and cried aloud, looking on at his grisly work, paralyzed, appalled. But once the Cyclops had stuffed his enormous gut with human flesh, washing it down with raw milk, he slept in his cave, stretched out along his flocks. And I, with my fighting heart, I thought at first to steal up to him, draw the sharp sword at my hip, and stab his chest where the midriff packs the liver. I groped for the fatal spot, but a fresh thought held me back. There at a stroke we'd finish off ourselves as well. How could we, with our bare hands, heave back that slab set to block his cavern's gaping maw? So we lay there, groaning, waiting dawn's first light.
When young Dawn with her rose-red fingers shone once more, the monsters relit his fire and milked his handsome ewes each other, putting a suckling underneath each dam. And as soon as he'd briskly finished all his chores, he snatched up two more men and fixed his meal. Well fed, he drove his fat sheep from the cave, lightly lifting the huge door slab up and away, then slipped it back in place, as a hunter flips the lid of his quiver shut. Piercing whistles, turning his flocks to the hills, he left me there, the heart inside me brooding on revenge. How could I pay him back? Would Athena give me glory? Here was the plan that struck my mind as best, the Cyclops' great club. There it lay on the pens, olive wood full of sap. He'd lopped it off to brandish, one to drive. Looking it over, we judged it big enough to the mast of a pitch-black ship with her 20 oars, a freighter broad in the beam that blows through miles of sea, so long, so thick, it bulked before our eyes. While flanking it now, I chopped off a fathom's length, rolled it to the comrades, told them to plane it down, and they made the club smooth as I bent and shaved the tip
to its stabbing point. I turned it over the blazing fire to char it good and hard, then hid it well, buried deep under the dug that littered the cavern's floor in thick, wet clumps. And now I ordered my shipmates all to cast lots, who'd brave it out with me, to hoist her stake and grind it into his eye when sheep had overcome him. Luck of the draw, I got very ones I would have picked myself, 4 good men, and I lead 5.
Nightfall brought him back, herding his woolly sheep, and he quickly drove the sleek flock into the vaulted cavern. Rums and all, none left outside on the walled yard. His own idea, perhaps, or a god led him on. Then he hoisted the huge slab to block the door, and squatted to milk his sheep and bleating goats, each in order, putting a suckling underneath each dam. And as soon as he'd briskly finished all his chores, he snatched up 2 more men and fixed his meal. But this time I lifted a carved wooden bowl, brimful of my ruddy wine, and went right to the Cyclops' enticing. Here, Cyclops, try this wine, to top off the banquet of human flesh you've wilted down. Judge for yourself what stock our ship has stored. I brought it here to make you a fine libation. Hoping you would pity me, Cyclops, send me home. But your rages are insufferable. You barbarian, how could any man on earth come visit you after this? What you've done outrages all that's right.
At that he seized the bowl and tossed it off, and the heady wine pleased him immensely. More, he demanded a second bowl, a hearty helping, and tell me your name quickly, so I can hand my guest gift to warm his heart. Our soil yields the Cyclops' powerful, full-bodied wine, and the rains that from Zeus built its strength. But this nectar ambrosia, this flows from heaven.
So he declared. I poured him another fiery bowl. 3 bowls I brimmed, and 3 he drank to the last drop. The fool, and then, when the wine was swirling around his brain, I approached my host with a cordial, winning word. So, you ask me the name I'm known by, Cyclops. I will tell you, but you must give me a guest gift, as you've promised. Nobody. That's my name, nobody. So my mother and father call me, all my friends.
But he boomed back at me from this ruthless heart. Nobody, I'll eat nobody. Last of all his friends, I'll eat the others first. That's my gift to you.
With that, he toppled over, sprawled full length, flat on his back, and lay there, his massive neck slumping to one side. And he sleep that conquers all overwhelmed him now, as wine came spurting, flooding up from his gullet with chunks of human flesh. He vomited, blind drunk. Now, at last, I thrust our steak in a bed of embers, to get it red hot and rail all my comrades. Courage, no panic, no one hang back now. And green as it was, just as the olive steak was about to catch fire, the glow terrific, yes, I dragged it from the flames, my men clustering round, as some god breathed enormous courage through us all, hoisting high that olive steak with its stabbing point, straight into the monster's eye, and they rammed it hard. I drove my weight on it from above and bored it home. A shipwright bores his beam with a shipwright's drill that men blow, whipping the strap back and forth, whirl in the drill, twisting faster, never stopping. So we seized our stake with its fiery tip, and bored it round and round in the giant's eye, till the blood came boiling up around that smoking shaft, and the hot blast singed his brow and eyelids round the core, and broiling eyeball burst. Its crackling bolts blazed and hissed.
As the blacksmith plunges a glowing axe or aids in an ice-cold bath, and the metal screeches steam, and its temper hardens, that's the iron's strength. So the eye of the Cyclops sizzled around that stake. He loosened a hideous roar, the rock walls echoed round, and we scuttled back in terror. The monster wrenched the spike from his eye, and out it came with a red geyser of blood. He flung it aside with frantic hands, and mad with pain he bellowed out for help from his neighbor Cyclops, living round about in caves on winged Socrates. Hearing his cries, they lumbered up from every side, and hulking round his cavern, asked what ailed him. What Polyphemus? What in the world's that the trouble? roaring out in God-sent night to rob us of our sheep. Surely no one's wrestling your flocks against your will. Surely no one's trying to kill you now by fraud or force.
Nobody, friends, Polyphemus fell back from his cave. Nobody is killing me now by fraud and not by force.
A fear alone his friends boon back at once, and nobody's trying to overpower you now. Look, it must be a plague sent here by the mighty Zeus, and there's no escape from that. You'd better pray to your father, Lord Poseidon.
They lumbered off, but laughter filled my heart, to think how nobody's name, my great cunning stroke, had duped them one and all. But the Cyclops here, still groaning, racked with agony, groped around for the huge slab, and heaving it from the doorway. Down he sat in the cave's mouth, his arms spread wide, hoping to catch a comrade stealing out with sheep. Such a blithering fool he took me for, but I was already plotting. What was the best way out? How could I find escape from my death, from my crew, myself as well? My wits kept weaving cunning schemes. Life at stake, monster death, staring us in the face. Till this plan struck my mind at best, that flock, those well-fed rams with their splendid thick fleece, sturdy, handsome beasts sporting their dark weight of wool. I lashed them abreast, quietly twisting the willow twigs the Cyclops slept on. Giant, lawless brute. I took them 3 by 3, each ram in the middle bore a man, while the 2 rams either side would shield him well. So 3 beasts to bear each man, but as for myself, there was one bellwether ram, the prize of all the flock, and clutching him by his back, I tucked up under his shaggy belly. There I hung, face upwards, both hands locked in his marvelous deep fleece, clinging for dear life, my spirit steeled, enduring. So we held on, desperate, waiting dawn's first light.
As soon as young dawn with her rose-red fingers shone once more, the rams went rumbling out of the cave towards pasture. The ewes kept bleating round the pens, unmilked, their udders about to burst. Their master, now heavily in torment, felt the back of each animal halting before him here. But the idiot never sensed my men were trusted up under their thick, fleecy ribs. And last of them all came the great ram now, striding out, weighed down with his dense wool and my deep plots. Stroking him gently, powerful Polyphemus murmured, "Dear old ram, why last of the flock to quilt the cave? In the good days you'd never lag behind the rest. You with your long marching strides, first by far of the flock to graze the fresh young grasses, first by far to reach the rippling streams, first to turn back home, keen for your fold when that night comes, but now you're last of all. And why, sick at heart for your master's eye, the coward gouged out with his wicked crew, only after he stunned my wits with wine, that nobody who's not escaped his death, I swear, not yet. Oh, if only you'd thought like me, had words like me to tell me where that scoundrel is cringing from my rage. I'd smash him against the ground, I'd spill his brains, flooding across my cave, and that nobody would ease my heart of the pains that good for nothing made me suffer."
And with that threat he let my ram go free outside. But soon as we'd got 1 foot past the cave and courtyard, first I loosed myself from the ram, then loosed my men, then quickly glancing back again and again we drove our flock, good plump beasts with their long shanks, straight to the ship. A welcome sight we were, the loyal comrades who'd escaped our death. But for all the rest they broke down and wailed. I cut it short. I stopped each shipmate's cries, my head tossing, brows furrowing, silent signals to hurry tumble our fleecy herd on board. Launch out the open sea. They swung aboard, they sat to the oars in ranks, and rhythm turned it the water white with stroke on stroke. But once offshore, as far as a man's shout can carry, I called back to the Cyclops, stinging taunts. So, Cyclops, no weak coward it was whose crew you bent to devour there in your vaulted cave. With your brute force, your filthy crimes came down on your own head, you shameless cannibal, daring to eat your guests in your own house. So Zeus and the other gods have paid you back.
That made the rage of the monster boil over. Ripping off the peak of a towering crage, he heaved it so hard the boulder landed just in front of our dark prow, and a huge swell reared up as the rock went plunging under. a tidal wave from the open sea. The sudden backwash drove the landward again, forcing us close inshore, but grabbing a long pole, I thrust us off away, tossing my head for dear life, signaling crews to put their backs on the oars, escape grim death. They drew themselves in the labor, rowed on fast, but once we plowed the breakers twice as far again, I began to taunt the Cyclops. Men around me trying to check, call me left and right. So headstrong, why rile the beast again?
The rock he flung in the sea just now, hurling our ship to shore once more. We thought we'd die on the spot.
If he caught a sound, one of us, just a moan, he would have crushed our heads. The ship timbers with one heave of another flashing jagged rock.
Good God, the brute can throw, so they begged, but they could not bring my fighting spirit around. I called back with another burst of anger. Cyclops, if any man on the face of earth should ask you, who blinded you, shamed you, so say Odysseus, raider of the cities, he gouged out your eye, Laertes' son who makes his home in Ithaca.
So I vaunted, and he groaned back in answer, oh no, that prophecy years ago. It all comes home to me with a vengeance now. We once had a prophet here, a great tall man, Telemachus, Hermes' son, a master at reading signs, who grew old in his trade among his fellow Cyclops. All this, he warned me, would come to pass some day, that I'd be binded here at the hands of one Odysseus. But I always looked for a handsome giant man to cross my path, some fighter clad in power and like armor plate. But now, look what a dwarf, a spineless, good-for-nothing, stuns me with wine, then gouges out my eye. Come here, Odysseus, let me give you a guest gift, and urge Poseidon, the earthquake god, to speed you home. I am his son, and he claims to be my father, true, and he himself will hear me, if he pleases. No other blessed god, no man can do the work.
Heal you. Here was my parting shot. Would to God I could strip you of life and breathe you and breath, and ship you down to the house of death, as surely no one will ever heal your eye, not even your earthquake god himself.
But at that he blowed out to Lord Poseidon, thrusting his arms to the starry skies, and prayed, hear me, Poseidon, god of the sea, blue man, who rocks the earth. If I really am your son, and you claim to be my father, come, grant that Odysseus, raider of cities, Laertes' son, who makes his home in Ithaca, never reaches home. Or if he is fated to see his people once again, and reach his well-built house in his own native country, let him come home late, and come a broken man, all shipmates lost, alone, a stranger's ship, and let him find a world of pain at home.
So he prayed, and the god of sea blue mane, Poseidon, heard his prayer. The monster suddenly hoisted a boulder far larger, wheeled and heaved it, putting his weight behind it. Massive strength, and the boulder crashed close, landing just in the wake of our dark stern, just failing to graze the rudder's bladed edge. A huge swell reared up as the rock went plunging under. Yes, and the tidal breaker drove us out to our island's far shore, where my well-decked ships lay moored. Clustered waiting and huddled around them, crewmen sat in anguish, waiting, chafing for our return. We beached our vessel hard ashore as the sand. We swung out in the frothing surf ourselves, and herding the Cyclops sheep from our deep holds, we shared them round, so no one, not on my account, would go deprived of his fair share of spoils. But the splendid ram, as we melted our flocks, my friends in arms, made him my prize of honor, mine alone, and I slaughtered him on the beach, and burnt his thighs to Cronos, mighty son of Zeus, of the thundercloud who rules the world. But my sacrifices failed to move the god. Zeus was still obsessed with my plans to destroy my entire oar-swept fleet and loyal crew of comrades. Now, all day long, till the sun went down, we sat and feasted on sides of meat and heady wine. Then, when the sun had set and night came on, we lay down and slept at the water's shelving edge. When young dawn, with her rose-red fingers, shone once more, I roused the men straightway, ordering all crews to man the ships and cast off cables quickly. They swung aboard at once. They sat to the oars in ranks, and in rhythm churned the water, white with stroke on stroke, and from there we sailed on, glad to escape our death, and yet sick at heart for the comrades we had lost.
The Bewitching of Aea. We reached the Aeolian island next, the home of Aeolus, Hippotas' son. Beloved by the gods who never die, a great floating island it was, and rounded by all huge ramparts, rise of indestructible bonds, and sheer rock cliffs shoot up from the sea to sky. The king had sired 12 children within his halls, 6 daughters and 6 sons in the lusty prime of youth. So he gave his daughters as wives to his 6 sons. Seated beside their dear father and doting mother, with delicacies plentifully spread before them, they feast on forever. All day long, the halls breathe the savor of roasted meats, and echo round to the low moan of blowing pipes, and all night long, each one by his faithful mate, they sleep under soft-piled rugs on corded bedsteads. To this city of theirs we came, their splendid palace, and Aeolus hosted me one entire month. He pressed me for news of Troy and the Argive ships, and how we had sailed home. And I told him the whole long story, first to last. And then, when I begged him to send me on my way, he denied me nothing. He went about my passage. He gave me a sack, the skin of a full-grown ox, binding inside the winds that howl from every quarter. For Zeus had made that king the master of all winds, with power to calm them down or rouse them as he pleased. Aeolus stowed the sack inside my holds, lashed so fast with a burnished silver cord, not even a slight puff could slip past the knot. Yet he set the west wind free to blow us on our way, then waft our squadron home. But his plan was bound to fail. Yes, our own reckless folly swept us onto a ruin. 9 whole days we sailed, 9 nights non-stop. On the 10th, our own land hove into sight at last. We were so close we could see men tending fires. But now an enticing sleep came on me, bone weary from working the vessel's sheet myself, no let-up, never trusting the ropes to any other mate, the faster the journey back to native land. But the crews began to mutter among themselves. Sure, I was hauling troves of gold and silver home, the gifts of open-hearted Aeolus, Hippotas' son. The old story, one man glanced at another, grumbling. Look at our captain's luck, so loved by the world, so prized at every landfall, every port of call. Heaps of lovely plunder he hauls home, Troy, while we who went through slogging just as hard, we go home empty-handed. Now this is Aeolus loads him, but with treasure, favoritism, friend to friend. Hurry, let's see what loot is in that sack. How much gold and silver? Break it open, now! A fatal plan, but it won my shipmates over. They loosed the sack, and all the winds burst out. Then a sudden squall struck and swept us back to sea, wailing in tears, far from our native land. And I woke up with a start, my spirit churning. Should I leap over the side and drown at once, or grit my teeth and bear it, stay among the living? I bore it all, held firm, hiding my face, clinging tight to the decks, while heavy squalls blasted our squadron back again to Aeolus' island, shipmates groaning hard. We disembarked on the coast, drew water there, and crewmen snatched a meal by the swift ships. Once we'd had our fill of food and drink, I took shipmates along with me, a herald too, and approached King Aeolus' famous halls, and here we found him feasting beside his wife and many children. Reaching the doorstep at the threshold, down we sat, but our host, amazed to see us, only shouted questions. Back again, Odysseus? Why? Some blustering god attacked you? Surely we launched you well. We sped you on your way, to your own land and house, or any place you pleased. So they taunted, and I replied in deep despair. A mutinous crew undid me. That and a cruel sleep. Set it to rights, my friends. You have the power. So I pleaded gently humble appeals. But our host turned silent, hushed, and the father broke forth with an ultimatum. Away from my island, fast, most cursed man alive! It's a crime to host a man or speed him on his way when the blessed deathless gods despise him so, crawling back like this. It proves the immortals hate you. Out! Get out! Groan as I did, his curses drove me from the halls. And from there we pulled with heavy hearts, with the crew's spirits broken under the oars' labor, thanks to our own folly, no favoring wind in sight. 6 whole days we rode, 6 nights non-stop. On the seventh day we raised the Lystrygonian land. Pylos heights where the craggy fort of Lems rises, where shepherds calls to shepherds, as one drives in his flocks, and the other drives his out, and he calls back in answer. Where a man who never sleeps could rake in double wages, one for herding cattle, one for pasturing fleecy sheep. The nightfall and the sunrise marched so close together. We entered a fine harbor there, all walled around by a great unbroken sweep of the sky-scraping cliffs, and 2 steep headlands fronting each other, close around the mouth, so that the passage isn't cramped. Here the rest of my rolling squadron steered, right into the gaping cove and mooring more tightly. Prow by prow, never swell there, big or small, a milk-white calm spreads all around the place. But I alone anchored my black ship outside, well clear of the harbor's jaws. I tied her fast to a cliffside with a cable. I scaled its rock face to look out on its crest, but glimpsed no trace of the work of man or beast from there. All I spied was a plume of smoke drifting off the land, so I sent some crew ahead to learn who lived there. Men like us, perhaps, who lived on bread. 2 good mates I chose, and a third to run the news. They disembarked and set out on a beaten trail, the wagon each for hauling timber down to town from the mountain heights above. And before the walls they met a girl drawing water, Antiphatus' strapping daughter, king of Lystrygonians. She'd come down to a clear running spring, Phaeacia, where the local people come to fill their pails. My shipmates clustered around her, asking question, who was king of the realm, who ruled the natives here? She waved at one stutter to her father's high roofed halls. They entered the sumptuous palace, found his wife inside, a woman huge as a mountain crag, who filled them with horror. Straightway she summoned royal Antiphates from assembly. Her husband, who prepared my crew a barbarous welcome, snatching one of my men, he tore him up for dinner. Either the 2 sprang free and reached the ships, but the king let loose a howling through the town. That brought tremendous Lystrygonians swarming up from every side, hundreds, not like men, like giants. Down from the cliffs they flung great rocks a man could hardly hoist, and ghastly shattering din rose from all the ships. Men on their death cries, hulls smashed to splinters. They speared the crews like fish and whisked them home to make them grisly meals. But while they killed them, off in the harbor depths, I pulled the sword from beside my hip and hacked away at the ropes and moored my blue proud ship of war and shouted rapid orders at my shipmates. Put your backs in the oars. Now row or die. In terror of death they ripped the swells, all as one. And what a joy as we darted out from the open sea, clear of those beetling cliffs, my ship alone. But the rest went down en masse. Our squadron sank. From there we sailed on, glad to escape our death. We had sick at heart for the dear companions we had lost. Reached the Aeaean island next, the home of Circe, the nymph with lovely braids and awesome power who can speak with human voice, the true sister of a murderous-minded Aeetes. Both were bred by the sun who lights our lives. Their mother was Perse, a child the ocean bore. We brought our ship to port without a sound, as a god eased her into the harbor safe and snug. And for 2 days and 2 nights we laid by there, eating our hearts out, bent with pain and bone tired. When dawn with her lovely flocks brought out on the 3rd day, at last I took my spear and my sharp sword again, rushed up from the ship to find a lookout point, hoping to glimpse some sign of human labor, catch some human voices. Scaled the commanding crag, and scanning hard, I could just make out some smoke from Circe's halls, drifting up from the broad terrain through bush and woods. Mulling it over, I thought I'd scout the ground. That fire glow in the smoke, I saw it, true. But soon enough this seemed the better plan. I'd go back to shore in the swift ship first, feed the men, then send them out for scouting. I was well on my way down, nearing our ship, when a god took pity on me. Wandering all alone, he sent me a big stag with high branching antlers, right across my path. The sun's heat forced him down from his forest range to drink at the river's banks. Just bounding out of the timber when I hit him, square in the backbone, halfway down the spine. My bronze spear went punching clean through. He dropped in the dust, groaning, gasping at his last breath. Trotting on him, I wrenched my bronze spear from the wound, left it there on the ground, and snapping off some twigs and creepers, twisted a rope around a fathom long. I braided it tight, hand over hand, and lashed the 4 locks that magnificent beast. Loaded around my neck, and I lugged him towards the ship, trudging, propped on my spear. No way to sling him over his shoulder, steadying him with one free arm. The kill was so immense.
I flung him down by the hull and roused the men, going up to them with all the word to lift their spirits. Listen to me, comrades, brothers in hardship. We won't go down to the house of death. Not yet. Not till our day arrives. Up with you. Look, there's still some meat and drink in our good ship. Put our minds on food. Why die of hunger here? My hearty urging brought them round at once. Heads came up from the cloaks, and there by the barren sea they gazed at the stag, their eyes wide, my noble trophy. But once they looked, their fill and warmed their hearts. They washed their hands and prepared a splendid meal. Now all day long till the sun went down we sat and feasted on our sides of meat and seasoned wine. Then when the sun had set and night came on, we lay and slept at the water's shelving edge. When young dawn with her rose-red fingers shone once more, I called a muster quickly, informing all the crew, listen to me, my comrades, brothers in hardship. We can't tell east from west, the dawn from dusk, nor when the sun that lights our lives goes under earth, nor where it rises. We must think of a plan at once, some cunning stroke. I doubt there's one still left. I scaled a commanding crag, and from the height surveyed the entire island, ringed like a crown by endless wastes of sea. For the land itself lies low, and I did see smoke drifting up from the heart through thick brush and woods. My message broke their spirit as they recalled the gruesome work of Laestrygonian King Antiphates, and the hardy cannibal Cyclops thirsting for our blood. They burst into cries, wailing, streaming lives of tears that gained us nothing. What good can come of grief? And so, numbering off my band of men at arms into 2 platoons, I assigned them each a leader. I took one, and Lord Eurylochus took the other. We quickly shook lots in a bronze helmet. The lot of a brave Eurylochus leapt up first. So he moved off with his 22 comrades, weeping, leaving us behind in tears as well. Deep in the wooded glens, then they came on Circe's palace, built of dressed stone and cleared rise of land. Mountain wolves and lions were roaming around the grounds. She bewitched them herself. She gave them magic drugs. But they wouldn't attack my men. They just came pawing up around them, fawning, swishing their long tails, eager as hounds that fawn around their master coming home from a feast, who always brings back scraps to calm them down. So they came nuzzling around my men, lions, wolves, and with big, powerful claws, and the men cringed in fear at the sight of those strange, ferocious beasts. But still they paused at our doors, the nymph with lovely braids, Circe, and deep inside the heart of her they heard her singing, lifting her spellbinding voice as she glided back and forth at her great immortal loom, her enchanting web a shimmering glory only goddesses can weave. Pylades, captain of armies, took command, the closest, most devoted man I had. Friends, there's someone inside, plying a great loom, and how she sings enthralling. The whole house is echoing to her song, goddess or woman, let's call her out now. So we urged, and the men called out and hailed her. She opened her gleaming doors at once and stepped forth, inviting them all in. And then they went, all innocents. Only Eurylochus stayed behind. He sensed a trap. She ushered them in to sit on high-backed chairs, and she mixed them a potion, cheese, barley, and pale honey molded in a premium wine. But into the brew she stirred her wicked drugs, to wipe their memories and any thought of home. Once they drained the bowl she filled, suddenly she struck with her wand, drove them into their pigsties, and all of them bristling to swine with grunt snouts, even their bodies, yes, and only the men's minds stayed steadfast as before. So off they went to their pens, sobbing, squealing, as Circe flung them acorns, cornel nuts, and mass, common fodder for hogs that root all in royal mud. Back Eurylochus ran to our swift black ship, and tell them the disaster our poor friends had faced. But try as he might, he couldn't get a word out. Numbing sorrow had stunned the man to silence. Tears welled his eyes, his heart possessed by grief. We assailed him with questions, all at our wits' end, till last he could recount the fate our friends had met. Off we went through the brush, Captain, as you commanded. Deep in the wooded glens we came on Circe's palace, built of dressed stone on a clear rise of land. Someone inside was plying a great loom, and how she sang in a high, clear voice. Goddess or woman, we called out and hailed her. She opened her gleaming doors at once and stepped forth, and inviting us all in. And in we went, all innocents. But I stayed behind. I sensed a trap. Suddenly all vanished, blotted out. Not one face showed again, though I sat there keeping watch a good long time. At that report, I slung the hefty bronze blade off my silver-studded sword around my shoulder. slung my bow on too, and told our comrade, "Lead me back by the same way that you came." But he flung both arms around my knees and pleaded, begging me with tears in his winging words, "Don't force me back there, Captain. King, leave me here on the spot. You will never return of yourself. I swear. You'll never bring back a single man alive. Quick, cut and run with the rest of us here. We can still escape the fatal day." But I shot back, "Eurylochus, stay right here. Eating, drinking, safe by the black ship. I must be off. Necessity drives me on." Leaving the ship and shore, I headed inland, cramming up through the hushed entrance glades until I was nearing the halls of Circe skilled in spells, approaching her palace. Hermes, god of the golden wand, crossed my path, and he looked at, for all the world, like a young man sporting his first beard. Just in the prime and warm pride of youth, and grasped me by the hand and asked me kindly, "Where are you going now, my unlucky friend? Striking over the hills alone in an unfamiliar country, and your men are all in here in Circe's palace, cooped like swine, hawked by Jal in the styes? Have you come to set them free? Well, I warn you, you won't get home yourself. You'll stay right there, trapped with all the rest. But wait, I can save you. Free you from that great danger. Look, here's a potent drug. Take it to Circe's halls. Its power alone will shield you from the fatal day. Let me tell you all of the witch's subtle craft. She'll mix you a potion, laced with the brew with drugs, but she'll be powerless to bewitch you. Even so, this magic herb I give you will fight her spells. Now here's your plan of action, step by step. The moment Circe strikes with her long, thin wand, you draw your sharp sword sheathed at your hip, and rush to her fast as if you run her through. She'll cower in fear and coax you to her bed, but don't refuse the goddess's bed. Not then. Not if she's to release your friends and treat you well yourself. But have her swear the binding oath of the blessed gods she'll never plot some intrigue to harm you. Once you lie there naked, never unman you. Strip away your courage." With that, the giant killer handed over the magic herb, pulling it from the earth, and Hermes showed me all its name and nature. Its root is black, and its flower is white as milk, and the gods call it moly, dangerous for a mortal man to pluck from the soil, but not for the deathless gods. All lies within their power. Now Hermes went his way to the steep heights of Olympus, over the island's wood, while I, just approaching over the halls of Circe, my heart a heaving storm at every step, paused at her doors. The nymph with her lovely braids, I stood and shouted to her there. She heard my voice. She opened her gleaming doors at once and stepped forth, inviting me in, and I went. All anguish now, she led me in to sit at a silver-studded chair, ornately carved, and with a stool to rest my feet. In a golden bowl she mixed a potion for me to drink, stirring her poison in, her heart aswirl with evil, and then she passed it on. I drank it down, but I never worked its spell. She struck with her wand, and now, she cried, "Off to your sty, you swine, and wallow with your friends." But I drew my sharp sword, sheathed at my hip, and rushed her fast as if I was run her through. She screamed, slid under my blade, hugged my knees with a flood of warm tears and burst of winging words. "Who are you? Where are you from? Your city, your parents? I'm wonderstruck. You drank my drug. You're not bewitched. Never has any other man withstood my potion. Never. Once it's past his lips and he has drunk it down, you must have a mind in you no magic can enchant. You must be Odysseus, man of twists and turns." Hermes, the giant killer, god of the golden wand, he always said you'd come. Homeward bound from Troy on your swift black ship. Come, sheathe your sword. Let us go to bed together. Mount to my bed and mix the magic work of love. We'll breed deep trust between us. She enticed, but I fought back, still wary. "Circe, Circe, how dare you tell me to treat you with any warmth? You who turned my men into swine in your own house, and now you hold me here as well, teeming with treachery? You lure me to your room and mount your bed, so once I lie there naked, you'll unman me, strip me away my courage. Mount your bed? Not for all the world. Not until you consent to swear, goddess, a binding oath, you'll never plot some new intrigue to harm me." Straight away she began to swear the oath that I required. She'd never do me harm. And when she finished, then, at last, I mounted Circe's gorgeous bed. But at the same time, her handmaids bustled through the halls, 4 in all who performed the goddess's household tasks, nymphs, daughters born of the springs and groves, and sacred rivers running down to the open sea. One draped the chairs with fine crimson covers. Once over the seats she spread with linen cloths below. A second drew up silver tables before the chairs, and laid out golden trays to hold the bread. A third mulled the heady. heartwarming wine in a silver bowl and set out golden cups. A fourth brought water in a lid-blazing fire, beneath a massive cauldron. The water heated soon, and once it reached the boil and the glowing bronze, she eased me into the tub and bathed me from the cauldron, mixing the hot and cold to suit my taste. Showering my head and shoulders until she had washed away the spirit-numbing exhaustion from my body. The bathing finished, rubbing me sleek with oil, throwing warm fleece and shirt around my shoulders, she led me to sit in a silver-studded chair, ornately carved, with a stool to rest my feet. A maid brought water soon in graceful golden pitchers, and over a silver basin tipped it out so I might rinse my hands, then pulled the gleamy table to my side. A staid housekeeper brought on bread to serve me, appetizers aplenty too, lavish with their bounty. She pressed me to eat. I had no taste for food. I just sat there, mind wandering far away, lost in grim forebodings. As soon as Circe saw me, huddled, not touching my food, immersed in sorrow, she sidled with a coaxing winged word. Odysseus, why just sit there, struck numb? Eating your heart out, not touching food or drink? Suspect me of still more treachery? Nothing to fear. Haven't I just sworn my solemn binding oath? So she asked, but I protested. Circe, how could any man in his right mind endure the taste of food and drink before he'd free his comrades in arms and look them in the eyes? If you really want me to eat and drink, then set them free. All my beloved comrades, let me feast my eyes. So I demanded. Circe strode me on through the halls and out, her wand held high in hand, and flinging open the pens, drove forth my men, who looked like full-grown swine. Facing her, there they stood as she went along the ranks, anointing them one by one with some new magic oil. And look, the bristles grown by the first wicked drug, and that Circe gave them, slipped away from their limbs, and they turned men again, younger than ever, taller by far, more handsome to the eye. And yes, they knew me at once, and each man grasped my hands, and a painful longing for tears overcame us all. A terrible sobbing echoed through the house. The goddess herself was moved, and standing by me, warmly urged me on, illustrious goddess now. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, tried and true, go at once to your ship at the water's edge, haul her straight up on the shore first, and stow your cargo in running gear and caves, then back you come, bring your trusty crew. Or urging won my stubborn spirit over. Down I went to the swift ship at the water's edge, and there on the decks I found my loyal crew, consumed with grief and weeping live warm tears. But now, as calves in stalls when cows come home, droves of them herded back from the fields to farmyard once they've grazed their fill, as all their young calves come frisking out to meet them, bucking out their pens, lowing non-stop, jostling, rushing around in their mothers. So my shipmates, there at the sight of my return, came pressing around me now, streaming tears, so deeply moved in their hearts, they felt as if they'd made it back to their own land, their city, Ithaca's rocky soil where they were bred and reared. And through their tears, their wounds went winging home. You're back again, my king. How thrilled we are, as if you reached our country, Ithaca, at last. But come, tell us about the fate of our comrades. Still I replied with a timely word of comfort. Let's haul our ship back. Our ship straight up on the shore first, and stow our cargo in running gear and caves. Then hurry, all of you, come along with me, to see our friends in the magic halls of Circe eating and drinking. The feast flows on forever. So I said, and they jumped to my bindings. Only Eurylochus tried to hold my shipmates back. His mutinous outburst aimed at one and all. Poor fools! Where are we running now? Why are we tempting fate? Why stumble blindly down to Circe's halls? She'll turn us all into pigs or wolves or lions, made to guard that palace of hers by force, I tell you, just as the Cyclops trapped our comrades in his lair, with hot-head Odysseus was right behind them all. Thanks to this man's rashness, they died too! So he declared, and I had half a mind to draw the sharp sword from beside my hip and slice his head off, tumbling down in the dust, close kin that he was. But comrades checked me, each man trying to calm me, left and right. Captain, we'll leave him here if you command, just where he is, to sit and guard the ship, lead us on to the magic halls of Circe. With that, up from the ship and shore they headed inland, nor did Eurylochus linger by the hull. He struggled behind the rest, dreading the sharp blast of my rebuke. All the while, Circe had bathed my other comrades in her palace, caring and kindly, rubbed them sleek with oil, and decked them out in their fleecy cloaks and shirts. We found them all together, feasting in their halls. Once we had recognized each other, gazing face to face, we all broke down and wept, and the house resounded now, and Circe, the lustrous one, came toward me, pleading, Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, man of action, no more tears now. Calm these tides of sorrow, while I know what pains you bore in the storming seas. What punishment you endured from hostile men on land. But come now, eat your food and drink your wine, till the same courage fills your chests, now as then. When you first set sail from the native land, from rocky Ithaca, now you're burnt out husks, your spirit haggard, seer always brooding over your wandering long and hard. Your heart's never lifting with any joy. You've suffered far too much. So she enticed, and won our battle hard and spirits over, and they were sat at ease, day in, day out, till the year had run its course, feasting on sides of meat, draughts of heady wine. But then, when the year has gone, and the seasons wheeled by, and the months waned, and the long days came around again, my little comrades took me aside and prodded. Captain, this is madness. High time you thought of our home at last. If it is really your fate to make it back alive, and reach your well-built house and native land, their urging brought my stubborn spirit round, so all that day, till the sun went down, we sat and feasted on our sides of meat and heady wine. And then when the sun had set and night came on, the men lay down to sleep in the shadowed halls. But when I went up to the luxurious bed of Circe, hugged her by the knees, and the goddess heard my wailing supplication. Circe, now make a good promise you gave me once. It's time to help me home. My heart longs to be home, my comrades' hearts as well. They wear me down, pleading with me whenever you're away. So I pressed, and the illustrious goddess answered me in turn. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, old campaigner, stay no more in my house against your will. But first another journey calls. You must travel down to the house of death, and the awesome one, Persephone, there to consult the ghost of Tiresias, seer of Thebes, the great blind prophet whose mind remains unshaken. Even in death, Persephone has given him wisdom, everlasting vision to see him, and him alone. The rest of the dead are empty, flighting shades. So she said, and crushed the heart inside me. I knelt to her bed and wept. I had no desire to go on living and see the rising light of day. But once I had my fill of tears, and writhing there, at last I found the words to venture. Circe, Circe, who can plot us on that journey? Who has reached the house of death in a black ship? The illustrious goddess answered, and never pausing, Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, born for exploits, let no lack of pilot on that helm concern you know. Just step your mast and spread your white sail wide. Sit back, and the north wind will speed you on your way. But once your vessel had cut across the ocean river, you will take it to graze a desolate coast on the Persephone's grove, where tall black poplars, willows whose fruit die young. Beat your vessel hard on the ocean's turning shore, and make your own way down to the moldering house of death. And there into the Acheron, the flood of grief, two rivers flow: the torrent river of fire, the wailing river of tears that branches off from Styx, the stream of hate, and a stark crag looms, where the two rivers thunder down and meet. Once there, go forward, hero. Do as I say now. Dig a trench of about a forearm's deep length, and around it pour libations out to all the dead, first with milk and honey, and then with mellow wine, then water third and last, and sprinkle the glistening barley over it all, and vow again and again to all the dead, to the drifting lesser spirits of their ghosts, that once you return to Ithaca you will slaughter the bear and heifer in your halls, the best you have, and load a pyre with treasure, and to Tiresias alone a part you will offer a sleek black ram, the pride of all your herds. Once your prayers have invoked the emanations of the dead in their dim glory, slaughter a ram and a black ewe, turning both their heads into Cerberus. But turn your head away, looking toward the ocean river. Suddenly, then the countless shades of the dead and gone will surge around you there. But order your men at once to flay the sheep that lie before you, killed by your ruthless blade, and burn them both. And then say your prayers to the gods, to the almighty god of death and dread Persephone. But you, draw your sharp sword from beside your hip, sit down on alert there, and never let the ghosts of shambling, shiftless dead come near that blood till you have questioned Tiresias yourself. Soon, soon, the great seer will appear before you, captain of armies. He will tell you the way to go, the stages of your voyage, how you can cross the stormy sea and reach home at last. And with those words, Dawn rose from on her golden throne, and Circe dressed me quickly in a sea cloak and shirt, while the queen slipped on a loose, glistening robe, filmy, a joy to the eye, and around her waist she ranked a brocaded golden belt. And overhead a scarf to shield her brow, and as strode on through the halls strode my men, hovering over each with the whining word, "Up now! No more lazing around in sleep. We must set sail. Queen Circe has shown the way." I brought them round, my hearty friends in arms, but not even from there could I get them safely off without a loss. There was a man, Alcinous, the youngest in our ranks, none too brave in battle, none too sound in mind. He stayed from his mates in Circe's magic halls, and keen for the cool night air. Sodden with wine, he bedded down on her roofs, but roused by the shouts and tread of marching men, he leapt up with a start at dawn, but still so dazed, he forgot to climb back down, again by the long ladder. Head first from the roof he plunged, his neck snapped from the backbone, his soul flew down to death. Once on our way, I gave the men their orders. "You think we are headed home, our dear land? Well, Circe set us a rather different course. Down to the house of death, and the awesome one, Persephone, there to consult the ghost Tiresias, seer of Thebes." So I said, and it broke my shipmates' hearts. They sank down to the ground, moaning, tore their hair, but it gained us nothing. What good can come of grief? Back to the swift ships at the water's edge we went, our spirits deep in anguish, faces wet with tears, but Circe got to the dark hole before us, tethered a ram and black eel close by, shipping past unseen. Who can glimpse a god who wants to be invisible, gliding here and there?
Now down we came to the ship at the water's edge. We hauled and launched her into the sunlit breakers first, stepped the mast in the black craft and set our sail and loaded the sheep abroad. The ram and eel, then we ourselves embarked. Streaming tears, our hearts weighed down with anguish. But Circe, the awesome nymph with lovely braids who speaks with human voice, sent us a hardy shipmate. Yes, a fresh following wind ruffling up in our wake, bellying out our sail to drive our blue prow on, as we, securing the running gear from stem to stern, sat back while the wind and helmsman kept her true on course. The sail stretched taut as she cut the sea all day, and the sun sank and the roads of the world grew dark. And she made the outer limits, the ocean river's bounds, where Chimerian people have their homes, their realm and city shrouded in mist and cloud. The eye of the sun can never flash his rays through the dark and bring them light, not when he climbs the starry skies or when he wheels back front down from the heights to touch the earth once more. An endless, deadly night overhangs those wretched men. There, gaining that point, we beached our craft, and herding out the sheep, we picked our way by the ocean's banks until we gained the place that Circe made our goal. Here at the spot, Perimedes and Eurylochus held the victims fast, and I, drawing my sharp sword from beside my hip, dug a trench of about a forearm's depth and length, and around it poured libations out to all the dead, first with milk and honey, and then with mellow wine, then water third and last, and sprinkled glistening barley over it all, and time and again I vowed to all the dead, to the drifting, listless spirits of their ghosts, that once I turned to Ithaca, I would slaughter and barren heifer in my halls, the best I had, and load a pyre with treasures. And to Tiresias alone, apart, I would offer a sleek black ram, the pride of all my herds. And once my vows and prayers had invoked the nations of the dead, I took the victims over the trench, I cut their throats, and the dark blood flowed in, and up out of Erebus they came, flocking toward me now, the ghosts of the dead and gone. Brides and unwed youths and old men who had suffered much, and girls with their tender hearts, freshly scarred by sorrow, and great armies of battle dead, stabbed by bronze spears. Men of war still wrapped in bloody armor, thousands swarming around the trench from every side. Unearthly cries, blanching terror gripped me. I ordered the men at once to flay the sheep that lay before us, killed by my ruthless blade, and burn them both, and then say prayers to the gods, to the almighty god of death and dread Persephone. But I, the sharp sword drawn from beside my hip, sat down on alert there, and never let the ghost of the shambling, shiftless dead come near the blood till I had questioned Tiresias myself. But first the ghost of Elpenor, my companion, came toward me. He had not been buried under the wide ways of the earth, not yet. We left his body in Circe's house, unwept, unburied. This other labor pressed us. But I wept to see him now. Pity touched my heart, and I called out a winged word to him there. Elpenor, how did you travel down to the world of darkness? Faster on foot, I see, than I in my black ship. My comrade groaned as he offered me an answer. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, old campaigner, the doom of an angry god, and God knows how much wine they were my ruin, captain. I'd bedded down on the roof of Circe's house, but never thought to climb back down again by the long ladder. Head first from the roof I plunged, my neck snapped from the backbone. My soul flew down to death. Now I beg you, by those who you left behind, so far from here, your wife, your father, who bred and reared you as a boy, and Telemachus, left at home in your halls, your only son. Well, I know when you leave this lodging of the dead, that you and your ship will put ashore again, at the island of Aea. Then and there, my lord, remember me, I beg you. Don't sail off and desert me, left behind unwept, unburied. Don't. Or my curse may draw God's fury on your head. No, burn me in full armor, all my harness. Heap my mount with the churning gray surf, a man whose luck ran out. So even men to come will learn my story. Perform my rites and plant on my tomb that oar I swung with mates when I rode around the living. All this, my unlucky friend, I reassured him, I will do for you. I won't forget a thing. So we sat and faced each other, trading our bleak parting words, I on my side, holding my sword above the blood, he across from me there, my comrade's phantom dragging out his story. But look, the ghost of my mother came, my mother dead and gone now, Anticlea, daughter of that great heart Autolycus, whom I had left alive when I sailed for sacred Troy. I broke into tears to see her here, but filled with pity, even throbbing with grief, I would not let her ghost approach the blood till I had questioned Tiresias myself. At last he came, the shade of the famous Theban prophet, holding a golden scepter, knew me at once and hailed me. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, master of exploits, man of pain, what now? What brings you here, forsaking the light of day to see this joyless kingdom of the dead? Stand back from the trench. Put up your sharp sword so I can drink the blood and tell you all the truth. Moving back, I thrust my silver-studded sword deep in its sheath, and once he had drunk the dark blood, the words came ringing from the prophet in his power. A sweet, smooth journey home, renowned Odysseus, that is what you seek, but a god will make it hard for you, I know. You will never escape the one who shakes the earth, quaking with anger at you still enraged because you blinded the Cyclops, his dear son. Even so, you and your crew may still reach home, suffering all the way, if you only have the power to curb their wild desire and curb your own what's more. From the day your good trim vessel first puts in a Thrinacia island, flees the cruel blue sea. There you will find them grazing herds and fat flocks, the cattle of Helios, god of the sun who sees all, hears all things. Leave the beasts unharmed, your mind set on home, and you all may still reach Ithaca, bent with hardship, true, but harm them in any way, and I can see it now. Your ship destroyed, your men destroyed as well. And even if you escape, you'll come home late and come a broken man, all shipmates lost, alone in a stranger's ship. And you will find a world of pain at home, crude, arrogant men devouring all your goods, courting your noble wife, offering gifts to win her. No doubt you will pay them back in blood when you come home. But once you have killed those suitors in your halls, by stealth or in open fight with slashing bronze, go forth once more. You must carry your well-planned oar until you come to a race of people who know nothing of the sea, whose food is never seasoned with salt. Strangers all to ships with their crimson prows and long slim oars, wings that make ships fly. And here's your sign, unmistakable, clear, so clear you cannot miss it. When another traveler falls in with you and calls that weight across your shoulder, a fan to winnow green, then plant your bladed balanced oar in the earth and sacrifice fine beasts to the Lord God of the sea, Poseidon, a ram, a bull, and a ramping wild boar. Then journey home and render noble offerings up to the deathless God who rule the vaulting skies, to all the gods in order. And at last your own death will steal upon you. A gentle, painless death far from this sea, it comes to take you down, borne down with the years and ripe old age, with all your people there in blessed peace around you. All that I have told you will come true. O Tiresias, I replied as the prophet finished, surely the gods have spun this out as fate, the gods themselves. But tell me one thing more and tell me clearly. I see the ghost of my long-lost mother here before me, dead, crouching close to the blood in silence. She cannot bear to look me in the eyes, her own son, or speak a word to me. How, Lord, can I make her know me for the man I am? One rule there is, the famous seer explained, and simple for me to say and you to learn. And any one of the ghosts you let approach the blood will speak the truth to you. Anyone you refuse will turn and fade away. And with those words, now that his prophecies had closed, the awesome shade of Lord Tiresias strode back to the house of death. But I kept watch there, steadfast, till my mother approached and drank the dark cloud in blood. She knew me at once and wailed out in grief, and her words came winging toward me, flying home. Oh, my son, what brings you down to the world of death and darkness? You are still alive. It's hard for the living to catch a glimpse of this. Great rivers flow between us, terrible waters, the ocean first of all. No one could ever ford that stream on foot, only abroad some sturdy craft. Have you just come from Troy, wandering long years with your man and ship, not yet returned to Ithaca? You've still not seen your wife inside your halls? Mother, I replied, I had to venture down to the house of death to consult the shade of Tiresias, seer of Thebes. Never yet have I neared Achaia, never once set foot on native ground, always wandering. Endless hardship from that day, I first set sail with King Agamemnon, bound for Troy, the stallion land, to fight the Trojans there. But tell me about yourself and spare me nothing. What form of death overcame you? What laid you low? Some long, slow illness? Or did Artemis showering arrows come with her painless shafts and bring you down? Tell me of father. Tell of the son I left behind. Do my royal rights still lie in their safekeeping? Or does some stranger hold the throne by now, because men think that I'll come home no more? Please tell me about my wife, her turn of mind, her thoughts. Still standing fast beside her son, still guarding her great estate, secure as ever now? Or has she wed some other countryman at last, the finest prince among them? Surely, surely, my noble mother answered quickly. She's still waiting there in your halls, poor woman, suffering so. Her life an endless hardship like your own, wasting away the nights, weeping away the days. No one has taken over your royal rights, not yet. Telemachus still holds your great estates in peace. He attends the public banquets shared with all. The feasts men of justice should enjoy, for every lord invites him. As for your father, he keeps to his own far. He never goes to town, with no bed for him there, no blankets, glossy throws. All winter long he sleeps in the lodge with servants, in the ashes by the fire, his body wrapped in rags. But when summer comes and the bumper crops of harvest, any spot on the rising ground of his vineyard grows, he makes his bed, heaped high with fallen leaves, and there he lies in anguish, with his old age bearing hard upon him too. And his grief grows as he longs for your return. And I with the same grief I died and met my fate. No sharp-eyed huntress, showering arrows through the halls, approached and brought me down with painless shafts, nor did some hateful illness strike me, that so often devastates the body, drains our limbs of power. No, it was my longing for you, my shining Odysseus, you and your quickness, you and your gentle ways, that tore away my life that had been sweet. And I, my minded turmoil, how I longed to embrace my mother's spirit, dead as she was. 3 times I rushed toward her, desperate to hold her. 3 times she fluttered through my fingers, sifting away like a shadow, dissolving like a dream, and each time the grief cut to the heart, sharper, yes, and I cried out to her, words winging into the darkness. Mother, why not wait for me? How I long to hold you. So even here in the house of death, we can fling our loving arms around each other. Take some joy in the tears that numb the heart. Or is this just some wraith that great Persephone sends my way to make me ache with sorrow all the more? My noble mother answered me at once. My son, the unluckiest man alive. There is no deception sent by Queen Persephone. This is just the way of mortals when we die. Sinews no longer bind the flesh and bones together. The fire in all its fury burns the body down to ashes. Once life slips from the white bones and the spirit rustling flitters away, flown like a dream. But you must long for the daylight. Go quickly. Remember all these things so one day you can tell them to your wife. And so we both confided, trading parting words, and there slowly came a grand array of women, all sent before me now by august Persephone, and all were wives and daughters once of princes. They swarmed in a flock around the dark blood while I searched for a way to question each alone. And the more I thought, the more this seemed the best. Drawing forth the long sharp sword from beside my hip, I would not let them drink the dark blood, all in a rush, and so they waited, coming forward one after another. Each declared her lineage, and I explored them all. And the first I saw there, Tyro, born of kings, who said her father was the great lord Salmoneus, said that she was the wife of Cretheus, Aeolus' son. And once she fell in love with the river god Enipeus, far the clearest river flowing across the earth, and so she'd haunt Enipeus' glinting streams, till taking his shape one day, the god who girds the earth and makes it tremble bedded her where the swirling river rushes out to the sea. And a surging wave reared up, high as a mountain, dark, arching over to hide the god and mortal girl together. Losing her virgin belt, he lapped her round in sleep, And when the god had consummated his work of love, he took her by the hand and hailed her warmly. Rejoice in our love, my lady, and when this year has run its course, you will give birth to glorious children. Bedding down with the gods is never barren, futile, and you must tend them, breed and rear them well. Now home you go, and restrain yourself. I say, never breathe your lover's name, but know I am Poseidon, god who rocks the earth. With that, he dove back in the heaving waves, and she conceived for the god and bore him Pylos, Neleus, and both grew up to be stalwart aides of Zeus Almighty, both men alike. Pylos lived in the plains of Iolcos, rich in sheep flocks. Neleus lived in sandy Pylos. And the noble queen bore sons to Cretheus too, Aeson, Phares, and Emethiam, exultant charioteer. And after Tyro I saw Asopus, daughter Antipe. Proud she spent a night in the arms of Zeus himself, and born the god twin sons, Amphion and Zethus. The first to build the footings of 7-gate Thebes, her bastions too, for lacking ramparts none could live in a place so vast, so open, strong as both were. And I saw Alcmena next, Amphitrion's wife, who slept in the clasp of Zeus, emerged in love and brought forth Heracles, rugged will and lion heart. And I saw Megara too, magnanimous Creon's daughter, wed to the stalwart Heracles, the hero never daunted. And I saw the mother of Oedipus, beautiful Epicaste. What a monstrous thing she did in all innocence. She married her own son, who would kill his father, and then he married her. But the gods soon made it known to all mankind. So he in grown pain ruled on in beloved Thebes, lording Cadmus' people, thanks to the gods' brutal plan, while she went down to death who guards the massive gates. Lashing a noose to a steep rafter, there she hanged aloft, strangling in all her anguish, leaving her son to bear the world of horror a mother's furies brings to life. And I saw magnificent Chloris, the one whom Neleus wooed and won with a hoard of splendid gifts, so dazzled by her beauty years ago, the youngest daughter of Aias' son, Amphion, the great Minian king, who ruled Orchomenos once. She was his king in Pylos. She bore him shining sons, Nestor and Chromius, Periclymenus too, good prince. And after her sons she bore a daughter, majestic Pero, the marvel of her time, courted by all the young lords round about. But Neleus would not give her to any suitor, none but the man who might drive home the herds that powerful Iphiclus has stolen. Lurching broad in the brow, these long-horned beasts, and no small task to round them up from Pylos. Only the valiant seer Melampus volunteered. He would drive them home, but a god's iron sentence bound him fast. Barbarous herdsmen dragged him off in chains. Yet when the months and days had run their course, and the year wheeled round, and the seasons came again, then mighty Iphiclus loosed the prophet's shackles, once he had told them all the god's decrees. And so the will of Zeus was done at last. And I saw Leda next, Tyndareus' wife, who'd borne the king 2 sons, intrepid twins, Castor, breaker of horses, and the hardy boxer, Polydeuces, both buried now in the life-giving earth, though still alive. Even under the earth, Zeus grants them that distinction. One day alive, the next day dead. Each twin by turns, they both hold honors equal to the gods. And I saw Iphimedia next, Eloius' wife, who claimed she lay in the sea lord's loving waves, and gave the god 2 sons. But they did not live long. Otis staunch as a god and far-famed Ephialtes. They were the tallest men the fertile earth had borne, the handsomest too by far. Aside from renowned Orion, 9 yards across they measured, even at 9 years old. 9 fathoms tall they towered. They even threatened the deathless gods. They stormed Olympus' heights, with the pounding rush and grinding shock of battle. They were wild to pile Ossa upon Olympus. Then in Ossa Pelion dense with timber, their toe holds up the heavens. And they'd have won the day if they had reached peak strength. But Apollo, the son of Zeus, whom sleek-haired Leto bore, laid both giants low before their beards had sprouted, covering cheek and chin with their fresh crop of down.
Phaedra and Procris too I saw, and lovely Ariadne, daughter of Minos, the harsh king. One day Theseus tried to spirit her off from Crete to Athens' sacred heights, but he got no joy from her. Artemis killed her first, and the wave dashed Dia's shores, accused by Dionysus. And I saw Clymene, Myrea, and loathsome Euryphile, bribed with a golden necklace to lure her lawful husband to his death. But the whole cordage I could never really tally. Never name, not all the daughters and wives of great men I saw there. Long before that, the god-sent night would ebb away. But the time has come for sleep, either with friends aboard your swift ship or here in your own house. My passage home will rest with the gods and you. Odysseus paused. They all fell silent, hushed, his story holding them spellbound down to the shadowed halls, till the white-armed queen already suddenly burst out. Phaeacians, how does this man impress you now? His looks, his build, the balanced mind inside him? The stranger is my guest, but each of you princes share the honor here. So let's not be too hasty to send him on his way, and don't scrimp him on his gifts. His need is great as the richest piled up in your houses. Thank the gods, goodwill. Following her, the old Reverend Ichneus added his support, the eldest lord on the island of Phaeacia. Friends, the word of our considerate queen. They never miss the mark or fail our expectations. So do our reeds say. Though on Alcinous here depend all words and action. And so it will be, Alcinous stepped in grandly. Sure as I am alive, and rule our island men who love their oars, our guest, much as he longs for a passage home, must stay and wait it out here till tomorrow, till I can collect his whole array of parting gifts. His send-offs rest with every noble here, but with me most of all. I hold the reins to power in this realm. Odysseus, deft and tactful, echoed back, Alcinous, your majesty, shining are among your island people. If you would urge me now to stay here the whole year, then speed me home. Weighed by the lordly gifts, I'd gladly have to do it so. Better by far, that way the fuller my arm letting it be home, the more respected, well received I'd be by all who saw me sailing back to Ithaca. Ah, Odysseus, Alcinous replied, one look at you and we know that you are no one who would cheat us. No fraud such as the dark soil breathes and spreads across the face of the earth these days. Crowds of vagabonds frame their lies so tautly none of them can test them. But you, what grace you give your words, and what good sense within. You have told your story with all a singer's skill. The misery you endured, your great Cain's too. But come now, tell me truly. Your godlike comrades, did you see any heroes down in the house of death? Any who sailed with you and met their doom at Troy? The night's still young, I'd say. The night is endless. For us in the palace now, it's hardly time to sleep. Keep telling us your adventures. They are wonderful. I could hold you out here till dawn's first light, if only you could bear, here in our halls, to tell the tale of the pains you suffered. So the man of countless exploits carry on. Alcinous, majesty, shining among your island people. There's a time for many words, a time for sleep as well. But if you insist on hearing more, I never stint on telling my own tale, and these more painful still. The griefs of my comrades, dead in war's wake, who escaped battle cries of Trojan armies. Only to die in blood at journey's end, thanks to a vicious woman's will. Now then, no sooner had Queen Persephone driven off the ghosts of lovely women, scattering left and right, than forward marched the shade of Atreus' son Agamemnon. Fraught with grief and flanked by his comrades, troops of men in arms, who died beside him, who met their fate at Lord Aegisthus' halls. He knew me at once as soon as he drank the blood, and wailed out shrilly. Tears sprang to his eyes. He thrust his arms toward me, keen to embrace me there. No use. The great force was gone, the strength lost forever. Now that filled his rippling limbs in the old days. I wept at the sight. My heart went out of the man, my words too, in a winging flight of pity. Famous Atreides, Lord men of Agamemnon, what fatal stroke of destiny brought you down? Wrecked in the ships when Lord Poseidon roused some punishment blast of storm winds, gust on gust? Or did ranks of enemies mow you down on land as you tried to raid and cut off herds and flocks, or fought to win their city, take their women? The field marshal's ghost replied at once, royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, mastermind of war. I was not wrecked in the ships when Lord Poseidon roused some punishment blast of strong winds, gust on gust, nor did ranks of enemies mow me down on land. Aegisthus hatched my doom and destruction. He killed me. He, with my own accursed wife. He invited me to his palace, sat me down to feast, then cut me down as a man cuts down some ox in the trough. So I died, a wretched, ignominious death, and around me all my comrades killed, no mercy, one after the other, just like white-tough spores, butchered in some rich lord of power's halls, for a wedding, banquet, or groaning public feast. You in your day have witnessed 100 slaughters, killed in a single combat or killed in pitched battle. True. But if you'd laid your eyes on this, it would have wrenched your heart. How we've sprawled the mixing bowl and loaded tables there. Throughout the palace, the whole floors were awash with blood. But the death cry of Cassandra, Priam's daughter, the most pitiful thing I heard. My treacherous queen, Clytemnestra, killed her over my body. Yes, and I, lifting my fists, beat them down to the ground, dying, writhing around the sword. But she, that whore, she turned her back on me. While on my way to death, she even lacked the heart to seal my eyes with her hand or close my jaw. There's nothing more deadly, bestial than a woman set on works like these. What a monstrous thing she plotted, slaughtered her and her own lawful husband. Why, I expected at least some welcome home from all my children, all my household slaves when I came sailing back again. But she, the queen hell-bent on outrage, bathed in shame, not only herself but the whole breed of womankind, even the honest ones to come, forever down the years. So he declared and cried out, and I cried out, how terrible! Zeus from the very start, the Thunder King, has hated the race of Atreus with a vengeance. His trusty weapons, women, twisted wiles. What armies of us died for the sake of Helen. Clytemnestra schemed your death while you were worlds away. True, Agamemnon's ghost keep pressing on. So even your own wife, never indulge her too far. Never reveal the whole truth, whatever you may know. Just tell her a part of it, be sure to hide the rest. Not that you, Odysseus, will be murdered by your wife. She's much too steady, but her feelings run too deep. Icarius' daughter Penelope, that wise woman, she was a young bride, I'll remember. We left her behind when we set off to war. With an infant boy she nestled at her breast. That boy must sit and be counted with the men now. Happy man. His beloved father will come sailing home and see his son. And he'll embrace his father, that is the only right. But my wife, she never even let me feast my eyes on my own son. She killed me first, his father. I tell you this, bear it in mind you must. When you reach your homeland, steer your ship into port in secret, never out in the open. The time for trusting women's gone forever. Enough. Come, tell me this, and be precise. Have you heard news of my son, where he's living now, perhaps in Orchomenos, perhaps in sandy Pylos, or off the Spartan plains with Menelaus? He's not dead yet, my Prince Orestes. No, he's somewhere on the earth. So he probed, but I cut short. Atreides, why ask me that? I know nothing. Whether he's dead or alive, it's wrong to lead you on with my idle words. So we stood there, trading heart-sick stories, deep in grief, as the tears streamed down our faces. But now here comes the ghost of Pylos, the son of Achilles, Patroclus, fearless Antilochus, and great Ajax too. The first in stature, first in build and bearing all the Argives after Pylos' matchless son, the ghost of the splendid runner, knew me at once, and hailed me with flight of mournful questions. Royal son Laertes, Odysseus, man of Tactus, reckless friend. What next? What greater fear than that cunning head contrive? What daring brought you down to the house of death, where the senseless burnt-out rats of mortals make their home? The voice of his spirit paused, and I was quick to answer. Achilles, son of Peleus, greatest of the Achaeans. I had to consult Tiresias, driven here by hopes that he would help me on my journey home to rock Ithaca. Never have I neared Achaia, never once set foot on navy grounds. My life is endless trouble. But you, Achilles, there is not a man in the world who's more blessed than you. There never has been. There never will be one. Time was, when you were alive, we Argives honored you as a god. And now down here, I see you lord it over the dead in all your power. So grieve no more at dying, great Achilles. I reassured the ghost, but he broke out protesting. No winning words about death to me, shining Odysseus. By God, I'd rather slave on earth for another man, some dirt-poor tenant farmer who scrapes to keep alive, than rule down here over all the breathless dead. But come, tell me the news about my gallant son. Did he make his way to the war? Did the boy become a champion? Yes or no? Tell me of noble Peleus. Any words you've heard? Still holding on pride and palace among his Myrmidon boards? Or do they despise the man in Hellas and in Phaeacia because old age has lamed his armies and legs? For I no longer stand in the light of day, the man I was, comrade in arms, to help my father once I had helped our armies. Killing the best fighters Troy could field in the wide world up there. Oh, to arrive at father's house, the man I was for one brief day. I'd make my fury and my hands, invincible hands, a thought of terror to all those men whose abused the king with force and wrest away his honor. So he grieved. I tried to lend him heart. About noble Pylos I can tell you nothing, but about your own dear son, Neoptolemus, I can report the whole story as you wish. I myself, in the trim ship, I brought him out of Skyros to join the Argives under arms, and dug in around Troy, debating battle tactics. He always spoke up first, and always on the mark, godlike Nestor, and I alone excelled the boy. Yes, and when armies fought on the plain of Troy, he'd never hang back with the main force of men. He'd always charge ahead, giving ground to no one but in his fury. And scores of men he killed in bloody combat. How could I list them all? Name them all now? The fighting ranks he leveled, battling for the Argives? But what a soldier, he laid low with the bronze sword, the hero Pylos, Telephus' son. And round him the troops of his own Cretan comrades slaughtered, lured to the war by the bribe his mother took. The only man I saw to put Eurypylus in the shades was Memnon, son of the morning. Again, when our champion climbed inside the house that Epius built with labor, and I held full command to spring our packet ambush open or keep it sealed, all our lords and captains were wiping off their tears, knees shaking beneath each man, but not your son. Never once did I see his glowing skin go pale, never he flicked a tear from his cheek. No, he kept on begging me there to let him burst from the house, burst from the horse, kept gripping his hilted sword, his heavy bronze chipped javelin, keen to lose his fighting fury against the Trojans. Then once we sacked King Priam's craggy city, laden with his fair share and princely prize, he boarded his own ship and brought his body all unscarred, not a wound from a flying spear or a sharp sword, cut and thrust, close up, the common marks of war, random, raging Ares plays no favorites. So I said, and off he went. The ghost of the great ruiner, Achaeus' grandson, loping with long strides across the fields of asphodel, triumphant in all I had told him of his son, his gallant, glorious son. Now the rest of the ghosts, the dread and gone, came swarming up around me, deep in sorrow there, each asking about the grief that touched him the most. Only the ghost of great Ajax, son of Telamon, kept his distance, blazing with anger at me still, for the victor I had won by the ships that time I pressed my claim for the arms of Prince Achilles. His queenly mother had set them up as prizes. Pallas and captive Trojans served as judges, would to God I never won such trophies. All for them at earth close over Ajax, that proud hero Ajax. Greatest in build, greatest in works of war, of all the Argives after Peleus' matchless son. I cried out to him now, I tried to win him over. Ajax, son of noble Telamon, still determined, even in death, not once to forget that rage you trained on me for those accused arms? The gods set me up on that prize to plague the Achaeans. So a great tower of strength we lost when you went down. For your death we grieved as we did for Achilles' death. We grieved incessantly, true, and none to blame but Zeus, who hated the Achaeans' fighting spearmen so intensely. Zeus sealed your doom. Come closer, king, and listen to my story. Conquer your rage, your blazing headstrong pride. So I cried out, but Ajax answered not a word. He stalked off towards Erebus into the dark, not to join the other lost, departed dead. Yet now, despite his anger, he might have spoken to me, or I to him. But the heart inside me stirred with some desire to see his ghosts of other dead and gone. And then I saw Minos there, the illustrious son of Zeus, firmly enthroned, holding his golden scepter, judging all the dead. Some on their feet, some seated all clustering around the king of justice, pleading to his verdicts, reaching on the house of death with all its embracing gates. I next caught sight of Orion, the huge hunter, rounding up on the fields of asphodel those wild beasts, the man in life cut down on the lowly mountain slopes, brandishing his hands the bronze-studded club that can never shatter. I saw Tydeus too, the son of a mighty goddess Earth, sprawling there on the ground, spread over 9 acres. 2 vultures hunched on either side of him, digging into his liver, breaking deep in the blood sac, and he with his frantic hand could never beat them off, for he had once dragged off the famous consort of Zeus in all her glory, Leto, threading her way towards Pylos' ridge, over the lovely dancing rings of Panopeus. And I saw Tantalus too, bearing endless torture. He stood erect in a pole as the water lapped his chin. Parched, he tried to drink, but he could never reach the surface. No, time and again the old man stooped, craving a sip. Time and again the water vanished, swallowed down, laying bare the caked black earth to his feet. Some spirit drank it dry. And over his head, leafy trees dangled their fruit from high aloft, pomegranates and pears, and apples glowing red, succulent figs and olives swelling sleek and dark. But as soon as the old man would strain to clutch them fast, a gust of wind would toss them up to the lowering dark clouds. And I saw Sisyphus too, bound to his torture, grappling his monstrous boulder with both arms, working heaving, hands struggling, legs driving. He kept on thrusting the rock uphill towards the brink, but just as it teetered, set to topple over. Time and again, the immense weight of that thing would wheel it back into the ruthless boulder, would bound and tumble it down to the plain again. So, once he would heave, would struggle to thrust it up, sweat drenching his body, dust swirling above his head. And next, I caught a glimpse of the powerful Heracles, his ghost, I mean. The man himself delights in the grand feasts on the deathless god on high, weed Tehebe, famed for her lithe, alluring ankles, the daughter of mighty Zeus and Hera, shod in gold. Around him cries of the dead ring out like cries of birds. Scattered left and right in horror as he came like night, naked bow in his grip, an arrow grooved on the bowstring, glaring around him fiercely, forever poised to shoot. A terror too, that sword belt sweeping across his chest, a baldric of solid gold and blazoned with awesome work, bears and ramping boars and lions with wild fiery eyes and wars, routs and battles, massacres, butchered men. May the craftsman who forged that masterpiece, whose skills could conjure up a belt like that, never forge another. Heracles knew me at once at first glance, and hailed me with wingsuit bursts of pity. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, famed for our exploits, luckless man, you too? Braving out as harsh as the fate I bore alive in the light of day? Son of Zeus that I was. My torments never ended, forced a slave for a man, not half the man I was. He saddled me with the words heartbreaking labors, why he sent me down here once to retrieve the hound that guards the dead. No harder task for me, he thought, but I dragged the great beast from the underworld to earth, and Hermes and gleamed-eyed Athena blazed the way. With that he turned back and went to the house of death, but I held in fast place, hoping that others might still come, shaded in the famous heroes, men who died in the old days and ghosts of even older age, I longed to see. Theseus and Peirithous, the gods' own radiant sons. But before I could, the dead came surging round me, hordes of them, thousands raising unearthly cries and blanching terror gripped me. Panic now, the queen Persephone might send us up from death some monstrous head, some Gorgon staring face. I rushed back to my ship, commanded all hands to take the decks and cast off cables quickly. They swung abroad at once, and they sat in the oars and ranks. And the strong tide of the ocean swept her on downstream, sped by our roaring first, then by fresh fair wind.
Book 12, The Cattle of the Sun. Now when our ship had left the ocean river rolling in her wake, and launched out into open sea with its long swells to reach the island of Aea, east where the dawn forever young has home and dancing rings, and the sun his risings. Heading in, we beached our craft on the sands, the crew sung out on the low sloping shore, and where we fell asleep, awaiting dawn's first light.
As soon as dawn with her rose-red fingers shone again, I dispatched the men to Circe's halls to bring the dead Elpenor's body. We cut logs in haste and out in the island's sharpest jutting headland held his funeral rites in sorrow, streaming tears. Once we burned the dead man in the dead man's armor, heaping his grave mound, hauling a stone that coped it well. We planted his balanced oar aloft to crown his tomb.
And so we saw to his rites, each step in turn, nor did our coming back from death escape Circe. We hurried towards us, decked in rich regalia, handmaids following close with trays of bread and meats galore, in glinting ruddy wine. And the illustrious goddess, standing in our midst, hailed us warmly. Ah, my daring, reckless friends, you who ventured down to the house of death alive, doomed to die twice over. Others die just once. Come, take some food and drink some wine. Rest here the livelong day, and then tomorrow at daybreak you must sail. But I will set you a course, a chart each sea mark. So neither on sea nor on land will some new trap ensnare you in trouble, make you suffer more.
Her foresight won our fighting spirits over, so all that day till the sun went down we sat and feasted on sides of meat and heady wine. And then when the sun had set and night came on, the men lay down to sleep by the ship's stern cables. But Circe, taking me by the hand, drew me away from all my shipmates there and sat me down, and lying beside me probed me for details. I told her the whole story start to finish, then the queenly goddess laid my course. Your descent to the dead is over, true, but listen closely to what I tell you now, and God himself will bring it back to mind. First you will raise the island of the sirens, those creatures who spellbind any man alive, whoever comes their way, whoever draws too close, off guard, and catches the sirens' voices in the air. No sailing home for him, no wife rising to meet him, no happy children beaming up at their father's face. The high, thrilling song of the sirens will transfix him, lolling there in their meadow, round them heaps of corpses, rotting away, rags of skin shriveling on their bones. Race straight past that coast, soften some beeswax, and stop your shipmates' ears so none can hear. None of the crew, but if you are bent on hearing, have them tie you hand and foot in the swift ship. Erect at the mast block, lashed by ropes to the mast so you can hear the siren's song to your heart's content. But if you plead, commanding your men to set you free, then they must lash you faster, rope on rope.
But once your crew has rowed you past the sirens, a choice of routes is yours. I cannot advise you which to take or lead you through it all. You must decide for yourself. But I can tell you the ways of either course. On one side, beating cliffs shoot up, and against them pound the huge roaring breakers of blue-eyed amphitrite. The clashing rocks, they're called by all the blissful gods. Not even birds can escape them, no, not even the doves that veer and fly ambrosia home to Father Zeus. Even of those, the sheer rocks always pick off one, and Father wings one more to keep the number up. No ship of men has ever approached and slipped past, always some disaster. Big timbers and sailors, corpses whirled away by the waves, the lethal blasts of fire. One ship alone, one deep-sea craft sailed clear, the Argo, sung by the world, when heading home from Aeetes' shores, and she would have crashed against those giant rocks and sunk once a pair, for love of Jason had not sped her through.
On the other side loomed two enormous crags. One thrust into the vaulting sky's jagged peak, hooded round with a dark cloud that never leaves. No clear bright air can ever bathe its crown, not even in summer's heat or harvest time. No man on earth could scale it, mount its crest, not even with 20 hands and 20 feet for climbing, the rock so smooth, like dressed in burnished stone. And halfway up the cliffside stands a fog-bound cavern, gaping west toward Erebus, a realm of death and darkness. Past it, great Odysseus, you should steer your ship. No rugged young archer could hit that yawning cave with a winged arrow shot from off the docks. Scylla lurks inside it, the yelping whore, yelping no louder than any suckling pup, but she's a grisly monster, I assure you. No one could look on her with any joy, not even a god who meets her face to face. She has 12 legs, all writhing, dangling down in 6 long swaying necks, a hideous head on each head barbed with a triple row of fangs, thick-set, packed tight, and armed to the hilt with black death. Holed up in the cavern's bowels, from her waist down she shoots out her heads out of that terrifying pit, angling right from her nest, wildly sweeping the reefs for dolphins, dogfish, or any bigger quarry she can drag from the thousands amphitrite spawns and groaning seas. No mariners yet can boast they've raced their ship past Scylla's lair without some mortal blow. With each of her 6 heads she snatches up a man from the dark, proud craft and whisks him off.
The other crag is lowered, you will see, Odysseus. Though both lie side by side, an arrow shot apart, atop it is a great fig tree, rises, shaggy with leaves. Beneath it, awesome Charybdis sculpts the dark water down. 3 times a day she vomits it up, 3 times she gulps it down. That terror, don't be there when the whirlpool swallows down. Not even the earthquake god could save you from disaster. No, hug Scylla's crag. Sail on past her, top speed. Better by far to lose 6 men and keep your ship than lose your entire crew. Yes, yes, but tell me the truth now, goddess, I protested. Deadly Charybdis, can't I possibly cut and run from her and still fight Scylla off when Scylla strikes my men?
So stubborn, the lovely goddess countered, hell-bent yet again on battle and feats of arms. Can't she bow to the deathless gods themselves? Skill is no mortal, she's an immortal devastation, terrible, savage, wild. No fighting her, no defense. Just flee the creature, that's the only way. Waste any time arming for battle beside her rock. I fear she'll lunge out again with all of her 6 heads, note and seize as many men. No, row for your lives. Invoke brute force, I tell you, Scylla's mother. She spawned her to scourge mankind. She can stop the monster's next attack.
Then you will make the island of Therinica, where herds of sun gods' cattle graze, and fat sheep, and 7 herds of oxen, as many sheep flocks rich and woolly. 50 head in each. No breeding swells their number, nor do they ever die. And God has heard them on, nymphs with glinting hair, Phaeacia, Lampetie, born to the sun god Helios by radiant Neaera. Their queenly mother bred and reared them both, then settled them on the island of Therinica, their homeland seas away, to guard their father's sheep and longhorn cattle. Leave the beasts unharmed, your mind set on home, and you all may still reach Ithaca, bent on hardship true, but harm them in any way, and I can see it now. Your ship destroyed, your men destroyed as well. And even if you escape, you'll come home late, all shipmates lost, and come a broken man.
At those words, Dawn rose on her golden throne, and lustrous Circe made her way back up the island. I went straight to my ship, commanding all hands to take the decks and cast off cables quickly. They swung aboard at once, they sat to the oars in ranks, and in rhythm turned the water white with stroke on stroke. And Circe, the nymph with glossy braids, the awesome one who speaks with human voice, sent us a hardy shipmate. Yes, a fresh following wind ruffling up in our wake, bellying out our sail to drive our blue prow on as we, securing the running gear from stem to stem, sat back while the wind and helmsman kept her true on course. At last, and sore at heart, I told my shipmates, friends, it's wrong for only 1 or 2 to know the revelations that lovely Circe made to me alone. I'll tell you all, so we can die with our eyes wide open now, or escape our fate in certain death together. First, she warns, we must steer clear of the sirens, their enchanting song, their meadows starred with flowers. I alone want to hear their voices, so she said, but you must bind me with tight chafing ropes, so I cannot move a muscle. Bound to the spot, erect at the mast block, lashed by ropes to the mast. And if I plead commanding you to set me free, then lash me faster, rope on pressing rope.
So I informed my shipmates point by point. All the while our trim ship was speeding towards the Sirens' Island, driven on by brisk wind. But then the wind fell in an instant, all glazed on a dead calm. A mysterious power hushed the heaving swells. The oarsmen leapt to their feet, struck on the sail, stowed it deep in the hold, and sat to the oarlocks, thrashing with polished oars, frothing the water white. Now with a sharp sword I sliced an ample wheel of beeswax down into pieces, kneaded them in my 2 strong hands, and the wax soon grew soft. I worked my strength in Helios's burning rays, the sun at high noon, and I stopped the ears of my comrades one by one. They bound me hand and foot in the tight ship, erect at the mast block, lashed by ropes to the mast, and rowed and turned the white cap stroke on stroke. We were just offshore, as far as a man's shout can carry, scudding close, when the sirens sensed at once a ship was racing past and burst into their high, thrilling song. Come closer, famous Odysseus, Achaea's pride and glory. Moor your ship on our coast so you can hear our song. Never has any sailor passed our shores in his black craft until he has heard the honeyed voices pouring from our lips, and once he hears to his heart's content sails, a wiser man. We know all the pains that the Greeks and Trojans once endured on the spreading plain of Troy, when the gods willed it so. All that comes to pass on the fertile earth, we know it all.
So they sent their ravishing voices out across the air, and the heart inside me throbbed to listen longer. I signaled the crew with frowns to set me free. They flung themselves at the oars and rowed on harder. Pyramides and Eurylochus springing up at once to bind me faster with rope on chafing rope. But once we'd left the sirens fading on our wake, once we could hear their song no more, their urgent call, my steadfast crew was quick to remove the wax I'd used to seal their ears and loose their bonds that lashed me.
We'd scarcely put that island astern when suddenly I saw smoke and heavy breakers, heard their booming thunder. The men were terrified. Oar blades flew from their grip, clattering down to splash in the vessel's wash. She lay there, dead in the water, no hands to tug the blades that drove her on. But I stood down the decks to rouse my crewmen, halting beside each one with a bracing, winning word. Friends, we're hardly strangers at meeting danger, and this danger is no worse than what we faced when Cyclops penned us up in his vaulted cave with crushing force. But even from there my courage, my presence of mind, and tactics saved us all. And we will live to remember this someday, I have no doubt. Up now, follow my orders, all of us work as one. You men at the thwarts, lay on with your oars and strike the heaving swells, trusting that Zeus will pull us through these straits alive. You, helmsmen, here's your order. Burn it in your mind, the steering oar of our rolling ship is in your hands. Keep her clear of that smoke and surging breakers. Head for those crags, or she'll catch you off guard. She'll yaw over there. You'll plunge us all in ruin.
So I shouted. They snapped at each command, no mention of Scylla, how to fight that nightmare. For fear the men would panic, desert their oars, and huddle down and stow themselves away. But now I cleared my mind to Circe's orders, cramping my style, urging me not to arm at all. I donned my heroic armor, seized long spears in both my hands, and marched out on the half deck, forward, hoping from there to catch the first glimpse of Scylla, ghoul of the cliffs, swooping to kill my men. But nowhere could I make her out, and my eyes ached, scanning the mist-bound rock face top to bottom.
Now, wailing in fear, we rowed up on those straits. Scylla to starboard, dreaded Charybdis off port. Her horrible whirlpool gulping the sea surge down, but when she spewed it up like a cauldron over a raging fire, all her churning depths would seethe and heave, exploding spray showering down to splatter the peaks of both crags at once. But when she swallowed the sea surge down her gaping wall, the whole abyss lay bare, and the rocks around her roared, terrible, deafening. Bedrock showed brown deep, boiling black with sand, and ashen terror gripped the men. But now, fearing death, all eyes fixed on Charybdis. Now Scylla snatched 6 men from our hollow ship, the toughest, strongest hands I had, and glancing backward over the decks, searching for my crew, I could see their hands and feet already hoisted, flailing high, higher over my head. Look, wailing down at me, comrades riven in agony, shrieking out my name for one last time, just as an angler poised on a jutting rock flings his treacherous bait in the offshore swell, whips his long rod, hook sheathed in oxhorn lure, and whisks up a little fish he flips on the beach break, withering and gasping out their lives, so now they wreathe. Gasping as Scylla swung them up her cliff, and there, at her cavern's mouth, she bolted them down raw, screaming out, flinging their arms towards me, lost in that mortal struggle. Of all the pitiful things I've had to witness, suffering, searching out the pathways of the sea, this wrenched my heart the most.
But now at last, putting the rocks, Scylla, and dead Charybdis far astern, we quickly reached the good green island of the sun where Helios, Lord Hyperion, keeps his fine cattle brought in the brown, and flocks of purebred sheep. Still aboard my black ship in the open sea, I could hear the lowing cattle driven home, the bleating sheep, and I was struck once more by the words of the blind Theban prophet, Tiresias, and Aryan Circe too. Time and again they told me to shun the island of the sun, the joy of man. So I warned my shipmates gravely, sick at heart. Listen to me, my comrades, brothers in hardship. Let me tell you the dire prophecies of Tiresias and Aryan Circe too. Time and again they told me to shun this island of the sun, the joy of man. Here they warned, the worst disaster awaits us. Row straight past these shores, race our black ship on.
So I said, and the warnings broke their hearts. But Eurylochus waded in at once, with mutiny on his mind. You're a hard man, Odysseus, your fighting spirit's stronger than ours. Your stamina never fails. You must be made of iron, head to foot. Look, your crew's half dead with labor, starved for sleep, and you forbid us to set foot on land, this island here, washed by waves, where we might catch a decent meal again. Drained as we are, night falling fast, you'd have us desert this heaven and blunder off into the midst-bound seas. Out of the night come winds that shatter vessels. How can a man escape this headlong death if suddenly, out of nowhere, a cyclone hits? Bred by the south or stormy west wind, there are the gales that tear ship to splinters. The gods are masters, willing or not, it seems. No, let's give way to the dark night. Set out our supper here, sit tight by our swift ship, and then at daybreak, board and launch her, make for open sea.
So Eurylochus submerged, and shipmates cheered. Then I knew some power was brewing trouble for us. So I let fly with an anxious plea. Eurylochus, I'm one against all. The upper hand is yours, but swear me a binding oath, all here, that if we come on a herd of cattle, or a fine flock of sheep, not one man among us, blind in his reckless ways, We'll slaughter an ox or a ram. Just eat in peace, content with the food immortal Circe gave us.
They quickly swore the oath that I required, and once they had vowed they'd never harm the herds, they moored our sturdy ship in the deep, narrow harbor, close to a fresh spring, and all hands disembarked and adeptly set out the evening meal. Once they'd put aside desire for food or drink, they recalled our dear companions, wept for the men that Scylla plucked from the hollow ship and ate alive. And a welcome sleep came on them in their tears at the night's third watch. The stars just wheeling down, Zeus, who marshals the storm clouds, loosed the ripping wind. A howling demonic gale, shrouding over the thunderheads, the earth and sea at once. And night swept down from the sky when young dawn, with her rose-red fingers, shone once more. We hauled our craft ashore, securing her in a vaulted cave, where the nymphs have lovely dancing rings and hold their seasons. There I called a muster, warning my shipmates yet again. Friends, we've food and drink aplenty aboard the ship. Keep your hands off all those herds, or we will pay the price. The cattle, the sleek flocks, belong to an awesome master, Helios, god of the sun, who sees all, hears all things.
So I warned, and my headstrong men complied. But for 1 whole month the south wind blew non-stop, so no other wind came up. None but the south-southeast. As long as our food and ruddy wine held out, the crew, eager to save their lives, kept hands off the herds. But then when supplies aboard had all run dry, when the men turned to hunting, forced to range for quarry with twisted hooks, for fish, birds, anything they could lay their hands on, hunger racked their bellies. I struck inland up the island, there to pray to the gods. If only one might show me some way home. Crossing into the heartland, clear of the crew, I risked my hands in a sheltered, spotted windbreak. But soon, as I prayed to all the gods who rule Olympus, down in my eyes they poured a sweet, sound sleep, as Eurylochus opened up his fatal plan to his friends. Listen to me, my comrades, brother in hardship. All ways of dying are hateful to us poor mortals. True, but to die of hunger, starve to death, that's the worst of all. So up with you now, let's drive off the pick of Helios' sleek herds. Slaughter them to the gods who rule the skies up there. If we ever make it home to Ithaca, native ground, erect at once a glorious temple to the sun god, line the walls with hoards of dazzling gifts. But if the sun, inflamed for his longhorn cattle, means to wreck our ship and the other gods pitch in, I'd rather die at sea with one deep gulp of death than die by inches on this desolate island here.
So he urged, and shipmates cheered again. At once they drove off the sun god's finest cattle. Close at hand, not far from the blue's proud ship, they grazed, those splendid beasts with their broad brows and curving horns. Surrounding them in a ring, they lifted prayers to the gods, plucking fresh green leaves from all tall oak for the rite. Since white strewing barley was long gone in the ship, once they prayed, slaughtered, and skinned the cattle. They cut the thigh bones out. They wrapped them round in fat, a double fold sliced clean and topped with strips of flesh. And since they had no wine to anoint the glowing victims, they made libations with water, boiling all the innards, and once they'd burned the bones and tasted the organs, hacked them the rest into pieces, piercing them with spits.
That boom and soothing slumber fell from my eyes, and down I went to our ship at the water's edge, but on my way, nearing the long-beaked craft, the smoky savor of roast came floating up around me. I groaned in anguish, crying out of the deathless gods. Father Zeus, the rest of you blissful gods who never die, you with your fatal sleep, you lulled me into disaster. Left on their own, look what a monstrous thing my crew concocted.
Quick as a flash, with her flaring robes, lamplight sped the news to the sun on high that we killed his herds. And Helios burst out in rage to all the immortals. Father Zeus, the rest of you blissful gods who never die, punish them all, that cruise of Laertes' son Odysseus. What an outrage. They killed my cattle, the great joy of my heart, day in, day out, when I climbed the starry skies, and when I wheeled back down from the heights to touch the earth once more. Unless they pay me back in blood for the butchery of my herds, down I go to the house of death, and blaze among the dead.
But Zeus, who marshals the thunderheads, insisted, Son, you keep on shining among the deathless gods and mortal men across the good green earth. And as for the guilty ones, why, soon enough, on the wine-dark sea, I'll hit their racing ship with the white-hot bolts. I'll tear it into splinters. Or so I heard from the lovely nymph Calypso, who heard it herself, she said, from Hermes, god of guides.
As soon as I reached our ship at the water's edge, I took the men to task, upbraiding each in turn. But how to set things right? We couldn't find a way. The cattle were dead already. And the gods soon showed us all some fateful signs. The hides began to crawl, the meat, both raw and roasted, bellowed out the spits, and we heard a noise like the moan of a lowing oxen.
Yet 6 more days my eager companions feasted on the cattle of the sun, the pick of the herds they'd driven off. But then, when Cronian Zeus brought on the 7th day, the wind and its ceaseless ragings dropped at last, and stepping the mast at once, hoisting the white sail, we boarded ship and launched her, made for open sea.
But once more we left that island on our wake, no land at all in sight, nothing but sea and sky. Then Zeus, the son of Cronos, mounted a thunderhead above our hollow ship, and the deep went black underneath it. Nor did the craft scud on much longer. All of a sudden, killer squalls attacked us, screaming out of the west, a murderous blast shearing the 2 forestays off. So the mast toppled backward, its running tackles spilling into the bow. The mast itself went crashing into stern. It struck the helmsman's head and crashed his skull to pulp. And down from his deck, the man flipped like a driver. His hardy life spirit left his bones behind. Then in the same breath, Zeus hit the craft with a lightning bolt and thunder. Round the spun, reeling under the impact, filled with reeking brimstone. Shipmates pitching out of her, bobbing round like seahawks swept along by white caps past the trim black hull. And the god cut short their journey home forever.
But I went lurching along our battered hulk till the sea surge ripped the planking from the keel, and the waves swirled it away, stripped bare, and snapped the mast from the decks. But a backstay made of bull's hide still held fast, and with this I lashed the mast and keel together, made them one, riding my makeshift raft as the wretched gale winds bore me on and on.
At last the west wind quit its wild rage, but the south came on at once to hound me even more, making me double back my route toward cruel Charybdis. All night long I was rushed back, and then at the break of day I reached the crag of Scylla and dire Charybdis vortex. Right when the dreadful whirlpool gulped the salt sea down, but heaving myself aloft to clutch at the fig tree's height, like a bat I clung to its trunk for dear life. Not a chance for a good firm foothold there. No clambering up it either. The roots too far to reach. The boughs too high overhead, huge swaying branches that overshadowed Charybdis. But I held on, dread set, waiting for her to vomit my mast and heel back up again. Oh, how I ached for both, and back they came, late but at last, at just the hour a judge at court, who was settled on the countless suits of brash young Calamitous, rises the day's work done, and turns home for supper. That's when the timbers reared back up from Charybdis. I let go. I plunged with my hands and feet flailing, crashing into the waves beside those great beams, and scrambling abroad them fast. I rowed hard with my hands right through the straits, and the Father of men and gods did not let Scylla see me. Else I'd have died on the spot, no escape from death.
I drifted along 9 days. On the 10th at night, the gods cast me up in Ogygia, Calypso's island, home of the dangerous nymph with the glossy braids who speaks with human voice. And she took me in. She loved me. Why cover the same ground again? Just yesterday here at hall I told you all the rest, you and your gracious wife. It goes against my grain to repeat a tale told once and told so clearly.
Thank you.
His tale was over now. The Phaeacians all fell silent, hushed, his story holding them spellbound down the shadow's halls, until Alcinous found the poise to say, Odysseus, now that you have come to my bronze-floored house, my vaulted roofs, I know you won't be driven off your course. Nothing can hold you back. However much you've suffered, you'll sail home. Here, friends, here's a command for one and all. You who frequent my palace day and night and drink the shining wine of kings and enjoy the harper's songs. The robes and hammered gold and a haul of other gifts, you lords of our island council brought our guests. All lie packed in this polished sea chest now. Come, each of us, add a sumptuous tripod and a cauldron. then recover our costs with levies on the people. It's hard to afford such a bounty man by man.
The king's instructions met with warm applause, and home they went to sleep, each in his own house. When young Dawn rose her red fingers shone once more, they hurried down to the ship with handsome bronze gifts. And striding along the decks, the ardent king Alcinous stowed them under the benches, shipshape, so nothing could foul the crewmen tugging at their oars. Then back the party went to Alcinous' house and shared a royal feast.
The majestic king slaughtered an ox for them to Cronus' mighty son, Zeus of the thundercloud, whose power rules the world. They burned the thighs and fell to the lordly banquet, reveling there, while in their midst the inspired bard struck up a song. Demodocus, prized by all the people, true, but time and again Odysseus turned his face toward the radiant sun, anxious for it to set, yearning now to be gone and home once more, as a man aches for his evening meal when all day long his brace of wine-dark oxen have dragged the bolted plowshare down a fallow field. How welcome the setting sun to him, the going home to supper, yes, though his knees buckle, struggling home at last. So welcome now to Odysseus, the setting light of day. And he lost no time as he pressed Phaeacia's men who loved their oars. Addressing his host, Alcinous, first and foremost, Alcinous, majesty, shining among your island people, make your libations, launch me safely on my way. To one and all, farewell. All is now made good, my heart's desire. Your convoy home, your precious loving gifts, and may the gods of Olympus bless them for me. May I find unswerving wife when I reach home, and loved ones hail, unarmed. All you, my friends, remaining here in your kingdom now, may you delight in your loyal wives and children. May the gods rain down all kinds of fortune on your lives, misfortune never harbor in your homeland.
All burst into applause, urging passage home for the parting guests. His farewell rang so true. Hallowed King Alcinous briskly called his herald, Come, Pontonous, mix the wine in the bowl, pour rounds to all our banqueters in the house, so we, with a prayer to mighty Zeus the Father, can sail our new friend home to a native land.
Pontonous mixed the heady, honeyed wine, and hovering closely, poured full rounds for all. And from where they all sat, they tipped libations out to the happy gods who rule over the vaulting skies. Then King Odysseus rose up from his seat, and placing his two-eared cup in Arct's hands, addressed the queen with parting wishes on the wing. Your health, my queen, though all your days to come, until old age and death, that visit all mankind, pay you a visit too. Now I am on my way, but you may take joy in this house of yours, in your children, your people, and Alcinous the king.
With that, the great Odysseus strode across the threshold, and King Alcinous sent the herald off with the guest to lead him down to the swift ship and foaming surf. And Eurydice sent her serving women, one to carry a sea cloak, washed and fresh, a shirt as well, another assigned to bear the sturdy chest, and a third to take the bread and the ruddy wine.
When they reached the ship at the water's edge, the royal escorts took charge of the gifts at once, and stores of food and wine, stowed them in the deep in the holds, and then for their guests they spread out rug and sheets on the half-deck, clear astern of the ship's hull, so he might sleep there soundly, undisturbed. And last, Odysseus climbed aboard himself, and down he lay, all quiet, as crewmen sat to the oarlocks, each in line. They slipped the cable free of the drilled stone posts, and soon they swung back, and the blades tossed up the spray, and irresistible sleep fell deeply on his eyes. The sweetest, soundest oblivion, still as the sleep of death itself, and the ship like a four-horse team careering down the plain, all breaking as one with the whiplash cracking smartly, leaping with the hoofs high to run the course in no time, so the stern hove high and plunged with the seething rollers, crashed dark in her wake as he surged unwavering, never flagging, no, not even a darting hawk. The quickest thing on wings could keep her pace as on she ran, cutting the swells at top speed, bearing a man endowed with the god's own wisdom, one who had suffered 20 years of torment, sick at heart, cleaving his way through wars of men and pounding waves at sea. But now he sleep in peace. The memory of his struggles laid to rest.
And then that hour the star rose up, the clearest, brightest star that always heralds the newborn light of day. The deep sea-going ship made landfall on the island, Ithaca, at last.
There on the coast a haven lies, named for Perseus, the old god of the deep, with two jutting headlands, sheered off at the seaward side, but shelving toward the bay, that break the great waves whipped by the gales outside, so within the harbor ships can ride unmoored whenever they come in mooring range of shore. At the harbor's head a branching olive stands, with a welcome cave nearby it, dank with sea mist, sacred to nymphs of the springs, we call the Naiads. There are mixing bowls inside, and double-handed jars, crafted of stone, and bees store up their honey in the hollows. There are long stone looms as well, where the nymphs weave out their webs from the clouds of sea-blue wool, a marvelous sight, and a wellspring flows forever. The cave has two waves in, one facing the north wind, a pathway down for mortals, the other facing the south belongs to the gods. No man may go that way. It is a path for all the deathless powers.
Here at this bay the Phaeacian crew put in. They'd known it long before, driving the ship so hard she ran up onto the beach for a good half her length. Such way the oarsmen's brawny arms had made. Up from the benches, swinging down to land, first they lifted Odysseus off the decks, linen and lustrous carpet too, and laid him down on the sand asleep, still dead to the world. Then hoisted out the treasures proud Phaeacians, urged to open-hearted Pylos, had lavished on him, setting out for home. They heaped them all by the olive's trunk, in a neat pile, clear of the road for fear some passerby might spot and steal Odysseus's hoard before he could awaken. Then pushing off, they pulled for home themselves.
But now Poseidon, god of the earthquake, never once forgetting the first threats he leveled at the hero, probed almighty Zeus to learn his plans in full. Zeus, father, I will lose now my honor among the immortals. Now there are mortal men who show me no respect, Phaeacians too, word of my own Iams. I said to myself that Odysseus would suffer long and hard before he made it home, but I never dreamed of blocking his return. Not absolutely, at least. Once you had pledged your word and bowed your head, but now they swept him across the sea in their swift ship. They've set him down in Ithaca, sound asleep, and loaded the man with boundless gifts, bronze and hoards of gold and robes. I won more plunder than he could ever have won from Troy if Odysseus had returned intact with his fair share.
Incredible, Zeus, who marshals the thunderheads, replied, Earthshaker, you with your massive power, why moaning so? The gods don't disrespect you. What a stir they'd be in if they flung abuse at the oldest, noblest of them all. These mortals, if any man so lost in his strength and prowess, pays you no respect. Just pay him back. The power is always yours. Do what you like, whatever warms your heart.
King of the dark cloud, the earthquake god agreed. I'd like to avenge myself at once, as you advise, but I've always feared your wrath and sheet away. But now I'll crush that fine Phaeacian cutter out of the misty sea, now on her homeward run from the latest convoy. They will learn at last to cease and desist from escorting every man alive. I'll pile a huge mountain road rounds about their port.
Wait, dear brother, Zeus, who collects the clouds, has second thoughts. Here's what seems best to me. As the people all lean down from the city heights to watch her speeding home, strike her into a rock that looks like a racing vessel, just offshore. Amaze all men with the marble for ages. Then pile your huge mountain round about their port.
Hearing that from Zeus, the god of the earthquake sped to Shira now, the Phaeacians' island home, and waited there till the ship came sweeping in, scudding lightly along, and surging coast of rest. The earthquake god, with one flat stroke of his hands, struck her to stone, rooted her in the ocean floor, and made open for sea.
The Phaeacians aghast, those lords of long oars and master mariners, traded startled glances, sudden outcries. Look, who's pinned our swift ship to sea? Just racing for home, just hove into plain view.
They might well wonder, blind to what happened, till Alcinous rose and made things all too clear. Oh no, my father's prophecy years ago. It all comes home to me with a vengeance now. He used to say Poseidon was vexed with us because we escorted all mankind and never came to grief. He said that one day, as a well-built ship of ours sailed home on the misty sea from such a convoy, the god would crush it, yes, up and pile a huge mountain round our port. So the old king foretold. Now look, it all comes true. Hurry, friends, do as I say. Let us all comply. Stop our convoys home for every castaway chancing on our city. As for Poseidon, sacrificed 12 bulls to the god at once, the pick of the herds. Perhaps he'll pity us, pile no looming mountain ridge around our port.
The people, terrified, prepared the bulls at once. So all of Phaeacia's islands, lords and captains, milling around the altar, lifted prayers to Poseidon, master of the sea.
That very moment, great Odysseus woke from sleep on native ground at last. He had been away for years, but failed to know the land, for the goddess Pallas Athena, Zeus's daughter, showered mist all over, so under cover she might change his appearance head to foot, as she told him every peril he'd meet at home. Keep him from being known by wife, townsmen, friends, till all the suitors paid the price for all their outrage. And so the king himself of Ithaca looked strange, the winding, beaten paths, and coves where ships can ride, the steep rock face of the cliffs and the tall leafy trees. He sprang to his feet and, scanning his own native country, groaned, slapped his thighs with his flat palms, and Odysseus cried in anguish, "Men of misery, whose land have I lit on now? What are they here, violent, savage, lawless, or friendly to strangers, God-fearing men? Where can I take this heap of treasure now, and where in this world do I wander off myself? If only the trove had stayed among Phaeacia's there, and I had only made to some other mighty king, who would have hosted me well and sent me home. But now I don't know where to stow all this, and I can't leave it here, inviting any bandit to rob me blind."
So damn those lords and captains, those Phaeacians, not entirely honest or upright, were they, sweeping me off to this no man's land, and they swore they'd sail me home to sunny Ithaca. Well, they'll never kept their word. Zeus of the suppliants, pay them back. He keeps an eye on the world of men and punishes all transgressors.
"Come quickly, I'll inspect my treasure and count it up myself. Did they make off with anything in their ship?"
With that he counted up the gorgeous tripod cauldrons, bars of gold, and lovely woven robes. Not a stitch was missing from the lot, but still he wept for his native country, trailing down the shore where the wash of sea of shingle ebbs and flows, his homesick heart in turmoil. And now Athena appeared and came toward him. She looked like a young man, a shepherd boy, yet elegant too, with all the gifts that grace the sons of kings. With a well-cut cloak falling in folds across her shoulders, sandals under her shining feet, a hunting spear in hand. Odysseus, overjoyed at the sight, went up to meet her, joining her now with salutations on the wing. "Greetings, friend. Since you are the first I've come on in this harbor, treat me kindly, no cruelty, please. Save these treasures, save me too. I pray to you like a god. I fall before your knees and ask your mercy. And tell me this for a fact. I need to know. Where on earth am I? What land? Who lives here? Is it one of the sunny islands, or some jutting shore of the good green mainland slanting down to sea?"
Athena answered, her eyes brightening now, "You must be a fool, stranger, or come from nowhere. If you really have to ask what land this is, trust me, it's not so nameless after all. It's known the world around, to all who live to the east and rising sun, and to all who face the western mist and darkness. It's a rugged land, too cramped for driving horses, but though it's far from broad, it's hardly poor. There's plenty of grain for bread, grapes for wine, the rains never fail, and the dew falls healthy. Good country for goats, good for cattle too. There's stand of timber, and water runs in stream beds through the year."
"So, stranger, the name of Ithaca's reached as far as Troy, and Troy, they say, is a long, hard sail from Greece."
Ithaca, heart racing. Odysseus, that great exile, filled with joy to hear Athena, daughter of storming Zeus, pronounce that name. He stood on native ground at last, and he replied with a winning word to Pallas, not with a word of truth. He choked it back, always evoking the cunning in his heart. "Ithaca, yes, I seem to have heard of Ithaca, even on Crete's broad island far across the sea, and now I've reached it myself, with all this loot, but I left behind an equal measure for my children. I'm a fugitive now, you see. I killed Idomeneus, son of Australicus, lightning on his legs, a man who beat all runners alive on that long island. What a racer. He tried to rob me all of the spoil I've won at Troy, the plunder I went to hell and back to capture, true, cleaving my way through wars of men and waves at sea. And just because I refused to please his father, serve
under him at Troy. I led my own command. So now, with a friend, I laid in wait by the road. I killed him just loping in the fields, with one quick stroke of my bronze spear. In the dead of night, the heavens pitch black. No one could see us, spot me tearing out his life with a weapon honed for action. Once I'd cut him down, I made for ship and begged the Phoenician crew for mercy. Paying those decent hands a hearty share of plunder, asked them to take me on and land me down in Pylos. There are lovely Ilis, where Epeans rule in power. But a heavy gale wind blew them way off course, much against their will. They'd no desire to cheat me. Driven afar, we reached this island here at the midnight hour, rowing for dear life. We made it into your harbor. Not a thought of supper, much we craved food. We dropped from the decks and lay down, just like that. A welcome sleep came over my weary bones at once, while the crew hoisted up my loot from the holds and set it down on the sand near where I slept. They re-embarked, now homeward bound for Sidon, their own noble city, leaving me here behind, homesick in my heart.
As the story ended, goddess Athena, gray eyes gleaming, broke into a smile and stroked him with her hand. And now she appeared a woman, beautiful, tall, and skilled at weaving lovely things. Her words went flying straight towards Odysseus. Any man, any god who met you, would have to be some champion lying cheat to get past you, for all round craft and guile. You terrible man, foxy, ingenious, never tired of twists and tricks. So not even here, on native soil, would you give up those willy tales that warm the cockles of your heart. Come, enough for this now. We're both old hands at the arts of intrigue. Here among mortal men, you're far the best at tactics, spinning yarns, and I am famous among the gods for wisdom, cunning wiles too. Ah, but you never recognized me, did you? Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, who always stands beside you, shields you in every exploit. Thanks to me, the Phaeacians all embrace you warmly. And now I am here once more to weave a scheme with you and to hide the treasure trove Phaeacia's nobles lavished on you then. I willed it, planned it so, when you set out for home, and to tell you all the trials you must suffer in your palace. Endure them all. You must. You have no choice. And to no one, no man, no woman, not a soul, reveal that you are the wanderer home at last. No, in silence you must bear a world of pain, subject yourself to cruel abuse of men.
Ah, goddess, the cruel tact encountered. You're so hard for a mortal man to know on sight. However shrewd he is, the shapes you take are endless. But I do not know this. You were kind to me in the war years, so long as we met men of Achaia soldiered on at Troy. But once we sacked King Priam's craggy city, boarded ship, and a god dispersed the fleet. From then on, daughter of Zeus, I never saw you, never glimpsed you striding along my decks to ward off some disaster. No, I wandered on my own, my heart forever torn to pieces inside my chest, till the gods released me from my miseries at last. That day in the fertile kingdom of Phaeacia, when you cheered me with words in person, led me to their city. But now I beg you by your almighty Father's name, for I can't believe I've reached my sunny Ithaca. I must be roaming around one more exotic land. You're mocking me, I know it, telling me tales to make me lose my way. Tell me the truth now. Have I really reached the land I love?
Always the same. Your wary turn of mind, Athena exclaimed, her glances flashing warmly. That's why I can't forsake you in your troubles. You are so winning, so worldly wise, so self-possessed. Anyone else, come back from wandering long and hard, would have hurried home at once, delighted to see his children and his wife. Oh, but not you. It's not your pleasure to probe for news of them. You must put your wife to the proof yourself. But she waits in your halls as always, her life an endless hardship, wasting away the nights, sweeping away the days. I never had doubts myself. No, I knew down deep that you would return at last, with all your shipmates lost. But I could not bring myself to fight my father's brother, Poseidon, quaking with anger at you, still enraged because you blinded the Cyclops, his dear son. But come, let me show you Ithaca's setting. I'll convince you. This haven, look around, it's named for the four seas, the old god of the deep. And here at the at the harbor's head, the branching olive strands with the welcome cave nearby it, dank with sea mist, sacred to nymphs of the spring, we called Naiads. Here, under its arching vault, time and again, you'd offer the nymphs a generous sacrifice to bring success. And the slopes above you, look, Mount Neteron, decked in forests.
At those words, the goddess scattered the mists, and the country stood out clear, and the great man who had borne so much rejoiced at last. Thrilled to see his Ithaca, he kissed the good green earth, and raised his hands to the nymphs and prayed at once. Nymphs of the springs, Naiads, daughter of Zeus, I never dreamed I would see you yet again. Now rejoice in my loving prayers, and later, just like old days, I will give you gifts if Athena, Zeus's daughter, queen of armies, comes to my rescue. Grant this fighter life and brings my son to manhood.
Courage, goddess Athena answered, eyes afire. Free your mind of all the anguish now. Come quick, let's bury your treasures here in some recess of the haunted hollowed cave, where they'll be safe and sound. Then we'll make plans so we can win the day.
With that, the goddess swept into the cavern's shadowed vault, searching for hiding places far inside its depths, while Odysseus hauled his treasures closer up. The gold, durable bronze, and fine-spun robes, the Phaeacians' parting gifts. Once he stowed them well away, the goddess Pallas Athena, daughter of storming Zeus, sealed the mouth of the cavern with a stone.
Then down they sat by the sacred olive's trunk to plot the death of the high and mighty suitors. The bright-eyed goddess Athena led the way. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, old campaigner, think how to lay your hands on all those brazen suitors, lording it over your house now. 3 whole years, courting your noble wife, offering gifts to win her. But she, forever broken-hearted for your return, builds up each man's hope, dangling promises, dropping hints to each, but all the while with something else in mind.
God help me, the man of intrigue broke out. Clearly I might have died the same ignoble death as Agamemnon, bled white in my own house too, if you had never revealed this to me now, goddess, point by point. Come, weave us a scheme so I can pay them back. Stand behind me, Athena. Fire me with daring, fierce, as the day we rip Troy's glittering crown of towers down. Stand by me, furious now as then, my bright-eyed one, and I would fight 300 men. Great goddess, with you to brace me, comrade in arms in battle.
Gray eyes ablaze, the goddess urged him on. Surely I'll stand beside you, not forget you, not when the day arrives for us to do our work. Those men who court your wife and waste your goods, I have a feeling some will splatter your ample floors with all their blood and brains. Up now, quickly. First I will transform you. No one must know you. I will shrivel the supple skin on your lithe limbs, strip the russet curls from your head, and deck you out in tags you'd hate to see some other mortal wear. I'll dim the fire in your eyes, so shining once until you seem appalling to all those suitors, even your wife and son you left behind at home. But you make your way to the swineherd first, in charge of your pigs, and true to you as always, loyal friend to your son, to Penelope, so self-possessed. You'll find him posted beside his swine, grubbing round by Raven's Rock and the spring called Aristotle, rooted fur feed that makes pigs sleek and fat, and nuts they love, the dark pools they drink. Wait there, still sit with him, ask him all he knows. I'm off to Sparta, where the women are a wonder, to call Telemachus home, your own dear son, Odysseus. He's journeyed to Lacedaemon's rolling hills to see Menelaus, searching for news of you, hoping to learn if you are still alive.
Shrewd Odysseus answered her at once. Why not tell him truth? You know it all. Or is he too, like father, like son, condemned to hardship, roving over the barren, salt sea while strangers devoured our livelihood right here?
But the bright-eyed goddess reassured him firmly. No need for anguish, trust me. Not for him, I escort your son myself, so he might make his name by sailing there. Nor is he saddled down with any troubles now. He sits at ease in the halls of Menelaus, bathed in endless bounty. True enough, some young lords in a black cutter lurk in an ambush, poised to kill the prince before he reaches home. But I have my doubts they will. Sooner the earth will swallow down a few of those young gallants who eat you out of house and home these days.
No more words, not now. Athena stroked Odysseus with her wand. She shriveled the supple skin of his lithe limbs, stripped the russet curls from his head, covered in
covered his body toe to toe with the wrinkled hide of an old man, and dimmed the fire in his eyes, so shining once. She turned the shirt and cloak into squalid rags, ripped and filthy, smeared with grime and soot. She flung over this the long pelt of bounding deer, rubbed bare, and gave him staff and a beggar's sack, torn and tattered, slung from a fraying rope.
All plans made, they went their separate ways, Athena setting off to bring Telemachus home from hallowed Lacedaemon.
So up from the haven now, Odysseus climbed a rugged path. Through timber along high ground, Athena had shown the way, to reach the swineherd's place. That fine, loyal man, who all the household hands Odysseus ever had cared for most of his master's worldly goods. Sitting at the door of his lodge, he found him, there in his farmstead, high-walled, broad and large. With its long view on its cleared rise of ground, the swineherd made those walls with his own hands, to enclose the pigs of his master gone for years. Alone, apart from his queen or old Laertes, he'd built them up of quarried blocks of stone and coped them well with the fence of the wild piers. Outside, he'd driven stakes in a long-line stockade. A ring of thick-set palings split from an oak's dark heart. Within the yard, he'd built 12 side by side, to bed his pigs, and in each one 50 brood sows slept aground, penned and kept for breeding. The boars slept outside, but far fewer of them, thanks to the lordly suitors' feasts that kept on thinning the herd and kept the swineherd sending to town each day the best fat hog in sight. But now they were down to 360 head. But guarding them all the time were dogs like savage beasts, a pack of 4 reared by the swineherd, foreman of the men. The man himself was fitting sandals to his feet, carving away at an ox hide, dark and supple. As for his men, 3 were off with their pigs, herding them here or there. Under orders, he'd sent a 4th to town, with hog in tow for the gorging suitors to slaughter off and glut themselves with pork. Suddenly, those snarling dogs spotted Odysseus, charged him fast, a shatter of barks. But Odysseus sank to the ground at once. He knew the trick. The staff dropped from his hand, but here and now, on his own farm, he might have taken the shameful mauling. Yes, but the swineherd, quick to move, dashed for the gate. Flinging his ox hide down, rushed the dogs with curses, scattered them left and right with flying rocks, and warned his master, "Lucky to be alive, old man. A moment more, my pack would have torn you limb from limb. Then you'd have covered me with shame, as if the gods had never given me blows of the groans of plenty. Here I sit, my heart aching, broken for him. My master, my great king, fattening up his own hogs for other men to eat, while he, starving for food, I wager, wanders the earth, a beggar adrift in the stranger cities, foreign-speaking lands, if he's still alive, that is, still sees the rising sun. Come, follow me into my place, old man, so you, at least, can eat your fill of bread and wine. Then you can tell me where you're from, and all the pains you've weathered." On that note, the loyal swineherd led the way to his shelter, showed his guest inside, and sat Odysseus down. On brush and twigs he piled up for the visitor. Flinging over these were the skin of a shaggy wild goat, broad and soft, the swineherd's own good bedding. The king, delighted to be so well received, thanked the man at once. "My host, may Zeus and all the other gods give you your heart's desire for the royal welcome you have shown to me here." And he replied, "Eumaeus, the loyal swineherd, it's wrong, my friend, to send a stranger packing, even if one who arrives in worse shape than you. Every stranger and beggar comes from Zeus, and whatever scrap they get from the likes of us, they'll find it welcome. That's the best we can do. We servants, always cowed by our high and mighty masters, especially our young lords. But my old king? The gods, they must have blocked his journey home. He'd have treated me well, he would, with a house, a plot of land, and a young wife that you'd gladly prize. Goods that a kind lord will give a household hand, who labors for him hard, whose work the gods have spared. Just as they speed the work I labor all day. My master, I tell you, would have repaid me well if he'd grown old right here. But now he's dead. If only Helen and all her kind had died out too, brought to her knees, just as she cut up the legs from under troops of men. My king among them, he went off to the Salian land of Troy to fight the Trojans, save Agamemnon's honor. Enough! He brusquely clinched his belt around his shirt, strode out to the pens crammed with droves of pigs. Picked out 2, bundled them, and slaughtered them both. Singed them, sliced them down, skewered them through, and roasting them all to a turn, set them before Odysseus, sizzling hot on the spits. Then, coating the meat with white barley groats, and mixing honeyed wine in a carved wooden bowl, he sat down across from his guest, inviting warmly, "Eat up now, my friend. It's all we slaves have got, scrawny pork, while the suitors eat the fatted hogs, no fear of the gods in their hands, in their hard hearts. No mercy, trust me. The blessed gods have no love for crime. They honor justice, honor the decent acts of men, even cutthroat bandits who raid foreign parts, and Zeus grants them a healthy share of the plunder. Ships filled to the brim, and they back their head for home. Even their dark hearts are stalked by the dread of vengeance. But the suitors know. They've caught some god-sent rumor of master's grisly death. That's why they have no mind to do their courting fairly or go back home in peace. No, at their royal ease they devour all of his goods. Those brazen rascals never spare a scrap. Not a day or a night goes by, set bound by Zeus, but they butcher victims, never stopping at 1 or 2, and drain his wine as if there's no tomorrow, swilling the last drop. Believe me, my master's wealth was vast. No other prince on earth could have matched his riches. Not on the lonely mainland or here at home in Ithaca. No 20 men in the world could equal his great treasures. Let me count them off for you. 12 herds of cattle back on the mainland, just as many herd of sheep, and as many droves of pigs and goat flocks ringing free. Hired hands or his own herdsmen keep them grazing there. Here in Ithaca, goat flocks, even 11 in all, scatter to graze the island out at a wild end, and trusty goat herds watch their every move. And each herdsman, day after day, it never ends, drives in a beast up for the suitors, best in sight, a sheep or well-fed goat. While I tend to these pigs, I guard them, pick the best for those caresses, and send it out to slaughter. His voice rose while the stranger ate in his meat and drank his wine, ravenous, bolting it all down in silence, brooding on ways to serve the suitors right. But once he'd supped and refreshed himself with food, he filled the wooden bowl he'd been drinking from, brimmed it with wine, and passed it to his host, who received the offer gladly. Spirit cheered as the stranger probed him now with ringing words. "Friend, who is the man who brought you with his goods, the master of such vast riches, powerful as you say? You tell me he died defending Agamemnon's honor? What's his name? I just might know such a man. Zeus would know, and the other deathless gods. If I ever saw him, if I bring you any news, I've roamed the whole earth over." And the good swineherd answered, "Foreman of men, old friend, no wanderer landing here with news of him is likely to win his wife and dear son over. Random drifters, hungry for bed and board, lie through their teeth and swallow back the truth. Why, any tramp washed up on Ithaca's shores scurries right to my mistress, babbling lies, and she ushers him in, kindly, pressing for details, and the warm tears of grief come trickling down her cheeks. The loyal wife's way when her husband died abroad. Even you, O codger, could rig up some fine tale, and soon enough I'd say, if they gave you a shirt and clothing for your pains, my master, well, no doubt the dogs and wheeling birds have ripped the skin from his ribs by now. His life is through, or fish have picked him clean at sea, and the man's bones lie piled up on the mainland, buried deep in sand. He's dead and gone. Aye, leaving the broken heart for loved ones left behind, for me most of all. Never another master as kind as he. I'll never find one, no matter where I go, not even if I went back to mother and father. The house where I was born and my parents reared me once. Ah, but as much as I grieve for them, much as I long to lay my eyes on them, I set foot on the old soil. It's logic for them. Him that wings my heart. Odysseus, lost and gone. That man, my old friend, far away as he is, I can scarcely bear to say his name aloud. So deeply he loved me, cared for me, so deeply. Words away as he is, I call him master, brother. My friend, the great Odysseus, long in exile, answered, Since you are dead certain, since you still insist that he's never coming back, still the soul of denial, I won't simply say, on my oath I swear, Odysseus is on his way. Reward for such good news, let me have it the moment he sets foot on his own house. Just me in a shirt and a cloak, in handsome clothes. Before then, poor as I am, I wouldn't take a thing. I hate that man like the very gates of death who ground down by poverty. Stoops of peddling lies. I swear by Zeus, the first of all the gods, by this table of hospitality here, my host, by Odysseus' hearth where I have come for help. And all will come to pass, I swear, exactly as I say. True, this very month, just as the old moon dies and the new moon rises into light, Odysseus will return. He will come home and take revenge on any man who offends his wedded wife and princely son. Good news, you replied, Eumæus, the loyal swineherd. But I will never pay a reward for that, old friend. Odysseus, he'll never come home again. Never. Drink your wine, sit back. Let's talk of other things. Don't remind me of all this. The heart inside me breaks when anyone mentions my dear master. That oath of yours, we'll let it pass. Odysseus. Oh, come back. Just as I wish, I and Penelope, old Laertes too, Telemachus too, the godlike boy. How I grieve for him now. I just can't stop. Odysseus' son, Telemachus. The gods reared him up like a fine young tree, and I often said, in the ranks of men he'll match his father, his own dear father. Amazing in build and looks, that boy. But all of a sudden, a god wreaks his sense of balance. A god or man, no matter. Off he's gone to catch some news of his father, down the holy Pylos. And now those gallant suitors lie in wait for him, sailing home to tear the royal line of Arceus out of Ithaca, root and branch, good name and all. Enough, let him pass too. Whether he's trapped or the hand of Zeus will pull him through alive. Come, old soldier, tell me the story of your troubles. Tell me truly, too. I'd like to know it well. Who are you? Where are you from? Your city? Your parents? What sort of vessel brought you? Why did the sailors land you here in Ithaca? Who did they say they are? I can hardly think of you came all this way on foot. The great teller of tales returned at length. My story, the whole truth. I'm glad to tell it all. If only two of us had food and mellow wine to last us long, here in your shelter now, for us to sup on, undisturbed, others take the work of the world in hand, I could easily spend all year and never reach the end of my endless story. In the heartbreaking trials I struggled through, the gods willed it so. I hailed from Crete's broad land, I am proud to say. I am a rich man's son, and many other sons be brought up in his palace. Born in wedlock, sprung of his lawful wife. Unlike my mother, she was a slave, a concubine he'd purchased, yes, but he treated me on par with all of his true-born sons. Castor, Hylax's son. I'm proud to boast his blood, that man, revered like a god throughout all Crete those days, for wealth, power, and all his glorious offspring. But the deadly spirits soon swept him down to the house of death, and his high and mighty sons carved up his lands and then cast lots for the parts and gave me just a pittance, a paltry house as well. But I won myself a wife from wealthy, landed people. Thanks to my own strong points, I was no fool and never shirked a fight. But now my heyday's gone. I've had my share of blows. Yet look hard at the husk and you'll still see, I think, the grain that gave it life. By heaven, Ares gave me courage, Athena too, to break the ranks of men wide open. Once, in the old days, whenever I picked my troops and formed an ambush, plotting attacks to spring against our foes, no hint of death could daunt my fighting spirit. Far out in front I'd charge and spear my man. I'd cut down any enemy soldier backing off. Such was I in battle, true, but I had no love for working the land, the chores of households either, the labor that raises crops of shining children. No, it was always oar-swept ships that thrilled my heart, in wars, that long-polished spears and arrows, dreadful gear that makes the next man cringe. I love them all, and God planted that love inside me. Each man delights in the work that suits him best. Why? Long before we Achaeans ever camped at Troy, 9 commands I led in our deep sea-going ships, raiding foreign men, and I had a fine haul reach my hands. I helped myself to the lion's share, and still more spoils came by lot, and my house grew by leaps and bounds. I walked among the Cretans, honored, feared as well. But then, when thundering Zeus contrived that expedition, that disaster that brought so many fighters to their knees, and men kept pressing me and renowned Idomeneus to head a fleet to Troy. There was no way out, no denying them then. The voice of the people bore down much too hard. So 9 whole years we Achaeans soldiered on at Troy. In the 10th we sacked King Priam's city, and then embarked for home in the long ships, and a god dispersed the fleet. Unlucky me. Shrewd old Zeus was plotting still more pain. No more than a month I'd stayed at home, taking joy in my children and loyal wife and lovely plunder. But a spirit in me urged, set sail for Egypt, fit out ships, take crews of seasoned heroes. 9 I fitted out, and the men joined up at once, and then 6 days my shipmates feasted well. While I provided a flock of sheep to offer up to the gods and keep the feasters' table growing. On the 7th we launched out from the plains of Crete, with a stiff north wind, fair astern, smooth sailing, aye, like coasting on downstream, and not one craft in our squadron foundered. All shipshape and all hands sound, we sat back while the wind and helmsman kept us true on course. 5 days out, and we raised a great river, Nile, and there in our Nile delta moored our ships of war. God knows I ordered my trusty crews to stand by, just where they were, and guard the anchored fleet, and I sent a patrol to scout things out for higher ground. But swept away by their own reckless fury, the crew went berserk. They promptly began to plunder the lush Egyptian farms, dragged off the women and children, killed the men. Outcries reached the city in no time. Stirs by shouts from the entire town came streaming down at the break of day, filling the river plain with chariots, ranks of infantry, and gleam of bronze. Zeus, who loves the lightning, flung down murderous panic on all my men-at-arms. No one dared to stand his ground and fight. Disaster ringed us round from every quarter. Droves of my men they hacked down with swords, let off the rest alive, to labor for them as slaves. And I? Zeus flashed an inspiration through my mind, though I wish I had died a soldier down in Egypt then. A world of pain, you see, still lay in wait for me. Quickly I wrenched the skull-cap helmet off my head. I tore the shield from my back, and I dropped my spear, and I ran right into the path of the king's chariot, hugged and kissed his knees. He pitied me, spared me, hoisted me into his war cart, took me home in tears. Troops of men came rushing after, shaking javelins, mad to kill me. Their fighting blood at the boil, but their master drove them off. He feared the wrath of Zeus, the god of guests, the first god of the gods to pay back acts of outrage. So, there I lingered for 7 years, amassing a fortune from all the Egyptian people, loading me with gifts. Then, at last, where the 8th had come full turn, along comes this Phoenician one fine day, a scoundrel, a swindler, an old hand at lies who'd already done the world a lot of damage. Well, he smoothly talked me round, and off we sailed. Phoenicia bound, where his house and holdings lay. There in his care I stayed till the year was out. Then, when the months and days had run their course, and the year well wheeled around, and the seasons came again, he coned me about abroad. He coned me aboard his freighter bound for Libya, pretending I'd helped him ship a cargo there for sale. But in fact, he'd sell me there and make a killing. I suspected as much, of course, but had no choice. So I boarded with him, yes, and the ship ran on with a good strong north wind gusting, fast on the middle passage clear of Crete. But Zeus was brewing mischief for that crew. Once we left the island in our wake, no land at all in sight, nothing but the sea and sky. Then Zeus, the son of Cronos, mounted a thunderhead above our hollow ship, and the deep went black beneath it. Then, in the same breath, Zeus hit the craft with a lightning bolt and thunder. Round she spun, reeling under the impact, filled with reeking brimstone. Shipmates pitching out in front of her, bobbing round like seahawks, swept along by the breakers past the trim-back hull. And the god cut short their journey home forever. Not mine. Zeus himself, when I was just at the final gasp, thrust the huge mast of my dark-prowed vessel right into my arms, so I might flee disaster one more time. Wrapping myself around it, I was borne along by the wretched gale winds, rushed along 9 days. On the 10th, at the dead of night, a soldiering breaker rolled me up along Thesprotia's beaches. There, the king of Thesprotia, Phidion, my salvation, treated me kindly, asked for no reward at all. His own good son had found me, half dead from the exhaustion and cold. He raised me up by the hand and led me home to his father's house, and dressed me in a cloak and shirt and decent clothes. That's where I first got wind of him, Odysseus. The king told me he'd hosted the man in style, and befriended him on his way home to native land, and showed me all the treasure Odysseus had amassed, bronze and gold and plenty of hard-wrought iron, enough to last a man 10 generations of his heirs. So great the wealth stored up for him in the king's vaults. But Odysseus, he made clear, was at Dodona then, and to hear the will of Zeus that rustles forth from the god's tall leafy oak. How should he return, after all the years away, to his own green land of Ithaca, openly or in secret? Phidion swore to me, what's more, as the princely man poured out libations in his house, the ships hauled down and the crew set sail, to take Odysseus home to native land. But he shipped me off before. A Thesprotian cutter chanced to be heading for the Dolohan rich in wheat. So he told the crew to take me to the king, Acastus. Treat me kindly too. but it pleased them more to scheme foul play against me, sink me into the very depths of pain. As soon as the ship was far off land, scudding in mid-sea, they sprang their trap, my day of slavery then and there. They stripped from my back the shirt and cloak I wore, decked me out in new suit of clothes, all rags, ripped and filthy, the rags you see right now. But then, once they'd gained the fields of Ithaca, still clear in the evening light, they lashed me fast to the rowing benches, twisted a cable round me, and all hands went ashore, and rushed to catch their supper on the beach. But the gods themselves unhitched my knots at once, with the gods' own ease. I wrapped my head in rags, slid down the gangplank, polished smooth, slipped my body into the water, not a splash, chest high. Then quick, launched out with both my arms and swam away. Out of the surf in no time, clear of the crew. I clambered upland into a flowery, fragrant brush, and crouched there, huddling low. They raised a hue and cry, wildly beat the bushes, but then when it seemed no use to pursue the hunt, back they trudged again and boarded their empty ship. The gods hid me themselves. It's light work for them, and brought me here, to the homestead of a man who knows the world. So it seems to be on my lot that I live on. And you reply to me, the loyal swineherds. So much misery, my friend. You've moved my heart deeply with your long tail. Such blows, such roving. But one part's off the mark. I know you'll never persuade me. What you say about Odysseus, a man in your condition, who are you? I ask you, to lie for no good reason. Well, I know the truth of my good lord's return, how the gods detested him with a vengeance, never letting him go under, fighting Trojans or die in arms of loved ones. Once he'd wound down the long coil of war, then all united Achaea would have raised his tomb, and he'd have won his son great fame for years to come. But now the whirlwinds have ripped him away, no fame for him, and I live here, cut off from the world, with all my pigs. I never go to town unless perhaps wise Penelope calls me back. When news drops in from nowhere, there they crowd the messenger, cross-examine him, heartsick for their long-lost lord, or all too glad to eat him out of the house and home, scot-free. But I have no love for all that probing, prying. Not since some Italian fooled me with his yarn. He killed a man, wandering over the face of earth, stumbled onto my hut, and I received him warmly. He told me he'd seen Odysseus, lodged with King Idomeneus down in Crete, refitting his ships, hard hit by gales, but he'd be home, he said, by summer or harvest time. His holds freighted with treasure, manned by fighting crews. So you, old misery, seeing a god has led you here to me, don't try to charm me now. Don't spellbind me with lies. Never for that will I respect you, treat you kindly. No, it's my fear of Zeus, the god of guests. And because I pity you, great good God, the crafty man pressed on. What a dark, suspicious heart you have inside you. Not even my oath can win you over, making you see the light. Come to strike a bargain. All the gods of Olympus witness now our pact. If your master returns here to your house, dress me in a shirt and cloak and send me off to Dulichian at once, the place I long to be. But if your master doesn't return, as I predict, set your men on me. Fling me off some rocky crag so the next beggar here may just think twice before he peddles lies. Surely, friend, the swineherd shook his head, and just think of the praise and fame I'd win among mankind, now and for all time to come. If first I took you under my roof, I treated you kindly as my guest, then you cut down and robbed you of your life. How keen I'd be to say my prayers to Zeus, but it's high time for a meal. I hope the men will be home at any moment so we can fix a tasty supper in the lodge. As host and guest confided back and forth, the herdsmen came in, driving their hogs up close, penning sows in their proper sties for the night, squealing for all their worth, shut inside their yard, and the good swineherd shouted to his men, "Bring in your fattest hog. I'll slaughter it for the guests far abroad. We'll savor it ourselves, and all too long we've sweated over these white-tusked boars, our wretched labor, while others wolf our work down for free of charge." Calling out as he split up kindling now with a good sharp axe, and his men hauled in a tusker 5 years old, rippling fat, and stood him steady by the hearth. The swineherd, soul of virtue, did not forget the gods. He began the rite by plucking tufts from the porker's head, threw him into the fire, and prayed to all the powers, "Bring him home, our wise Odysseus, home at last." Then, raising himself full length with an oak log, he left unsplit, he clubbed and stoned the beast and gasped out its life. The men slashed his throat, singed the carcass, quickly quartered it all, and then the swineherd, cutting first strips for the gods from every limb, spread them across the thighs, wrapped in sleek fat, and sprinkling barley over them, flung them in onto the fire. They sliced the rest into pieces, pierced them with skewers, broiled them all to a turn, and pulling them off the splits, piled the platters high. The swineherd, standing up to share the meat, his sense of fairness perfect, carved it all out into 7 equal portions. One he set aside, lifting up a prayer to the forest nymphs and Hermes, Maia's son, and the rest he'd handed to each man in turn. But to Odysseus he protested a boar's long loin, and cut the honor, and the cut of honor cheered his master's heart. The man for all occasions thanked his host. I pray you, Menelaus, you'll be as dear to Father Zeus as you are to me, a man in my condition. You honor me by giving me your best. You replied in kind to me as swineherd. Eat my strange new friend. Enjoy it now. It's all we have to offer. As for Father Zeus, one thing he will give, and another he'll hold back, whatever his pleasure. All things are in his power. He burned the choice parts for the gods who never die, and pouring glistening wine in a full libation, placed the cup in his guest's hands. Odysseus, raider of cities, and down he sat to his own share. Menelaus served him the bread, and a man the swineherd purchased for himself in his master's absence, alone, apart from his queen or old Laertes, bought him from Typhoons, bartered his own goods. They reached out for the bread that lay at hand, and when they pulled aside the desire for food and drink, Menelaus cleared the things away, and now, content with bread and meat, they made for bed at once. A foul night came on, the dark of the moon, and Zeus rayed from dusk to dawn, and a sodden west wind raged. Odysseus spoke up now, keen to test the swineherd. Would he take his cloak off, hand it to his guest, or at least tell one of his men to do the same? He cared for the stranger so ventured now. Listen, Eumaeus, and all of your comrades here, allow me to sing my praises for a moment. Say it's the wine that leads me on. The wild wine that sets the wisest man to sing at the top of his lungs. Laugh like a fool. It drives the man to dancing. It even tempts him to blurt out stories better never told. But now that I'm sounding off, I can't hold back. Oh, make me young again. The strength inside me steady as a rock. Just as I was that day, we sprang a sudden ambush against the Trojans. Odysseus led the raid with Atreus, son of Menelaus. I was third in command. They'd chosen me themselves. Once we were edged up onto the city's steep ramparts, crowding the walls but sinking into thick brake, the reeds and marshy flats, huddling under our armor. There we lay, and a foul night came on. The north wind struck, freezing cold, and down on the skies and snow fell like frost. Packed hard, the rims of our shields and armor round with ice. There, all the rest of men wore shirts and cloaks, and, bunching shields over their shoulders, slept at ease. Not I. I had left my cloak at camp when I set out. Idiot, never thinking it might turn cold. So I joined in with just the shield on my back and a shining waistguard. But then, at last, the night's third watch, the stars wheeling down, I muttered into his ear, Odysseus, right beside me. Mudging him with an elbow, he perked up at once. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, full of tactics. I'm not long for the living. The cold will do me in. See, I've got no cloak. Some spirits fooled me. I came out half-dressed. Now there's no escape. I hadn't finished. A thought flashed into his mind. No one could touch the man at plots or battles. Shh, he's hissed back. Odysseus had a plan. One of our fighters over there might hear you. Then he propped his head on his foreman, calling out, Friends, wake up. I slept in a God sent down a dream. It warned that we were too far from the ships, exposed. Go, someone tell Agamemnon, our field marshal. He might rush reinforcements from the beach. Dois, son of Andromon, sprang up at once, flung his purple cloak, and ran to the ships, while I, bundling into his raft, was glad at heart till dawn rose on her golden throne once more. Oh, make me young again, and the strength inside me steady as a rock. One of the swineherds here would lend a raft for the love of a good soldier, respect as well. Now they spurn me, dressed in filthy rags. And you reply, Eumaeus, this loyal swineherd. Now that was fine yarn you told, old-timer. Not without point, not without profit either. You won't want for clothes or whatever else is due worn-out traveler come for help. Not for tonight, at least. Tomorrow morning you'll have to flap around in rags again. Here, we've got no store of shirts and cloaks, no changes. Just one wrap per man. That's all. But you just wait till Odysseus' dear son comes back. That boy will deck you out in a cloak and shirt and send you off, wherever your heart desires. With that, he rose to his feet and laid out a bed by the fire, throwing it over its skins of sheep and goats, and down Odysseus lay. Eumaeus flung on his guest a heavy flaring cloak he kept in reserve, to wear when winter brought some wild storm. So here, Odysseus slept, and the young hands slept beside him, not the swineherd, not his sire to bed indoors. Apart from his pigs, he geared up to go outside, and it warmed Odysseus' heart. Eumaeus cared so much for his absent master's goods. First, over his broad shoulders he slung a whetted sword, wrapped himself in a cloak, stitched tight to block the wind, and adding a cape, the pelt of a shaggy, well-fed goat. He took a good sharp lance to fight off men and dogs. Then out he went to sleep where his white-tusked boars had settled down for the night, just under a jutting crag that broke the north wind's blast.
Book 15. The Prince Sets Sail for Home. Now south through the spacious dancing reigns of Lacedaemon, Athena went to remind the hero's princely son of his journey home and spur him on his way. She found him there with Nestor's gallant son, bedded down in the porch of illustrious Menelaus, Phaeacia at least, overcome with deep sound sleep, but not Telemachus. Welcome sleep could not hold him. All through the god-sent night he lay awake, tossing with anxious thoughts about his father. Hovering over him, eyes ablaze, Athena said, "It's wrong, Telemachus, wrong to rove so far, so long from home, leaving your own holdings, unprotected, crowds in your palace so brazen, they'll carve up all your wealth, devour it all, and then your journey here will come to nothing. Quickly, press Menelaus, lord of the war cry, to speed you home at once, if you want to find your irreproachable mother still inside your house." Even now her father and brothers urge Penelope to marry Herodotus, who excels all other suitors at giving gifts and drives the bride price higher. She must not carry anything off against your will. You know how the heart of a woman always works. She likes to build the wealth of her new groom, of the son she bore, of her dear departed husband, not a memory of the dead, no questions asked. So sail for home, I say. With your own hands turn over all your goods to the one serving woman you can trust the most, till the gods bring to light your own noble bride. And another thing, take it to heart, I tell you. Picked men of the suitors lie in ambush, grim set in the straits between Ithaca and Rocky's same, poised to kill you before you can reach home. But I have my doubts they will. Sooner the earth will swallow you down a few of those young gallants who eat you out of house and home these days. Just give the Channel Islands a wide berth, push on in your trim ship, sail night and day, and the deathless gods who guards and pulls you through will send you a fresh fair wind from hard astern. At your first landfall, Ithaca's outer banks, speed ship and shipmates round to the city side. But you make your way to the swineherd first, in charge of your pigs, and true to you as always. Sleep the night there, send him to town at once to tell the news to your mother, wise Penelope. You've made it back from Pylos, safe and sound. Mission accomplished, back she went to Olympus's heights, as Telemachus woke Nestor's son from his sweet sleep. He dug a heel in his ribs and roused him briskly. Up, Pisistratus, hitch the team to the chariot. Let's head for home at once. No, Telemachus, Nestor's son objected. Much as we long to go, we cannot drive a team in the dead of night. Morning will soon be here. So wait, I say. Wait till he loads our chariot down with gifts. The hero, Atreides, Menelaus, the great spearman, and gives us warm salutes and sees us off like princes. That's the man a guest will remember all his days, the lavish host who showers him with kindness. At those words, Dawn rose on her golden throne, and Menelaus, lord of the war cry, rising up from bed by the side of Helen with her loose and lovely hair, walked toward his guests. As soon as he saw him, Telemachus rushed to pull a shimmering tunic on. Over his broad shoulders through his flaring cape, and the young prince, son of King Odysseus, strode out to meet his host. Menelaus, royal son of Atreus, captain of armies, let me go back to my own country now. The heart inside me longs for home at last. The lord of the war cry reassured the prince. I'd never detain you here too long, Telemachus, not if your heart is set on going home. I'd find fault with another host, I'm sure, too warm to his guests, too pressing or too cold. Balance is best in all things. It's bad either way, spurring the stranger home who wants to linger, holding the one who longs to leave, you know. Welcome the coming, speed the parting guest. But wait till I load your chariot down with gifts, fine ones, too, you'll see with your own eyes, and tell the maids to serve a meal at hall. We have God's plenty here. It's honor and glory to us, a help to you as well. If you dine in style first, then leave to see the world. And if you're keen for the grand tour of all Hellas, right to the depths of Argos, I'll escort you there myself, harness the horses, guide you through the towns. And no host will turn us away with empty hands. Each will give us at least one gift to prize, a handsome tripod, cauldron forged in bronze, a brace of mules, or a solid golden cup. Firmly resolved, Telemachus replied, Menelaus, royal Atreides, captain of armies, I must go back to my own home at once. When I started out, I left no one behind to guard my own possessions. God forbid, searching for my great father, I lose my life or lose some priceless treasure from my house. As soon as the lord of the war cry heard that, he told his wife and serving women to lay out a meal in the hall at once. They had stores of plenty there. Athenius, son of Boethus, came to join them, fresh from bed. He lived close by the palace. The warlord Menelaus told him to build a fire and broil some meat. He quickly did his bidding. Down Atreides walked to a storeroom filled with scent, and not alone. Helen and Megapenthes went along. Reaching the spot where all the heirlooms lay, Menelaus chose a generous two-handled cup, told his son Megapenthes to take a mixing bowl, solid silver, while Helen lingered beside the chest, and there they were, brocaded, beautiful robes her own hands had woven. Queenly Helen, radiance of women, lifted one from the lot, the largest, loveliest robe, and richly worked, and like a star it glistened, deep beneath the others. Then all three went up and on through the halls until they found Telemachus. The red-haired king spoke out, "Oh, my boy, may Zeus the Thunderer, Hera's lord, grant you the journey home your heart desires. Of all the treasures lying heaped in my palace, you shall have the finest, most esteemed. Look, I'll give you this mixing bowl, forged to perfection. It's solid silver, finished off with a lip of gold. Hephaestus himself made it. And a royal friend, Phaeacius, king of Sidon, lavished it on me when his palace welcomed me on passage home. How pleased I'd be if you took it as a gift." And the warlord placed the two-eared cup in his hands, while stalwart Megapenthes carried in the glittering silver bowl and set it down before him. Helen, her cheeks flushed with beauty, moved beside him, holding the robe in her arms, and offered warmly, "Here, dear boy, I too have a gift for you, a keepsake of Helen. I wove it with my hands, for your own bride to wear, when the blissful day of marriage dawns. Until then, let it rest in your mother's room, and may you return in joy, my parting wish, to your own grand house, your native land at last." With that, she laid the robe in his arms, and he received it gladly. Prince Pisistratus, taking the gifts, stowed them deep in the chariot cradle, viewed them all with wonder. The red-haired warlord led them back to his house, and the guests took seats on low and high-backed chairs. A maid brought water soon in a graceful golden pitcher, and over a silver basin tipped it out, so they might rinse their hands, then pulled a gleaming table to their side. A staid housekeeper brought on bread to serve them, appetizers aplenty too, lavish with her bounty. Ready Athenes carved and passed the meat, and son of illustrious Menelaus poured their wine. They reached out for the good things that lay at hand, and once they'd put their desire for food and drink, Prince Telemachus and the gallant son of Nestor yoked their team, mounted the blazoned car, and drove through the gates an echoing colonnade. The red-haired King Menelaus followed both boys out, his right hand holding a golden cup of honeyed wine, so the two might pour libations forth at parting. Just in front of the straining team he strode, lifting his cup and pledging both his guests. Farewell, my princes. Give my warm greetings to Nestor, the great commander, always kind to me as a father, long ago when we young men of Achaia fought at Troy. And tactful Telemachus replied at once, Surely, my royal host. Well, tell him all. As soon as we reach old Nestor, all you say. I wish I were just as sure I'd find Odysseus, waiting there at home when I reach Ithaca. I'd tell him I come from you, treated with so much kindness at your hands, loaded down with all these priceless gifts. At his last words, a bird flew past on the right, an eagle clutching a huge white goose in his talons, plucked from the household yards. And all rushed after, shouting, men and women, and swooping toward the chariot now, the bird veered off to the right again, before the horses. All looked up, overjoyed, people's spirits lifted. Nestor's son, Pisistratus, spoke out first. Look there, King Menelaus, captain of armies. What, did the gods send down that sign for you, or the two of us? The warlord fell to thinking, but how to read the omen rightly, how to reply. But long-robed Helen stepped in well before him. Listen to me, and I will be your prophet. Sure as the gods have flashed into my mind, and it will come to pass. I know it will.
Just as the eagle swooped down from the crags, where it was born and bred, just as it snatched the goose flying up from the kill inside the house, just so, after many trials and roving long and hard, Odysseus will descend on his house and take revenge unless his home already sowing seeds of ruin for the whole crowd of suitors. Oh, if only, pensive Telemachus burst out in thanks to Helen, Zeus, the thundering lord of Hera, makes it so even at home. I'll pray to you as a deathless goddess. He cracked the lash and the horses broke quickly, carrying through the city out into the open country, shaking the yoke across their shoulders all day long. The sun sank and the roads of the world grew dark as they reached Panera. Pulling up to Deiolus's halls, the son of Odysseus, son of the Alpheus River, he gave them a royal welcome. They slept the night. When young Dawn, with her rose-red fingers, shone once more, they yoked their pair again, mounted the blazoned car, and out through the gates and echoing colonnade, they whipped the team to a run, and on they flew. Holding nothing back, approaching Pylos soon, the craggy citadel, that was when Telemachus turned to Pisistratus, saying, Son of Nestor, won't you do as I ask you? See it through? We're friends for all our days now, so we claim, thanks to our father's friendship, we are the same age as well, and the tour of ours has made us more like brothers. Prince, don't drive me past my vessel. Drop me there. Your father's old in love with his hospitality. I fear he'll hold me keeping in his palace. I must hurry home. The son of Nestor pondered how to do it properly, see it through. Pausing a moment, then this way seemed best. Swerving his team, he drove down into the ship, tied up on shore, and loaded into her stern. The splendid gifts, the robes and the gold, Menelaus give, and sped his friends with flight of winged words. Climb aboard now, fast, muster all your men before I get home, and break the news to father with the man's overbearing spirit. I know it as all too well. He'll never let you go. He'll come down here and summon you himself. He won't return without you. Believe me, in any case, he'll fly into a rage. Without warning, he whipped his sleek horses back to Pylos city and reached his house in no time. Telemachus shouted out commands to all his shipmen. Stow our gear, my comrades, deep in the holds, and board at once. We must be on our way. Shipmates snapped to orders, smug aboard, and sat to the oars in ranks. But just as Telemachus prepared to launch, praying, sacrificing to Pylos by the stern, a man from a far-off country came towards him now, a fugitive out of Argos. He had killed a man. He was a prophet, sprung of Melapsus, line of seers. Melapsus, who lived in Pylos, mother of flocks, some years ago, rich among his Pelalians, at home in his great high house. But then he was made to go aboard to foreign parts, fleeing his native land and hot-blooded Nilus. Most impervious man alive, who'd commanded his vast estate and held it down by force for one entire year. The year, Menelaus, bound by cruel chains in the halls of Phaeacia, suffered agonies, all for Nilus, daughter Pyrrho, and the mad spell a fury, murderous spirit, cast upon his mind. But the seer worked free of death, and drove the lusty, bellowing castle out of Phaeacia, back to Pylos. There he avenged himself on Nilus for the shameful thing the king had done to him, and escorted Pyrrho home as his brother's bride, but he himself went off to a distant country, Argos, line of stallions. His destined home, where he would live and rule Argive nation. Here he married a wife and built a high-roofed house and stirred Antithesis and Mitinus, two staunch sons. Antithesis fathered Odysseus, grant heart. Odysseus fathered Amphiaraus, a driver of armies whom storming Zeus and Apollo loved intensely, showering him with every form of kindness. But he never reached the threshold of old age. He died at Thebes, undone by a bribe his wife accepted, leaving him behind his two sons, Alcinous and Amphibius, on his side Maintenus, seer Polypius, and Siltus, but dawn of the golden throne, with Siltus away, overwhelmed by his beauty. So the boy who lived among the deathless gods, yet Apollo made Magnetus Polydius a prophet, and Amphibius deaf, the great seer on earth. But a feud with his father drove him off to Hypercera, where he made his home and prophesied to the world. This prophet's son, it was Thocomenes, his name, who approached Telemachus now and found him pouring wine to a god, saying prayers beside his ship. Friend, he said in a winging supplication, since I find you burning offers here, I beg you by these rites and the God you pray to, then by your own life and the lives of all the men who travel with you, tell me truly, don't hold back. Who are you? Where are you from? Your city, your parents. Of course, stranger, the forthright prince responded, I will tell you everything clearly as I can. Telemachus is my country, Odysseus is my father. There was a man, or was he all a dream? But he surely died a wretched death by now. Yet here I've come with my crew and black ship out for news of my father, lost and gone so long. And the godlike seer Thocomenes replied, just like you, I too have left my land. Because I killed a man of my own tribe. But he has many brothers and kin in Argos, stallion land, who rule the plains in force. Fleeing death at their hands, a dismal fate. I'm a fugitive now, doomed to wander across the mortal world. So take me aboard, here, a fugitive's prayer. Don't let them kill me. They're after me. Well, I know. So desperate, thought Telemachus, exclaimed. How could I drive you from my ship? Come sail with us. We'll tend you at home, with all we can provide. And he took the prophet's honed bronze spear, laid it down full length on the rolling deck, swung aboard the deep sea craft himself, assuming the pilot seat reserved to stern, and put his seer beside him. Cables cast off, Telemachus shouted at the commands to all his shipmates. All lay hands to tackle. They sprang to orders, hoisting the pine-wood mast. They stepped it firm in its block-armed ships, lashed it fast with strays, and with braided rawhide halids hauled the white sail high. Now bright-eyed Athena set them a stiff flowing wind, bursted out of a clear sky, gusting on the ship. Might run its course through the salt sea at top speed, and past the springs she raced, and the Pylos rushing stream, as the sun sank and the roads of the world grew dark. And on she pressed for Pyrrhi, driven on by the wind from Zeus, and flew past lovely Elis, where Ipaeans rule in power. And then Telemachus veered for the jagged islands, wondering all the well would he sweep clear of death or be cut down. The king and the loyal swineherd, just the night, were swooping with other field hands in the lodge, and once they put aside desire for food and drink, Odysseus spoke up, eager to test the swineherd. See if he'd stretch out his warm welcome now. Invite him to stay on in the farmland here, or send him off to town. Listen, Hermias, or yes, all you comrades here, at the crack of dawn, not be a drawn on you, and all your men, but advise me well, give me a trusty guide to see me there, and then I'm on my own, to roam the streets. I have no choice, hoping to find a hideout, just a crust or a cupful. I really like to go to the house of the king Odysseus and give my news to his cautious queen, Penelope. Why, I'd even mix with those overweening suitors. Would they spare me a plateful? Fuck all they have. I'd do good work for them, probably anything they want. Let me tell you, listen closely, catch my drift. Thanks to Hermes, the guide, who gives all work of our hands the grace of fame that it deserves, no one alive can match the household of chores. Building a good fire, splitting kindly and neatly, craving roasting meat, and pouring rounds of wine. Anything menials do to serve their noble's master. God's sake, my friend, he broke in now. Or Remius, loyal swineherd, deeply troubled, what's got into your head? What's the crazy plan? You must be hell-bent on destruction on the spot. If you're keen to mingle with a mob of suitors, their pride and violence hit the iron skies, they're a far cry from you.
The men who do their bidding, young bucks, all rigged out in their fine robes and shirts, hair sleeked down with oil, faces always beaming. The ones who slave for them. The tables polished, sagging under the bread and meat and wine. No, stay here. No one finds you a burden, surely not I, nor any comrade here. You wait till Odysseus' dear son comes back. That boy will deck you out in a cloak and shirt and send you off wherever your heart desires. If only, Eumaeus, the way-worn exile said, you were as dear to Father Zeus as you are to me. You who stopped my pain, my endless homesick roving, tramping about the world, there's nothing worse for a man. But the fact is that men put up with misery to stuff their cursed bellies. But seeing you hold me here, urging me now to wait for him, the prince who's on his way, tell me about the mother of King Odysseus, please. The father he left as well, on the threshold of old age when he sailed off to war. Are they still alive? Perhaps still looking into the light of day? Or dead by now, and down in death's long house? Friend, the swineherd, foreman of men, assured his guest, I'll tell you the whole story, point by point. Laertes is still alive, but night and day he prays to Zeus, waiting there in his house for the life breath to slip away and leave his body. His heart's so racked for his son, lost and gone these years, for his wife so fine, so wise, her death is the worst blow he's had to suffer. It made him old before his time. She died of grief for her boy, her glorious boy. It wore her down. A wretched way to go. I pray that no one I love dies such a death, no island neighbor of mine who treats me kindly. While she was still alive, heartsick as she was, it always moved me to ask about her, learn the news. She'd reared me herself, and right beside her daughter, Stymene, graceful girl, with her long light gown, the youngest one she'd born. Just the two of us, growing up together, the woman tending me almost like her child, till we both reached the lovely flush of youth. And then her parents gave her away in marriage, yes, to a Samian man, and a haul of gifts they got. But her mother decked me out in cloak and shirt. Good clothing she wrapped about me, gave me sandals, sent me here, this farm. She loved me from the heart. Oh, how I miss her kindness now. The happy gods speed the work that I labor at, that gives me food and drink to spare for the ones I value. But from Queen Penelope I never get a thing, never a winning word, no friendly gesture, not since this plague has hit the house. These high and mighty suitors, servants miss it, terribly, gossiping back and forth with the mistress, gathering scraps of news, a snack and a cup or two, then taking home to the field some little gift. It never fails to cheer a servant's heart. Imagine that, his canny master said. You must have been just a little fellow, Eumaeus, when you were swept so far from home and parents. Come, tell me the whole story, truly too. Was your city sacked? Some city filled with people and wide streets where your father and your mother made their home? Or were you all alone, herding your sheep and cattle, when pirates kidnapped, shipped, and sold you off to this man's house, who paid a healthy price? My friend, the swineherd asked, for man of men, you really want my story? So many questions. Well, listen in quiet then, and take your ease. Sit back and drink your wine. The nights are endless now. We've plenty of time to sleep or savor a long tale. No need, you know, to turn in before the hour. Even too much sleep can be a bore. But anyone else who feels the urge can go to bed, and then at the crack of dawn, break bread, turn out and tend our master's pigs. We too will keep to the shelter here, eat and drink, and take some joy in each other's heartbreaking sorrows, sharing each other's memories. Over the years, you know, a man finds solace even in old sorrows. True, a man who's weathered many blows and wandered many miles. My own story? This won't answer all your questions. There's an island, Syri, which you may have heard of it, off above Ortygia, out where the sun wheels around. Not so packed with people, still a good place though. Fine for sheep and cattle, rich in wine and wheat. Hunger never attacks the land, no sickness either. That always stalks the lives of us poor men. No, as each generation grows old on the island, down Apollo comes with his silver bow, with Artemis, and they shoot them all to death with gentle arrows. 2 cities there are that split the land in half, and over them both my father ruled in force, Ormenus' son, Theseus, a man like a deathless god. One day, a band of Phoenicians landed there, the famous sea dogs, sharp bargainers too. The holds of their black ship brimful with a horde of flashy baubles. Now my father kept a Phoenician woman in his house, beautiful, tall, and skilled at weaving lovely things, and her rascal countrymen lusted to seduce her. Yes, and lost no time. She was washing clothes when one of them waylaid her beside their ship in a long, deep embrace that can break a woman's will, even the best alive. And then he asked her questions. Her name, who was she, where did she come from? She waved at once to my father's high-roofed house. But I'm proud to hail from Sidon paved in bronze, she said. And Aribus was my father, a man who rolled in wealth. I was heading home from the fields when Taphaean pirates snatched me away, and they shipped me and sold me here to this man's house. He paid a good stiff price. The sailor, her secret lover, lured her on. Well then, why don't you sail back home with us? See your own high house, your father and mother there. They're still alive, and people say they're rich. Now there's a tempting offer, she said in haste. If only you sailors here would swear an oath, you'd land me safe at home without a scratch. Those were her terms, and once they vowed to keep them, swore their oaths they'd never do her harm, the woman hatched a plan. Now, not a word. Let none of your shipmates say a thing to me, meeting me on the street or at the springs. Someone might go running off to the house and tell the old king. He'd think the worst, clap me in cruel chains and find a way to kill you. So keep it a secret, down deep. Get on with the buying your home cargo quickly. But once your holds are loaded up with goods, then fast as you can, you send the word to me over there at the palace. I'll bring you all the gold I can lay my hands on, and something else I'll give you in the bargain, fare for passage home. I'm nurse to my master's son in the palace now, such a precious toddler, scampering round outside, always at my heels. I'll bring him aboard as well. Wherever you sell him off, whatever foreign parts, he'll fetch you quite a price. Bargain struck, back the woman went to our lofty halls. And the rovers stayed on with us 1 whole year, bartering, piling up big hoards in their hollow ship. And once their holds were loaded full for sailing, They sent a messenger fast to alert the woman. This crafty bandit came to my father's house, dangling a golden choker linked with amber beads, and while the maids at hall and my noble mother kept on fondling it, dazzling, feasting their eyes and making bids, he gave a quiet nod to my nurse. He gave her the nod and slunk back to his ship. Grabbing my hand, she swept me through the house, and there in the porch she came on cups and tables left by the latest feasters, fathers, men of council, just gone off to the meeting grounds for full debate. And quick as a flash, she snatched up 3 goblets, tucked them into her bosom, whisked them off, and I tagged along, lost in all my innocence. The sun sank, the roads of the world grew dark, and then, both on the run, we reached the bay at once, where the swift Phoenician ship lay set to sail. Handing us up on board, the crewmen launched out on the foaming lanes, and Zeus sent wind astern. 6 whole days we sailed, 6 nights, non-stop. And then, when the god brought on the 7th day, Artemis, showering arrows, came and shot the woman. Head first into the bilge she splashed her like a diving turn, and the crewmen heaved her body over, a nice treat for the seals and fish, but left me all alone, cowering, sick at heart. Until at last, the wind and current bore us on to Ithaca, here where Laertes bought me with his wealth, and so I first laid eyes on this good land. And royal King Odysseus answered warmly, Eumaeus, so much misery. You've moved my heart deeply with your long tale. Such pain, such sorrow. True, but look at the good fortune Zeus sends you, hand in hand with the bad. After all your toil, you reach the house of a decent, kindly man, who gives you all you need in meat and drink. He's seen to that. I'd say it's a fine life you lead, better than mine. I've been drifting through cities up and down the earth, and now I've landed here.
So guest and host confided through the night until they slept. A little, at least not long. Dawn soon rose and took her golden throne. The hour Telemachus and his shipmates raised the coast of home, they struck sail and lowered the mast, smartly rowed her into a mooring under oars. Out went the bowstones, cables fast astern. The crew themselves swung out into the breaking surf. They got a meal together and mixed some ruddy wine, and once they put aside desired food and drink, clear-headed Telemachus gave the men commands. Pull our black ship round to the city now. I'm off to my herdsmen and my farms by nightfall. Once I've seen to my holdings, I be down in town. In the morning I'll give you wages for the voyage and a handsome feast of meat and hearty wine. There, Seer Tosamilis broke in quickly. Where shall I go, dear boy, of all the lords in rocky Ithaca? Whose house shall I head for now, or do I go straight to your mother's house and yours? Surely, in better times, discreet Telemachus replied, I would invite your home. Our hospitality never fails. But now I fear I could only serve you poorly. I'll be away, and mother would never see you. She rarely appears these days. What with those suitors milling in the halls, she keeps to her upper story, weaving her loom. But I'll mention something else. You might just visit Ermachius, wise Phoeacia's fine outstanding son. He's the man of the hour, our island's people. Look on him like a god, the prince of suitors. Hottest to wed my mother. Sees my father's powers, but God knows Zeus up there in his bright Olympus, whether or not before that wedding day arrives, he'll bring the day of death on all their heads. At his last word, a bird flew past on the right, a hawk, Apollo's wind-swift herald, tight in his claws, struggling dove, and he ripped its feathers out, and they drifted down to the earth between the ship and the young prince himself. The prophet called him aside, clear of his men, and grasped his hand, exclaiming, Look, Telemachus, the will of the gods just winged the bird on your right. Why, the moment I just saw appear before my eyes, I knew it was a sign. No line more kingly than yours in all of Ithaca. Yours will reign forever. If only, friend, alert Telemachus answered. All you say comes true. You soon know my affection, know my gifts. Any man you must meet would call you blessed. He turned to a trusted friend and said, Pylos, son of Cletus, you are the one who's done my bidding. more than any of my other friends who sailed with me to Pylos. Please, take this guest of mine to your own house. Treat him kindly. Host him with all the goods will till I can come myself. Of course, Telemachus, Phaeacia, the Gallian spearman, offered warmly. Stay up country just as long as you like. I'll tend the men here and never lack a lodging. Phaeacia boarded ship and told the crew to embark at once and cast off the cables quickly. They swung aboard and sat to the oars in rank. Telemachus fastened rawhide sandals on his feet and took from the deck his rugged bronze-tipped spear. The men cast off, pushed out and pulled for town. As Telemachus ordered, King Odysseus' son, the prince stood out briskly, legs speeding him on till he reached the farm, where his great droves of pigs crowded their pens, and the loyal swineherd often slept beside them. Always the man served his masters well.
Dawn came into the lodge. The king and loyal swineherd set out breakfast. Once they raked the fire up and got the herdsmen off with droves of pigs, and now Telemachus, the howling dogs went nuzzling around him. Not a growl as he approached. From inside, Odysseus noticed the pack's quiet welcome. Noticed the light tread of footsteps and turned to Eumaeus quickly. Winged a word. Eumaeus, here comes a friend of yours, I'd say. Someone you know, at least. The pack's not barking. Must be fawning around him. I can hear his footfall. The words were still on his lips when his son stood in the doorway there. The swineherd started amazed. He dropped the bowls with a clatter. He'd been busy mixing ruddy wine. Straight to the prince he rushed, and kissed his face, and kissed his shining eyes, both hands as the tears rolled down his cheeks. As a father, brimming with love, welcomes home his darling son only in a warm embrace. What pain he's borne for him, and him alone. Home now, in the 10th year from far abroad, so the loyal swineherd hugged the beating prince. He clung for dear life, covering him with kisses. Yes, like one escaped from death. Eumaeus wept and sobbed. His words flew from the heart. You're home, Telemachus, sweet light of my eyes. I never thought I'd see you again. Once you shipped to Pylos. Quick, dear boy, come in. Let me look at you. Look to my heart's content, under my own roof, the rover home at last. You rarely visit the farm and men these days. Always keeping to town as if it cheered you. To see them there, that infernal crowd of suitors. Have it your way, thoughtful Telemachus replied. Dear old man, it's all for you that I've come. To see you for myself and learn the news. Whether mother still holds out in the halls, or some other man has married her at last. And Odysseus' bed, I suppose, is lying empty, blanketed now with filthy cobwebs. Surely, the four men responded, she's still waiting. There in your halls, poor woman, suffering so, her life in endless hardship, wasting away the nights, weeping away the days. With that, he took the bronze spear from the boy. Telemachus, crossing the stone doorsill, went inside the lodge. As he approached his father, Odysseus rose to yield his seat, but the son on his part waved him back. Stay where you are, stranger. I hope we can find another seat somewhere. Here on our farm, and here's the man to fetch it. So Odysseus, moving back, sat down once more. And now for the prince of swineherd, strewed a bundle of fresh green brushwood, topped it off with sheepskin, and there the true son of Odysseus took his place. Eumaeus set before them platters of roast meat, left from the meal he'd had the day before. He promptly served them bread, heaped in baskets, mixed their hearty wine in a wooden bowl, and then sat down himself to face the king. They reached for the good thing that lay at hand, and when they put aside desire for food and drink, Telemachus asked his royal serving man at last, "Old friend, where does this stranger come from? Why did the sailors land him here in Ithaca? Who did they say they were, or they are? I hardly think he came this way on foot." You answered him, Eumaeus, loyal swineherd. "Here, my boy, I'll tell you the whole true story. He hails from Crete's broad land, he's proud to say, but he claims he drifted round through countless towns of men, roaming the earth, so the gods spun out his fate. He just now broke away from some Thesprotian ship and came to my farm. I'll put him in your hands. You tend to him as you like. He counts on you, he says, for care and shelter." "Shelter? Oh, Eumaeus," Telemachus replied. "That word of yours, it cuts me to the quick. How can I lend the stranger refuge in my house? To fight off any man who rises. I'm young myself, I can hardly trust my hands. To fight off any man who rises up against me. Then my mother's waving, always torn two ways, whether to stay with me and care for the household, true to her husband's bed, the people's voice as well, or leave at long last with the best man in Achaia, who courts her in the halls, who offers her the most. But our new guest, since he's arrived at your house, I'll give him a shirt and cloak to wear, good clothing, give him a two-edged sword and sandals for his feet, and send him off, wherever his heart desires. Or if you'd rather, keep him here at the farmstead, tend to him here, and I'll send up the clothes, and full rations to keep the man in food. He'll be no drain on you and all your men, but I can't let him down and join the suitors. They're far too abusive, reckless, no limits. They'll make a mockery of him. That would break my heart. It's hard for a man to win his ways against a mob, even a man of iron. They are much too strong." "Friend," the long-enduring Odysseus stepped in, "surely it's right for me to say a word at this point. My heart, by God, is torn to pieces hearing this. Both of you telling how reckless suitors, there in your own house, against your will, plot your ruin, a fine young prince like you. Tell me, though, do you let yourself be so abused, or do people round about, stirred up by the prompting of some god, despise you? Or are you brothers at fault? Brothers a man can trust to fight beside him. True, no matter what deadly blood feud rages on. Would I were young as you, to match my spirit now, or were the son of great Odysseus, or the king himself, returned from all his roving. There's still room for hope. Then let some foreigner lop my head off if I fail to march right into Odysseus' royal halls and kill them all. And what if I went down, crushed by their numbers, I, fighting alone? I'd rather die, cut down in my own house, than have to look on at their outage day by day. Guests treated to blows, men dragging the serving women through the noble house, exploiting them all, no shame. And the gushing wine spilled, the food squandered, gorging for gorging's sake, and the courting game goes on, no end in sight." "You're right, my friend," sober Telemachus agreed. "Now let me tell you the whole story, first to last. It's not that all our people have turned against me, keen for a showdown, nor have I any brothers at fault. Brothers a man can trust to fight beside him, true, no matter what deadly blood feud rages on. Zeus made our line a line of only sons. Arceisius had only one son, Laertes, and Laertes had only one son, Odysseus, and I am Odysseus' son. He fathered me. He left me behind at home, and from me he get no joy. So now our house is plagued by swarms of enemies. All the nobles who rule the islands round about, Dulichian and Same, and wooded Zacynthus too, and all who lord it in rocky Ithaca as well. Down to the last man they court my mother. They lay waste my house. My mother, she neither rejects a marriage she despises, nor can she bear to bring the courting to an end, while they continue to bleed the household white. Soon, you wait, they'll grind me down as well, but all lies in the lap of the great gods. Eumaeus, good old friend, go, quick, to wise Penelope. Tell her I'm home from Pylos, safe and sound. I'll stay on right here. But she come back as soon as you told the news to her alone. No other Achaean must hear. All too many plot to take my life. I know, you assured your prince. Eumaeus boils on him. I see your point. There's sense in this old tale. One thing more, and make your orders clear. On the same trip do I go and give the news of King Laertes too. For many years, poor man, heartsick for his son, he'd always keep an eye on the farm and take his meals with the hired hands whenever he felt the urge to. Now, from the day you sailed away to Pylos, not a ship or a bite he's touched, they say, nor as he did before, and his eyes are shut to all the farmyard labors. Huddled over, groaning in grief and tears, he wastes away. The man's all skin and bones. So much the worse, Telemachus answered firmly. Leave him alone. Though it hurts us now, we must. If men could have all they want, free for the taking, I'd take first my father's journey home. So, you go and give the message, then come back. No roaming over the fields to find Laertes. Tell my mother to send her housekeeper, fast as she can, in secret. She can give the poor old man the news. That roused Eumaeus. The swineherd grasped his sandals, strapped them onto his feet, and made for town. His exit did not escape Athena's notice. Approaching closer, now she appeared a woman, beautiful, tall and skilled at weaving lovely things. Just at the shelter's door she stopped, visible to Odysseus, but Telemachus could not see her, sense her there. The gods don't show themselves to every man alive. Odysseus saw her, so did the dogs, no barking now. They whimpered, cringing away in terror through the yard. She gave a sign with her brows. Odysseus caught it. Out of the lodge he went and passed the high stockade and stood before the goddess. Athena urged him on. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, old campaigner, now is the time. Now tell your son the truth. Hold nothing back, so the two of you can plot the suitors down and then set out for town. I myself won't lag behind you long. I'm blazing for a battle. Athena stroked him with her golden wand. First she made the cloak and shirt on his body, fresh and clean, then made him taller, supple, young. His ruddy tan came back, the cut of his jawline firm, and the dark beard clustered back around his chin. Her work complete, she went her way once more, and Odysseus returned to the lodge. His own son gazed at him, wonderstruck, terrified too, turning his eyes away suddenly. This must be some god. And he let fly with a burst of exclamations. Friend, you're a new man. Now what I saw before, your clothes, they've changed. Even your skin has changed. Surely you are some god who rules the vaulting skies. Oh, be kind, and we will give you offerings, gifts of hammered gold to warm your heart. Spare us, please, I beg you. No, I am not a god, the long-enduring great Odysseus returned. Why confuse me with one who never dies? No, I am your father, the Odysseus you wept over for all your days. You bore a world of pain, the cruel abuse of men. And with those words Odysseus kissed his son, and a tear streamed down his cheeks and wet the ground. though before he'd always reined his emotions back. But still, not convinced that it was his father, Telemachus broke out, wild with disbelief. No, you're not Odysseus, not my father. Just some spirit spellbinding me now, to make me ache with sorrow all the more. Impossible for a mortal to work such marvels. Now, with his own devices, not unless some god comes down in person, eager to make that mortal young or old, like that. Why, just now you were old and wrapped in rags, but now, look, you seem like a god who rules the skies up there.
Telemachus, Odysseus, man of exploits, urged his son, it's wrong to marvel carried away in wonder so, to see your father here before your eyes. No other Odysseus will ever return to you. That man and I are one, the man you see. Here, after many hardships, endless wanderings, after 20 years, I have come home to native ground at last, my changing so, Athena's work, the fighter's queen. She has that power. She makes me look as she likes. Now like a beggar, the next moment a young man, decked out in handsome clothes about my body. It's light work for the gods who rule the skies to exalt a mortal man or bring him low. At that, Odysseus sat down again, and Telemachus threw his arms around his great father, sobbing uncontrollably. As the deep desire for tears welled up in both, they cried out, shrilling cries, pushing sharper than birds of prey, eagles, vultures with hooked claws, when farmers plundered their nest of young too young to fly, both men so filled with compassion, eyes streaming tears, that now the sunlight would have set upon their cries, if Telemachus had not asked his father, all at once, what sort of ship, dear father, brought you here? Ithaca, at last. Who did the sailors say they are? I hardly think you come back home on foot. So long an exile, great Odysseus replied. Surely, my son, I'll tell you the whole story now. Phaeacians brought me here, the famous sailors, who ferry home all men who reach their shores. They sailed me across the sea in their swift ship. They set me down in Ithaca, sound asleep, and gave me glittering gifts, bronze and hoards of golden robes, all lie stowed in a cave, thanks to the gods' help. And Athena's inspiration spurred me here, now so we can plan the slaughter of our foes. Come give me the full tally of these suitors. I must know their numbers, gauge their strength. Then I'll deploy this old tactician's wits, decide if the two of us can take them on, alone, without allies, or we should hunt reserves to back us up. Father, clear-headed Telemachus countered quickly. All my life I've heard of your great fame, a brave man in war and a deep mind in council. But what you say dumbfounds me, staggers imagination. How on earth could two men fight so many and so strong? These suitors are not just 10 or 20. They're far more. You count them up for yourself now. Take a moment from delusion. 52 of them, picked young men, 6 servants in their troop. From same 24 from Zacynthus, 20 Achaeans, nobles all, and the 12 best lords from Ithaca itself. Medon the heralds, with them a gifted bard, and 2 henchmen skilled to carve their meat. If we pit ourselves against all these in the house, I fear the revenge you come back home to take will recoil on our heads, a bitter, deadly blow. Think, can you come up with a friend in your arms? Some man to fight beside us, some brave heart?
Let me tell you, the old soldier said, bear it in mind now. Listen to me closely. Think, will Athena, flanked by Father Zeus, do for the two of us? Or shall I rack my brains for another champion? Telemachus answered shrewdly, full of voice. 2 great champions, those you name. It's true. Off in the clouds they sit, and they lord it over gods and mortal man. Trust me, his seasoned father assured him, they won't hold off long from the cries and clash of battle. Not when we, the suitors, put our fighting strength to prove in my own halls, but now, with daybreak, home you go and mix with the overbearing crowd. The swineherd will lead me into the city later, looking old and broken, a beggar once again. If they abuse me in the palace, steel yourself. No matter what outrage I must suffer, even if they drag me through our house by the heels, and throw me out or pelt me with things they hurl, you just look on, endure it. Prompt them to quit their wild, reckless ways. Try to win them over with friendly words. Those men will never listen. Now the day of doom is hovering at their heads. One more thing. Take it to heart, I urge you. When Athena, queen of tactics, tells me it is time, I'll give you a nod. And when you catch that signal, round up all the deadly weapons kept in the hall, stow them away upstairs in a storeroom deep the arms and armor, and when the suitors miss them and ask you questions, put them off with a winning story. I stowed them away, clear to the smoke, a far cry from the arms Odysseus left when he went to Troy, fire-damaged equipment, black with reeking fumes, and a god reminded me of something darker too. When you're in your cups, a quarrel might break out. You round each other, shame your feasting here, and cast a pail on your court. Iron has powers to draw a man to ruin. Just you leave a pair of swords for the two of us, a pair of spears, and a pair of oxhide bucklers, right at hand so we can break for their weapons, seize them. Then Athena, Zeus, in his wisdom, they will daze the suitors. Wits. Now, one last thing. Bear it in mind. You must, if you are my own true son, born of my blood, let no one hear that Odysseus has come home. Don't let Lartus know, not Eumus either. None in the household, not Penelope herself. You and I alone will assess the woman's mood, and we might test a few of the serving men as well. Where are the ones who will respect us both, who will hold us in awe, and who shirk their duties, slighting you because you are so young? Soon enough, father, his gallant son replied. You'll sense the courage inside me that I know. I'm hardly a flighty, weak-willed boy these days, but I think your last plan would gain us nothing. Reconsider, I urge you. You'll waste time roaming around our holdings, probing the field hands man by man, while the suitors sit at ease in our house, devouring all our goods. Those brazen rascals never spare a scrap. But I do advise you to sound the women out, who are disloyal to you, who are guiltless. The men, I say, no to testing them farm by farm. That's work for later. If you have really seen a sign from Zeus, whose shield is storm and thunder, now as father and son conspired, shaping plans, the ship that brought the prince and shipmates back from Pylos was just approaching Ithaca, home port. As soon as they put into the harbor's deep bay, they hauled the black vessel up onto dry land, and eager deckhands bore away their gear and rushed the priceless gifts to Cleitius' house. But they sent a herald to Odysseus' halls at once to give the news to thoughtful, cautious Penelope that Telemachus was home, just up country now, but he told his mates to sail across to port. So the noble queen would not be seized with fright and break down in tears. And now those two men met herald and swineherd, both out on the same errand, to give the queen the news. But once they reached the house of the royal king, the herald strode up into the serving woman's midst and burst out, "Your beloved son, my queen, is home at last." Eumaeus, though, bending close to Penelope, whispered every word that her dear son entrusted him to say. Message told in full, he left the halls and precincts, heading for his pace. But the news shook the suitors, dashed their spirits. Out of the halls they crowded past the high walled court, and there before the gates they sat in council. Polybus, his son, Eumaeus, opened up among them. "Friends, what a fine piece of work he's carried off. Telemachus, what insolence! And we thought his title jaunt would come to grief. Up now, launch a black ship, the best we can find, muster a crew of oarsmen, roll the news to our friends in ambush. Fast, bring them back at once." And just then, he not quite finished when Amphinomus, wheeling round in his seat, saw their vessel moored in the deep harbor. Their comrades striking sail and hoisting oars, he broke into heady laughter, called his friends. "No need for a message now, they're home. Look there, some god gave them the news, or they saw the prince's ship go sailing past the failed to overtake her." Rising, all trooped down to the water's edge, as the crew hauled the vessel up onto dry land, and the hot-blooded hands bore off their gear. Then in a pack, they went to the meeting grounds, suffering no one else, young or old, to sit among them. Eupeithes' son, Antinous, rose and harangued them all. "What a blow! See how the gods have saved this boy from bloody death, and our lookouts all day long, stationed atop the windy heights, kept watch shift on shift, and once the sun went down, we never sleep the night ashore, never always aboard our swift ship, cruising till dawn, patrolling to catch Telemachus, kill him on the spot, and all the while some spirit whisked him home. So here, at home, we'll plot his certain death. He must never slip through our hands again, that boy, while he still lives. I swear, we'll never bring out venture off. The clever little schemer, he does have his skills. And the crowds no longer show us favor, not at all. So act, before he can gather his people and assemble. He'll never give in an inch. I know. He'll rise and rage away, shouting out to them all how we schemed his sudden death, but never caught him. Hearing of our foul play, they'll hardly sing our praises. Why? They might do us damage, run us off our lands, drive us abroad to hunt for strangers' shores. Strike first, I say, and kill him, clear of town, in the fields or on the road. Then we'll seize his estates and worldly goods. Carve them up between us, share and share alike. But as for his palace, let his mother keep it, she and the man she weds. There's my plan. If you find it offensive, if you want him living on, in full command of his patrimony, gather here no more than, living the life of kings, consuming all his wealth, each from his own house, must try to win her, showering her with gifts. Then she can marry the one who offers most, the man marked out by fate to be her husband. That brought them all to a hushed, stunned silence, till Amphinomus rose to have his say among them. The noted son of Nisus, King Aristeus, grandson, the chief who led the suitors from Dulichium, land of grass and grains, and the man who pleased Penelope the most thanks to his timely words and good clear sense. Concerned for their welfare, now he stood and argued. Friends, I've no desire to kill Telemachus, not I. It's a terrible thing to shed the blood of kings. Wait, sound out the will of the gods. That first, if the decrees of mighty Zeus command the work, I'll kill the prince myself and spur on all the rest. If the gods are against it, then I say hold back.
So Amphinomus urged and won them over. They rose at once, returned to Odysseus' palace, entered and took their seats on burnished chairs. But now an inspiration took the discreet Penelope to face her suitors, brutal, reckless men. The queen had heard it all, how they plotted inside the house to kill her son. The herald Medon told her he'd overheard their schemes, and so, flanked by her ladies, she descended to the hall. That luster of women, once she reached her suitors, drying her glistening veil across her cheeks, paused now where a column propped the sturdy roof, and rounding on Alcinous, cried out against him. You, Alcinous, violent, vicious, scheming, you, they say, are the best man your age in Ithaca, best for eloquence, counsel. You're nothing of the sort. Madman, why do you weave destruction for Telemachus? Show no pity to those who need it, those over whom Almighty Zeus stands guard. It's wrong, unholy, yes, weaving death for those who deserve your mercy. Don't you know how your father fled here once, a fugitive, terrified of the people, up in arms against him because he joined some Taphian pirates out to attack this Protean, sworn allies of ours. The mobs were set to destroy him, rip his life out, devour his vast wealth to their heart's content, but Odysseus held them back. He kept their fury down. And this is the man whose house you waste, scot-free, whose wife you court, whose son you mean to kill. You make my life in agony. Stop, I tell you, stop all this, and make the rest stop too. But Pylos, son of Eurymachus, tried to calm her. Wise Penelope, daughter of Icarius, courage, disabuse yourself of all these worries now. That man is not alive. He never will be. He never can be born. Who will lift a hand against Telemachus, your son? Not while I walk the land and I can see the light. I tell you this, so help me. It will all come true. In an instant that man's blood will spurt around my spears. Since time and again Odysseus dandled on his knees, the great raider of cities fed me roasted meat and held the red wine to my lips. So to me your son is the dearest man alive, and I urge the boy to have no fear of death, not from the suitors at least. What comes from the gods, there's no escaping that. Encouraging all the way, but all the while plotting the prince's murder in his mind. The queen, going up to her lofty, well-lit room, fell to weeping for Odysseus, her beloved husband, till watchful Athena sealed her eyes with welcome sleep. Returning just at dusk to Odysseus and his son, the loyal swineherd found and killed a yearling pig, and standing over it now were busy cooking supper. But Athena had approached Phaeacia's son Odysseus, tapped him with her wand, and made him old again. She dressed him in filthy rags too, for fear Eumaeus, recognizing his master face to face, might hurry back to shrewd Penelope, blurting out the news and never hide the secret in his heart. Telemachus was the first to greet the swineherd. "Welcome home, my friend. What's the talk in town? Are you swaggering suitors back from ambush yet? Or still waiting to catch me coming home?" "You answered the prince, Eumaeus, loyal swineherd. I had no time to go roaming all through town, digging round for that. My heart raced me to get my message told and rushed back here. But I met up with a fast runner here, sent by your crew, a herald, first to tell your mother all the news. And this I know, I saw with my own eyes. I was just above the city, heading home, clambering over Hermes Ridge, when I caught sight of a trim ship pulling into the harbor, loaded down with a crowd aboarding her. Shields and two-edged spears. I think they're the men you're after. I'm not sure." At that, the young prince Telemachus smiled, glancing towards his father, avoiding Eumaeus' eyes. And now, with the roasting done, the meal set out, they ate well, and no one's hunger lacked a proper share of supper. When they put aside desire for food and drink, they remembered bed and took the gift of sleep.
Once more, Telemachus strapped his raw-wide sandals to his feet, and the young prince, the son of King Odysseus, picked up the rugged spear that fit in his grip, and striking out for the city, told his swineherd, "I'm off to town, old friend, to present myself to mother. She'll never stop her bitter tears and mourning, while I know till she sees me face to face. And for you, I have some orders. Take this luckless stranger to town, so he can beg his supper there, and whoever wants can give the man some crumbs and a cup to drink. And how can I put with every passerby? My mind's weighed down with troubles. If the stranger resents it, all the worse for him. I like to tell the truth and tell it plainly." Subtly, Odysseus broke in. "I have no desire myself to linger here. Better than beggars cage their meals, in town than in the fields. Some wily soul, both to see and my needs, I'm hardly fit at my age. To keep to a farm and jump to a foreman's every order. Go on then, this man will take me, as you've told him. Once I'm warm from the fire, and the sun's good and strong, looking at the clothing on my back, all the rags and tatters. I'm afraid the frost of dawn could do me in. And town, you say, is a long, hard way from here." The Telemachus strode down through the farm, and quickly firm strides, brooding death for the suitors. And once he reached his well-constructed palace, propping his spear against a sturdy pillar, and crossing the stone threshold, in he went. His old nurse was the first to see him, Euryculae, just spreading fleeces over the graved inland chairs. Tears sprang to her eyes. She rushed straight to the prince, as the other maids of great Odysseus flocked around him, hugged him warmly, kissed his head and shoulders. Now down from her chamber came desecrated Penelope, looking for all the world like Artemis or golden Athropathy. Bursting into tears, she flung her arms around her darling son, and kissed his face and kissed his shining eyes, and sobbed, "You're home, Telemachus." Words flew from her heart, "Sweet light of my eyes. I never thought I'd see you again. Once you shipped to Pylos, against my will, so secret out for news of your dear father. Quick, tell me, did you catch a sight of a man? Meet him? What? Please, mother, steady Telemachus replied. Do not move me to tears. Don't stir the heart inside me. I've just escaped from death, sudden death. No, bathe now. Put on some fresh clothes. Go up on your room with the serving woman. Pray and promise the gods a generous sacrifice to bring success. If Zeus will ever grant us the hour of our revenge, I myself am out to the meeting grounds to summon up a guest who came with me from abroad when I sailed home. I sent him ahead with my trusted crew. I told Pylos to take him to his house, treated him well, hosted him with all goodwill, till I could come myself. Words to the mark that left his mother silent. She bathed now, put on some fresh clothes, prayed and promised the gods a generous sacrifice to bring success if Zeus would ever grant the hour of their revenge. Spear in hand, Telemachus strode on through the hall and out, and a pair of sleek hounds were trotting at his heel, and Athena lavished a marvelous splendor on the prince. So the people all gazed in wonder as he came forward. Swaggering suitors clustered, milling round him, welcome words on their lips, and murder in their hearts. But he gave them a whole berth as they came crowding in, and they were where their mentors sat. Antigonus and Laertes too, his father's loyal friends from days gone by. He took his seat as they pressed him with their questions, and then just Pernicus, the gallant spearman, approached, leading the stranger through the town and out onto the meeting grounds. Telemachus not hanging back, and right up at Theomachus, his guest bug. Pernicus spoke out first. Quickly now, Telemachus, send some women to my house to retrieve the gifts that Menelaus gave you. Wait, Papyri. Where Telemachus cautioned, we're no idea how all this will go down. If the blazed suitors come down in the palace, off guard and crave apart my father's whole estate, I'd rather you yourself, or one of his friends here, keep those gifts and get some pleasure from them. But if I can bring down slaughter on that crew, you send the gifts to my house. We'll share the joy. Their plans made, he led the wayworn stranger home, and once they reached the well-constructed palace, spreading out their cloaks on the chair and bench, into the British tubs they climbed and bathed. When women had washed them, rubbed them down with oil, and drawn warm fleece from their shirts around their shoulders. Out of the baths they stepped and sat on the high-backed chairs. A maid brought water soon in a graceful golden pitcher, and over a silver bastion tipped it out, so they might rinse it with their hands. They pulled the gleaming table to their side. A straight housekeeper brought on bread to serve them. Avatars of plenty too, lavish with their bounty. Penelope sat across from her son beside a pillar, leaning back on a low chair and winding by his busy arm. They reached out for the good things and laid at hand. And when they put aside desire for food and drink, the queen for all her composure said at last, Telemachus, I'm going back to my room upstairs and lie down on my bed. That bed of pain my tears have streaked a year and now, from the day Odysseus sailed away to Troy with Atreus' 2 sons. But you never had the heart before those insolent suitors crowded back to the house to tell me clearly about your father's journey home. If you ever heard any news, of course, mother, Telemachus reassured her quickly. I'll tell you the whole true story now. We sailed to Pylos, to Nestor, the great king, and received me there in his lofty palace, treating me well and warmly. Yes, as a father treats me as a long-lost son just home from voyaging. Years abroad, such care he showered on me. He and his noble sons, but of strong, endured Odysseus, dead or alive. He has heard no news, he said, from any man on earth. He sent me on the famous spearman Atreus and Menelaus, one with a team of horses drawing, pulled the chariot. And there I saw her, Helen of Argos, all for her. Ithaca and the Trojans suffered so much hardship, thanks to the gods' decree. The Lord of War cried, Menelaus asked at once what pressuring they needed, brought me to lovely Lycomene. And when I told him the whole story, first to last, the king burst out, how shameful, that's the bed of a man of war that they like to crawl inside, those spineless, craven cowards. weak as the dough that the beds down were from. And a mighty lion's den, her newborn sucklings then trailed off to the mountain spurs and grassy beds, to graze her fill, but back the lion comes to his own lair, and the master deals both fawns and a ghastly bloody death, just what Odysseus will do that mob ghastly death. Ah, if only Father Zeus, Athena, and Lord Apollo, that man who years ago in the games of Lesbos rose to Philippians, the challenge wrestled and pinned him down with one tremendous throw, and the Argives roared with joy. If only that Odysseus sported with those suitors, a blood wedding and a quickly death would take the lot. But about things you've asked me so intently, I'll skew and sidestep nothing, not deceive you ever. Of all he told me, the old man of the sea who never lies. I'll hide or hold back nothing, not a single word, he said. He'd seen Odysseus on the island, ground down in misery, off in the goddess' house. The knee of Calypso, who holds him there by force. He has no way to voyage home to his own native land, no trim ships in reach, no crew to ply the oars, and send him scuttling over the seas broad back. So Menelaus, the famous spearman, told me my mission accomplished, but I came back once. And the gods sent me a stiff and falling wind that sped me home to the native land I love. His reassurance steered the queen to her depths, and the godlike seer, the Libyans, asked firmly, noble lady, wife of Lares, son Odysseus, Menelaus, can I have no perfect revelations? Mark my words, I will make you a prophecy, quite precise, and I'll hold nothing back. I swear by Zeus, the first of all the gods, by this table of hospitality here my host, by Odysseus' hearth, where I have come for help. I swear Odysseus is on native soil, here and now, voice over on prow, learning of these great crimes. He's sowing seeds of ruin for all suitors, so clear, so true, the birth sign I saw, as I sat on the bench ship and sounded out the future to the prince. If only my friend, reserved Penelope, exclaimed, everything you say would come to pass. You'd soon know my affection, know my gifts. Any man you meet will call you blessed. And so did the three confined in the hall, while all the suitors before Odysseus' palace amused themselves with discuss and long throwing spheres, out on the leveled ground, free and easy as always, full of swagger. When the dinner hour approached, and the sheep came home from pastures near and far, driven by familiar droves, Menelaus called them off, their favorite herald, always present at their meal. My young lords, now you played your games to your heart's content. Come back to the hall so we can fix your supper. Nothing better than dining well on time. They came on his summons rising from the games, and now bustling into a well-constructed palace, flinging down their cloaks on a chair or bench. They butchered hulking sheep and flayed goats, full-grown hogs, and a young cow from the herd, preparing for their feast. At the same time, the king and his loyal swineherd, geared to leave the country for the town. Eumenes, foreman of men, set things in motion. Friend, I know you're keen on going down to town today, just as my master bid. Though I'd rather you stay here to guard the farm, but I prize the boy. I fear he will blame me later. A dressing down from your master is hard to bear, so off we go now. The shake of the day is past. You'll find it colder with nightfall coming on. I know, I see your point, the crafty man replied. There's sense in the old head, so let be off. And from now you lead me all the way. Just give me a stick to lean on. If you have one ready cut, you say the road is treacherous, full of ships and slides. With that he flung his beggar's sack across his shoulders, torn and tattered, slung from a fraying rope. Eumenes gave him a staff and met his needs. And two moved on, leaving behind them dogs and herdsmen to stay and guard the farm. And so then the servant led his master toward the city, looking for all the world like an old broken beggar, hunched on a stick, his body wrapped in shameful rags. Down on the road they went till hard by town. They reached a stone-rimmed fountain running clear, where the city people came and drew their water. populace thrived on dank soil. On nestling rain, and down from a rock ledge overhead, the cold water splashed, crowning the fountain, rose an altar stone erected to the memories, where every traveler paused and left an offering. Here Delius' son, Menelaus, crossed their path, herding his goat with a pair of droves help. The pick of his flocks to make the suitors' meal. As soon as he saw them, he broke into a flood of brutal, foul abuse that made Odysseus' bloods boil. Look, he sneered, one scum snowing, nosing, another scum along. Dirt finds dirt by the will of God, and never fails. Wretched pig boy, where do you take your filthy swine? The snickering beggar who licks the pots at the feast, hanging around the doorposts, rubbing his back, scavenging after scraps. No hero's wound and claw yours, not for him. Hand him over to me. I'll teach him to work a farm, milk out my stalls, pitch feed to the young goats. Why, to drink, we'll put some muscle on his hams. Oh no, he's lean. His lazy was too well. He's got no itch to stick to good hard work. He'd rather scrounging round the countryside begging for crusts to stuff his greedy gut. Let me tell you, so help me, it's true. If he sets foot in the King Odysseus' royal palace, salvos of footstools flung at his head by all the lords will crack his ribs as he runs line of fire through the house. Wild reckless taunts, and just as he passed Odysseus, the idiot lurched over with a heel. He kicked his head, but he couldn't knock the beggar off the path. He stood his ground, staunchly. Odysseus was torn. Should he wield with his staff and beat the scoundrel insenselessly, or hoist him by the midriff, split his skull on the rocks? He steeled himself instead, his mind in full control. But you may, yes, glared at the Gothard, cursed him to his face, then lifted up his hands and prayed with his heart out. O Nymphess of the fountain, daughter of Zeus, if Odysseus ever burned you, the long thighs of lambs or kids covered with fat, rich fat, now bring my prayer to pass. Let that man come back so God guide me him now. He tossed the winds, the flashy show you make, Athenians, so cocksure, also stirring round the town, while worthless fields hands leave your flocks in shambles. Listen to him, the Gothard shoved back, all barked and no bite from the vicious mutt. One fine day I'll ship him out in a black luger, miles from Ithaca. Send him off for a good stiff price. Just let Apollo shoot Telemachus down with his silver bow. Today in the halls, or suitors snuff his life out. Or sure as I know the day the king's return is plotted out. The king is worlds away. With his parting shot he left them intruding one, and went and reached the royal house in no time. Slipping in, he took his seat among the suitors, facing Eurymachus, who favored him the most. The caviar set before him his plate of meat. A staid housekeeper brought the man his bread. And now at last, the king and loyal swineherd, drawing near the palace, halted just outside as lyres, rippling music drifted round them. Phaeacia, striking up a song for assembled guests, and the master seized his servant's hand, exclaiming, "Friend, what a noble house! Odysseus' house, it must be. No mistaking it, you can tell among the town folk look. One building linked to the next, and the country wall courtyard is finished. With the fine coping, the double doors are battle-proof. No man could break them down. I can tell a crowd is feasting there in force. Smell the savior of roast. Bringing the leader, listen, the leader that God had made his friends a feast. An easy guess, he said, Eumaeus. Swineherd, for a man as keen as you at every turn. Put heads together, what do we do next? Either you're the first into the palace, mix with the suitors, leave me here where I am, or if you like, stay put and I'll go first myself. Don't linger long. Someone might spot you here inside, knocking you down or pelt you. Mark my words, take care. The man, born long years, aboard replied, well, I know, remember, there's seen in this old head. You go in first, while I'll stay here behind.
stones and blows, and I are hardly strangers. My heart is steeled by men, and I've had my share of pain in the waves of wars. Add this to the total, bring the trial on, but there's no way to hide the belly's hunger. What a curse, what mischief is bruised in all our lives. Just for hunger we rig and ride our long bench ships on the barren salt sea, spreading death to the enemies. Now, as they talked on, a dog that laid there lifted up his muzzle, pricked his ears. It was Argos, long enduring Odysseus' dog. He trained as a puppy once, but little joy he got, since all too soon he shipped to sacred Troy. In the old days, young hunters loved to set him coursing the wild goats and deers and hares. But now with his masters gone, he laid there, cast away, on piles of dirring mules and cattle, heaps collecting out before the gates still Odysseus serves men. Carted off to manure the king's estates, infested with ticks, half dead from neglect. Here lay the hound, old Argos. But the moment he sensed Odysseus standing by, he thumped his tail, nuzzling low, and his ears dropped. Through he had no strength to drag himself an inch towards the master. Odysseus glanced to the side and flecked away a tear, hiding in Eumenes, derivating his friend in a haste. Off a hand away, strange Eumenes, look a dog like this, lying here on a dunghill. What handsome lines. But I cannot say for sure if he had the running speed to match his looks, or he was sort of gently spoiled at a table. Show dogs masters paper for their points.
You told the stranger, Eumaeus, loyal swineherd. Here, it's all too true. Here's the dog of a man who died in foreign parts. But if he had now the form and flair he had in his glory days, as Odysseus left him, sailing off to Troy, you'd be amazed to see such speed, such strength. No quarry he chased in the deepest, darkest woods could ever slip this hound. A champion tracker, too. Ah, but he's run out of luck now, poor fellow. His master's dead and gone, so far from home, and the heartless women tend him not at all. Slaves with their lords no longer dare to crack their whip, lose all zest to perform their duties well. Zeus, the old thunderer, robs a man of half his virtue the day the yoke clamps down around his neck. With that, he entered the well-constructed palace, strode through the halls, and joined the proud suitors. But the dark shadow of death closed down on Argo's eyes the instant he saw Odysseus, 20 years away. Now Prince Telemachus, first by far to note the swineherd coming down the hill, nodded briskly, called and waved him on. Eumaeus, glancing about, picked up a handy stool where the carver always sat, slicing meat for the suitors feasting through the house. He took and put it beside the prince's table, facing him, straddled it himself as a steward set a plate of meat before the man and served him bread from trays. Right behind him came Odysseus, into his own house, looking for all the world like an old and broken beggar, hunched on a sick, his body wrapped in shameful rags. Just in the doorway, just at the ashwood threshold, there he settled down, leaning against a cypress post, a master joiner, plain smooth and hung with a plumb line years ago. Telemachus motioned the swineherd over now, and choosing a whole loaf from a fine wicker tray, and as much meat as his outstretched hands could hold, he said, "Now take these to the stranger. Tell him to make the rounds of the suitors. Beg from one and all. Bashfulness, for a man in need, is no great friend." And Eumaeus did his bidding, went straight up to the guest and winged the greeting. "Here, stranger, Prince Telemachus sends you these, and tells you too to make the rounds of the suitors. Beg for one and all. Bashfulness for a beggar, he says, is no great friend." "Powerful Zeus," the crafty king responded, "grant that your prince be blessed among mankind, and all his heart's desires come to pass." Taking the food in both hands, setting it down, spread out on his filthy sack before his feet, the beggar fell to his meal as the singer raised a song throughout the house. Once he supped and the stirring bard had closed, the suitors broke into uproar down along the hall. And now Athena came to the side of Laertes' royal son and urged him, "Go now, gather crusts from all the suitors, test them, so we can tell the innocent from the guilty." But not even so would Athena save one man from death. Still, off he went, begging from each in turn, circling left to right, reaching out his hand like a beggar from the day that he was born. They pitied him, gave him scraps, were puzzled too, asking each other, "Who is this? Where is he from?" Till the goatherd Menelaus shouted out in their midst, "Listen to me, your lords who court our noble queen. I'll tell you about the stranger. I've seen him before. I know for a fact the swineherd led him in, though I have no idea who the fellow is or where he thinks he comes from." At that, Alcinous wheeled on Eumaeus, lashing out at him, "Your Highness, swineherd, why drag this to town? Haven't we got our share of vagabonds to deal with, disgusting beggars who lick the feasters' plates? Isn't it quite enough, these swarming crowds consuming your master's bounty? Must you invite this rascal in the bargain?" Alcinous, high-born as you are, you told the man, Eumaeus, that was a mean low speech. Now who'd go out, who on his own hook, not I, and ask a stranger in from nowhere unless he had some skills to serve the house? A prophet, a healer who cures disease, a worker in wood, or even a God-inspired bard whose singing warms the heart. They're the ones who asked in around the world. A beggar? Who would invite a beggar to bleed his household wife? You of all the suitors, are always roughest on the servants of our king, on me most of all. Not that I care, no, so long as his queen, his wise queen, is still alive in the palace. Prince Telemachus too. Stop, Eumaeus, poised Telemachus, broken quickly now. Don't waste so much breath on Alcinous here. It's just his habit to bait a man with abuse and spur the rest as well. He wheeled on the suitor, letting loose. How kind you are to me, Alcinous, kind as a father to his son, encouraging me to send this stranger parking from my house with a harsh command. I'd never do it, God forbid. Take and give to the beggar. I don't drudge it. I'd even urge you on. No scruples now. Never fear your gifts will upset my mother or any servant in King Odysseus' royal house. But no such qualm could enter the head of yours, bent on feeding your own face, not feeding strangers. Alcinous countered the young prince in kind. So high and mighty, Telemachus, such unbridled rage. If all the suitors gave him the sort of gifts I give, the house would be rid of him for 3 whole months. With that, from under his table, he seized the stool that propped his smooth feet as he reveled on just lifting it into view. But as for the rest, all gave to the beggar, filled his sack with handouts, bread and meat. And Odysseus seemed at the point of getting back to his doorsill, done with testing suitors, home free himself when he stopped beside Alcinous, begging face to face. "Give me a morsel, friend. You're hardly the worst Achaean here, it seems. Noblest one, in fact. You look like a king to me. So you should give a bigger crust than the rest, and I will sing you praises all across the earth. I too once lived in a lofty house that men admired, rolling in wealth. I'd often give to a vagabond like myself, whoever he was, whatever need had brought him to my door. And crowds of servants I had, and lots of all it takes to live the life of ease, to make men call you rich. But Zeus ruined it all, God's will, no doubt. When he shipped me off with a roving band of pirates bound for Egypt, a long hard sail to wreck my life. There in the Nile Delta, I moored our ships of war. God knows I ordered my trusty crew to stand by, just where they were, and guard the anchored fleet, and I sent a patrol to scout things out from higher ground. But swept away by their own reckless fury, the crew went berserk. They promptly began to plunder the lush Egyptian farms, dragged off the women and children, killed the men. Outcries reached the city in no time, stirred by shouts. The entire town came streaming down at the break of day, filling the river plain with chariots, ranks of infantry, and the gleam of bronze. Zeus, who loves the lightning, flung down murderous panic on all my men at arms. No one dared to stand his ground and fight. Disaster rained us round from every quarter. Droves of my men they hacked down with swords, let off the rest alive, to labor for them as slaves. Myself, they passed me on to a stranger come their way, to ship me to Cyprus. Isis' son, Demeter, it was, who ruled Cyprus then with an iron fist. And from there I sailed to Ithaca, just as you see me now, ground down by pain and sorrow. Good God Almighty, Alcinous cut the beggar short. What spirit brought this pest to plague our feast? Back off. Into the open, clear of my table, or you'll soon land in Egypt, Cyprus, to break your heart. What a brazen, shameless beggar, scrounging food from each man in turn, and look at their handouts, reckless, never a qualm, no holding back. Now I'm making free with the next man's goods. Each one's got plenty here. Pity, pity, the wry Odysseus countered, drawing away. No sense in your head to match your handsome looks. You grudge your servant a pinch of salt from your own larder. You who lounge at the next man's board, but lack the heart to tear a crust of bread and hand it on to me, though there's God's plenty here. Boiling over, Antinous gave him a scathing look and let fly. Now, you won't get out of the hall unscarred, I swear, not after such a filthy string of insults. With that, he seized the stool, and hurled it. Square in the back, it struck Odysseus, just under the right shoulder. But he stood up against it, steady as a rock, unstaggered by Antinous' blow, just shook his head, silent, his mind turning with thoughts of bloody work. Back he went to the doorsill, crouched, and setting down his sack about to burst, he faced the suitors, saying, Hear me out, you lords who court the noble queen. I must say what the heart inside me urges. There's nothing to groan about, no hurt, when a man takes a blow as he fights to save his own possessions, cattle or shining flocks. But Antinous struck me, all because of my good-for-nothing belly, that curse that makes such pain for us poor men. But if beggars have their gods and furies too, let Antinous meet his death before he meets his bride. Enough, stranger, Antinous volleyed back. Sit there and eat in peace, or go get lost. Or else for the way you talk, these young men will hale you up and down the halls by your hands or feet until you're skinned alive. Naked threats, but the rest were outraged, even those brash shooters. One would say to another, Look, Antinous, that was a crime to strike the luckless beggar. Your fate is sealed if he's got some god from the blue. And the gods do take on the look of strangers dropping in from abroad. Disguised in every way as they roam and haunt our cities, watching over us. All our foul play, all our fair play too. So they warned, but Antinous paid no heed, and the anguish welled up in Telemachus' breast for the blow his father took. Yet he let no tears go rolling down his face. He just shook his head, silent, his mind churning with thoughts of bloody work. But then, when cautious Queen Penelope heard how Antinous struck the stranger, there in the halls, she cried out, with her serving women around her, May Apollo the archer strike you just as hard. And her housekeeper Eurynomé added quickly, If only our prayers were granted, that not one of the lot would live to see dawn climb her throne tomorrow. Dear old women, alert, Penelope replied. They're all hateful, plotting their vicious plots. But Antinous is the worst of all. He's Black Death himself. Here's this luckless stranger, wandering down the halls and begging scraps, hard pressed by need, and the rest all give the man his fill of food. But that one gives him a footstool hurled at his right shoulder, hits his back. While she exclaimed among her household women, sitting there in her room, Odysseus bent to supper. Penelope called the swineherd in and gave instructions. Go, good Eumaeus, tell the stranger to come at once. I'd like to give him a warm welcome. Ask the man if he's heard some news about my gallant husband or seen him in the flesh. He seems like one who's roved around the world. My queen, you answer me, Eumaeus. Loyal swineherd, if only the lords would hold their peace a moment. Such stories he tells, he'd charm you to your depths. 3 nights, 3 days, I kept him in my shelter. I was the first the fellow stumbled onto, fleeing from some ship. But not even so could he bring his tale of troubles to an end. You know how you can stare at a bard and wonder, trained by the gods to sing and hold men spellbound. How you can long to sit there, listening, all your life when the man begins to sing. So he charmed my heart, I tell you, huddling there beside me at my fire. He and Odysseus' father go way back, he says, sworn friends, and the stranger hails from Crete, where the stock of old King Minos still lives on. And from Crete he made his way, racked by hardship, tumbling on like a rolling stone until he turned up here. He swears he's heard of Odysseus, just in rich Thesprotian country, still alive, laden with treasure, heading home at last. Go, the cautious queen responded. Call him here so he can tell me his own tale face to face. Our friends can sit at the gates or down the halls and play their games, the boss to their heart's content. Why not? Their own stores, their bread and seasoned wine, lie intact at home, food for their serving men alone. But they infest our palace day and night. They butcher our cattle, our sheep, our fat goats, feasting themselves sick, swilling our glowing wine, as if there's no tomorrow. All of it squandered. No, there is no man like Odysseus in command to drive this curse from the house. Dear God, if only Odysseus came back home to native soil now, he and his son would avenge the outrage of these men like that. At her last words, Telemachus shook with a lusty sneeze like a thunderclap resounding up and down the halls. The queen was seized with laughter, calling out to Eumaeus winged words. Quickly, go. Bring me this stranger now, face to face. You hear how my son sealed all I said with a sneeze? So, let death come down with a grim finality on these suitors, one and all. Not a single man escaped his sudden doom. And another thing, mark my words, I tell you. If I'm convinced that all he says is true, I'll dress him in a shirt and cloth, in handsome clothes. Off the swineherd went, following her instructions, made his way to the stranger's side, and winged a word. Old friend, our queen, wise Penelope summons you, the prince's mother. The spirit moves her now, heartsick as she is, to ask a question or two about her husband. And if she's convinced that all you say is true, she'll dress you in a shirt and cloak. That's what you need. That's most of all of now. Bread you can always beg around the country. Fill your belly well. They'll give you food, whoever has a mind to. Gladly, Eumaeus, the patient man replied. I'll tell her the whole truth and nothing but. Icarius' daughter, your wise queen Penelope. I know all about that man. It's been my lot to suffer what he suffered. But I fear the mob's abuse, those rough young bucks. Their pride and violence hit the iron skies. Just now that scoundrel, as I went down the halls harming no one, up and dealt me a jolting blow. And who would raise a hand to save me? Telemachus? Anyone else? No one. So tell Penelope now, anxious as she may be, to wait in the halls until the sun goes down. Then she can ask me all she likes about her husband's journey home. But let her give me a seat close by the fire. The clothes on my back are tatters. Well, you are the first I beg for care and shelter. Back the swineherd went, following his instructions. Penelope, just as he crossed her threshold, broke out. Didn't you bring him? What's in the vagrant's mind? Fear of someone, embarrassed by something else here in the house? Is the fellow bashful? A bashful man will make a sorry beggar. You answered your queen, Eumaeus, loyal swineherd. He talks to the point. He thinks as the man who wants to dodge their blows, that brutal crew. He tells you to wait here till the sun goes down. It's better for you, my queen. Then you can talk with the man in private, hear the stranger's news. Nobody's fool, that stranger, wise Penelope said. He sees how things could go. Surely no man on earth can match that gang for reckless, deadly schemes. So she agreed. And now, mission accomplished, back the loyal swineherd went to mix with the suitors. Moving next to the prince, he whispered a parting word, their heads close together so no one else could hear. Dear boy, I must be off to see to the pigs in the whole farm. You're living, mine as well. You're the one to tend to all things here. Look out for your own skin first. Do take care. You mustn't come to grief. Crowds of your own countrymen plot your death. Let Zeus wipe out the lot before they kill us all. Right you are, old friend, the canny prince replied. Now off you go, once you've had your supper, but come back bright and early. Bring some good sound boars for slaughter. Yes, I'll tend to all things here, I and the deathless gods. And the swineherd sat down again on his polished stool, and once he supped and drunk to his heart's content, back he went to his pigs, leaving the royal precincts still filled with feasters, all indulging now in the joys and dances song. The day was over, dusk was falling fast.
Book 18, The Beggar King of Ithaca. Now along came this tramp, this public nuisance, who used to scrounge a living round the streets of Ithaca, notorious for his belly, a ravenous bottomless pit, for food and drink. But he had no pith, no brawn, despite the looming hulk that met your eyes. Arneus was his name. So his worthy mother called him at birth, but all the young men called him Iris for short, because he'd hustle messages at any beck and call. Well, he came by to rout the king from his own house, and met Odysseus now with a rough, abusive burst. Get off your porch, you old goat, before I haul you off by the leg. Can't you see they give me the wink? All of them here to drag you out, and so I would, but I've got some pangs of consciousness. Up with you, man, or before you know it, we'll be trading blows. A killing look, and the willy old soldier countered. Out of your mind? What damage have I done you? What have I said? I don't grudge you anything, not if the next man up and gives you plenty. This doorsill is big enough for the both of us. You've got no call to grudge me what's not yours. You're another vagrant, just like me, I'd say. And it lies with the gods to make us rich or poor.
So keep your fists to yourself. Don't press your luck. Don't rile me. Or old as I am, I'll bloody your lip, splatter your chest, and buy myself some peace and quiet for tomorrow. I doubt you'll ever come lumbering back again to the halls of Laertes, royal son Odysseus.
Look who's talking. The beggar rumbled in anger. How this pot-bellied pig runs off at the mouth, like an old crone at her oven. Well, I've got a knockout blow in store for him. I'll butter the tramp with both fists, crack every tooth from his jaws. I'll litter the ground with teeth, like a rogue sows punished for rooting corn. Belt up so the lords can see us fight it out. How can you beat a champion half your age? Tongue lashed each other, tempers flaring. They're on the polished still before the lofty doors, and Alcinous, that grand prince, hearing them wrangle, broke into gloating laughter, calling out to the suitors, "Friends, nothing like this has come our way before. What sport some god has brought the palace now? This stranger and Iris look. They'd battle it out together, fists flying. Come, let's pit against each other, fast."
All leapt from their seats with whoops of laughter. Clustering round the pair of ragged beggars, there as Euphides, son Alcinous, planned the contest. Quiet, my fine friends. Here's what I propose. These goat sausages sizzling here in the fire. We pack them with fat and blood to have for supper. Now, whoever wins this bout and proves the stronger, let that man step up and take his pick of the lot. What's more, from this day on he feasts among us. No other beggar will we allow inside to cage his meal from us. They all cheered, but Odysseus, foxy veteran, plodded on. Friends, how can an old man, worn down with pain, stand up to a young buck? It's just this belly of mine, this troublemaker, tempts me to take a licking. So first, all of you swear me a binding oath. Come, not one of you steps in for Iris here, strikes me a foul blow to pull him through, and lays me in the dust.
And at that they all mouthed the oath that he required, and once they vowed they'd never interfere. Prince Telemachus drove the matter home. Stranger, if your spine and fighting pride prompt you to go against this fellow now, have no fear of any suitor in the pack. Whoever follows you will have to face a crowd. Count on me, your host, and 2 lords back me up. Alcinous and Eurymachus, both are men of sense. They all shouted approval of the prince as Odysseus belted up, roping his rags around his loins, baring his big rippling thighs, his boxers' broad shoulders, his massive chest and burly arms on full display. As Athena stood beside him, flushing out the limbs of the great commander, despite their swagger, the suitors were amazed. Gaping at one another, trading forecasts, Iris will soon be ironed out for good. He's in the beating he begged for all along. Look at the hands on that old-timer, just under his rags.
Each outcry jolted Iris to the core, too late. The servant's trust is closed up. Dragged him on, the flesh on his body quaking now with terror. Alcinous rounded on him, flinging insults. You clumsy ox! You're better off dead or never born at all. If you cringe at him, paralyzed with fear of an old broken hulk, grounded down by the pains that hound his steps. Mark my words, so help me, I'll make it good. If that old relic whips you and wins today, I'll toss you into a black ship and sail you off to Icatus, the mainland king who wrecks all men alive. He'll lop your nose and ears with his ruthless blade. He'll rip your privates out by the roots. He will, and serve them up to his dogs to bolt down raw. Oh. All right. The threat shook his knees with a stronger fit, but they hauled him into the ring. Both men put up their fists, with the seasoned fighter Odysseus deeply torn now. Should he knock him senseless, leave him dead where he dropped, or just stretch him out on the ground with a light jab? As he mulled things over, that way seemed the best. At a glancing blow, the suitors would not detect him. The 2 men squared off, and Iris hurled a fist at Odysseus' right shoulder as he came through with a hook below the ear, pounding Ares' neck, smashing the bones inside. Suddenly red blood came spurting out of his mouth, and headlong down he pitched in the dust, howling, teeth locked in a grin, feet beating the ground, and the princely suitor flinging their hands in the air, died laughing. Grabbing him by the leg, Odysseus hauled him through the porch, across the yard to the outer gate, heaped him against the courtyard wall, sitting slumped, stuck his stick in his hand, and gave him a parting shot. Now hold your post. Play the scarecrow to all the pigs and dogs, but no more lording it over strangers. No more playing the beggar king for you, you loathsome fool, or you'll bring down something worse around your neck.
He threw his beggar's sack across his shoulders, torn and tattered, slung from a fraying rope. Then back he went to the sill and took his seat. The suitors ambled back as well, laughing jauntily, toasting the beggar warmly now, those proud young blades, one man egging the other on. Stranger, friend, may Zeus and the other deathless gods fill up your sack with blessings, all your heart's desires. You've knocked him out of action, that insatiable tramp, that parasite on the land. Ship him off to Herodotus, fast, the mainland king, who wrecks all men alive. Welcome words of a lucky omen too. Odysseus' heart leapt up. Antinous laid before him a generous goat sausage, bubbling fat and blood. Amphinomus took 2 loaves and the wicker tray and set them down beside him, drank his heath in his golden cup, and said, "Cheers, old friend, old father. Saddled now as you are, with so much trouble. Here's to your luck, great days from this day on."
And the one who knew the world replied at length, "Amphinomus, you seem like a man of good sense to me, just like your father, at least I've heard of his praises. Nisus of Dulichium, a righteous man and rich. You're his son, they say. You seem well spoken too. So I will tell you something. Listen closely. Of all that breathes and crawls across the earth, our Mother Earth breeds nothing feebler than a man. So long as the gods grant him power, spring in his knees, he thinks he will never suffer affliction down the years. But then, when the happy gods bring on the long hard times, bear them he must, against his will, and steal his heart. Our lives, our mood and mind as we pass across the earth, turn as the days turn. As the Father of men and gods makes each day dawn. I too seem destined to be a man of fortune once, and a wild wicked swath I cut, indulged my lust for violence, stalking all on my father and my brothers. Look at me now. And so, I say, let no man ever be lawless all his life. Just take in peace what gifts the gods will send."
True, but here I see you suitors plotting your reckless work, carving away at the wealth, affronting the loyal wife of a man who won't be gone from kin and country long. I say he's right at hand, and may some power save you, spirit you from home before you meet him face to face, the moment he returns to native ground. Once under his roof, he and your friends, believe you me, won't part till blood has flowed. With that he poured out honeyed wine to the gods and drank deeply, then restored the cup to the young prince's hand. Amphinomus made his way back through the hall, his heart sick with anguish, shaking his head, fraught with grave forebodings. But not even so could he escape his fate. Even then Athena had bound him fast to death at the hands of Prince Telemachus and his spear. Now back he went to the seat that he'd left empty.
But now the goddess Athena, with her glinting eyes, inspired Penelope, Icarius' daughter, warrior poised to display herself to the suitors, fan their hearts, inflame them more, and make her even more esteemed by her husband and her son than she had been before. Forcing a laugh, she called her maid, "Erinome, my spirit longs, though it never did till now, to appear before my suitors, loathe them as I do. I'd say a word to my son too, for his own good, not to mix so much with the pernicious crowd, so glib with their friendly talk, but plotting wicked plots they'll hatch tomorrow." "Well said, my child," the old woman answered. "All to the point. Go to the boy and warn him now. Hold nothing back, but first you should bathe yourself. Give a gloss to your face. Don't go down like that. Your eyes dimmed, your cheeks streaked with tears. It makes things worse, this grieving on and on. Your son's now come of age, your fondest prayer to the deathless gods to see him wear a beard."
Eurynome, discreet Penelope objected, "Don't try to coax me. Care for me as you do. To bathe myself, refresh my face with oils. Whatever glow I had died long ago. The gods of Olympus snuffed it out that day my husband sailed away in the hollow ships. But please, haven't Audino and Hippodame
Come and support me in the hall. I'll never brave those men alone. I'd be too embarrassed. Now as the old nurse bustled through the house to give the women orders, call them to the queen, the bright-eyed goddess thought of one more thing. She drifted a sound slumber over Icarus's daughter. Back the sank and slept. Her limbs fell limp and still, reclining there on her couch. All the while Athena, luminous goddess, lavished immortal gifts on her to make her suitors lose themselves in wonder. The divine unguent first. She cleansed her cheeks, her brow and fine eyes with ambrosia soothed as the oils. The goddess love applies, donning her crown of flowers. Whenever she joins the graces' captivating dances, she made her taller, fuller in her form to all men's eyes. Her skin whiter than ivory freshly carved. And now, Athena's mission accomplished, off the bright one went, as bare on maidens came in from their own quarters, chattering all the way, and sleep released the queen. She woke, touched her cheek with a hand, and mused, "Ah, what a marvelous gentle sleep, enfolding me in the midst of all my anguish. Now if only blessed Artemis sent me in a death as gentle now. This instant, no more wasting away my life, my heart broken and longing for my husband. He had every strength rising over his countrymen, head and shoulders."
Then leaving her well-lit chamber, she descended not alone. Two of her women followed close behind. That radiant woman, once she reached her suitors, drawing her glistened veil across her cheeks, paused now where a column propped the sturdy roof, with one of her loyal handmaids stationed either side. The suitors' knees went slack, their hearts dissolved in lust. All of them lifted prayers to lie beside her, share her bed. But turning toward her son, she warned, "Telemachus, your sense of balance is not what it used to be. When you were a boy, you had much better judgment. Now that you've grown and reached your young prime, and any stranger, seeing how tall and handsome you are, would think that the son of some great man of wealth, now your sense of fairness seems to fail you. Consider the dreadful thing just done in our halls. How you let the stranger be so abused. Why support our guests, sitting here at peace, here in our own house? We're hauled and badly hurt by such cruel treatment. You'd be shamed, disgraced in all men's eyes." "Mother," Telemachus paused, then answered, "I cannot fault your anger at all this. My heart takes note of everything, feels it, too. But the good and the bad, the boy you knew is gone. But how can I plan my world in a sane, thoughtful way? These men drive me mad, hedging me around, right and left, plotting their lethal plots, and no one takes my side. Still, this battle between the stranger of Eris hardly went as the suitors might have hoped. The stranger beat him down. If only Father Zeus, Athena, and Lord Apollo, these gallants now, this moment, here in our house, were battered senseless, heads lolling, knees unstrung, some sprawled in the courtyard, some sprawled outside. Slumped like Icarus down at the front gates now, whipped, and his head rolling like some drunk. He can't stand up on his feet and stagger home, whatever homes he's got. The man's demolished."
So Penelope and her son exchanged their hopes as Eurymachus stepped in to praise the queen. "Ah, daughter of Icarus, wise Penelope, and all the princes in Ionian Argos saw you now. What a troop of suitors would banquet in your halls tomorrow at sunrise. You surpass all women in build and beauty, refined and steady mind." "Oh no, Eurymachus," wise Penelope demurred. "Whatever form or feature I had, what praise I'd won, the deathless gods destroyed that day at the Achaeans sailed away to Troy. My husband in their ships, Odysseus, if he could return to tend my life, the renown I had only grow in glory. Now my life is torment. Look at all the griefs some god had loosened against me. I'll never forget the day he left this land of ours. He caught my right hand by my wrist and said gently, 'Dear woman, I doubt that every Achaean under their arms will make it home from Troy, all safe and sound. The Trojans, they say, are fine soldiers too, hurling javelins, shooting flights of arrows, charioteers who can turn the tide like that. Then the great leveler, war brings on some deadlock. So I cannot tell if the gods will sail me home again, or I will go out there on the fields of Troy. But all things here must rest in your control. Watch over my father and mother in the palace, just as now, or perhaps a little more. But I am far from home. But once you see the beard on the boy's cheek, you wed the man you like, and leave your house behind. So my husband advised me then. Now it all comes true. A night will come when a hateful marriage falls my lot, this cursed life of mine. Zeus has torn away my joy, but there's something else that mortifies me now. Your way is a far cry from the time honored away. Of suitors locked in rivalry, striving to win some noble woman, a wealthy man's daughter, they bring in their own calves and lambs to feast the friends of the bride-to-be, yes, and shower her with gleaming gifts as well. They don't devour the women's goods scot-free.
Staunch Odysseus glowed with joy to hear all this. His wife's trickery luring gifts from her suitors now, enchanting their hearts with suave, seductive words, but all the while with something else in mind. Gifts? Euphrates' son Antinous took her point at once. Daughter of Icarus, send Penelope. Whatever gifts your suitor would like to bring, accept them. How ungracious to turn those gifts away. We won't go back to our own estates or anywhere else till you have wed the man you find the best. So he proposed, and all the rest agreed. Each suitor sent a page to go and get a gift. Antinous men brought in a grand, resplendent robe, stiff with embroidery, clasped with 12 gold brooches, long pins that clipped into sheathing loops with ease. Eurymachus man brought in a necklace richly wrought, gilded, strung with amber and glowing like the sun. Eurydamus 2 men came with a pair of earrings, mulberry clusters dangling in triple drops, with the glint to catch the heart. From the halls of Lord Pisander, Polyctor's son, a servant brought a choker, a fine gleaming treasure, and so each suitor in turn laid on a handsome gift. Then the noble queen withdrew to her upper room, her file of waiting ladies close behind her, bearing the gorgeous present in their arms.
Now the suitors turned to dance and song, to the lovely beat and sway, waiting for dusk to come upon them there. And the dark night came upon them. Lost in pleasure, they rushed to set up 3 braziers along the walls, to get them light, piled them up high with kindling sear, well seasoned, just split with an axe, and mixed in chips to keep the torches flaring. The maids of Odysseus' steady man took turns to keep the fires up, but the king himself, dear to the gods and cunning to the core, gave them orders brusquely. Maids of Odysseus, your master gone so long, quick now, off you go, to the room where your queen and mistress waits. Sit with her there, and try to lift her spirits, combing wool in your hands or spinning yarn. But I will trim the torches for all her suitors, even if they would like to revel on till morning. Mounts her throne. They'll never wear me down. I have a name for lasting out the worst.
At that the woman burst into laughter, glancing back and forth, flushed with beauty. Melantho mocked him shamelessly. Dolius was her father, but Penelope brought her up. She treated her like her own child and gave her toys to cheer her heart. But despite that, her heart felt nothing for all her mistress anguish now. She was Eurymachus' lover, always slept with him. She was the one who mocked her king and taunted, "Cock of the walk, did someone beat your brains out? Why not go bed down at the blacksmith's cozy forge, or a public place where tramps collect? Why here, blithering on non-stop, bold as brass in the face of these lords? No fear in your heart? Wine's got to your wits? Or do you always play the fool and babble nonsense? Lost your head, have you, because you have drubbed into hobo Iris? You wait, a better man than Iris will take you on. He'll box both sides of your skull with heavy fists and cart you from the palace gushing blood. You wait, you bitch, and hard and veteran flash a killing look. I'll go straight to the prince with your foul talk. The prince will chop you to pieces here and now."
His fury sent the woman fluttering off, scuttering down the hall with panic, shaking every limb. They knew he spoke the truth, but he took up his post by the flaring braziers, tending the fires closely, looking after them all. Through the heart inside him stirred with other things, ringing ahead now to all that must be done. But Athena had no mind to let the brazen suitors hold back from their heart-rending insults. She meant to make the anguish cut still deeper, into the core of Laertes' son Odysseus. Polybus' son Eurymachus launched in first, baiting the king to give his friends a laugh. "Listen to me, you lords who court our noble queen. I simply have to say what's on my mind. Look, surely the gods have fetched this beggar here to Odysseus' house. At least our torchlight seems to come from the sheen of the man's own head. There is not a hair on his bald pate, not a wisp.
Then he wheeled on Odysseus, raider of cities. Stranger, how would you like to work for me if I took you on? I'd give you decent wages, picking the stones to lay a tight dry wall or planting tall trees on the edge of my estate. I'd give you rations to last you year round, clothes for your body, sandals for your feet. Oh no, you've leaned your lazy ways too well. You've got no itch to stick to good hard work. You'd rather go scounging round the countryside, begging for crust to stuff your greedy gut. Ah, Eurymachus, Odysseus, master of many exploits, answered firmly. If only the two of us could go man to man in the labors of the field. In the late spring, when the long days come round, out in the meadow, I swinging a well-curved scythe, and you swinging yours, we test our strength for work, fasting right till dusk with lots to hay to mow. Or give us a team of oxen to drive purebreds, hulking, ruddy beasts, both lusty with fodder, paired of age, and pulling power that never flags, with 4 acres to work, the loam churning under the pillow. You see what a straight, unbroken furrow I could cut you then. Or if Zeus would bring some battle on, out of the blue, this very day, and give me a shield and 2 spears, and a bronze helmet to fit this soldier's temples. Then you'd see me fight where front ranks clash. No more mocking this belly of mine, not then. Enough. You're sick with pride, you brutal fool. No doubt you count yourself a great, powerful man because you sport with a puny crowd, outbred to boot. And if only Odysseus came back home and stood right here. In a flash you'd find those doors, broad as they are, too cramped for your race to safely through the porch.
That made Eurymachus' fury seethe and burst. He gave the beggars a dark look and let fly. You odious, I'll make you pay for your ugly rant. Bold as brass in the face of all these lords. No fear in your heart? Wine's got to your wits? Or do you always play the fool and babble nonsense? Lost your head, have you, because you dribbled that hobo Iris? As he shouted, he seized a stool, but Odysseus, fearing the blow, crouched at Amphinomus' knees, as Eurymachus hurled and hit the wine steward, clipping his right hand. His cup dropped, clattered along the floor, and sat at his back he went, groaning in the dust. The suitors broke in uproar through the shattered halls, glancing at one another, trading angry outcries. Would to God this drifter had dropped dead, anywhere else before he landed here. Then he'd never have loosened such pandemonium. Now we're squabbling over beggars. In this sumptuous feast, now riots rules the day.
But now Prince Telemachus dressed them down. Fools, you're out of your minds, no hiding it. Food and wine have gone to your heads. Some god has got your blood up. Come, now you've eaten well, go home to bed. Then the spirit moves, that is, I, for one, I'll drive no guest away. So he declared, and they all bit their lips, amazed the prince could speak with so much daring. At last Amphinomus rose to take the floor, the noted son of Nisus, King of Aristotle, grandson. Fair enough, my friends. Then a man speaks well, we have no grounds for wrangling, no cause for abuse. Hands off the stranger, and any other servant in King Odysseus' palace. Come, steward, pour first drops of the god in every cup. Let's make liberations, then go home to bed. The stranger, leave him here in Odysseus' halls, and have his lost Telemachus tend him well. In the prince's royal house, the man has reached.
So he said. His proposal pleased them all, and the gallant Menelaus, a herald of Dulichium, a friend in arms of Lord Amphinomus too, mixed the men a bowl and, hovering closely, poured full rounds for all. They tipped cups to the blissful gods, and then, liberations made, they drank the heady wine in their hearts' content, and went their ways to bed, each suitors to his house.
That left the great Odysseus waiting in his hall as Athena helped him plot the slaughter of the suitors. He turned at once to Telemachus, brisk with orders. Now we must stow the weapons out of reach, my boy, all the arms and armor, and when the suitors miss them and ask you questions, put them off with a winning story. I stowed them away, clear of the smoke. A far cry from the arms Odysseus left when he went to Troy, fire-damaged equipment black with reeking fumes. And a god reminded me of something darker too. When you're in your cups, a quarrel might break out. You'd wound each other, shame your feasting here, and cast a pall on your courting. Iron has power to draw a man to ruin. Telemachus did his father's will at once, calling out to his old nurse Euryclea, "Quick, dear one, close the women up in their own quarters, till I can stow my father's weapons in the storeroom." Splendid gear lying about, neglected, black with soot, since father sailed away. I was only a boy then. Now I must safeguard them from the smoke. "High time, child," the loving nurse replied. "If only you'd bothered to tend your whole house and safeguard all your treasures. Tell me, who's to fetch and carry the torch for you? You won't let out the maids who'd light your way." "Our friend here will," Telemachus answered coolly. "I won't put up with a man who shirks his work. Now, not if he takes his ration from my stores, even if he's miles away from home." That silenced the old nurse. She barred the doors that led from the long hall, and up they sprang. Odysseus and his princely son, and began to carry off the helmets, studded shields, and pointed spears, and Pallas Athena strode before them, lifting a golden lamp that cast a dazzling radiance round about. "Father," Telemachus suddenly burst out to Odysseus, "oh, what a marvel fills my eyes! Look there, all the sides of the hall, the handsome crossbeams, pine-wood rafters, the tall columns towering, all glow in my eyes like flaming fire. Surely a god is here, one of those who rule the vaulting skies." "Quiet," his father, the old soldier, warned him. "Get a grip on yourself. No more questions now. It's just the way of the gods who rule Olympus. Off you go to bed. I'll stay here behind to test the women, test your mother too. She in her grief will ask me everything I know." Under the flaring torchlight, through the hall, Telemachus made his way to his own bedroom now, where he always went when welcome sleep came on him. There he lay tonight as well, till dawn's first light. That left the great king still waiting in his hall as Athena helped him plot the slaughter of the suitors. Now down from her chamber came reserved Penelope, looking for all the world like Artemis or golden Aphrodite. Close to the fire, her women drew her favorite chair with its swirls of silver and ivory inlaid rings. The craftsman who made it years ago, Icmalius, added a footrest under the seat itself, mortised into the frame, and over it was draped a heavy fleece. Here Penelope took her place, discreet, observant. The women, arms bared, pressing in from their quarters, cleared away the tables, the heaped remains of the feast, and the cups from which the raucous lords had drunk. Raking embers from the braziers into the ground, they piled them high again with seasoned wood, providing light and warmth. And yet again, Melantho lashed out at Odysseus. "You still here, you pest, slinking around the house all night, leering up at the women? Get out, you tramp. Be glad of the food you got, or we'll sling a torch at you, rout you out at once." A killing glance, and the old trooper countered. "What's possessed you, woman? Why lay into me? Such abuse, just because I'm filthy, because I wear such rags, roving around the country, living hand to mouth. But it's fate that drives me on. That's lots of beggars, homeless drifters. I too once lived in a lofty house that men admired, rolling in wealth. I'd often give to a vagabond like myself, whoever he was, whatever need had brought to my door. And a crowd of servants I had, and lots of all it takes to live the life of ease, to make men call you rich. But Zeus ruined it all, God's will, no doubt, so beware, women, or one day you may lose it all. All your glitter that puts your workmates in the shade, or your mistress may just fly in a rage and dress you down, or Odysseus may return. There's still room for hope. Or if he's dead as you think and never coming home, well, there's his son, Telemachus. Like father, like son, thanks to God Apollo. No woman's wildness here in the house escapes the prince's eye. He's come of age at last." So he warned, and alert Penelope heard him, wheeled on the mane and tongue lashed her smartly. "Make no mistake, you brazen, shameless bitch. None of your ugly work escapes me either. You'll pay for it with your life, you will. How well you knew. You heard from my own lips that I meant to probe the stranger in her house and ask me about my husband. My heart breaks for him." She turned to her housekeeper Eurynomy and said, "Now bring us a chair and spread it soft with fleece, so our guest can sit and tell you his whole story and hear me out as well. I'd like to ask him questions, point by point." Your enemy bustled off to fetch a polished chair and set it down and spread it soft with fleece. Here Odysseus sat, the man of many trials, as cautious Penelope began the conversation. Stranger, let me start questioning myself. Who are you? Where are you from? Your city, your parents? My good woman, Odysseus, master of craft, replied. No man on the face of the earth could find fault with you. Your fame, believe me, has reached the vaulting skies. Fame like a flawless king's who dreads gods, who governs a kingdom vast, proud and strong, who upholds justice true, and the black earth bears wheat and barley. Trees bow down with fruit, and the sheep drop lambs and never fail, and the sea teems with fish. Thanks to his decent, upright rule, and under his sovereign sway the people flourish. So then, here in your house, ask me anything else, but don't please search out my birth, my land, or you'll fill my heart to overflowing even more as I bring back the past. I am a man who's had his share of sorrows. It's wrong for me in someone else's house to sit here moaning and groaning, sobbing so. It makes things worse, this grieving on and on. One of your maids, or you yourself, might scold me, thinks it's just the wine that has doused my wits and made me drown in tears. No, no, stranger, wise Penelope demurred. Whatever form and feature I have, what pretty red one, the deathless gods destroyed that day the Achaeans sailed away to Troy. My husband and their ships, Odysseus, if he could return the tenant to my life, the renown I had would only grow in glory. Now my life is torment. Look at the griefs some god has loosed against me. All the nobles who ruled the islands round about, Dulichion, Same, and wounded Zacynthus too, and all who lord it, sunny Ithaca itself. They court me against my will, they lay waste my house. So I pay no heed to strangers, suppliants at my door, not even heralds out the public errands here. I yearn for Odysseus, always, my heart pines away. They rush the marriage on, and I spin out my wiles. A god from the blue has inspired me first to set up a great loom in our royal halls, and I began to weave. And the weaving fine spun, the yarns endless, and I would leave them on. The young men, my suitors, now that King Odysseus is no more, go slowly, keen as you are to marry me, unless I can finish off this web. So my weaving will all fray and come to nothing. This is a shroud for old Lord Laertes, for that day when the deadly fate that lays us out at last will take him down. I dread the shame my countrywomen would heap upon me. Yes, if a man of such wealth should lie in a state without a shroud forever. My very words, and despite their pride and passion, they believe me. So by day I'd weave at my grate and growing wet. By night, by the light of torches set beside me, I would unravel all I'd done. 3 whole years I deceived them blind, seduced them with this scheme. Then, when the wheeling seasons brought the 4th year on, and the months waned, and the long days came round once more, then, thanks to my maids, the shameless, reckless creatures, the suitors caught me in the act, denounced me harshly, so I finished it off, against my will. They forced me, and now I cannot escape a marriage, nor can I contrive a deft way out. My parents urge me to tie the knot, and my son is galled as they squander his estate. He sees it all. He's a grown man by now, equipped to tend to his own royal house and tend to it well. Zeus grants my son that honor. But for all that, now tell me who you are. Where do you come from? You've hardly sprung from a rock or oak like some old man of legend. The master improviser answered slowly, My lady, wife of Laertes' son, Odysseus. Will you questions about my family never end? All right then, here's my story, even though it plunges me into a deeper grief than I feel now. But that's the way of the world. When one has been so far from home, so long away as I, roving over many cities of men, enduring many hardships. Still, my story will tell you all you need to know. There's a land called Crete, ringed by the wine-dark sea with rolling whitecaps. Handsome country, fertile, thronged with people well past counting, boasting 90 cities, language mixing with language side by side. First come the Achaeans, then the native Cretians, hardy, gallant in action, then the Sidonian clansmen. Dorians living in 3 tribes, and proud Pelasgians last. Central to all their cities is magnificent Knossos, the city where Minos ruled and each 9th year conferred with almighty Zeus himself. Minos, father of my father Deucalion, that bold heart. Beside myself, Deucalion's sired Prince Endymius, who set sail for Troy in his beaked ships of war, escorting Atreus' sons. My own name is Athena. I am the younger born. My older brothers are better men than I am. Now it was there in Knossos that I saw him, Odysseus, and we traded gifts of friendship. A heavy gale had landed him on our coast, driven him away off course, rounding Menelaus' cape when he was bound for Troy. He anchored in Amnisus, hard by the goddess's cave of childbirth and labor, that rough harbor, barely riding out the storm. He came into town at once, asking for Idomeneus, claiming to be my brother's close respected friend. Too late. 10 or 11 days had already passed. 10 or 11 days had already passed since he set sail for Troy in his beaked ships. So I took Odysseus back to my own house, gave him a hero's welcome, treated him in style. Stores in our palace made for princely entertainment. As for his comrades, who'd all worshipped with him, I dipped into public stock to give them barley, ruddy wine, and finally fine cattle for slaughter, beef to their heart's content. A dozen days they stayed with me there, those brave Achaeans, penned up by a north wind so stiff that a man, even on dry land, could never keep his feet. Some angry spirit raised that last, I'd say. Then on the 13th day, the wind died down and they set sail for Troy. Falsehoods all, but he gave his falsehoods all the ring of truth. As she listened on, her tears flowed and soaked her cheeks as the heavy snow melts down from the high mountain ridges. Snow the west wind piles there, and the warm east wind thaws, and the snow melting swells the river to overflow their banks. So she dissolved in tears, streaming down her lovely cheeks, weeping for him, her husband, sitting there beside her. Odysseus' heart went out of his grief-stricken wife, but under his lids his eyes remained stock still. They might have been horn or iron. His guile fought back his tears, and she, once she'd had her fill of grief and weeping, turned again to her guest with this reply. Now, stranger, I think I'll test you, just to see if there in your house, with all his friends in arms, you actually entertain my husband as you say. Come, tell me what sort of clothing he wore. What kind of man was he? What of the men who followed in his train? Ah, good woman, Odysseus, the great master of Sicily, returned. How hard it is to speak, after so much time apart. Why, some 20 years have passed since he left my house and put my land behind him. Even so, imagine the man as I portray him. I can see him now. King Odysseus, he was wearing a heavy woolen cape, sea purple in double folds, with a golden brooch to clasp it, twin sheaths for the pins. On the face a work of art, a hound clenching a dappled fawn in its front paws, slashing as it writhed. All marveled to see it. Solid gold as it was, the hound slashing, throttling the fawn in his death throes, hoofs flailing to break free. I noticed his glossy tunic, too, clean to his skin like the thin glistening skin of a dried onion, silky soft, the glint of the sun itself. Women galore would gaze on it with relish, and this, too, bear it in mind, won't you? I've no idea if Odysseus wore these things at home, or a comrade gave him them as he boarded the ship, or a host, perhaps. The man was loved by many. There were few Achaeans to equal him, and I gave him a bronze sword myself, a lined cloak, elegant, deep red, and a French shirt as well, and I saw him off in his long bench ship of war in lordly style. Something else. He kept a herald beside him, a man a little older than himself. I'll try to describe him to you best I can. Round-shouldered he was, swarthy, curly-haired. His name? Eurybides, and Odysseus prized him most of all his men. Their minds worked as one. His words renewed her deep desire to weep, recognizing the strong, clear signs Odysseus offered. But as soon as she'd had her fill of tears of grief, Penelope turned again to her guests and said, Now, stranger, much as I pitied you before, now in my house you will be my special friend, my honored guest. I am the one myself who gave him the very clothes that you described. I brought them up from the storeroom, folded them neatly, fastened the gold brooch to adorn my husband, Odysseus. Never again will I embrace him, striding home to his own native land. A black day it was when he took the ship to see that cursed city. Destroy, I call it. I hate to say its name. Ah, my queen, the man of craft assured her, noble wife of Laertes' son, Odysseus, ravage no more your lovely face with tears, or consume your heart with grieving for your husband. Not that I blame you, ever. Any woman will mourn the bridegroom that she has lost, lain within love, and borne his children too. Even though he was no Odysseus, a man like a god, they say, but dry your tears and take my words to heart. I will tell you the whole truth and hide nothing. I have heard that Odysseus now, at last, is on his way. He's just in rich Thesprotian country. The man is still alive, and he's bringing home a royal hoard of treasure. Gifts he'd won from people of those parts. He's lost his crew in a hollow ship on the wine-dark waters off Phaeacia island. Zeus and Helios raged, dead set against Odysseus, for his men-at-arms had killed the cattle of the sun. So down in the last hand they drowned in crashing seas. But not Odysseus, clinging tight to his ship's keel. The breakers flung him out onto dry land on Scheria, the land of Phaeacians, close kin to the gods themselves, and with all their hearts they prized him like a god, showered the man with gifts, and they'd have gladly sailed him home unscathed. In fact, Odysseus would have been here beside you long ago, but he thought it the better, shooter course, to recoup his fortunes roving through the world. At sly profit turning, there's not a man alive to touch Odysseus. He's got no rival there. So I learned from Phidion, king of Thesprotia, who swore to me as he poured libations in his house. The ships hauled down, and the shipmates set to sail to take Odysseus home to native land. But he shipped me off before. A Thesprotian cutter chanced to be heading for Dulichion, rich in wheat. But he showed me all the treasure Odysseus had amassed, enough to last a man in 10 generations of his heirs. So great the wealth stored up for him in the king's vaults. But Odysseus, he made clear, was off at Dodona, than to hear the will of Zeus that rustles forth from the god's tall leafy oak. How should he return after all the years away to his own beloved Ithaca, openly or in secret? And so the man is safe, as you can see, and he's coming home soon. He's close at hand. He won't be severed long from kin and country. No, not now. I give you my solemn binding oath. I swear by Zeus, the first, the greatest god, by Odysseus's hearth, where I have come for help. All will come to pass. I swear exactly as I say. True. This very month, just as the old moon dies and the new moon rises into life, Odysseus will return. If only, my friend, reserved Penelope explained, everything you say would come to pass. You'd soon know my affection, know my gifts. Any man you meet would call you blessed. But my heart can sense the way it all will go. Odysseus, I tell you, is never coming back, nor will you ever gain your passage home. For we have no masters in our house like him, at welcoming in or sending off an honored guest. Odysseus, there was a man, or was he all a dream? But come, women, wash the stranger and make his bed, with bedding, blankets with lustrous spreads, to keep him warm, till dawn comes up and takes her golden throne. Then tomorrow at daybreak, bathe him well and rub him down with oil, so he can sit beside Telemachus in the hall, enjoy his breakfast there. And anyone who offends our guest beyond endurance, he defeats himself. He's doomed to failure here, no matter how raucously he raves and blusters on. For how can you know, my friend, if I surpass all women in thoughtfulness and shrewd good sense, if I'd allow you to take your meals at halls so weather-beaten, clad in rags and tatters? Our lives are much too brief, and if a man is cruel by nature, cruel in action, the mortal world will call down curses on his head while he is alive, and all will mock his memory after death. But then if a man is kind by nature, kind in action, his guests will carry his fame across the earth. People all will praise him from the heart. Wait, my queen, the crafty man objected, noble wife of Laertes' son. Odysseus, blankets and glossy spreads, they're not my style. Not from the day I launched out into my long-oared ship, and the snowy peaks of Crete went fading far astern. I'll lie as I've done through sleepless nights before. Many a night I've spent on rugged beds of field, waiting for dawn to mount her lovely throne. Nor do I pine for any footbaths either. Of all the women who serve your household here, not one will touch my feet, unless perhaps there is some old retainer, the soul of trust, someone who's borne as much as I have borne. I wouldn't mind if she would touch my feet. Dear friend, the discreet Penelope replied, never has any man so thoughtful, of all the guests in my palace come from foreign parts, been as welcome as you. So sensible, so apt is every word you say. I have just such an old woman, seasoned wise, who carefully tended by a lucky husband, reared him, took him into her arms the day his mother bore him, Frail as the woman is, she'll wash your feet. Up with you now, my good. Up with you now, my good old Euryclea. Come and wash your masters equal in years. Odysseus must have feet and hands like his by now. Hardship can age a person overnight. At that name, the old retainer buried her face in both hands, burst into warm tears, and wailed out in grief. Oh, my child, how helpless I am to you now. How Zeus despised you, more than all other men, the God-fearing man that you were. Never did any mortal burn the old thunderer such rich thigh bones, offering charred and choice, never as many as you did, praying always to reach a ripe old age and raise a son to glory. Now, you alone, he's robbed of your homecoming day. Just so, the women must have mocked my king. Far away, when he'd stop at some fine house, just all these bitches, stranger, mock you here. And because you shrink and because you shrink from their taunts, their wicked barbs, you will not let them wash you. The work is mine. Icarius' daughter, wise Penelope, bids me now, and I'm all too glad. I will wash your feet, both for my own dear queen and for yourself. Your sorrows wring my heart, and why? Listen to me closely, mark my words. Many a wayworn guest has landed here, but never, I swear, has one so struck my eyes. Your build, your voice, your feet, you're like Odysseus, to the life. Old woman, Willie Odysseus countered. That's what they all say who's seen us both. We bear a striking resemblance to each other, as you have had the wit to say yourself. The old woman took up a burnished basin she used for washing feet and poured bowls of fresh cold water before she stirred in hot. Odysseus, sitting full in the firelight, suddenly soared round to the dark, gripped by a quick misgiving. As soon as she touched him, she might spot the scar. The truth would all come out. Bending closer, she started to bathe her master. Then in a flash, she knew the scar, the old wound made years ago by a boar's white tusk, when Odysseus went to Parnassus, out to see Autolycus and his sons. The man was his mother's noble father, one who excelled the world at thievery, that and subtle shifty oaths. Hermes gave him the gift, overjoyed by the thighs of lambs and kids he burned in the god's honor. Hermes, the ready partner in his crimes. Now, Autolycus once visited Ithaca's fertile land to find his daughter's son had just been born. Euryclea sent him down on the old man's knees as he finished dinner, urging him, Autolycus, you must find a name for your daughter's darling son. The baby comes as the answer to your prayers. You, my daughter, and you, my son-in-law, Autolycus replied, give the boy the name I tell you now. Just as I have come from afar, creating pain for many men and women across the good green earth. So let his name be Odysseus, the son of pain, a name he will earn in full. And when he has come of age and pays his visit to Parnassus, the great estate of his mother's line, where all my treasures lie, I will give him enough to cheer his heart, then speed him home to you. And so, in time, Odysseus went to collect the splendid gifts. Autolycus and the sons of Autolycus swarmed him in with eager hand clasps, hearty words of welcome. His mother's mother, Amphitheia, hugged the boy and kissed his face and kissed his shining eyes. Autolycus told his well-bred sons to prepare a princely feast. They followed orders gladly, herded an ox and sat at once, 5 years old, skinned it and split the carcass into quarters, deftly cut it in pieces, skewered these on spits, roasted all to a turn and stirred the portions out. So all day long until the sun went down they feasted, consuming equal shares to their heart's content. Then when the sun had set and night came on, they turned to bed and took the gift to sleep. As soon as young Dawn with her nose-red fingers shone once more, they all moved out for the hunt, hounds in the lead, Autolycus' sons and Prince Odysseus in their ranks. Climbing Parnassus' ridges, thick with timber, They quickly reached the mountain's windy folds, and just as the sun began to strike the plowlands, racing out of the deep, calm flow of the ocean river, the beaters came to a wooded glen. The hounds broke, hot in the trail, and right behind the pack they came, Autolycus' sons, Odysseus out in front now, pressing the dogs, brandishing high his spear with its long shadow waving. Then and there a great boar lay in wait, in a thicket layer so dense that the sodden, gusty winds could never pierce it, nor could the sun's sharp rays invade its depths, nor a downpour drench it through and through. So dense, so dark, and piled with fallen leaves, here, as the hunters closed in for the kill, crowding the hounds, the tramp of men and dogs came drumming round the boar. He crashed from his lair, his razor back bristling, his eyes flashing fire, and charging up to the hunt he stopped, at bay. And Odysseus rushed him first, shaking his long spear in a sturdy hand. While to strike, but the boar struck faster, lunging in on the slant, a tusk thrusting up over the boy's knee, gouging a deep strip of flesh, but it never hit the bone. Odysseus thrust and struck, stabbing the beast's right shoulder. A glint of bronze, the point ripped clean, through and down in the dusty drop, grunting out his breath as his life twinked away. The sons of Autolycus, working over Odysseus, skillfully binding up his open wound, the gallant godlike prince chanted an old spell that stanched the blood and quickly bore him home to their father's palace. There, in no time, Autolycus and the sons of Autolycus healed him well, and, showering him with splendid gifts, sped Odysseus back to his native land, to Ithaca. A young man filled with joy. His happy parents, his father and noble mother, welcomed him home and asked him all his exploits, blow by blow. How did he get that wound? He told his tale with style, how the white tusk of a wild boar had gashed his leg, hunting on a Parnassus with Autolycus and his sons. That scar, as the old nurse cradled his leg, and her hands passed down, she felt it, knew it, suddenly let his foot fall. Down it dropped in the basin. The bronze clanged, tipping over, spilling water across the floor. Joy and torment gripped her heart at once. Tears rushed to her eyes. Voice choked in her throat. She reached for Odysseus' chin and whispered quickly, Yes, you are Odysseus. Oh, dear boy, I couldn't know you before. Not till I touched the body of my king. She glanced at Penelope, king to signal her that here was her own dear husband, here and now, but she could not catch the glance. She took no heed. Athena turned her attention elsewhere, but Odysseus, his right hand shot out, clutching the nurse's throat. With his left, he hugged her to himself and muttered, Nurse, you want to kill me? You suckled me yourself at your own breast, and now I'm at home, at last. After bearing 20 years of brutal hardship. Home on native ground. But now you know that now that a god has flashed in your mind, quiet, not a word to anyone in the house. Or else, I warn you, and I mean business too. If a god beats you down, these brazen suitors at my hands, I will not spare you, my old nurse that you are, when I kill the other women in my house. Child, shrewd old Ericlea protested. What nonsense you let slip through your teeth. You know me, I'm stubborn, never give an inch. I'll keep still as solid rock or iron. One more thing, take it to heart, I tell you. If a god beats down these brazen suitors at your hands, I'll report in full on the women in your house, who are disloyal to you, who are guiltyless. Nurse, the cool tactician Odysseus said, why bother to count them off? A waste of breath. I'll observe them, judge each one of myself. Just be quiet. Keep your tales to yourself. Leave the rest to the gods. Hushed so, the old nurse went panting along the hills to fetch more water. Her basin had all spilled. Once she had bathed and rubbed him down with oil, Odysseus drew his chair up near the fire again, trying to keep warm. But he hid a scar beneath his beggar's rags as cautious Penelope resumed their conversation. My friend, I have only one more question for you, something slight, now that our hour draws on for welcome sleep. For those who can yield to sweet repose, that is, heartsick as they are. As for myself, though, some god has sent me the pain that knows no bounds. All day long I indulge myself in sighs and tears as I see to my tasks, direct the household of women. When night falls and the world lies lost in sleep, I take to my bed, my heart throbbing, about to break, anxiety swarming, piercing. I may go mad with grief. Like Pandareus' daughter, the nightingale in the green woods, lifting her lovely song at the first warm rush of spring. Perched in the treetops, rustling leaves, and pouring forth her music shifting, trilling and sinking, ripping high to burst in grief for Italus, her beloved boy, King Zethus' son. Whom she in innocence once cut down with bronze, so my wavering heart goes shuttling back and forth. Do I stay beside my son and keep all things secure, my lands, my serving women, the grand high-roofed house, true to my husband's bed, the people's voice as well? Or do I follow at last the best man who courts me here in the halls? When he was a boy and light-hearted, urge me not to marry and leave my husband's house. But now he has grown and reached his youngest prime. He begs me to leave our place, travel home. Telemachus, so obsessed with his own estate. The wealth my princely suitors bleed away. But please, read this strain for me, won't you? Listen closely. I keep 20 geese in the house. From the water trough they come and peck their wheat. I love to watch them all. But down from a mountain swooped this great hook-beaked eagle. Yes. And he snapped their necks and killed them all, one and all. And they lay in heaps. And they lay in heaps throughout the halls while he, back to the clear blue sky, he soared at once. But I wept and wailed, only a dream, of course, and our well-groomed ladies came and clustered round me, sobbing, stricken. The eagle killed my geese, but down he swooped again, and settling into a jutting rafter, called out in a human voice that dried my tears. Courage, daughter of famous King Icarius. This is no dream, but a happy waking vision. Real as day, that will come true for you. The geese were your suitors. I was once the eagle, but now I'm your husband, back again at last. About to launch a terrible fate against them all. So he bowed, and the soothing sleep released me. I peered around and saw my geese in the house, pecking at their wheat, the same trough where they always took their meal. Dear woman, quick Odysseus answered, twist it however you like. Your dream can only mean one thing. Odysseus told you himself. He'll make it come to pass. Destruction is clear for each and every suitor. Not a soul escapes his death and doom. Ah, my friend, seasoned Penelope dissented. Dreams are hard to unravel, wayward, drifting things. Not all we glimpse in them will come to pass. Two gates, therefore, are evanescent dreams. One is made of ivory, the other made of horn. Those that pass through the ivory, cleanly carved, are will-o'-the-wisps. Their message bears no fruit. The dreams that pass through the gates of polished horn are fraught with truth, for the dreamer who can see them. But I can't believe my strange dream has come that way. Much as my son and I would love to have it so. One more thing I'll tell you, weigh it well. The day that dawns today, this cursed day, will cut me off from Odysseus' house. Now, I mean to announce a contest with those axes. The ones he would often line up here inside the hall. 12 in a straight unbroken row, like blocks to shore a keel. Then stand well back and whip an arrow through the lot. Now I will bring them on as a trial for my suitors. The hand that can string the bow with greatest ease, that shoots an arrow clean through all 12 axes, he's the man I follow, yes. Forsaking this house, where I was once this bride, this gracious house so filled with the best life that life can offer. I shall always remember it, that I know, even in my dreams. Oh, my queen, Odysseus, a man of exploits, urged her on. Royal wife of my late son. Odysseus now, don't put off this test in the halls a moment. Before that crew can handle the polished bow, string it taut, and shoot through all these axes. Odysseus, a man of exploits, will be home with you. If only my friend, the wise Penelope, replied, you are willing to sit beside the house, indulging me in the comfort of your presence. Sleep would never drift across my eyes, but one can't go without sleep forever. The immortals give each thing its proper place, and our mortal lives throughout the good green on earth. So now I'm going back to my room upstairs and lie down in my bed. The bed of my pain, my tears have streaked year in, year out. From the day Odysseus sailed away to sea, destroy I call it, I hate to say its name. There I'll rest while you lie here in the hall, spreading your blankets somewhere on the floor. Where the women will prepare a decent bed. With that, the queen went up to her lofty, well-lit room, and not alone. Her women followed close behind. Penelope, once they reached the upper story, fell to weeping for Odysseus, her beloved husband, till watchful Athena sealed her eyes with her welcome sleep.
Everyone, this is book 20.
All right.
I'll go first.
Off the entrance hall, the great king made his bed, spreading out on the ground the raw hide of an ox, heaping over the fleece from sheep. The suitors butchered day and night, and everyone threw a blanket over him. Once he had nestled down, and there Odysseus lay. Plotting within himself the suitor's death, awake alert as the woman slipped from the housemaids who hoard in the suitor's beds each night, tittering, linking arms, and frisking as before. The master's anger rose inside his chest, torn in thought, debating head and heart. Should he heap and rush them to kill one and all, or let them rut with lovers at one last time? The heart inside him growled, low with rage. As a bitch mounting over her weak, defenseless puppies, growling faces a stranger, bristling for a showdown. So he growled for his depths, hackles rising at the outrage, but he struck his chest and curved his fist, fighting heart. Bear up, old heart, you've borne worse, far worse. That day that Cyclops, man mountain, bolted your hardy comrades down, but held fast, nobody but your cunning pulled you through. The monster's cave you thought would be your death. So he forced his spirit into submission. The rage in his breast reined back, unswearing, all endurance, but himself kept tossing, turning, intent as a cook before some white-hot blazing fire, who rolls his sizzling sausage back and forth, packaged with a fat and blood keen with broil, it quickly tossing and turning in the way that way, so that his cast about. How could it get these shameless suitors in the clutches of one man facing a mob? When close to his side she came, Athena, sweeping down from the sky, woman's build, and hovering at his head, the goddess spoke. Why still awake? The unluckiest man alive? Here is the house, your wife, at home, your son, as a fine boy, as one could hope to have. True, the willy fighter replied, how right you are, goddess, but still, this worry haunts me, heart and soul. How can I get those shameless suitors in my clutches, single-handed, braving an army, always camped inside? There's another worry, that humans, me even more. What if I kill them? Thanks to Zeus, how do I run from under their avengers? Show me the way, I ask. Impossible, man, Athena battered, the goddess' eyes ablaze. Others are quick to trust the weaker comrade. Some poor mortal, far less cunning than I, but I am a goddess. Look, the very one who
guards you in all your trials to the last. I tell you this straight out, even if 50 bands of mortal fighters closed around us, hot to kill off in the battle, still you could drive away their herds and seek flocks. So surrender to sleep at last. What a misery, keeping watch through the night, wide awake. Soon you'll come up through under all your troubles. With that, she showered sleep across his eyes, and back to Olympus went the lustrous goddess. As soon as sleep came on him, loosing his limbs, slipping the toils of anguish from his mind, his devoted wife awoke, and sitting up in her soft bed returned to tears. When the queen had wept to her heart's content, she prayed to the huntress Artemis, first of all. Artemis, goddess, noble daughter of Zeus, if only you'd whip an arrow out through my breast and tear my life out, now at once. Or let some whirlwind pluck me up and sweep me away along those murky paths, and fling me down where the ocean river running round the world rolls back upon itself. Quick, as the whirlwind slept Pandareus' daughters years ago, when the gods destroyed their parents, leaving the young girls orphans in their house. But radiant Aphrodite nursed them well, on cheese and luscious honey and heady wine. And Hera gave them beauty and a sound good sense. More than all other women, virgin Artemis made them tall. And Athena honored their skills to fashion lovely work. But then when Aphrodite approached Olympus's peaks to ask for the girls their crowning day as brides from Zeus who loves the lightning, Zeus who knows all that's faded, all not faded, for mortal men, then the storm spirit snatched them away and passed them on to the hateful Furies, yes, for all their loving care. Just so may the gods who rule Olympus blot me out. Artemis, with your glossy braids, come shoot me dead so I can plunge beneath the loathsome earth, with the image of Odysseus vivid in my mind. Never let me warm the heart of a weaker man. Even grief is bearable, true. When someone weeps through the day, sobbing heart convulsed with pain, yet embraced by all sleep at night, sweet oblivion, sleep dissolving all the good and bad, once it seals our eyes. But even my dreams torment me. Sent by wicked spirits, again, just this night someone lay beside me. Like Odysseus to the life, when he embarked, with his men at arms, my heart raced with joy. No dream, I thought, the waking truth at last. At those words, dawn rose on her a golden throne in a sudden gleam of light, and great Odysseus caught on the sound of his wife's cry, and began to daydream deep in his heart. It seemed as if she stood beside him, knew him, and now at last. Gathering up the fleece and blankets where he'd slept, he laid them out on a chair in the hall. He took out the ox hide out and spread it down, lifted his hands and prayed to Zeus. Father Zeus, if you really willed it so, to bring me home over land and sea lanes, home to native ground after all the pain you brought me, show me a sign. A good omen voiced by someone awake indoors. Another sign outside from Zeus himself. And Zeus, in all his wisdom, heard that prayer. He thundered at once out of his clear blue heavens, high from the clouds, Odysseus' spirit lifted. Then from within the halls a woman grinding grain let out a lucky word, Close at hand she was, where the good commander set the handmills once.
And now 12 women, and all performed their tasks, grinding the wheat and barley marrow of men's bones. They rest where, abed now, by now, they'd milled their stint. This one alone, the fairest of all, kept working on. Stopping her mill, she spoke, an omen, for her master. Zeus, father, king of gods, all men, now there was a crack of thunder out of the starry sky, and not cloud in sight. Sure, it's a sign you're showing someone now. So poor as I am, grant me my prayer as well. Let this day be the last of the suitors. Both their groaning feasts of the King Odysseus' house, those brutes who break my knees, heart-wrenching, labor, grinding the grain. Now let them eat their last. A lucky omen linked with Zeus's thunder. Odysseus' heart leapt up. The man convinced he'd grind the scoundrels' livings out their revenge. By now, the other maids were gathering in Odysseus' royal palace, ranking up the hearth, the fire, going strong. Telemachus climbed from bed and dressed at once, brisk as a young god. Over his shoulder he slung his well-honed sword. He fastened rawhide scandals under his smooth feet. He seized his tough spear, tipped with his bronze point, and took a stand at the threshold, calling Euryclea, "Dear nurse, how did you treat the stranger in our house, with a bed and board? Or leave him to lie untended? That would be my mother's way, sensible as she is. All impulse, doting over the worthless stranger, turning a good man out of face the worst. Please, child," his calm old nurse replied, "don't blame her. Your mother's blameless this time." He sat and drank his wine. He'd had his fill. Food? He'd lost his hunger. But she'd asked him, "And what time would you think turning of an inn?" She told the maids to spread the decent bed, but he sat down and out. Poor soul, so he dogged by fate. So no to snuggling into bed between covers. No, sir. The man lay down in the entrance hall, on the rawhide of an ox sheep's fleece, and we threw a blanket over him, so we did. Hearing that, Telemachus strode out through the palace, spear in hand, and a pair of sleek hounds went trotting at his heels. He made for a meeting grounds to join the island lords, while Euryclea, the daughter of Ops, Pisner's son, the best of women, gave the maids their orders. "Quick now, look alive, sweep the house, wet down the floors. You, those purple coverlets, fling them over the fancy chairs. All those tables, sponge them down, scour the wine bowls, burnished cups, the rest. Now off you go, the spring and fetch some water, fast as your legs can run. Our young galleons won't be long from the palace. They'll be bright and early. Today's the public feast." They hung on her words and ran to do her binding. Full 20 scurried off in the spring's dark water. Others bent to housework, all good hands, and they trooped in strutting serving men, who split the firewood cleanly now, as the woman blasted from the spring, and the swineherd at their heels, diving through 3 fat porkers, the best of all of his herds, and leaving them to root in broad countryside. Up he went. Odysseus hailed him warmly. "Friend, do the suitors show you more respect, or treat you like dregs on the earth as always?" "Good Eurymees," the crafty man replied.
If only the gods would pay back their outrage. Wild and reckless, young cubs convincing in another's house. They've got no sense of shame. And now the two confided in each other. The guthered Menelaus sauntered towards them, herding his goats with a pair of druggers' help. The pick of his flocks to make the suitors' meal. Under the echoing porch he tethered these, then turned on Odysseus once again with cutting insults. "Still alive? Still hounding your betters, begging round the house. Why don't you cart yourself away? Get out. We'll never part, I swear, till we taste each other's fists. Riff-raff. You and your begging make us sick. Get out. We're hardly the only banquet on the island." No reply. The willy one just shook his head. Silent, his mind churning with thoughts of bloody work. Third to arrive was Herodotus, the good cowherd, prodding in the crowd a heifer and fat goats. Boatmen had brought them over the mainland, crews who ferry across all travelers too. Whoever comes for passage. Under the echoing porch he tethered all heads well, and then approached the swineherd full of questions. Who is this stranger, Eumaeus? Just come to the house. What roots does the man claim? Who are his people? Where are his bloodkin, his father's fields? Poor beggar, but what a build the royal kings. Ah, once the gods weave trouble into our lives, they drive us across the earth. They drown us all in pain, even in kings of the realm. And with that, I thought he walked up to Odysseus, gave him his right hand, and winged a greeting. Cheers, old friend, old father. Here's to your luck, great days from this day on, saddled now as you are with so much trouble. Father Zeus, no god more deadly than you, no mercy for men. You give them life yourself and plunge them into misery, brutal hardship. I broke into sweat, my friend, when I first saw you. See, my eyes still brim with tears remembering him. Odysseus, he must wear such rags, I know it, knocking about, drifting through the world as if he's still alive and sees the light of day. If he's dead already, lost in the house of death, my heart aches for Odysseus, my great lord and master. He set me in charge of his herds, the Cephallenian country, when I was just a youngster. How they've grown by now, past counting. No mortal on earth could breed a finer stock of oxen broad in the brow. They thrive like ears of corn. But just look, these interlopers tell me to drive them in for their own private feasts. Not a thought for the young prince in the house. They never flinch, no regard for the god's wrath, in their mad rush to carve up his goods. My master's gone so long. I'm tossed from horn to horn in my own mind. What a traitor I'd be with the prince still alive. I'd run off to some other country, herds and all, to a new set of strangers. Ah, but isn't it worse to hold out there, tending to the herds of upstarts, not their owners, suffering all the pains of hell? I could have fled ages ago to some great king who'd give me shelter. It's unbearable here. True, but I still dream of my old master. Unlucky man, if only he'd drop in from the blue and drive these suitors all throughout the halls. Cowherd, the cool tactician Odysseus answered. You're no coward, and nobody's a fool, I'd say. Even I can see that there's a sense in that old head. So I tell you, on my solemn, blinding oath, I swear by Zeus, the first of all the gods,
by the table of hospitality waiting for us, by Odysseus' hearth, where I have come for help. Odysseus will come home while you are still here. You will see it from your own eyes if you have the heart. The suitors who lord it here cut down in blood. Stranger, if only that cowherd cried out loud. If Zeus would make an oath come true, you'd see my power fighting in arms in action. Amusius echoed his prayer to all the gods, that there was a wise king would soon come home again. Now, as they spoke and urged each other on, and once the suitors were plotting a certain doom for the young prince, suddenly, banking high on the left, an omen flew past, an eagle, clutching trembling dove, and Amphimenius rose in haste to warn them all. My friends, we'll never carry out a plot to kill the prince. Let's concentrate on the feasting. His timely intervention pleased them all. The suitors assembled Odysseus' royal house, and flinging down their clocks on the chairs or bench, they butchered hulking sheep and fatted goats. Full of grown hogs and young cow from the herd, they roasted the innards, served them, and filled them with bowls with wine and mixed it well. Eumaeus passed out cups. Philoctetes, trusty herdsman, brought on loaves of bread and apple wicker trays. Melanthius poured the wine. The whole company reached out for the good things that lay at hand. Telemachus, maneuvering shrewdly, sat his feather down on the stone threshold, just inside the timbered hall, at the set of rickety stool, and crampered the table there. He gave his share of the innards, poured his wine in the golden cup, and added a bracing invitation. Now sit right there, drink your wine with the crowd. I'll defend you from all their taunts and blows. These young bucks no public place. This is Odysseus' house. My father won it for me, so it's mine. You suitors control yourselves. No insults now, no brawling, no, or it's war between us all. So we declared, and they had a bit all their lips. Amazed, the prince could speak with so much daring. Only Pylos, son of Antinous, ventured, fighting words, let's knuckle under. To our prince, such abuse, such naked threats, but clearly Zeus has foiled us, or long before we have had shut down his mouth for him in the halls, fluent as flowing as he is. So he mocked. Telemachus paid no heed. And now, through the streets, the hurdles passed, leading the beast marked out, the sacrifice on Apollo's grand festival day, and the islanders, with their long hair filling into the god's shady grove. The distant archer, those in the palace, once they roasted their prime cuts, pulled them off in spits, sharing out the portions, fell into the royal feast. The man who served them gave Odysseus' share, as fair as helping they could receive themselves. So Telemachus ordered the king's own son. But Athena had no mind to let the brazen suitors hold back now from the heart-rending insults. She meant to make an anguish cut still deeper into the core of Laertes, son of Odysseus. There was among them a lawless boor.
Stissippus was his name. He made his home in Same, a fellow so impressed with his own astounding wealth, he courted the wife of Odysseus, gone for years. Now the man harangued his swaggering comrades. Listen to me, my fine friends, here's what I say. From the start, our guest has had his fair share. It's only right, you know, how impolite it would be, how wrong to scant whatever guest Telemachus welcomes to his house. Look here, I'll give him a proper guest gift too, a prize he can hand the crone who bathes his feet, or a tip for another slave who haunts the halls of our great king Odysseus. On that note, grabbing an ox hoof out of the basket where it lay, with a brawny hand he flung it straight at the king, but Odysseus ducked his head a little, dodging the blow. And seething just as the ox hoofs hit the solid wall, he clenched his teeth in a wry, sardonic grin. Telemachus dressed Stissippus down at once. Stissippus, you can thank your lucky stars. You missed our guest. He ducked your blow, by God. Else I would have planted my sharp spear in your bowels. Your father would have been busy with your funeral, not your wedding here. Enough. Don't let me see any more offenses in my house, not from anyone. I'm alive to it all now. The good and the bad. The boy you knew is gone. But I still must bear with this lovely sight. Sheep flocks butchered, wine swilled, food squandered. How can a man fight off so many single-handed? But no more of your crimes against me, please, unless you're bent on cutting me down now. And I'd rather die, yes. Better that by far, than have to look down on your outrageous day. Guests treated to blows, men dragging the servant women through our noble house, exploiting them all with no shame. Dead quiet, all the suitors fell silent, hushed. At last, Damastor's son Agalus rose and said, Fair enough, my friends. When a man speaks well, we have no grounds for wrangling, no cause for abuse. Hands off this stranger, or any other servant in King Odysseus' palace. But now a word of friendly advice for Telemachus and his mother. Here's hoping it proves congenial to them both. So long as your hearts still kept a spark alive that Odysseus would return, that great deep man. Who could blame you playing the waiting game at home and holding off the suitors? The better course, it's true. What if Odysseus had returned, had made it home at last? But now it's clear as day, the man will come no more. So go, Telemachus, sit with your mother, coax her to weed the best man here, the one who offers most. So you can have and hold your father's estate, eating and drinking here. Your mind at peace while mother plays the life in another house. The young prince, keeping his poise, replied, I swear by Zeus, Agalus, by my father's scuffed dead, no doubt, or wandering far from Ithaca these days. I don't delay my mother's marriage, not a moment. I press her to weed the man who takes her heart. I'll shower her with my boundless gifts, but I shrink from driving mother from our house. issuing harsh commands against her will. God forbid it ever comes to that. And so he vowed. And Athena set off uncontrollable laughter in the suitors. Crazed them all out of their minds. Mad, hysterical laughter seemed to break from the jaws of the strangers. Not their own. And the meat they were eating oozed red with blood. Tears flooded their eyes, hearts possessed by grief. The inspired seer, Theoclemenus, wailed out in their midst. Poor men, what terror is this that overwhelms you so?
Night shrouds your head, your faces down to your knees, cries of mourning and bursting into fire, cheeks rivering tears, the walls of the handsome crossbeams dripping dank with blood. Ghosts look thronging and entrance, thronging the court, go trooping down to the world of death and darkness. The sun blotted out of the sky. Look there, a lethal mist spreads across the earth. At that, they broke all the pearls, laughing and aimed at their seer, Polybus, the son of Eurycus. Bring first and the foremost our guest, just from abroad. The man is raving. Quick, my boys, hustle him out of the house, into the meeting grounds, the light of day. Everything here, he thinks, is dark as night. Eurymachus, the inspired prophet, countered when I want your escort. I'll ask for it myself. I'll have you in my eyes and ears, both my feet still, and my head's fairly sound. Nothing to be ashamed of. These will do, to take my past those doors. Oh, I can see it now, the disaster closing on you all. There's no escaping it, no way out, not for a single one of you suitors. Wild, reckless fools, plotting outrage here, the halls of Odysseus, great and strong as God. With that, he marched out the sturdy house and went home to Pylos, the host who warned him in. Now all the suitors, trading their snide glances, started heckling Telemachus, made a mockery of the guest. One of the harsh, brash, young gallant scoffed. Telemachus, no one's more unlucky than his guests. Look at what your man dragged in, the mangy tramp, scrapping for bread and wine.
Mind if I get the last page?
Yeah. Not fit for a good hard work.
The bag of bones, a useless dead weight on the land. And then this charlatan up and apes the prophet. Take it from me. You'll be better off by far. Toss your friends in a slave ship. Pack them off to Sicily fast. They'll fetch you one sweet price. So they jeered. But the prince paid no attention, silent, eyes riveted on his father, always waiting the moment he'd laid hands on that outrageous mob. And all the while, Icarus's daughter, wise Penelope, had placed her carved chair within earshot at the door, so she could catch each word they uttered in the halls. Laughing rowdily, the men prepared their noonday meal. Succulent, rich, they butchered quite a herd. But as for supper...
No, we're together.
Oh, together? As for supper, what could be less enticing than a goddess and a powerful man, would spread before them soon a groaning feast, where they'd been to plot their vicious crimes. Clap.
The time had come. The goddess Athena with her blazing eyes inspired Penelope, Achilles' daughter, wary, poised, to set the bow and the gleaming iron axes out before her suitors waiting in Odysseus' hall, to test their skill and bring their slaughter on. Up the steep stairs to her room she climbed and grasped in a steady hand the curved key, fine bronze with ivory haft attached, and then with her chamber woman made her way to the hidden storeroom, far in the palace depths, and there they lay the royal master's treasures, bronze, gold, and a wealth of hard of raw iron, and there it lay as well, his back-sprung bow with its quiver bristling arrows, shafts of flame, gifts from her old days, from a friend he'd meet in Lacedaemon, Iphitus, Eurydice's gallant son, Once in Messene, the two struck up together. In sly Ortolachus' house, the time Odysseus went to collect the debt the whole realm owed him. The Messenian raiders had lifted flocks from Ithaca. 300 had in their oar-swept ships, the herdsmen too. So his father and island elders sent Odysseus off, a young boy on a mission, a distant embassy made to right that wrong. Iphitus went there hunting the stock that he had lost, a dozen mares still nursing their hardy suckling mules. The same mares that would prove his certain death when he reached the son of Zeus, that iron heart Heracles, the past master of monstrous works, who killed the man, a guest in his own house, brutal. Not a care for the wrathful eyes of God, or rites of hospitality he had spread before him. No, he downed him, then he murdered him, commandeered those hard-hoofed mares, the hero's own grange. Still on the trail of these men when he met Odysseus, Iphitus gave him the bow of his father, mighty Eurytus, used to wield as a young man. But when he died in his lofty house, he left it to his son. In turn, Odysseus gave his friend a sharp sword and a rugged spear to mark the start of friendship, treasured ties that bind. But before they got to know the warmth of each other's board, the son of Zeus had murdered Iphitus, Eurytus' magnificent son, who gave the prince the bow. The great weapon. King Odysseus never took it abroad with him when he sailed off to war in his long black ships. He kept it stored away in his stately house, guarding the memory of a cherished friend, and only took that bow on hunts at home. Now the lustrous queen reached the hidden vault and stopped at the oaken doorsill. Working experts sent it smooth and true to the line some years ago. Climbed to the door jamb snugly, hanging shiny doors. At once she loosed the thong from around its hook, inserted the key, and aiming straight and true, shot back the bolts. And the rasping doors groaned as loud as a bull will bellow, champing grass as pasture. So as the key went home, those handsome double doors rang out now and sprang wide before her. She stepped out onto a plank where chests stood tall, brimming with clothing scented sweet with cedar, reaching tiptoe, lifting the bow down off its peg, still secure in the burnished case that held it. Down she sank, laying the case across her knees, and dissolved in tears with a high, thin wail as she drew her husband's weapon from its sheath. Then, having wept and sobbed to her heart's content, off she went to the hall to meet her proud admirers, cradling the husband's back-sprung bow in her arms, its quiver bristling arrows, shafts of pain. Her women followed, bringing a chest that held the bronze and iron axes, trophies won by the master. That radiant woman, once she reached her suitors, drawing her glistening veil across her cheeks, paused now where a column propped the sturdy roof, with one of her loyal handmaids stationed either side, and delivered an ultimatum to her suitors. Listen to me, my overbearing friends, you who plague this palace night and day, drinking, eating us out of house and home, with a lord and master absent, gone so long. The only excuse that you can offer is your zest to win me as your bride. So, to arms, my gallants. Here is the prize at issue. Right before you look. I set before you the great bow of King Odysseus now. The hand that can string this bow with greatest ease, that shoots an arrow clean through the 12 axes. He is the man I follow, yes. Forsaking this house where I once was a bride, this gracious house so filled with the best that life can offer. I shall always remember it, that I know even in my dreams. She turned to Eumaeus, ordered the good swineherd now to set the bow and the gleaming iron axes out before the suitors. He broke into tears as he received them, laid them down. The cowherd wept too, when he saw his master's bow, but Alcinous wheeled on both and let them have it. Yokels, fools, you can't tell night from day. You monkish idiots, why are you sniveling here? You're stirring up your mistress. Isn't she drowned in grief already? She's lost her darling husband. Sit down, eat in peace, or take your snuffling out the doors. But leave the bow right here, our crucial test that makes or breaks us all. No easy game, I wager, to string his polished bow. Not a soul in the crowd could match Odysseus. What a man he was. I saw him once, remember him to this day, though I was young and foolish way back then. Smooth talk, but deep in the suitors' hearts, his hopes were bent on stringing the bow and shooting through the axes. Antinous, fated to be the first man to taste an arrow with from great Odysseus' hands, the king he mocked, at ease in the king's house, egging comrades on to mock him too. Amazing. Prince Telemachus waded in with a laugh. Zeus up there has robbed me of my wits. My own dear mother, sensible as she is, she says she'll marry again, forsake our house, and look at me, laughing for all I'm worth, giggling like some fool. Step up, my friends. Here's the prize at issue right before you. Look, a woman who has no equal now in the Achaean country, neither in holy Pylos nor in Argos or Mycenae, not even Ithaca or the Loamy mainland. You know it well. Why sing my mother's praises? Come, let the games begin. No dodges, no delays, no turning back from the stringing of the bow. We'll see who wins. We will. I'd even take a crack at the bow myself. If I string it and shoot through all the taxes, I'd worry less if my noble mother left our house with another man and left me here behind. Man enough at last to win my father's splendid prizes. With that, he leapt to his feet and dropped his bright red cloak, slipping the sword and sword belt off his shoulders. First he planted the axes, digging a long trench, one for all, and drew them all to a line, then tamped the earth to bed them. Wonder took the revelers looking on, his work so firm, precise, though he'd never seen the axes ranged before. He stood at the threshold, poised to try the bow. 3 times he made it shudder, straining to bend it. 3 times his power flagged. But his hopes ran high. He'd string his father's bow and shoot through every iron, and now, struggling with all his might for the 4th time, he would have strung the bow. But Odysseus shook his head and stopped him short despite his tensing zeal. God help me, the inspired prince cried out. Must I be a weakling, a failure all my life? Unless I'm just too young to trust my hands to fight off any man who rises up against me. Come, my betters, so much stronger than I am. Try the bow and finish off the contest. He propped his father's weapon on the ground, tilting it up against the polished, well-hung doors and resting a shaft aslant the bow's fine horn. Then back he went to the seat that he had left. Up, friends, Alcinous called, taking over. One man after another, left to right, starting from where the steward pours the wine. So Antinous urged and all agreed. The first man up was Leodes, Onops' son, a seer who could see the futures in the smoke, who always sat by the glowing wine bowl, well back. The one man in the group who loathed the reckless ways, appalled by all their outrage. His turn first. Picking up the weapon now in the swift air, he stood at the threshold, poised to try the bow but failed to bend it. As soon as he tugged the string with his hands went slack, his soft, uncalloused hands, and he called back to the suitors. Friends, I can't bend it. Take it. Someone tried. Here's a bow to rob our best of life and breath, all our best contenders. Still, better be dead than live on here, never winning the prize that tempts us all, forever in pursuit, burning with expectation every day. If there's still a suitor here who aches to marry Penelope, Odysseus' wife, just let him try the bow. He'll see the truth. He'll soon lay siege to another Argive woman, trailing her long robes and shower with her gifts. And then our queen can marry the one who offers most, the man marked out by fate to be her husband. With those words, he thrust the bow aside, tilting it up against the polished, well-hung doors, and resting a shaft aslant with the bow's fine horn. Then back he went to the seat that he had left. But Antinous turned on the seer, abused his pride. Leodes, what are you saying? What's got past your lips? What awful, grisly nonsense? It shocks me to hear it. Here's a bow to rob our best of life and breath. Just because you can't string it, you're so weak? Clearly your genteel mother never bred her boy for the work of bending bows and shooting arrows. We have champions in our ranks to string it quickly. Hop to Melanthius. He barked at the goatherd, raked the fire in the hall, pull up the big stool, heap it with fleece, and fetch the hefty ball of lard from the stores inside, so we young lords can heap and limber the bow and rub it down with grease before we try again and finish off the contest. The goatherd bustled about to rake the fire, still going strong. He pulled a big stool, heaped it with fleece, and fetched the hefty ball of lard from the stores inside. And the young men limbered the bow, rubbing it down with hot grease, then struggled to bend it back with fail. No use, they fell far short of the strength of the bow required. Antinous still held off, dashing Eurymachus too, the ringleaders of all the suitors, head and shoulders the strongest of the lot. But now the king's two men, the cowherd and the swineherd, had slipped out of the palace side by side, and great Odysseus left the house to join them. Once they were past the courtyard and the gates, he probed them deftly, surely. Cowherd, swineherd, what, shall I blurt this out or keep it to myself? No, speak out. The heart inside me says so. How far would you go to fight beside Odysseus? Say he dropped like that from a clear blue sky, and a god brought him back. Would you fight for the suitors or your king? Tell me how you feel inside your hearts. Father Zeus, the trusty cowherd shouted, bring my prayer to pass. Let the master come, some god guide him now. You see my power, my fighting arms in action. Eumaeus echoed his prayer to all the gods, that their wise king would soon come home again. Certain at least these two were loyal to the death. Odysseus reassured them quickly. I'm right here in the flesh, myself, and home at last. After bearing 20 years of brutal hardship, now I know that all my men, you two alone, long for my return. From the rest I've heard not one real prayer that I come back again. So now I'll tell you what's in store for you. If a god beats down the lofty suitors at my hands, I'll find you wise, both of you. Grant your property, sturdy houses beside my own, and in my eyes you'll be comrades to Prince Telemachus, brothers from then on. Come, I'll show you something, living proof. Know me for certain, put your minds at rest. This scar, look, where a boar's white tusk gored me years ago hunting on Parnassus's, Autolycus' son and I. With that, pushing back his rags, he revealed the great scar, and the men gazed at it, scanned it, knew it well, broke into tears and threw their arms around their master. Lost in affection, kissing his head and shoulders, and so Odysseus kissed their heads and hands. Now the sun would have set upon their tears if Odysseus had not called a halt himself. No more weeping. Come out the house, and a man might see us. Tell the men inside. Let's slip back in, singly, not in a pack. I'll go first, you're next. Here's our signal. When all the rest in there, our lordly friends, are dead against my having the bow and quiver, good Eumaeus, carry the weapon down the hall and put it in my hands. Then, telling the serving women to lock the snugly fitted doors to their own rooms. If anyone hears from there the jolting blows and groans of man caught in our huge net, not one of them show her face. Sit tight, keep to her weaving, not a sound. You, my good Philoetius, here are your orders. Shoot the bolt of the courtyard's outer gate, lock it, lash it fast. With that command, the master entered his well-constructed house, and back he went to the stool that he had left. The king's two men in turn slipped in as well. Just now Eurymachus held the bow in his hands, turning it over tip to tip before the blazing fire to heat the weapon. But he failed to bend it even so, and the suitor's high heart groaned to bursting. A black day, he exclaimed in wounded pride. A blow to myself, a blow to each man here. It's less the merit that mortifies me now, that's gone too, but lots of women are left. Some in sea-girt Ithaca, some in other cities. What breaks my heart is the fact that we fall so short of great Odysseus' strength we cannot string his bow. A disgrace to ring in the ears of men to come. Eurymachus, Euphides' son, Antinous, countered. It will never come to that, as you well know. Today is a feast day up and down the island in honor of the archer god, who flexes bows today. Set it aside, rest easy now, and all the axes, let's just leave them planted where they are. Trust me, no one's about to crash the gates of Laertes' son and carry off these trophies. Steward, pour me some drops of the god in every cup, we'll tip the wine and put the bow to bed. And first thing in the morning, have Menelaus bring the pick of his goats from all his herds, so we can burn the thighs to Apollo, god of archers, and try the bow and finish off the contest. Welcome advice, and again they all agreed. Herald sprinkled water over their hands for wincing. The young men burned with mixing bowls with wine. They tipped first drops for the god in every cup, then 4 full rounds for all. And now, once they tipped libations out and drunk their fill, the king of craft, Odysseus, said with all his cunning, Listen to me, you lords who court the noble queen. I have to say what the heart inside me urges. I appeal especially to Eurymachus and you, brilliant Antinous, who spoke so shrewdly now. Give the both a rest for today. Leave it to the gods. At dawn, the archer god will grant a victory for the man who favors most. For the moment, give me the polished bow now, won't you? So, to amuse you all, I can try my hand, my strength. Is the old force still alive inside these gnarled limbs? Or has a life of roaming years of rough neglect destroyed it long ago? Modest words that sent them on to hot, indignant rage, fearing that he might just strain the polished bow. So Antinous rounded on him, dressed him down. Not a shred of sense in your head, you filthy drifter. Not content to feast at your ease with us, the island's pride. Never denied your full share of the banquet, never. You can listen in on our secrets. No one else can eavesdrop on our talk. No tramp, no beggar. The wine has overpowered you, heady wine. The ruin of many another man, whoever gulps it down and drinks beyond his limit. Wine, it drove the centaur, famous Euryton, mad in the halls of lion-hearted Pirithous. There to visit the Lapiths, crazed with wine, the headlong centaur bent to his ugly work in the prince's own house. His host sprang up, seized with fury, dragged him across the forecourt, throwing him out the doors, hacking his nose and ears off. With their knives, no mercy. The creature reeled away, still blind with drink, his heart like a wild storm, loaded with all the frenzy in his mind. And so the feud between mortal men and centaurs had its start. But the drunk was first to bring disaster on himself by drowning in his cups. You too, I promise you no end of trouble if you should strain that boat. You'll meet no kindness on our part of the world. We'll sail you off to a black ship in Echetus, the Mandarin king who wrecks all men alive. Nothing can save you from the royal grip, so drink, but hold your peace. Don't take on the younger, stronger men. Antinous, watchful Penelope stepped in. How impolite it would be, how wrong to scant whatever guest Telemachus welcomes in his house. Do you really think if the stranger trusts so to his hands and strength that he strings Odysseus' great bow, he'll take me home and claim me as his bride? He never dreamed of such a thing, I'm sure. Don't let that ruin the feast for any reveler here. Unthinkable, nothing could be worse. Pylos' son Telemachus had an answer. Wise Penelope, daughter of Icarius, do we really expect the man to wed you? Unthinkable, I know. But we do recoil at the talk of men and women. One on the island's meaner sort will mutter, look at the riffraff courting a king's wife, weaklings. Look, they can't even string his bow. But along came this beggar drifting out of the blue, strung his bow with ease and shot through all the axes. Gossip will fly, we'll hang our heads in shame. Shame? Alert Penelope protested. How can you hope for any public fame at all? You who disgrace, devour a great man's house and home. Why hang your heads in shame over next to nothing? Our friend here is a strapping, well-built man, and claims to be the son of a noble father. Come, hand him the bow now, let's just see. I tell you this, and I'll make good my word. If he strings the bow and Apollo grants him glory, I'll dress him in skirt and cloak, and handsome clothes. I'll give him a good sharp lance to fight off men and dogs, give him a two-edged sword and sandals for his feet, and send him off wherever his heart desires. Mother, poised Telemachus broke in now. My father's bow, no Achaean on earth has more right than I to give it or withhold it as I please. Of all the lords in Ithaca's rocky heights or the islands facing Elis, grazed by horses, not a single one will force or thwart my will, even if I decide to give our guest his bow, a gift outright to carry off himself. So, mother, go back to your quarters, tend to your own tasks, the distaff and a loom, and keep the women working hard as well. As for the bow now, men will see to that, but I most of all hold the reins of power in this house. Astonished, she withdrew to her own room. She took to heart the clear good sense in what her son had said. Climbing up to the lofty chamber with her women, she fell to weeping for Odysseus, her beloved husband, till watchful Athena sealed her eyes with welcome sleep. And now the loyal swineherd had lifted up the bow, was taking it toward the king, when all the suitors burst out in an ugly uproar through the palace. Brash young bullies, this or that one heckling, where on earth are you going with that bow? You grubby swineherd, are you crazy? The speedy dogs you reared would eat your corpse. Out there with your pigs, out in the cold alone. If only Apollo and all the gods shine down on us. Eumaeus froze in his tracks, put down the bow, panicked by every outcry in the hall. Telemachus shouted too from the other side and full of threats. Carry on with the bow, old boy. If you serve too many masters, you'll soon suffer. Look sharp, or I'll pelt you back to your farm with flying rocks. I may be younger than you, but I'm much stronger. If only I had that edge and fist and brawn all over the courting crowd, I'd soon dispatch them, licking their wounds at last. Clear of our piles where they plot their vicious plots. His outburst sent them into gales of laughter, blithe and oblivious, that dissolved their pique against the prince. The swineherd took the bow, carried it down the hall to his ready, waiting king and standing by him, placed it in his hands. Then he called the nurse aside and whispered, Good Euryclea, Telemachus commands you now to lock the snugly fitted doors to your own rooms. If anyone hears from the jolting blows and groans of men caught in our huge net, not one of you show your face. Sit tight, keep to your reading, not a sound. That silenced the old nurse. She barred the doors that led from the long hall. The cowherd quietly bounded out of the house to lock the gates of the highest stockaded court. Under the portico lay a cable, ship's tough gear. He lashed the gates with this, then slipped back in and ran and sat on the stool that he just left, eyes riveted on Odysseus. Now he held the bow in his own hands, turning it over tip to tip, testing it this way, that way, fearing worms that bore through the weapon's horn. With the master gone abroad, a suitor would glance at his neighbor, jeering, taunting. Look at the connoisseur of bows. Sly old fox, maybe he's got bows like it stored in his house. That or he's bent on making one himself. Look how he twists and turns it in his hands. The clever tramp means trouble. I wish him luck. Some cocksure lord chimed in, as good as his luck is bending back that weapon. So they mocked, but Odysseus, mastermind in action, once he'd handled the great bow and scanned every inch, then, like an expert singer skilled at lyre and song, who strains a string to the new peg with ease, making the pliant sheep gut fast at either end. So with his virtuoso ease, Odysseus strung his mighty bow. Quickly his right hand plucked the string to test its pitch, and under his touch it sang out clear and sharp as a swallow's cry. Horror swept through the suitors, faces blanching white, and Zeus cracked the sky with a bolt, his blazing sign. And the great man who had bored so much rejoiced at last that the son of cunning Cronus flung that omen down for him. He snatched a winged arrow lying bare on the board, the rest still bristled deep inside the quiver, soon to be tasted by all the feasters there. Setting his shaft on the hand grip, drawing the notch and bowstring back, right from his stool, just as he sat, but aiming straight and true, he let fly, and never missing an axe from the first axe handle, clean on through to the last and out the shaft with its weighted brazen head shot free. Telemachus, Odysseus looked to his son and said, "Your guest, sitting here in your house, has not disgraced you. No missing the mark, look, and no labor spent to string the bow. My strength's not broken yet, not quite so frail as the mocking suitors thought. But the hour has come to serve our masters right. Supper in broad daylight, then to other revels, song and dancing, all that crowns a feast." He paused with a warning nod, and at that sign Prince Telemachus, son of King Odysseus, girding his sharp sword on, clamping hand to spear, took his stand by a chair that flanked his father, his bronze spear point glinting now like fire.
Stripping back his rags, Odysseus, master of craft and battle, vaulted onto the great threshold, gripping his bow and quiver, bristling arrows, and poured his flashing shafts before him. Loose at his feet, and thundered out to all the suitors, "Look, your crucial test is finished now, at last. But another target's left that no one's hit before. Well, we'll see if I can hit it. Apollo give me glory." With that he trained a stabbing arrow on Antinous, just lifting a gorgeous golden loving cup in his hands, just tilting the two-handled goblet back to his lips, about to drink the wine and slaughter the last thing on the suitor's mind. Who could dream that one foe in that crowd of feasters, however great his power, would bring down death on himself in black doom? But Odysseus aimed and shot Antinous square in the throat, and the point went stabbing clean through the soft neck and out, and off to the side he pitched. The cup dropped from his grasp at the shaft sank home, and the man's lifeblood came squirting from his nostrils, thick red jets. A sudden thrust of his foot, he kicked away the table. Food showered across the floor, the bread and meat soaked in a swirl of bloody filth. The suitors burst into uproar all throughout the house when they saw their leader down. They leapt from their seats, milling about, desperate, scanning the stone walls. Not a shield in sight, no rugged spear to seize. They wheeled on Odysseus, lashing out in fury. "Stranger, shooting at men will cost your life. Your game is over, you've shot your last. You'll never escape your own headlong death. You killed the best in Ithaca, our fine prince. Vultures will eat your corpse." Groping, frantic, each one persuading himself the guest had killed the man by chance, poor fools, blind to the act that all their necks were in the noose, their doom sealed. With a dark look, the wily fighter Odysseus shouted back, "You dogs, you never imagined I'd return from Troy, so cocksure that you bled my house to death. Ravishing my serving woman, wooed my wife behind my back while I was still alive. No fear of the gods who rules the skies up there, no fear that man's revenge might arrive someday. Now all your necks are in the noose, your doom is sealed." Terror gripped them all, blanched their faces white, each man glancing wildly, how to escape his instant death. Only Eurymachus had the breath to venture. "If you're truly Odysseus of Ithaca, home at last, you're right to accuse these men of what they've done. So much reckless outrage here in your palace, so much in your lands. But here he lies, quite dead, and he incited it all. Antinous, look, the man who drove us all to crime. Not that he needed marriage, craved it so. He'd bigger game in mind, though Zeus barred his way.
He'd lorded over Ithaca's handsome country, king himself. Once he'd lain in wait for your son and cut him down. But now he's received the death that he deserved, so spare your own people. Later we'll recoup your costs with a tax laid upon your land, covering all we ate and drank inside your halls, and each of us here will pay full measure to. 20 oxen in value, bronze and gold will give until we melt your heart. Before we've settled, who on earth could blame you for your rage? But the battle master kept on glaring, seething. No, Eurymachus, not if you paid me all your father's wealth, all you possess now, and all that you could pour in from the world's end. No, not even then would I stay my hands from slaughter till all your suitors had paid for all your crimes. Now life or death, your choice, fight me or flee. If you hope to escape your sudden bloody doom, I doubt one man in the lot will save his skin. His men shook their knees, their hearts too, but Eurymachus spoke again, now to the suitors. Friends, this man will never restrain his hands, invincible hands, now that he sees that polished bow and quiver. Look, he'll shoot from the sill until he's killed us all. So fight, call up the joy of battle, swords out, tables lifted, block his arrows, winning death. Charge him, charge in a pack. Try to trap the man from the sill, the doors, race through town and sound an alarm at once. Our friend would soon see he's shot his bolt. He drew his two-edged sword, bronze, honed for the kill, and hurled himself at the king with a raw, savage cry in the same breath that Odysseus loosed an arrow ripping his breast beside the nipple so hard it lodged in the man's liver. Out of his grasp, the sword dropped to the ground. Over his table, head over heels he tumbled, doubled up, flinging his food and his two-handled cup across the floor. He smashed the ground with his forehead, writhing in pain, both feet flailing out and his high seat tottered. The mist of death came swirling down his eyes. Amphinomus rushed the king in all his glory, charging him face to face, a slashing sword drawn. If only he could force him clear to the doorway now. But Telemachus, too quick, stabbed the man from behind, plunging his bronze spear between the suitor's shoulders and straight out through his chest. The point came jutting out. Down he went with a thud, his forehead slamming the ground. Telemachus swerved aside, leaving his long spear shaft lodged in Amphinomus, fearing some suitor just might lunge in from behind as he tugged the shaft, impale him with a sword or hack him down, crouching over the corpse. He went on the run, reached his father at once, and halting right beside him, let fly. Father, now I'll get you a shield and a pair of spears, a helmet of solid bronze to fit your temples. I'll arm myself on the way back and hand out arms to the swineherd, arm the coward too. We'd better fight equipped. Run, fetch them, the wily captain urged, while I've got arrows left to defend me, or they'll force me from the doors while I fight on alone. And Telemachus moved to his father's orders smartly. Off he ran to the room where his father's arms lay stored, took up 4 shields, 8 spears, 4 bronze helmets, ridged with horsehair crests, and loaded with these, ran back to reach his father's side in no time. The prince was first to case himself in bronze, and his servants followed suit. Both harnessed up, and all 3 flanked Odysseus, mastermind of war, and he, as long as he'd arrows left to defend himself, kept picking suitors off in the palace, one by one, and down they went, corpses on corpses in droves. Then, when the royal archer's shafts ran out, he leaned his bow on a post of the massive doors, where walls of the hallway catch the light, and armed, across his shoulder, he slung a buckler 4 plies thick. Over his powerful head he set a well-forged helmet, the horsehair crest atop it tossing bristling terror, and grasped 2 rugged lances tipped with fiery bronze. Now a side door was fitted into the main wall right at the edge of the great hall's stone sill, and led to a passage always shut by good tight boards. But Odysseus gave the swineherd strict commands to stand hard by the side door, guard it well, the only way the suitors might break out. Agelaus called to his comrades with a plan. Friends, can't someone climb through the hatch? Tell men outside to sound the alarm, be quick. Our guests would soon see he'd shot at last. The goatherd Melanthius answered, Not a chance, my lord. The door to the courtyard's much too near, dangerous too. The mouth of the passage cramped. 1 strong man could block us, one and all. No, I'll fetch you some armor to harness on out of the storeroom. There, nowhere else, I'm sure, the king and his gallant son have stood their arms. With that, the goatherd climbed up through smoke ducts high on the wall and scurried into Odysseus' storeroom, bundled a dozen shields, as many spears and helmets ridged with horsehair crests, and loaded with these, rushed back down to the suitors, quickly issued arms. Odysseus' knees shook, his heart too,
When he saw them buckling on their armor, brandishing long spears, here was a battle looming. Well he knew. He turned at once to Telemachus, warnings flying. A bad break in the fight, my boy. One of the women's tipped the odds against us, or could it be the goat herd? My fault, father, the cool, clear prince replied. The blame's all mine. The snug door to the vault, I left it ajar. They've kept a better watch than I. Go, Eumaeus, shut the door to the storeroom. Check and see if it's one of the woman's tricks, or Odysseus' son, Menelaus. He's our man, I'd say. And even as they conspired back, the goatherd climbed to the room to fetch more burnished arms, but Eumaeus stopped him. Quickly told his king who stood close by, Odysseus, wily captain, there he goes again, the infernal nuisance, just as we suspected, back to the storeroom. Give me a clear command. Do I kill the man if I can take him down, or drag him back to you here to pay in full for the vicious work he's plotted in your house? Odysseus, master of tactics, answered briskly, I and the prince will keep these brazen suitors crammed in the hall for all their battle fury. You two wrench Menelaus' arms and legs behind him, fling him down to the storeroom, lash his back to a plank, and strap a twisted cable fast to the scoundrel's body. Hoist him up a column until he hits the rafters, let him dangle in agony still alive for a good long time. They hung on his orders, keen to do his will. Off they ran to the storeroom, unseen by him inside. Menelaus rummaging after arms, deep in a dark recess as the two men took their stand either side of the doorpost. We poised till the goatherd tried to cross the doorsill, one hand clutching a crested helmet, the other an ample old buckler blotched with mildew. The shoulder Laertes bore as a young soldier once, but there it lays for ages, seams on the handstraps split. Quick they rushed him, seized him, haled him back by the hair, flung him down on the floor, writhing with terror, bound him hand and foot with a chafing cord, wrenched his limbs back till the joints locked tight, just as Laertes' cunning son commanded. They strapped a twisted cable around his body, hoisted him up a column until he hit the rafters, then you mocked him. Eumaeus, my good swineherd. Now stand guard through the whole night, Menelaus, stretched out on a soft bed fit for you, your highness. You're bound to see the morning rising up from the ocean. Mounting her golden throne at just the hour you always drive in goats to feast the suitors in the hall. So they left him. Trussed in his agonizing sling, they clapped on armor again, shut the gleaming doors, and ran to rejoin Odysseus, mastermind of war. And now as the ranks squared off, breathing fury, four at the sill confronted a larger, stronger force. Arrayed inside the hall, now Zeus's daughter Athena, taking the build and voice of Mentor, swept in, and Odysseus, thrilled to see her, cried out, Rescue us, Mentor, now it's life or death. Remember your old comrade, all the service I offered you. We were boys together. Yet knew in his bones it was Athena, driver of armors. But across the hall the suitors brayed against her. Agelaus at first, his outburst full of threats. Mentor, never let Odysseus trick you into siding with him to fight against the suitors. Here's our plan of action, and we will see it through. Once you've killed them both, the father and the son, we'll kill you too. For all you're bent on doing here in the halls, you'll pay with your own head. And once our swords have stopped your violence cold, all your property, all in your house, your fields, we'll lump it all with Odysseus' rich estate and never let your sons live on in your halls, or free your wife or daughters to walk through town. Naked threats, and Athena hit new heights of rage. She lashed out at Odysseus now with blazing accusations. Where's it gone, Odysseus, your power, your fighting heart, the great soldier who fought for famous white-armed Helen, battling Trojans 9 years long, non-stop, no mercy, mowing their armies down in grueling battle, you who seized the broad streets of Troy with your fine strategic stroke, how can you, now you've returned to your own house, your own wealth, bewail the loss of your combat strength in a war with suitors? Come, old friend, stand by me. You'll see action now. See how Mentor, the son of Alcinous, that brave fighter, kills your enemy, pays you back for service. But she gave no all-out turning of the tide, not yet. She kept on testing Odysseus and her gallant son, putting their force and fighting heart to proof. For all the world like a swallow in their sight, she flew on high to perch on the great hall's central roof beam black with smoke. But the suitors closed ranks, commanded now by Damastor's son, Agelaus, flanked by Eurynomus, Neoptolemus and Amphimedon. Pisander, Polyctor's son, and Polybus ready, waiting, head and shoulders the best and bravest of the lot, still left to fight for their lives. Now that the pelting shafts had killed the rest, Agelaus spurred his comrades on with battle plans. Friends, at last the man's invincible hands are useless. Mentor has mouthed that some empty boats and flitted off, just 4 are left to fight at the front doors. So now, no wasting your long spears, all at a single hurl. Just 6 of us launch out in the first wave. If Zeus is willing, we may hit Odysseus, carry off the glory. The rest are nothing once the captain's down. At his command, concentrating their shots, all 6 hurled as one, but Athena sent the whole salvo wide over the mark. One of them hit the jamb of the great hall's doors, another the massive door itself, and the heavy bronze point of the 3rd ashen javelin crashed against the wall. Seeing his men untouched by the suitors' flurry, steady Odysseus leapt to take command. Friends, now it's for us to hurl at them, I say, into this ruck of suitors, topping all their crimes, they're mad, to strip the armor off our bodies. Taking aim at the ranks, all 4 let fly as one, and their lances struck home. Odysseus killed Neoptolemus, Telemachus killed Euryades, the swineherd, Elatus, and the cowherd put Pisander down in blood. They bit the dust of the broad floor all as one. Back to the great hall's far recess, the others shrank as the 4 rushed in and plucked up spears from corpses. And again the suitors hurled their whetted shafts, but Athena sent the better part of the salvo wide. One of them hit the jamb of the great hall's doors, another the massive door itself, and the heavy bronze point of a 3rd ashen javelin crashed against the wall. True, Amphimedon nicked Telemachus on the wrist, the glancing blade just barely broke his skin. Sisyphus sent a long spear sailing over Eumaeus' buckler, grazing his shoulder blade, but the weapon skittered off and hit the ground. And again, those led by the brilliant battlemaster hurled their razor spears at the suitors' ranks. And now Odysseus, raider of cities, hit Eurydamas, Telemachus hit Amphimedon, Eumaeus, Polybus, and the cowherds stabbed Sisyphus. Right in the man's chest and triumphed over his body. Love your mockery, do you, son of that blowherd Polytheres? No more shooting off your mouth, you idiot. Such big talk. Leave the last word of the gods, they're much stronger. Take this spear, this guest gift, for the cow's hoof you once gave King Odysseus begging in his house. So the master of long-horned cattle had his say, as Odysseus, fighting at close quarters, ran Agelaus through with a long lance. Telemachus speared Leocritus so deep in the groin, the bronze came punching out his back, and the man crashed head first, slamming the ground full face. And now Athena, looming out of the rafters high above them, brandished her man-destroying shield of thunder, terrifying the suitors out of their minds. And down the hall they panicked, wild, like hordes stampeding, driven mad at the darting gadfly strikes in the late spring when long days came round. The attackers struck like eagles, crook-clawed, hook-beaked, swooping down from a mountain ridge to harry smaller birds that skim across the flatland, cringing under the clouds, but the eagles plunged in fury, ripped their lives out hopeless, never a chance of flight or rescue, and people loved the sport, so the attackers routed suitors headlong down the hall, wheeling into the slaughter, slashing left and right. And grisly screams broke from skulls cracked open, the whole floor awash with blood. Leodes now flung himself at Odysseus, clutched his knees, crying out to the king with a sudden winging prayer. I hug your knees, Odysseus, mercy, spare my life. Never, I swear, did I harass any woman in your house, never a word, a gesture, nothing. No, I tried to restrain the suitors, whoever did such things. They wouldn't listen, keep their hands to themselves, so reckless, so they earned their shameful fate. But I was just the prophet. My hands are clean, and I'm to die their death. Look at the thanks I get for years of service. A killing look, and the wry soldier answered, only a priest, a prophet for this mob, you say? How hard you must have prayed in my own house that the heady day of my return would never dawn. My dear wife would be yours, would bear your children. For that there's no escape from grueling death. You die. And snatching up in one powerful hand a sword left on the ground, Agelaus dropped it when he fell. Odysseus hacked the prophet square across the neck, and the praying head went tumbling in the dust. Now one was left, trying still to escape black death. Phemius, Terpus' son, the bard who always performed among the suitors, they forced the man to sing.
There he stood, backing into the side door, still clutching his ringing lyre in his hands, his mind in turmoil, torn. What should he do? Steal from the hall and crouch at the altar stone of Zeus, who guards the court, where time and again Odysseus and Laertes burned the long thighs of oxen? Or throw himself on the master's mercy, clasp his knees? That was the better way, or so it struck him. Yes, grasp the knees of Laertes' royal son, and so, cradling his hollow lyre, he laid it on the ground between the mixing bowl and the silver-studded throne, then rushed up to Odysseus, yes, and clutched his knees, singing out to his king with a stirring winged prayer. I hug your knees, Odysseus. Mercy, spare my life. What a grief it will be to you for all the years to come if you kill the singer now who sings for gods and men. I taught myself the craft, but a god has planted deep in my spirit all the paths of song. Songs unfit to sing for you as for a god. Calm your bloodlust now, don't take my head, he'd bear me out, my own dear son Telemachus. Never of my own will, never for any gain. I taught myself the craft, but a god has planted deep in my spirit all the paths of song. Don't take my head, he'd bear me out, your own dear son Telemachus. Never of my own will, never for any gain did I perform in your house, singing after the suitors had their feasts. They were too strong, too many. They forced me to come and sing. I had no choice. The inspired Prince Telemachus heard his pleas and quickly said to his father close beside him, Stop, don't cut him down. This one's innocent. So is this Homer-A-Thon, the one who always tended me in the house when I was little. Spare him too, unless he's dead by now, killed by Philoetius and Eumaeus here, or run into you rampaging through the halls. The herald picked up his anxious ears at that. Cautious soul, he cowered, trembling under a chair, wrapped in an oxhide freshly stripped to dodge black death. He jumped in a flash from there, threw off the smelly hide, and scuttling up to Telemachus, clutched his knees. The herald begged for life in words that fluttered. Here I am, dear boy. Spare me. Tell your father, flush of victory, not to kill me with his sword. Enraged as he is with these young lords who bled his palace white and showed you no respect, the reckless fools. Breaking into a smile, the canny Odysseus reassured him. Courage. The prince has pulled you through. He's saved you now, so you can take it to heart and tell the next man to clearly doing good puts bad to shame. Now leave the palace. Go and sit outside, out in the courtyard, clear of the slaughter, you and the bard with all his many songs. Wait till I've done some household chores that call for my attention. The two men scurried out of the house at once and crouched at the altar stone of mighty Zeus, glancing left and right, fearing death would strike at any moment. Odysseus scanned his house to see if any man still skulked alive, still hoped to avoid black death. But he found them one and all in blood and dust, great holes of them down and out like fish that fishermen dragged from the churning gray surf in looped and coiling nets, and fling ashore on a sweeping hook of beach, some noble catch heaped on the sand, twitching, lusting for fresh salt sea, but the sun god hammers down and burns their lives out. So the suitors lay in heaps, corpse covering corpse. At last the seasoned fighter turned to his son. Telemachus, go, call the old nurse here. I must tell her all that's on my mind. And Telemachus ran to do his father's bidding, shook the woman's doors, calling Eurycleia. Come out now, up with you, good old woman, you who watch over all the household hands. Quick, my father wants you, needs to have a word. Crisp commands that left the old nurse hushed. She spread the doors to the well-constructed hall, slipped down in haste, and the prince led her on. She found Odysseus in the thick of slaughtered corpses, splattered with bloody filth like a lion that's devoured some ox in the field and lopes home. Covered with blood, his chest streaked, both jaws glistening, dripping red, a sight to strike terror. So Odysseus looked now, splattered with gore, his thighs, his fighting hands, and she, when she saw the corpses, all the pooling blood, was about to lift a cry of triumph. Here was a great exploit. Look. But the soldier held her back and checked her zeal with warnings, bringing home. Rejoice in your heart, old woman. Peace. No cries of triumph now. It's own holy to glory over the bodies of the dead. These men the doom of the gods has brought low, and their own indecent acts, they'd no regard for any man on earth, good or bad, who chanced to come their way. And so, thanks to their reckless work, they met this shameful fate. Quick, report in full on the women in my halls who are disloyal to me, who are guiltless. Surely, child, his fond old nurse replied. Now here's the truth. 50 women you have inside your house, women we've trained to do their duties well, to card the wool and bear the yoke of service, some dozen in all went tramping to their shame, thumbing their noses at me, at the queen herself, and Telemachus, just now come of age.
His mother would never let the boy take charge of the maids, but let me climb to her well-lit room upstairs and tell your wife the news. Some god has put the woman fast asleep. Don't wake her yet, the crafty man returned. You tell these women to hurry here at once, just the ones who've shamed us all along. Away the old nurse bustled through the house to give the woman orders. Rush them to the king. Odysseus called Telemachus over. Both herdsmen too, with strict commands. Start clearing away the bodies, make the women pitch into chairs and tables, scrub them down with sponges, rinse them clean, and once you've put the entire house in order, march the women out of the great hall, between the roundhouse and the courtyard's strong stockade, and hack them with your swords, slash out all their lives. You blot out of their minds the joys of love they've relished under the suitors' bodies, rotting on the sly. The women crowded in, huddling all together, wailing convulsively, streaming live, warm tears. First they carried out the bodies of the dead and propped them under the courtyard colonnade, standing them one against another. Odysseus shouted commands himself, moving things along, and they kept bearing out the bodies. They were forced. Next they scrubbed down the elegant chairs and tables, washed them with sopping sponges, rinsed them clean. Then Telemachus and the herdsmen scraped smooth the packed earth floor of the royal house with spades, as the women gathered up the filth and piled it outside. And then, at last, once the entire house was put in order, they marched the women out of the great hall, between the roundhouse and the courtyard's strong stockade, crammed them into a dead end, no way out from there. And stern Telemachus gave the men their orders. No clean death for the likes of them, by God. Not for me. They showered abuse on my head, my mother's too. You sluts, the sorters' whores. With that, taking a cable used on a dark prowed ship, he coiled it over the roundhouse, lashed it fast to a tall column, hoisting it up so high no toes could touch the ground. Then, as doves or thrushes beating their spread wings against some snare rigged up in the thickets, flying for a cozy nest where a grisly bed receives them, so the women's heads were trapped in a line, nooses yanking their necks up one by one, so all might die a pitiful, ghastly death. They kicked up their heels for a little, not for long. Menelaus, they hauled him out of the doorway into the court, looped his nose and ears with a ruthless knife, tore his genitals out for the dogs to eat raw, and in manic fury hacked off hands and feet. And then, once they'd washed their own hands and feet, they went inside again to join Odysseus. Their work was done with now. But the king turned to devoted Euryclea, saying, "Bring sulfur, nurse, to scour all this pollution. Bring me fire, too, so I can fumigate the house. And call Penelope here with all her women. Tell all the maids to come back in at once." "Well said, my boy," his old nurse replied. "Right to the point. But wait, let me fetch you a shirt and cloak to wrap you. No more dawdling round the palace. Nothing but rags to cover the broad shoulders. It's a scandal." "Fire first," the good soldier answered. "Let me a fire to purify this house." The devoted nurse, snapped to his command, brought her master fire and brimstone. Odysseus purged his palace, halls, and court with cleansing fumes. Then, back through the royal house, the old nurse went to tell the women the news and bring them in at once. They came crowding out of their quarters, torch in hand, flung their arms around Odysseus, hugged him, home at last, and kissed his head and shoulders, seized his hands, and he, overcome by a lovely longing, broke down and wept. Deep in his heart, he knew them one and all.
Book 23, The Great Rooted Bed. Up to the rooms the old nurse clambered, chuckling all the way, to tell the queen her husband was here now, home at last, her knees bustling, feet shuffling over each other, till hovering at her mistress, head she spoke. "Penelope, child, wake up, and see for yourself, with your own eyes, all you dreamed of all your days. He's here, Odysseus. He's come home, at long last. He's killed the suitors, swaggering young brutes who plagued his house, wolfed his cattle down, rode wronghood over his son." "Dear old nurse," worried Penelope replied, "the gods have made you very mad. They have that power, putting lunacy into the clearest head around, or setting a half-wit on the path to sense. They've unhinged you, and you were once so sane. Why do you mock me? Haven't I wept enough? Telling such wild stories, interrupting my sleep, sweet sleep that held me, sealed my eyes just now. Not once have I slept so soundly since the day Odysseus sailed away to see that cursed city. Destroyed, I call it. I hate to say its name. Now down you go, back to your own quarters. If any other woman of mine had come to me, rousing me out of sleep with such a tale, I'd have her bundled back to her room in pain. It's only your old gray head that spares you that. Never, the fond old nurse kept pressing on. Dear child, I'd never mock you. No, it's all true. He's here, Odysseus. He's come home, just as I tell you. He's a stranger that all manhandled in the hall. Telemachus knew he was here for days and days, but he knew enough to hide his father's plans, so he could pay those vipers back in kind. Penelope's heart burst in joy. She leapt from bed, her eyes streaming tears. She hugged the old nurse and cried out with eager, winging word. Please, dear one, give me the whole story. If he's really home again, just as you tell me, how did he get those shameless suitors in his clutches? Single-handed, braving an army always camped inside? I have no idea, the devoted nurse replied. I didn't see it. I didn't ask. All I heard was the choking groans of men cut down in blood. He crouched in terror, a dark nook of our quarters, all of us locked tight behind the snug doors, till your boy Telemachus came and called me out. His father rushed him there to do just that, and then I found Odysseus in a thick of slaughtered corpses. There he stood all around him, over the beaten floor, the bodies sprawled in heaps, lying one on another. How it would have thrilled your heart to see him, splattered with bloody filth, aligned with his kill. And now they're all stacked at the courtyard gates. He's lit a roaring fire. He's purifying the house with cleansing fumes, and he sent me here to bring you back to him. Follow me down. So now, after all the years of grief, you two can embark, loving hearts, along the road to joy. Look, your dreams put off so long, come true at last. He's back alive, home at his hearth, and found you. Found his son still here. All of those suitors who did him wrong, he's paid them back. He has, right in his own house. Hush, dear woman, guarded Penelope, cautioned her at once. Don't laugh, don't cry in triumph, not yet. You know how welcome the sight of him would be to all in the house, and to me most of all, and the son we bore together. But the story can't be true, not as you tell it, no. It must be a god who has killed our brazen friends, up in arms at their outrage, heartbreaking crimes. They've no regard for any man on earth, good or bad, who chanced to come their way. So thanks to their reckless work, they die their deaths. Odysseus? Far from Achaia now, he's lost all hope of coming home. He's lost and gone himself. Child, the devoted old nurse protested. What nonsense you let slip through your teeth. There's your husband, warming his hands at his own hearth, here. And you say he'll never come home again. Always a soul of trust. All right, this too. I'll give you a sign, a proof that's plain as day. That scar, made years ago by a boar's white tusk. I spotted the scar myself when I watched his feet, and I tried to tell you. But he, the crafty rascal, clamped his hand on my mouth. I couldn't say a word. Follow me down. I'll stake my life on it. I am lying to you. If I am lying to you, kill me with 1,000 knives of pain. Dear old nurse, composed Penelope responded. Deep as you are, my friend, you'll find it hard to plumb the plans of the everlasting gods. All the same, let's go and join my son so I can see the suitors lying dead and see the one who killed them. With that thought, Penelope started down from her lofty room, her heart in turmoil, torn. Should she keep her distance, probe her husband, or rush up to the man at once and kiss his head and cling to both his hands? As soon as she stepped across the stone threshold, slipping in, she took a seat at the closest wall and, radiant in the firelight, faced Odysseus now. There he sat, leaning against the great central column, eyes fixed on the ground, waiting, poised for whatever words his hardy wife might say when she caught sight of him. A long while she sat in silence. Numbing wonder filled her heart as her eyes explored his face. One moment he seemed Odysseus, to the life, the next, no. He was not the man she knew. A huddled mass of rags was all she saw. "Oh, mother," Telemachus reproached her, "cruel mother, you with your hard heart, why do you spurn my father so? Why don't you sit beside him, engage him, ask him questions? What other wife could you have spirit so unbending? Holding back from her husband, home at last for her, after bearing 20 years of brutal struggle, your heart was always harder than a rock." "My child," Penelope, well aware, explained, "I'm stunned with wonder, powerless. Cannot speak to him, ask him questions, look him in the eyes. But if he is truly Odysseus, home at last, make no mistake. We two will know each other even better. We two have secret signs, known to us both, but hidden from the world." Odysseus, long enduring, broke into a smile and turned to his son with pointed, winging words. "Leave your mother here in the hall to test me, and she will. She soon will know me better. Now, because I am filthy, wear such grimy rags, she spurns me. Your mother still can't bring herself to believe I am her husband. But you and I put heads together. What's our best defense? When someone kills a lone man in the realm, who leaves behind him no great band of avengers, still the killer flees, goodbye to kin and country. But we brought down the best of the island's princes, the pillars of Ithaca. Weigh in well, I urge you." "Look to it all yourself now, father," his son deferred at once. "You are the best on earth, they say. When it comes to mapping tactics, no one, no mortal man can touch you there. But we're behind you, hearts intent on battle, nor do I think you'll find us short on courage, long as our strength will last. Here's our plan," the master of tactics said. "I think it's best, first go and wash, and pull fresh tunics on, and tell the maids in the hall to dress well too. And let the inspired bard take up his ringing lyre, and lead off for us all a dance so full of heart, that whoever hears the strains outside the gates, a passerby on the road, a neighbor roundabout, will think it's a wedding feast that's underway. No news of the suitor's death must spread throughout town, till we have slipped away to our own estates, our orchard green with trees. There we'll see what winning strategy Zeus will hand us then." They hung on his words and moved to order smartly. First they washed and pulled fresh tunics on, the women arrayed themselves, the inspired bard stuck up his resounding lyre and stirred in all desire for dance and song, the lovely lilting beat, till the great house echoed round to the measured tread of dancing men in motion, women sash and lithe. And whoever heard the strains outside would say, "A miracle! Someone's married the queen at last!" One of her 100 suitors. The callous woman, too faithless to keep her lord and master's house to the bitter end, till he came sailing home. So they'd say, blind to what had happened, the great-hearted Odysseus was home again at last. The maid Eurynome bathed him, rubbed him down with oil, and drew around him a royal cape and choice tunic too. And Athena crowned the man with beauty, head to foot, made him taller to all eyes, his build more massive, yes, and down from his brow the great goddess ran his curls like thick hyacinth clusters full of blooms. As a master craftsman washes gold over beaten silver, a man, the god of fire, and Queen Athena trained in every fine technique, and finishes off his latest effort, handsome work. So she lavished splendor over his head and shoulders now. He stepped from his bath, glistening like a god, and back he went to the seat that he had left, and facing his wife, declared, "Strange woman, so hard the gods of Olympus made you harder than any other woman in the world. What other wife could have a spirit so unbending, holding back from her husband, home at last for her after bearing 20 years of brutal struggle? Come, nurse, make me a bed, I'll sleep alone. She has a heart of iron in her breast." "Strange man," warrior Penelope said, "I'm not so proud, so scornful, nor am I overwhelmed by your quick charge. You look, how well I know, the way he looked, setting sail from Ithaca years ago, aboard the long-oared ship. Come, Euryclea, move the sturdy bedstead out of our bridal chamber, that room that master built with his own hands. Take it out now, sturdy bed that it is, and spread it deep with fleece, blankets, and lustrous throws to keep him warm. Putting her husband to the proof, but Odysseus blazed up in a fury, lashing out at his loyal wife. Woman, your words, they cut me to the core. Who could move my bed? Impossible task, even from some skilled craftsman, unless a god came down in person, quick to lend a hand, lifted it out with ease and moved it elsewhere. Not a man on earth, not even a peak's strength, would find it easy to prise it up and shift it. No, a great sign, a hallmark lies in its construction. I know, I built it myself, no one else. There was a branching olive tree inside our court, grown to its full prime, the bole like a column, thick set. Around it I built my bedroom, finished off the walls with good tight sumwork, roofed it over soundly and added doors, hung well and snugly wedged. Then I loped the leafy crown of the olive, clean cutting the stump bare from roots up, planting it round like a bronze smoothing adze. I had the skill. I shaped it plumb to the line to make my bedpost, bored the holes in it needed with an auger. Working from there, I built my bed, start to finish. I gave it ivory inlays, gold and silver fittings, wove the straps across it, oxhide gleaming red. There's our secret sign, I tell you, our life story. Does the bed, my lady, still stand planted firm? I don't know. Or has someone chopped away that olive trunk that hauled our bedstead off? Living proof. Penelope felt her knees go slack. Her heart surrendered, recognizing the strong, clear signs Odysseus offered. She dissolved in tears, rushed to Odysseus, flung her arms around his neck, and kissed his head and cried out, Odysseus, don't flare up at me now. Not you, always the most understanding man alive. It was the gods who sent us sorrow. They grudged us both a life in each other's arms, from the heady zest of youth to the stood of old age. But don't fault me, angry with me now because I failed at the first glimpse to greet you, hold you so. In my heart of hearts I always clinged with fear. Some fraud might come, beguile me with this talk. The world is full of the sort, cunning ones who plot their own dark ends. Remember Helen of Argos, Zeus's daughter? Would she have sported so in a stranger's bed if she had dreamed that Achaea's sons were doomed to fight to die to bring her home again? Some god spurred her to do her shameless work. Not till then did her mind conceive the madness, blinding madness, that caused her anguish, ours as well. But now, since you have reached such overwhelming proof, the secret sign of our bed, which no one's ever seen but you and I and a single handmaid, Actorus, the servant my father gave me when I came, who kept the doors of our room you built so well, you've conquered my heart, my hard heart at last. The more she spoke, the more a deep desire for tears welded up inside her breast. He wept as he held the wife he loved, the soul of loyalty, in his arm at last. Joy, warm as the joy that shipwrecked sailors feel when they catch sight of land. Poseidon has struck their well-rigged ship on the open sea with gale winds and crushing walls of waves, and only a few escape swimming, struggling out of the frothing surf to reach the shore. Their bodies crusted with salt and buoyed up with joy as they plant their feet on solid ground again. Sparta, deadly fate, so joyous now to her the sight of her husband, vivid in her gaze, that her white arms embracing his neck would never for a moment let him go. Dawn with her rose-red fingers might have shone upon their tears, if with her glinting eyes Athena had not thought of one more thing. She held back the night, and night lingered long at the western edge of the earth, while in the east she reigned in dawn and golden throne at ocean's blank, commanding her not to yoke the wind-swift team that brings men light, blaze in aurora, the young colts that raise the morning on. Yet now Odysseus, seasoned veteran, said to his wife, Dear woman, we have still not reached the end of all our trials. One more labor lies in store, boundless, laden with danger, great and long, and I must brave it out from start to finish. So the ghost of Troilus prophesies to me, the day that I went down to the house of death to learn our best route home, my comrades and my own. But come, let's go to bed, dear woman. At long last, delight in sleep, delight in each other. Come. If it's bed you want, reserved Penelope replied, it's bed you'll have, whenever the spirit moves you, now that the gods have brought you home again to native land, your grand and gracious house. But since you've aduled to it, since God has put in your mind, please, tell me about this trial still to come. I'm bound to learn of it later. I am sure what's the harm if I hear it tonight? Still so strange, Odysseus, the old master of stories, answered. Why again? Why force me to tell you all? Well, tell I shall. I'll hide nothing now, but little joy it will bring you, I'm afraid, as little joy for me. The prophet said that I must rove through towns on towns of men, that I must carry a well-planned oar until I come to a people who know nothing of the sea, whose food is never seasoned with salt, strangers all to ships with their crimson prows and long, slim oars, wings that make ships fly. And here's my sign, he told me, clear, so clear I cannot miss it, and I will share with you now. When another traveler falls in with me and calls that weight across my shoulders a fan to winnow grain, then, he told me, I must plant my oar in the earth and sacrifice fine breasts to the Lord God of the sea, Poseidon, a ram, a bull of ramping wild boar, then journey home, render noble offerings to the deathless gods who rule the vaulting skies, to all the gods in order. And at last my own death will steal upon me, a gentle, painless death. Far from the sea it comes, to take me down, borne down with the years and ripe old age, with all my people here and blessed peace around me. All this, the prophet said, will come to pass. And so, Penelope said in her great wisdom, if the gods will really grant a happier old age, there's hope that we'll escape our trials at last. So husband and wife confided in each other, while nurse and Eunoe, under the flaring brands, were making up the bed with coverings deep and soft. And working briskly, soon as they'd made it snug, back to her room the old nurse went to sleep as Eunoe, their attendant, torch in hand, lighted the royal couple's way to bed, and leading them to their chamber, slipped away. Rejoicing in each other, they returned to their bed, the old familiar place they loved so well. Now Telemachus, the cowherd and the swineherd, rested their dancing feet and had the women do the same, and across their shadowed hall the men laid down to sleep. But the royal couple, once they'd relieved in all the longed for joys of love, reveled in each other's stories, the radiant woman telling of all she'd borne at home, watching them there, their infernal crowd of suitors slaughtering herds of cattle and good fat sheep, while keen to win her hand, draining the broached vats dry of vintage wine. And great Odysseus told his wife all of the pains he had dealt out to other men and all the hardships he'd endured himself, his story first to last. And then she listened on, enchanted. Sleep never sealed her eyes till as was told. He launched in with how he fought the Cicons down, then how he came to the lotus eaters, lush green land, then all the crimes of the Cyclops, and how he paid him back for the gallant men the monster ate without a qualm. Then how he visited Aeolus, who gave him a hero's welcome, then he sent him off. But the homeward run was not his fate, not yet. Some sudden squall snatched him away once more, and drove him over the swarming sea, groaning in despair. Then how he moored at Telemachus, where Lacedaemonians wrecked his fleet and killed his men at arms. He told her of Circe's cunning magic wiles, and how he voyaged down in his long-benched ship to the molding house of death to consult Tiresias, ghostly seer of Thebes. And he saw old comrades there, and he saw his mother, who bore and reached him as a child. He told how he caught the sirens, voices throbbing in the wind, and how he had scudded past the clashing rocks, past grim Charybdis, past Scylla, whom no rover had ever coasted by, home free, and how his shipmates slaughtered the cattle of the sun, and Zeus, the king of thunder, split his racing ship with the reeking bolt, and killed his hardy comrades, all his fighting men at a stroke. But he alone escaped their death at sea. He told how he reached Ogygia's shores, and the nymph Calypso held him back, deep in the arching caverns, craving him for a husband, cherished him, vowed to make him immortal, ageless, all his days, yes. But she never won the heart inside him, never. Then how he reached the Phaeacians, heavy sailing there, who with all their hearts and prized him like a god, and sent him off in a ship to his own beloved land, giving him bronze and hoards of gold and robes. And that was the last he told her, just as sleep overcame him, sleep losing his limbs, slipping the toils of anguish from his mind. Athena, her eyes of fire, had fresh plans. Once she thought he'd had his heart's content of love and sleep at his wife's side. Straightway she roused young Dawn for ocean's banks to her golden throne to bring men light and rouse Odysseus too, who rose from his soft bed and advised his wife in parting. Dear woman, we both have had our fill of trials. You in our house, weeping over my journey home, fraught with storms and torment, true, and I pinned down by Zeus and other gods, for all my desire blocked from reaching home. But now that we've arrived at our bed together, the reunion that we yearned for all those years, look after the things still left in me in our house. But as for the flocks those brazen suitors plundered, much I'll recoup myself, making many raids. The rest our fellows Ithacans will supply, till all my foes are full of sheep again. But now I must be off to the upland farm, our orchard green with trees, to see my father. Good old man weighed down with so much grief for me. And you, dear woman, sensible as you are, I would advise you still. Quick as a rising sun, the news will spread of the suitors that I killed inside the house. So climb to your lofty chamber with your woman. Sit tight there, see no one, question no more. He strapped his burnished armor around his shoulders, roused Telemachus, the cowherd and the swineherd, and told them to take up weapons honed for battle. They snapped to commands, harnessed up in bronze, opened the doors and strode out, Odysseus in the lead. By now the daylight covered the land, but Pylos, shrouding them all in darkness, quickly led 4 men out of town.
To our listeners and attendees at home, thank you so much for the many hours that you've spent and that you've visited with us through this evening. As we come to the draw of our 12 hours and the live feed will come to its end, this would be an important and convenient time to note that there is an argument of the quality and relevance of Book 24 to the original composition of the Odyssey, and in some circles its conclusion is considered at the end of Book 23. But for the desire of modern authors and translators to provide a complete conclusion, we have Book 24, titled Peace.
Book 24, Peace. Now Scythian Hermes called away the suitor's ghost, holding firm in his hand the wand of fine pure gold, that enchants the eyes of men whenever Hermes wants or wakes up from sleep. With the wave of this he stirred and led them on, and the ghost trailed after him with high thin cries, as bats cry in the death of a dark haunted cavern, shrilling, flittering, wild when one drops from the chain, slip from the rock face, while the rest cling tight. So with their high, thin cries, the ghosts flock now, and Hermes, the healer, led them on, and down the dank, Moldering past the ocean streams they went, and past the white rock and the sun's western gates, and past the land of dreams. And they soon reached the fields of asphodel, where the dead, the burnt-out rats of mortals make their home.
There found the ghosts of Menelaus' son, Achilles, Proculus fearless, and Teucrus, and great Ajax too. Of all the Agrivises, after Menelaus, matchless son, they had grouped around Achilles' ghost, and now the shade of Antaeus' son, Agamemnon, marched towards them, fraught with grief and flanked by all his comrades, troops of his men at arms, who died beside him, who met their fate in Lord Ignatus' halls. Achilles' ghost was first to greet him. Agamemnon, you were the one we thought of all our fighting princes, Zeus, who loved the lightning favored most. All your days, because you commanded such a powerful host of men on the fields of Troy, where we, Achaeans, suffered, but you were doomed to encounter fate so early. You too, yet no one born escapes its deadly force. If one only you had died, your death in full flush of glory you had mastered, died on Trojan soil, then all united Achaea would have raised your tomb, and you'd have won your son great fame for years to come. Not so, you were fated to die a wretched death.
And the ghost of Atreides Agamemnon answered, Son of Peleus, great godlike Achilles, happy man, you died on the fields of Troy, a world away from home, and the best of Trojan and Argive champions died around you, fighting for your corpse. And you, there you lay in the whirling dust, overpowered in all your power, and wiped from memory all your horseman's skills. That whole day we fought. We'd never have stopped if Zeus hadn't stopped us with sudden gales. Then we bore you out of the fighting, onto the ships. We laid you down on a litter, cleansed your handsome flesh with warm water and soothing oils, and round your body troops of Danaans wept hot tears and cut their locks.
Hearing the news, your mother Thetis rose from the sea, and mortal sea nymphs in her wake, and a strange unearthly cry came throbbing over the ocean. Terror gripped Achaea's armies. They would have leapt in panic, boarded the long hollowed ships if one man, deep in his age-old wisdom, had not checked them. Nestor, from his first council, always seemed the best, and now, concerned for the ranks, he rose and shouted, Hold fast, Argives, son of Achaea, don't run now. This is Achilles' mother rising from the sea, with all her immortal sea nymphs. She longs to join her son who died in battle, that stopped our painted forces in their tracks, as the old man of the sea's daughter gathered round you, wailing and heartsick. Dressed you in an ambrosial, deathless robe, and the muses, 9 in all, voice to voice in choirs, their vibrant music rising, raised your dirge. Not one soldier would you have seen dry-eyed. The muses sung so pierced us to heart for 17 unbroken days. Days and nights we mourned you, immortal gods and mortal men. At the 18th dawn we have you to the flames, and slaughtered around your body droves the fat sheep and shambling longhorn cattle, and you were burned in the garments of the gods, and laved with soothing oils and honey running sweet, and a long cortege of Argive heroes paraded in review. In battle armor around your blazing pyre, men in chariots, men on foot, a resounding roar went up. And the god of fire had burned your corpse to ash. At first light we gathered your white bones, Achilles, cured them in strong near wine and seasoned oils. Your mother had given us a gold 2-handled urn, a gift from Dionysus, she said, a masterwork of the famous smith, the god of fire. Your white bones rest in that, my brilliant Achilles, mixed with the bones of dead Patroclus, Menelaus' son, apart from those of Anticlo and Telemachus, who you treasured more than any other comrade. Once Patroclus died, over your bones we reared and grand a noble tomb, devoted veterans all, Achaea's combat forces, high on its jutting headland over the Hellespoons, broad reach, a landmark glimpsed from out far sea by men of our own day, and men days to come.
And then, your mother, begging the gods for priceless trophies, set them out in the ring for all our champions. You and your day have witnessed funeral games for many heroes, games to honor the death of kings,
when young men cinch their belts, tends to win some prize. But if you'd laid eyes on these, it would have thrilled your heart. Magnificent trophies, the goddess, glistening-footed Thetis, held out in your honor. You were dear to the gods, so even in death your name will never die. Great glory is yours, Achilles, for all time, in the eyes of all mankind. But I? What joy for me when the coil of war had wound down. For my return to Zeus hatched a pitiful death at the hands of Odysseus and my accursed wife.
As they exchanged the swords of their fates, Hermes, the guiding giant killer, drew up close to both. Laying down the ghosts of the suitors King Odysseus killed. Struck by the sight, the two went up to them right away. And the ghost of Atreus' son, Agamemnon, recognized the noted prince, Amphimedon, Menelaus' dear son, who received him once in Ithaca at his home. And Atreides' ghost called out to his old friend now. Amphimedon, what disaster brings you down to the dark world? All of you, good picked men, and all in your prime. No captain out to recruit the best in any city could have chosen better. What laid you low? Wrecked in the ships when Lord Poseidon roused some punishing blast of gales and heavy breakers? Or did ranks of enemies mow you down on land as you tried to raid and cut off herds and flocks? Or fought to win this city, take their women?
Answer me, tell me, I was once your guest. Don't you recall the day I came to visit your house in Ithaca? King Menelaus came too, to urge Odysseus to sail with us in the ships, in our campaign to Troy. And the long, slow voyage, crossing wastes of ocean, cost us 1 whole month. That's how hard it was to bring him round, Odysseus, raider of cities. Famous Atreides, Amphimedon's ghost called back, Lord of men Agamemnon. I remember it all, your majesty. As you say, and I will tell you, start to finish now, the story